Lurking below the gloss of calm seas and the gentle sway of waves lies a kingdom not marked on any map, ancient and brooding, vast beyond measure. It is a place where sunlight forgets its path, where pressure crushes like ancestral guilt, and where time itself drips slow and heavy, like the toll of a drowned bell. There, in that watery crypt of silence, life flourishes in forms older than memory, untouched by fire, by metal, by man. For centuries, mariners have returned with trembling lips and voyaged through 100+ legends of the deep, the mighty Leviathan, coiled around the earth's spine, the dreadful Kraken, whose grasp can eclipse moons and 98 more horrors, forgotten by time, yet remembered by the tide. So settle in, traveller, let the waves speak. And before we dive into the abyss, tell us, where in the world are you listening from? And when? The sea may be eternal, but your moment with it is now. Drop it in the comments. The ocean's watching. Far below the gloss of calm seas, where sunlight gives up and the pressure pounds like war drums, there coils a force older than scripture and salt. The Leviathan, not merely a beast, but an era in motion, a serpent vast enough to strangle continents if it stirred in anger. In ancient Hebrew texts, its name was sung in fear, a creature God himself had to tame, a divine chaos swimming through primordial waters, too immense for human comprehension. But Leviathan didn't remain sealed in holy texts. Vikings feared it as a sea drake, long and fanged, slicing through fjords like a shadow in pursuit. In Arabic lore, it morphed into Bahamut, a foundation of the world itself. In all these myths, the shape changed, but the terror remained, coiled infinity, endless hunger, sovereign of the deep. Its breath was said to boil waters, its back mistaken for islands, its roar mistaken for storms. A few sailors, maddened by weeks at sea, wrote of scales glimmering like obsidian, and eyes that pulsed like lighthouses turned inward. Some accounts claim it sleeps still, wedged between tectonic plates, coiled beneath the ocean floor, shifting continents when it dreams. And the most unsettling part, every culture seems to remember it. Civilizations separated by oceans described the same terror. Something is down there, something vast, ancient, unyielding. We haven't outgrown Leviathan, we've only stopped believing long enough to be surprised when it rises again. They say the ocean keeps its memories in layers, a ghostly archive built from centuries of sunken hulls, drowned prayers, and the fading cries of men who met what they could not explain. Among these ancient echoes, Leviathan's name is not just remembered, it resounds. Through coral cathedrals and ship graveyards, it pulses like the rhythm of a giant heart, still beating in the dark. In the 1600s, off the coast of Norway, entire crews vanished after reporting a black ridge rising beside their vessel, longer than the ship itself, and glistening like wet coal. One survivor was found floating days later, eyes sunburned into blindness, whispering, "It looked at us." His journal, pages water-warped and ink-smudged, spoke of a creature that wrapped the sea around itself like a cloak, and vanished when cannonballs struck only foam. Modern sonar scans have captured impossibly large silhouettes moving beneath trenches too deep to study. Submarines powered down mysteriously, as if a pulse had rippled through the machinery itself. And near Iceland, fishermen still leave offerings of salt and smoke at sea, praying to keep whatever stirs in the depths asleep. Is Leviathan just a metaphor, a poetic warning sewn into seafaring folklore, or is it the first god we ever feared, a beast too old to remember its own creation? The deeper we dive into the blue abyss, the louder those echoes grow, calling us back to a time when monsters ruled the sea, not stories. In the cold, grey stretch of the North Atlantic, where storms walk like giants and waves reach like hungry hands, legends speak of a beast that does not swim, but waits, the Kraken, a name etched in sailors' oaths, and feared in every salt-soaked heart that dares the open sea. Neither serpent nor whale, this monster is all arms, all suction, all overwhelming might. The grasp of it is not a struggle, it is surrender. It does not chase ships, it consumes their presence. First, the sea stills, Birds flee. A pressure mounts, not from the air, but from some deeper place, as if the very soul of the ocean tightens. Then, the water boils. Great limbs, thicker than masts, and lined with suckers like cratered moons, rise slowly, impossibly, silently, one by one, curving around the ship with elegance that mocks the violence to come. Eyewitnesses describe sails ripped in moments, hulls cracked open like fruit, men pulled screaming into the black. The Kraken does not roar or bellow, it moves with the confidence of a king unchallenged. The sea belongs to it in those moments. Ships are not hunted, they are erased. Even today, strange sightings occur. Satellite images reveal massive whirlpools with no storm in sight. Submarines vanish near trenches they shouldn't have approached. And every year, a handful of vessels go missing in waters once charted by frightened Norsemen. The Kraken isn't a creature of myth, it is the sea's clenched fist. Long before a Kraken rises, the ocean sends warnings, not in screams or splashes, but in sounds that don't belong. Ancient mariners once claimed to hear church bells beneath their ships, tolling deep under the hull. Not the clang of chains or the groan of timber, but true bell chimes, faint and steady, ringing through salt water like echoes from a drowned cathedral. It always came before the stillness, before the ship stopped rocking, before the hands reached up. Some said it was the bones of past victims scraping the ocean floor, their sunken vessels groaning like organs of the abyss. Others believed it was the Kraken's call, not to frighten, but to announce, like a funeral dirge sent in advance, warning that the sea had chosen its offering. It wasn't superstition, it was survival. Crews that turned back at the first bell lived. Those who pressed forward vanished into foam and legend. Modern naval crews still report strange acoustic phenomena in certain sectors of the North Sea. Sonar picks up tones resembling bronze bells, repeating in unnatural patterns. Some scientists blame underwater seismic activity, but others know better. There are captains who won't sail at night in those waters, not for treasure, not for command. They know the sound. They've heard it. The ocean has a memory, and when the bells begin to toll, it means the Kraken remembers too, not your name, not your ship, but that something warm still beats above. In the cold heart of Norse mythology, where gods wage war beneath storm-black skies, and wolves chase the sun across the heavens, one creature lies silent, coiled beneath the world's oceans, Jörmungandr, the Midgard serpent. Born of the trickster Loki, and destined to fight the thunder god Thor, Jörmungandr was cast into the sea as a child. There, it grew and grew, until one day, it wrapped the entire world in its coils, biting its own tail to hold the balance of all things. But balance in myth is fragile. The serpent's awakening is the breaking of everything. When it rises, it brings with it Ragnarok, the end of gods, of men, of time itself. Its breath poisons the air, its movements split the seas, and its hatred burns older than the sun. The Norse didn't merely fear Jörmungandr, they prepared for it, building entire worldviews around the inevitability of its return. What sets the Midgard serpent apart from others in these legends is not just its scale, but its purpose. Leviathan is chaos, Kraken is hunger, but Jörmungandr is judgment. Its sleep maintains the world, its stirring signals doom. Even the gods tread lightly near its waters, and some modern sailors swear the serpent still moves beneath the North Atlantic, describing mile-long ridges on sonar that vanish without trace. Not all monsters are forgotten. Some wait in silence, not for prey, but for the right moment to end everything. It was said that when Jörmungandr shifted in its sleep, the tides rebelled, shorelines vanished beneath walls of water, storms twisted unnaturally, lashing sky to sea like the fury of old gods. But the stories were never confined to myth alone. In 1783, after violent quakes rocked Iceland and the sea boiled with ash and fire, whispers arose. Not of tectonics, not of coincidence, but of the serpent stretching in its slumber, brushing against the walls of the earth. Fishermen reported the ocean moving like something alive, not in waves but in rolling pulses, as if pushed from below. Ships rocked without wind. Nets came back torn, not by teeth, but by force, stretched and snapped as though something titanic had coiled through them. One account spoke of a mountain-like ridge surfacing briefly in the distance, then dipping again, leaving nothing but foam and the taste of iron in the air. Modern science calls it subduction. Myth says otherwise. Yarmungandra doesn't thrash like the Kraken, or rise like Leviathan. It shifts once, and continents tremble. The sea isn't deep enough to contain it fully. That's why earthquakes come. That's why tsunamis ripple across oceans hours after the wind dies. The serpent stirs and the planet remembers its fragility. Ancient ruins buried under seabeds tell of sudden floods, of drowned cities not due to rain or tide, but something else, something far older. When Yarmungandra moves, the world doesn't just shake, it recoils. The waters off Japan's coasts are teeming with spirits, some gentle, some mischievous, and some so wrathful they can silence the wind itself. Among them looms one of the most chilling, the Umibozu, towering, shadowy, and shapeless, except for the curve of a bald head resembling that of a monk. This ocean phantom emerges only when sailors speak its name aloud. That's the curse. The moment you acknowledge it, you invite it. Ancient fishermen spoke of calm nights suddenly broken by the appearance of a massive figure rising from the horizon, black against the stars, as if the sea had birthed a mountain in human form. Its body was made of mist and malice, its voice a rumble so deep it vibrated through bone. No eyes, no arms, just presence and dread. Once summoned, the Umibozu demanded respect. Sometimes it simply hovered near, watching, testing the crew's silence. Other times it sank entire vessels with a single gesture, not a wave, but a drowning will. Sailors who escaped described it not as a beast, but a punishment. Some believed it was the ghost of drowned monks. Others said it was the soul of the sea itself, furious that man dared name its mysteries. To this day, Japanese sailors observe strict silence during strange weather. They do not joke, they do not chant, and above all they do not speak of the priest in the water. For once the Umibozu knows you're watching, it watches back. Many tales end with the Umibozu dragging ships down, but some speak of a stranger fate, one that begins with a question. Survivors tell of the creature approaching their vessel in silence before speaking, asking in a voice deeper than thunder, "Do you have a barrel?" Confused but terrified, sailors offered one, hoping to appease the spirit, and then the horror began. The Umibozu would fill the barrel with ink, black as pitch, thick as blood, and pour it over the ship. Not water, not oil, ink. And with it came madness. The sky disappeared, stars drowned, compass needles spun. The very concept of direction vanished beneath a liquid night, so dense it swallowed even sound. Crew members screamed but couldn't hear each other. Some clawed their eyes, convinced they had gone blind. Others jumped overboard, preferring the unknown sea to the suffocating dark. That ink wasn't a weapon. It was a judgment, a way for the Umibozu to erase arrogance, to turn those who mocked the sea's silence into whispers of warning. In the centuries since, ink-black storms have been reported in modern shipping lanes, baffling radar and blotting out satellite feeds. Entire communication lines go dead, only for ships to emerge days later with missing crew and shattered logs. The sea doesn't need to roar to destroy. Sometimes it just darkens. And if you see ink rising from the waves without cause, do not speak, just pray the priest passes by. In the Bahamas, amid turquoise waters and sun-soaked paradise, there are dark circular wounds in the sea. Blue holes, they're called, natural sinkholes, carved into the sea floor, descending hundreds of meters, with no bottom in sight. Tourists marvel at their beauty. Locals speak only in hushed tones, because in these azure abysses, something stirs, something half octopus, half shark, all nightmare. The locals call it Luska. By day, the blue holes seem calm, but by night, the water churns. Boats vanish without warning. Divers disappear, their lines shredded, their bubbles swallowed by unseen mouths. Witnesses describe monstrous tentacles, rising briefly before vanishing into silence. One fisherman claimed he saw an arm coiled around his friend's waist, yanking him down with impossible force. They found no body, only shredded fins, and a gash in the reef, like something enormous had scraped its way free. Luska is said to be fast, cunning, and territorial, not just a beast, but a predator with memory. Those who trespass once often don't get to do it again. Locals leave offerings at the edge of blue holes, rum, coins, fish, hoping it's enough. Scientists have tried to explain it away as sudden tidal shifts or large squids behaving aggressively. But the stories have patterns, names, warnings. No cage can hold the Luska, for it lives where the world stops caring for laws and logic. In the perfect blue beneath paradise's smile, the sea keeps its hungriest secret. The horror of the Luska isn't just what it is, it's where it lives. Blue holes don't behave like normal caves. They breathe. Divers report sudden reversals of current, as if the ocean itself were inhaling. Lights fail, compasses spin, and sometimes faint pulses echo up from the dark, like a heartbeat too large to belong to anything natural. One expedition, in the late 1960s, sent a team into one of the largest blue holes on Andros Island. 2 went in, 1 came out. The survivor couldn't speak for days. When he did, he whispered about walls that pulsed like lungs, about seeing movement in the distance that filled the entire field of vision. He said the deeper they went, the more the cave felt like a throat, alive, waiting. Some believe the Luska isn't just a creature, but part of a larger being, one we've only touched the edge of. The blue hole isn't a lair, it's a mouth, and each time it swallows a diver, it tastes us a little more. Stranger still, seismic readings around these holes have picked up rhythmic pulses, always at night, like sonar, pings, but they're not echoes, they're calls, as if the Luska isn't alone. People imagine the deep sea as empty, a void of silence, but the truth is more terrifying. It listens, it breathes, and sometimes, when it opens, the Luska rises, not for food, but for communion with the dark. In 1997, a low-frequency sound rolled through the southern Pacific, so loud, it was picked up by underwater microphones thousands of kilometers apart. It wasn't a ship, it wasn't a quake. NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, dubbed it the bloop. Playful name, terrifying mystery. The bloop had no pattern, no repetition, just one massive organic-sounding warble, echoing like a groan from something enormous. And then, nothing. No aftershock, no surface activity, just an empty stretch of ocean, deeper than most submarines can travel, quiet as a tomb. Scientists tried to trace it. What they found chilled them. The sound originated near Point Nemo, Earth's oceanic pole of inaccessibility, the point farthest from any land, a place no human had ever reached, a place legends say is cursed. Theories erupted. Was it an undiscovered sea creature, a geological anomaly, a hoax? But here's what makes the bloop impossible to shake. Its signature bore uncanny resemblance to the sound profiles of living organisms, except it was several times louder than anything biological on record. Blue whales are the loudest known marine animals, and this was magnitudes beyond. Even NOAA eventually gave a shrugging explanation. Probably ice, probably. But those who heard it live remember the tremor, the bass so low it touched bone, the silence afterward like a held breath. Because when the ocean shouts like that, it's not noise, it's a warning. NOAA's official statement blamed ice, glaciers cracking, ice sheets shearing beneath pressure, a natural explanation. Safe, contained. But the problem is, ice doesn't echo like that. It doesn't pulse in waves. It doesn't mimic a living breath. Independent researchers noted something peculiar. The bloop didn't just travel in one wave. It had depth variation, rhythm, and acceleration, traits more consistent with movement than an impact. It didn't just happen. It came from somewhere, then it left. Weeks later, similar, quieter sounds were detected, smaller, more distant. As if something had surfaced once, called out, then sank again. The pattern never repeated exactly. Some analysts suggested mating calls. Others dismissed it entirely, but deep-sea experts remained uneasy. The frequency of the bloop wasn't random. It matched the ambient resonance of deep-sea trenches. Places no light reaches. Places legends always begin. Worse, in the months that followed, naval submarines reported odd sensor anomalies, distortions, heat spikes, pressure waves with no source. Not damaging, but present, like something passing by, watching. Point Nemo has no islands, no ports, no buoys, but it does have stories. Seafarers claim it's where the sea breathes the loudest, where the stars don't reflect right, where compasses act like they're drunk. And now it may have something far bigger, moving beneath it. The bloop was real. We heard it. We recorded it. And then we ignored it. But the ocean doesn't speak often. When it does, it's best to listen and pray we didn't miss what it was trying to say. In the Sea of Cortez, where the desert meets the deep, tales have long circulated of a shadow beneath the surf, thicker than a whale, faster than a shark. Locals call it El Demonio Negro, the Black Demon, a creature cloaked in darkness, as long as a bus, with teeth like shipwreck steel. To see it is to disappear. To speak of it is to whisper. Stories stretch back generations. An old fisherman, leathery and sunburnt, told of a day when the sea grew black under his boat. Not a cloud, not a wave, but a body, so vast it seemed to turn the water itself into ink. The creature surfaced just long enough for him to see a fin taller than a man, jagged and scarred. He sailed home without his catch, eyes sunken, voice gone. Others thought he drank too much. But then more stories came. Boats returned gashed, nets torn with the precision of razors, livestock dragged from the shore, and the sightings always included the same three things: size, silence, and shadow. No frenzy, no thrashing, just a slow, inevitable rise, and a vanishing. Some say it's a megalodon that never went extinct. Others believe it's something worse, something old, angry, and territorial. Scientists scoff. But the ocean doesn't care what scientists believe. The black demon surfaces for no one, and disappears just as easily. What it leaves behind is fear, and the question of how close it swam before you noticed. What makes the black demon more terrifying than any great white or killer whale isn't its size, but its silence. Unlike the thrashing of known predators, El Demonio Negro moves with the weight of myth, quiet, heavy, inevitable. Survivors don't recall the moment it attacked. Migabukan, they remember the change in pressure, the air growing still, the way birds suddenly fled the sky. One diver, part of a research team tracking whale migrations, swore he saw a massive eye, black, lidless, the size of a dinner plate, watching him from below a kelp forest. Not a curious gaze, but a still, calculating one. His partner disappeared that same dive. No bubbles, no struggle, just gone. Their equipment surfaced days later, warped and crushed. Fishermen described discovering tooth marks in their catches, huge semicircles of damage, too wide for any known species. Marine biologists chalk it up to exaggeration or unidentified whales. But when sonar pings come back distorted, and depth readings skip like static, the scientists fall quiet. One boat captain, retired now, claimed he saw the demon rise just off his bow, trailing a wake thick with fish trying to escape the pressure. He turned off his engine, not out of strategy, out of respect. He drifted silently until the shape passed, then motored home and never returned. Because out there, in the swells between Baja's golden cliffs, the water sometimes remembers its monsters, and when it does, the black demon returns, not to feed, but to remind. South of everything, in waters that never sleep, and skies that never forget, crews aboard Japanese research vessels began reporting sightings in the early 2000s. At first, it was nothing, just a shadow under the ice. Then it moved, it rose, it had form, and it had skin, not scales or shells, but pale, smooth, human-like skin. stretched over a body longer than a submarine. They named it Ningen, meaning human, but there was nothing human about its size. Eyewitnesses described a creature with a bulbous, eyeless head and no mouth to speak of, only the suggestion of limbs, and sometimes long, jointless arms trailing behind it like streamers. Others swore it had fingers. One terrified crewman insisted it stood, rising out of the sea with legs like towers, then melted back into the mist. The government denied everything. Documents were redacted, videos deleted, but blurry photos and panicked log entries remain. And always, those who saw it were warned not to speak again. The Ningen doesn't kill like a shark or crush like the Kraken. It exists. And in that existence lies terror. Because if the coldest part of the earth hides something that watches, that waits, then what else is out there, preserved in the silence of a continent untouched? Sometimes, during Antarctic twilight, sailors claim they hear ice groaning from below, not cracking, not breaking, breathing. Years after the first reports, another expedition caught something on thermal imaging, a mass, 20 meters long, slowly rising beneath a shelf of sea ice. No engine, no animal sound. Just heat where there should have been only frozen death. Then it was gone, leaving behind water, so cold, it steamed. When the footage leaked, skeptics claimed it was a whale, or heat trapped beneath the ice shelf. But those who'd served on polar vessels knew better. Whales move. This thing waited, like a corpse, remembering how to live. Divers sent under the ice found bizarre tunnels, perfect and smooth, carved not by water currents but something else. Some led nowhere, some went too deep. One team never resurfaced. Their last radio transmission was static, followed by a single word whispered in disbelief. Watching, and then there are the eyes. More than one crew has reported seeing massive milky orbs staring upward through translucent ice, unmoving but aware, no blinks, no motion, just presence. It's as if the ice itself is observing, studying, waiting for the right moment to stir. One haunting theory suggests the Ningen isn't just a creature, it's an ancient intelligence, something preserved in frozen time, awakening slowly. It doesn't attack, it doesn't flee, it simply is a. That's what frightens the scientists the most, because the Ningen isn't trying to survive, it's already adapted, already ready. And if it ever decides to rise fully from the abyss, we won't have time to scream. There are things in the deep that do not belong to our time. Creatures that remember when the oceans were younger, when the continents were still shifting like restless sleepers. Among them is the Leviathan, not the biblical beast of legend, but something far older, far stranger. Norwegian whalers in the 19th century spoke of a serpentine shadow that followed their ships for days, never surfacing, never attacking, just keeping pace beneath the waves, as if studying them. Then, without warning, it would vanish into the abyss. Some claimed it had no eyes, only rows of luminescent pores along its flanks, pulsing like a slow alien heartbeat. Others swore it had too many eyes, clustered like barnacles along its spine. In 1942, a German U-boat crew radioed in a frantic, distorted transmission about a living torpedo that circled their vessel for hours before dragging it down, not with teeth or claws, but with a sound. A deep, resonant hum that shattered glass, ruptured eardrums, and left the men bleeding from their noses before the sea swallowed them whole. The last words on the recording were not in German, nor any human language, just a wet, clicking chant, repeated until the signal died. Modern sonar has picked up anomalies in the mid-Atlantic ridge, structures too large, too deliberate to be natural. Some scientists argue they're geological formations. Others whisper of rib-like arches, half buried in sediment, stretching for miles. And once, just once, a research submersible caught a glimpse of something coiled around them, its flesh the color of drowned marble. The pilot reported no aggression, no movement, just the unbearable sense of being recognized. The Leviathan does not hunt, it does not hunger, it mourns. And in its mourning, it remembers a world that no longer exists, one it will never stop searching for. Sailors have long feared the sirens, but the truth is far worse. There are no beautiful women luring men to their doom, only voices that should not exist. In the Bermuda Triangle, in the Devil's Sea, in the black waters off Cape Horn, ships have vanished without wreckage, without distress calls. The few who return speak of music rising from the deep, not melodies, but vibrations, felt more than heard, a sound that bypasses the ears and settles directly into the bones. Some describe it as a choir of whales, others as the groaning of 1,000 drowned men. In 1987, a deep-sea microphone, lowered into the Mariana Trench, picked up a rhythmic pattern, 3 pulses, then silence, then 5, then 2. It repeated for 17 hours before stopping abruptly. When researchers played it back at a higher speed, the pulses resolved into something resembling speech, not words, not language, but intention. The most chilling accounts come from submariners who've lingered too long in the midnight zone. They report knocking against the hull, not random, not frantic, polite, patient, as if something outside is asking permission to come in. And sometimes, when the pressure is just right and the ocean is still, those who listen closely can hear the slow, deliberate unscrewing of bulkheads from the outside. The Leviathan does not sing to lure, it sings to remind us the sea was not always yours, and one day it will be ours again. In the dark surge of ancient waters, where the Indian Ocean brushes the edges of the eternal, a creature sleeps, and when it stirs, even gods pause. The Makara. It is said to be a mount for divine beings, a protector of the holy Ganges, a symbol carved into temples with reverence. But what they don't tell you is what it became when forgotten. Makara was once divine, but oceans don't preserve gods, they consume them. Now it moves with the bones of old temples in its belly, and eyes clouded with the memory of worship turn to fear. Its body is a chimera's nightmare, the jaws of a lion, the trunk of an elephant, the tail of a shark, and the claws of something that drags, not slashes. When it rises, it doesn't announce itself with thunder. It surfaces with calm, as if it's checking whether the world still remembers its name. In the coastal waters near Kerala and Sri Lanka, old fishermen refuse to drop nets in certain moonlit tides. They speak of an oily shadow gliding beneath their hulls, too fast to be natural, too quiet to be machine. Offerings are still made to Makara in some places, a slice of coconut, a line of flowers, not out of faith, but fear. Because once the Makara was a gatekeeper, now it has become the punishment for trespassers in sacred seas. Legends say Makara guarded river gods, temples, and heavenly realms. But what happens when temples fall, and gods are forgotten? Monsters, even holy ones, grow hungry. In 2009, a team of marine archaeologists explored submerged ruins off the Gulf of Mannar, expecting coral-covered carvings and sunken pillars. What they found was silence. Equipment malfunctioned, sonar jammed. Divers returned pale, mumbling of statues that weren't statues, shapes with tails that curled, tusks that moved, mouths lined with stone-like teeth. One diver claimed he saw a statue blink, then sink into the sand like a predator, hiding in wait. That night, their support boat was rocked by a sudden swell, not a storm, a single massive wave that slammed them sideways. A survivor swore the sea lit up with bioluminescent trails, outlining something beneath them, moving slowly, circling once, then vanishing. Old Hindu texts describe Makara as guarding gateways, to temples, to rivers, to cosmic realms. But what if the real gate it guards is far older, a breach between our world and something darker? And now, in its isolation, it drowns not sinners or warriors, but anyone who forgets to bow. The Makara does not scream, nor chase, nor thrash. It watches, waits, and when you believe the water is safe, it rises, not to kill, but to drag your spirit through every forgotten shrine it has swallowed. Far from tropical nightmares and storm-torn coasts, lies a freshwater titan, the oldest, deepest lake on Earth, Lake Baikal. Locals call it the Sea of Siberia, and they speak of it as a living entity, cold, deep, sentient. At its heart moves the Nerpa Warden, a being as ancient as the lake itself. Unlike the wrathful Kraken or the slithering Akuchi, the Warden doesn't rage. It judges. Siberian shamans say it has the face of a seal and the eyes of a man, long dead. Grey-skinned, smooth, slick with cold light, it appears through thin ice, as if looking up from a window into another world. Travelers have gone missing on perfectly calm nights. Fishermen vanish from their cabins, their sleds untouched, holes in the ice yawning wider than tools could ever carve. Locals leave bread soaked in vodka on the shore, not for tradition, but for peace. The Warden is said to surface only when the lake's balance is broken, when greed, waste, or disrespect disturb its ancient stillness. Some scientists suspect methane bubbles, or magnetic fields, explain the disappearances. But then why do survivors claim to hear knocking under their boats? Why do they wake with frostbite and memories of being watched? The Nerpa Warden isn't chaos, it's law. And in Lake Baikal, where life survived ice ages, and time slows beneath frozen silence, even laws bleed into spirit. In the dead of winter, Lake Baikal becomes a mirror, so clear you can see fish beneath your boots, so smooth it reflects the sky. But there's something else behind that glass. Something that watches, whispers pass from village to village. Never stare too long, never kneel, and never ever break the ice at night. One tale tells of a poacher who ignored those rules. He came to the lake with modern gear, loud machines, and no respect. Locals warned him. He laughed. That night, he went missing. His tent was found intact, his tools untouched, but the ice beneath his camp was melted in a perfect circle. The only trace left was a single boot, frozen upright, like someone had been pulled straight through the glass. Those who live near the lake claim to see faint shapes moving under the surface, grey, long-limbed, too fast for fish, too slow for current. Some resemble seals, others don't. Some say the Warden is a mutated Nerpa, twisted by ancient energy. Others believe it's no animal at all, but a guardian spirit awakened whenever the lake is disrespected. Whatever it is, it's quiet, but it never forgets. Baikal doesn't roar, it doesn't need to. Its silence is a language, and the Warden its mouthpiece. In a world obsessed with exploring everything, some places still choose to remain unknowable. Deep in the heart of KwaZulu-Natal, beneath the roaring curtain of Howick Falls, legend tells of a serpent so powerful, it doesn't slither through rivers, it spirals into storms. Known as the Nkanyamba, it's said to dwell in the plunge pool of the falls, its body long as thunder, its head like a horse with flaming eyes. But this serpent doesn't stay hidden. It ascends. Villagers say when the sky grows dark without reason, when winds howl though no storm was forecast, that's Nkanyamba rising, coiling up into the clouds. Tornadoes and sudden cyclones are believed to be its furious dance. Not random, not weather, but anger. Only shamans may approach its sacred pool, and only after rituals are performed. To gaze upon the beast is to invite madness. To speak its name aloud without permission is to call lightning. Many who dared swim in its waters have vanished. Their bodies never recovered. The few who returned came back changed. Silent, eyes unfocused, hair white as foam. Scientists dismiss it as superstition, but satellite images have shown strange whirlpools in the waters below the falls, circular currents without cause. Local animals avoid the area, and those who live nearby swear they've heard the serpent hiss in the roar of every storm. Nkanyamba doesn't live in the sea. It rides the storm, and when it wakes, even the sky splits to make room. The most unsettling thing about the Nkanyamba isn't its legend, it's how often it gets blamed for real destruction. In 1998, a freak tornado ripped through a township in South Africa. No warning, no build-up, no reason. Homes flattened, trees torn from the earth. Survivors swore they saw a long black ribbon twist through the air, shimmering like scales. One child claimed it had eyes, glowing bright in the funnel. The official report called it a rare meteorological event. Locals called it justice. You see, the Incanyamba isn't always mindless. It's a guardian as much as a terror. When rituals are neglected, when land is disrespected, the serpent stirs. Farmers say when the wind begins to circle in tight rings over their fields, they offer milk or coins near streams. They don't want protection, they want permission. And here's the strange part. Across the world, in places untouched by Zulu culture, similar serpent storm legends appear. From South America to Australia, stories exist of sky serpents that ride wind and bring floods. The body stretches, the clouds gather, the air turns to teeth. What if they're all one? Or worse, what if they're different heads of the same ancient beast, moving across continents, using water and sky as highways? The Incanyamba doesn't need a lair, its nest is the atmosphere, and every time a storm spirals without cause, someone somewhere is whispering its name, hoping it's not listening. Along the mist-heavy coasts of British Columbia and the Pacific Northwest, where cedar trees lean into sea wind and gulls cry like ghosts, lives a legend that never quite dies. Known to locals as Cadborosaurus, or simply Caddy, this sea serpent is more than a campfire tale. It's a recurring shape in the water, long and undulating, with a horse-like head and a body that rises in smooth humps before vanishing again. First officially documented in the early 20th century, but long whispered of by indigenous tribes, Caddy is said to be up to 50 feet in length, moving with an unnatural grace. Not aggressive, not flailing, just gliding silently alongside boats before slipping away into grey fog and tide. Fishermen describe seeing its silhouette from a distance, sleek, precise, with an elegance that made their skin crawl. In 1937, whalers claimed to have recovered a partial carcass of what looked like a miniature sea dragon from the stomach of a sperm whale. The specimen was photographed, studied, and then vanished. Authorities called it a misidentified shark fetus, but those who saw it knew better. Unlike the wild fury of other sea monsters, Caddy doesn't cause waves. It rides between them, lurking just below the threshold of belief. It's not here to kill, it's here to be seen, just long enough to remind you that the sea still holds secrets, and some of them glide silently beneath your keel. Caddy doesn't roar or rise in violence. It emerges slowly, like breath exhaled by the ocean itself. One moment the water's still, the next, the kelp forests begin to move against the current, as if stirred by something below. No splash, no birds fleeing, just ripples, just shadow. In 1968, a small fishing village reported 5 sightings in a single week. Not of splashes or wreckage, of something watching from beneath the waves. Arched humps surfacing in rhythm, the head occasionally rising with eyes that gleamed like black stones. Nets were torn, but not taken. Boats were followed, then left alone. The message wasn't threat, it was presence. Modern sonar scans have recorded massive moving shapes at shallow depths, too fast for whales, too controlled for natural debris. In 1991, a submarine crew tracked something the length of 2 city buses, its signature different from any known life form. It moved like a thought through the water, and then vanished, as if slipping through another layer of reality. And it isn't always alone. Some sightings suggest 2 or even 3 caddy-like creatures moving together, gliding like a pod or a hunting pack. But always, the same pattern follows: brief contact, eerie silence, and a gnawing sense that you were permitted to see it, this time. Cadborosaurus doesn't seek you, it lets you know it's still there, and every time you sail that fog-choked coast again, you'll feel the water watching back. In the Patagonian south of Chile, where fjords pierce the land, like old wounds and rains never cease, lives a creature whose name means the leather. But El Cuero is not a piece of hide. It's a beast, one that moves like a flayed animal, silent and spread flat, lurking just beneath the river's gloss. Locals describe it as a living sheet of flesh, slick, brown, eyeless, except for 2 quivering feelers that reach out from its center, like tongues. It waits, that's all it does. El Cuero settles in still waters, lakes, estuaries, slow rivers. It floats near the surface, camouflaged as debris or a discarded coat. When an animal or person comes near, the beast strikes fast. It wraps around its prey, tight as wet cloth, puncturing flesh with a hidden barbed mouth in its center. Within minutes, the victim is dragged under, silent, gone. Some call it a giant freshwater stingray. But there's something more intelligent here, something strategic. Victims aren't found torn apart, but hollowed, drained. Locals leave offerings on riverbanks. Dogs refuse to drink, and those who survive speak of hearing the water hum just before it moved. No waves, no scent, just wet death slipping quietly toward you, like your shadow folding in reverse. Because El Cuero doesn't chase, it waits for you to forget. The terror of El Cuero lies not in its violence, but in its patience. It needs no teeth to inspire dread, no roar to signal its coming. It exists in the margins of perception, half seen, half dismissed, until it's too late. Its body spreads across the water like oil, thin and slick, trailing no wake, casting no reflection. You might step in thinking it's driftwood or the hide of a dead animal, but once you touch it, it clings. Witnesses say El Cuero doesn't move in waves. It pulses. It draws breath, not through lungs, but through suction, draining the fluids of its prey while they're still alive, aware, twitching. Some call it vampiric. Others believe it's older than myth, a remnant of a time when creatures were more function than form, more hunger than body. One researcher in the 1970s claimed to have filmed it in a remote Andean lake. The footage was lost in a fire. All that remained was a scribbled note. It's not an animal, it's a decision. Farmers tell of cattle disappearing by the water's edge, leaving behind only hoof prints and a circle of mud. One man saw his daughter wade into the river for reeds. She never came back. The police blamed currents. He blamed the hide that blinked. In southern Chile, when the waters look too calm, too still, the elders advise, don't skip stones, don't cast shadows, and above all, don't look too long, because sometimes the water looks back. In the ancient scrolls of Norse myth, they say the gods feared only three things: the wolf Fenrir, the fire giant Surt, and the serpent whose body looped the globe, Jörmungandr. Born of Loki's trickery and the sea's deepest darkness, this monster was no mere creature. It was a boundary. It marked the edge of what could be known. Odin cast it into the ocean to be rid of it. But it grew and grew, until its coils wrapped the entire earth. Its tail lodged between its fangs, holding the world in suspension. So long as it stayed asleep, the world endured. But when it stirs, the seas quake. Sailors near the Arctic Circle tell of sudden, unnatural tides, waters that draw back, not from storms, but from something shifting beneath them. There are no eyes, no surface breach, just currents that pull wrong, time that skips, whales that beach themselves for no reason. They say Jörmungandr doesn't swim like fish, it twists like fate. And if you find yourself lost in fogs, with no compass reading true, you may be sailing not around a storm, but along its spine. No one survives an encounter, because if the serpent awakens, it doesn't eat ships, it ends cycles. Ragnarok begins, not with fire, but with the slow loosening of a serpent's bite. Legends say Thor once fought Jörmungandr on the sea, lifting the beast with a fishing hook forged from cow bones. They wrestled till the sky split, the waters boiled, and time itself blinked. He struck it with his hammer, and it sank once more. But the serpent was not slain. It sleeps. In the frigid waters near Greenland and Norway, strange sonar readings appear, massive loops of movement, hundreds of meters long, rising and falling with no explanation. Submarines sent to investigate lose signal. Icebergs split without impact. And sometimes, in the distance, there's a sound, a deep, low groan, as if the earth itself is exhaling. Scientists blame underwater landslides or seismic activity, but those who still read the sagas know better. They say the serpent shifts when the balance of the world falters, when greed, war, and poison awaken old powers that have long been resting beneath the waves. And here's the thing, Yermungandra isn't just myth. Its name lives in every ocean chart that hides something too big to name. Its scales are mistaken for ridgelines, its breath for jet streams, its movements for anomalies. But what if the anomalies are lies, built to keep us from seeing what still coils beneath the crust? The serpent waits not to feed, but to finish. It is the punctuation to the sentence of man, and the day its tail slips from its mouth, the sky will not break because of what falls, but because of what rises. In the old tales whispered across the islands of the Philippines, there were once 7 moons, luminous pearls strung across the night, but their beauty drew envy. And from the deep came the Bacanawa, a monstrous serpent with a body like a whirlpool and a mouth wide enough to swallow stars. At first, it watched. Then, one night, it rose from the ocean like a mountain of scales, coiled through the clouds, and devoured the first moon. The world darkened, the tides went mad, and one by one, it consumed the rest. Only 1 moon survived, and to this day, the people bang pots and shout during eclipses, hoping to scare Bacanawa away before it finishes its meal. But is it only myth? Fishermen have reported massive whirlpools forming without wind. Satellites capture unexplained vortexes in Philippine waters that open and vanish within minutes. Locals claim to hear something groaning in the sea before eclipses. Not a wave, not a current, but a voice. The Bacanawa is no random beast. It's a lunar predator, a celestial eater. Its body is said to glimmer with moonlight trapped beneath its scales, and its breath makes tides tremble. And some say it isn't gone, just hungry, just waiting, because 1 moon still hangs above us, and even monsters hold grudges when they miss a meal. Unlike other sea beasts, the Bacanawa isn't bound by depth. It's a creature of ascent. Legends say its coils stretch miles long, shimmering with trapped stars, and when it moves, even the clouds drift off course. But what terrifies most isn't what it eats. It's when it chooses to rise. In 1983, residents near Tau Lake reported tremors before a lunar eclipse, not from the volcano, but from the water. Fishermen said the lake breathed out, hot mist blanketing the surface. For hours, no fish were caught, and no birds flew near. Then, as the eclipse peaked, the lake grew still, eerily still, and a column of water twisted upward without wind. No one stayed long enough to see what emerged. Some believe Bacanawa lives in underwater caverns carved from volcanic veins, a sleeping dragon waiting to reclaim what was once taken. Others insist it's not a creature at all, but a force of nature given form, a hunger that manifests when balance breaks, not to punish, but to consume. And still, eclipses come. Moons darken, people drum. Some laugh at the old traditions, calling them superstition. But ask the divers who felt tremors in still water. Ask the villagers who swear the ocean glows blue on moonless nights, as if something beneath it misses the light. The Bacanawa may be myth, yes, but if myths are echoes of truth, then we've been warning ourselves for centuries. In the dense rainforests of Papua New Guinea, where the rivers move like arteries through green flesh, there are whispered tales of a creature older than the trees themselves, known only as the one that blocks rivers. Villagers speak of a shadow that rises when the water grows still, of a silence that descends moments before something vast and unseen obstructs the flow. Entire streams have vanished overnight, diverted without evidence of rockfall, landslide, or flood. The elders believe it is not nature, but a being coiled beneath the surface, stirring only when disturbed by greed or ignorance. Fishermen have seen schools of fish scatter violently in patterns that suggest something massive passes beneath, but sonar yields no answer. Boats have returned cracked in half, nets shredded like silk, and always the current stops. Some say it's a guardian, others claim it's a punishment. But one thing is certain, when the river holds its breath, you should too. What makes Mokele Mbembe terrifying isn't just its size, it's the silence. No carcasses, no tracks, no noise. The jungle offers no evidence, only absence. Boats vanish, Camps fall quiet. Radios go static. The river closes over everything like it never happened. Local hunters tell of paths they refuse to cross, places where animals won't drink, birds won't sing, and even insects keep low. When asked why, they just say, "It sleeps there, not buried, not gone, sleeping." Scientists have dismissed it as folklore, a misidentified hippo or croc. But ask the pygmy elders, and they'll tell you that when Mokele is angry, it doesn't roar, it turns the water red. Whole stretches of river fouled with blood and foam, no fish for weeks, and somewhere in that stench you'll see it. A ripple far too wide, a shape under the current that doesn't belong. There was an expedition in 1981. Journalists, biologists, guides. 14 people, only 6 returned. They claimed they heard chanting from the river, but no one was there, just trees, staring. One survivor swore he saw a massive eye beneath the boat, not blink, just watch, and then disappear into ink-black depth. Mokele Mbembe doesn't chase. It waits for you to wander far enough from shore, then it pulls the world down with you. In the heart of Jämtland, Sweden, where pine forests sigh in wind, and the air bites like old steel, a deep, cold lake holds more than just water. Locals have called it sacred. Scientists call it mysterious. But the fishermen, the elders, the few who've lingered too long on its banks, they all know the truth. Storsjöodjuret stirs beneath the surface, and it is not of this world. This isn't some mossy log mistaken for a creature. The stories are too consistent. A long, serpentine body, dark as midnight ink, with smooth skin that reflects no light, no eyes, no scales, just movement, slow, methodical, chilling. They say it stretches 30 feet or more, gliding just beneath the ice, watching without vision, listening without ears. And when it passes under your boat, the lake falls silent. No birds, no wind, no thought. In 1894, the Swedish Parliament passed a law to protect the beast. That's right, protect it. Not from hunters, but from itself being hunted. As if they knew it was real, as if the land itself made a pact with it. Sonar has since revealed enormous shapes moving at unnatural speeds beneath Storsjön. Dive teams refuse to stay submerged for long, not from fear of drowning, but from the overwhelming feeling that something below them is awake, thinking, measuring. The Storsjöodjuret doesn't kill in bursts. It waits beneath the freeze. It is silence with a shape, a legend that slithers just beneath logic, feeding on the certainty that we're never truly alone. What chills survivors most about Storsjöodjuret isn't the shape or even the movement. It's the absence of features, no eyes, no fins, no jawline or gills, just a smooth, undulating mass that coils through the water like a thought half-formed. It doesn't thrash, it doesn't chase, it simply is, stretching through the lake like it was part of the original water itself. There's an old story about 2 engineers who tried to rake the bottom of Storsjön in the 1960s. They claimed to be searching for submerged wreckage, but their map showed otherwise. They were aiming straight for a pocket of the lake, long rumoured to be the creature's resting place. Days into the operation, their equipment began malfunctioning. Sonar pulses came back, wrong, not missing, not garbled, just wrong, as if they'd pinged something that wasn't bound by normal geometry. Then the cables snapped. The sled was never recovered. The engineers left the site, and neither of them ever spoke publicly again. Some scientists have theorized the monster could be a remnant plesiosaur, or a type of massive eel, never classified. But what eel listens to music? Locals report that, on rare occasions, the creature surfaces during festivals near the lake, when music plays, not close, not aggressively, but in the distance, as though drawn to it. Storsjöodjuret doesn't behave like a beast, it behaves like a witness, one that has waited far too long, and when it comes again, if it rises, truly rises, it won't be to flee or defend, it will be to remind the world that something old still listens in the dark, beneath frozen breath and black water. Australia's sunburnt skin hides many secrets. but some of the darkest are buried in the wet, forgotten hollows, where rivers slow and billabongs stagnate. There, beneath the still surface, among reeds and old bones, lurks a creature that doesn't roar like a lion or thrash like a shark. No, the bunyip waits in silence, and when it calls, it screams. Described in countless Aboriginal Dreamtime stories, the bunyip is not a beast in the traditional sense. It's a presence, sometimes seen as a massive tusked thing with a dog's face and flippers. Other times, it's a shadow with no shape at all, only sound. Its howl is its signature, a high, drawn-out wail that slices through fog, bends branches, and turns marrow to ice. Those who hear it describe a feeling like drowning, even if they're standing on dry land. Elders warn children not to wander near the water's edge. Cattle vanish near certain ponds. Dogs whimper when the winds shift. And explorers, often skeptical, return pale and tight-lipped, if they return at all. One settler in 1845 claimed he watched the water swell upward, like it was inhaling, then saw a large, sleek figure rise, snort, and slide beneath the surface without a ripple. Scientists wrote it off as seals or known marsupials, but no seal screams in perfect intervals. No marsupial leaves claw marks 20 feet up, eucalyptus bark. The bunyip doesn't just exist, it listens, and it waits for your silence before it starts to scream. One of the most unsettling things about the bunyip is that no two sightings match. Some describe a crocodile-like beast with feathers. Others speak of a cow-sized creature with shaggy black fur and horns. And still others say it has no body at all, only a dark outline and glowing eyes that vanish the second you blink. This isn't confusion, it's design. The bunyip seems to wear the fears of its witnesses, twisting itself into whatever frightens them most. Aboriginal accounts describe it as a spirit guardian, punishing those who disrespect sacred waters or take more than they need. And that might explain why it appears so often near abandoned wells, dried creeks, or poisoned ponds. The bunyip isn't just a monster, it's a reaction, a warning. In 1932, a young girl went missing near the Murrumbidgee River. Her footprints were found circling the water, then stopping abruptly. No drag marks, no blood, just a sun hat left floating like a forgotten promise. Days later, a farmer awoke to find all his sheep gathered tightly in the corner of their pen, shivering, refusing to move. The pond on his property bubbled for hours. He moved the next week. Some say the bunyip is extinct. Others say it never was flesh to begin with, that it's a curse, a sentience bound to water, born when the land is wounded. But whatever truth lies beneath those waters, one thing remains constant across all stories. When the billabong goes quiet, don't wait for the scream. Run before you hear it. Vanikoro lies broken and forgotten, at the edge of the Solomon Chain, a scarred island shaped by disaster. In 1788, the famed French explorer La Pérouse vanished there, his ships shattered by reef and storm. But locals tell a different story, one the ocean never gave up. They speak of Karamaru, the memory taker, a shadow that rose from the lagoon and erased the minds of those who saw it. The elders describe Karamaru not as a beast of flesh, but as something that warps reality itself. It appears as a dark swell beneath the coral shallows, stretching wide but never breaking the surface. Boats that drift into its reach are found adrift hours later, their occupants alive but dazed, unable to recall their names, their homes, or even how to speak. One man floated ashore with a mouth full of seawater and eyes that looked through time. They say Karamaru was born from a sunken rift, a wound in the seabed that pulses with something older than salt. It doesn't roar or chase, it simply hovers, drifts, waits, and when it nears you, your thoughts begin to unravel, not violently, but like thread tugged loose from fabric, bit by bit, memory by memory. Divers report strange pressure shifts near the reef where the French wrecks lie. Lights flicker in perfect silence. Go too deep, and you'll forget why you went. Stay too long, and you'll forget how to come back. Because Karamaru doesn't just sink ships, it sinks minds. Years after the La Pérouse wreck, colonial salvagers sent to investigate the area reported nightmares, even before they reached shore. One ship's log described crew waking up screaming, unable to recognize each other. Another diver returned with air still in his tank, but no idea why he had submerged. He spent the next month writing in a language no one could understand, lines spiraling off the page like eel trails in sand. Locals refused to sail through the lagoon after dusk, not for fear of drowning, but of forgetting themselves. It's believed Karamaru marks those who enter its reach, not always claiming them, but staining them. The marked grow strange, moody, unrecognizable. A village elder claimed the creature once stole her sister's voice and left only the sound of waves in her breath. Some think Karamaru is a remnant of something cosmic, not a sea monster, but a parasite of thought that feeds on the human mind like plankton. Others say it's the vengeful spirit of the ocean itself, born from the wrecks and rituals left unfinished by the dead. Once during a tsunami warning, a group of soldiers evacuated the island's coast. Cameras later showed them walking in circles for hours, just meters from shore, arms slack, eyes vacant. The ocean was calm, the air heavy. When asked what happened, they only replied, "We were already home." So if you ever visit Vanikoro, mark your path, speak your name often, tie reminders to your wrists, because when Karamaru comes, you forget why you ever feared the sea. The Norwegian fjords are deep scars cut by time and glacier, veins filled with dark water that sinks farther than light can follow. Among the mist and mountains, there are tales older than any map, stories of a beast that was never seen in full, only felt in tremors and silence. They call it Svarthalsen, the black throat, a serpent with a body so long it wraps around the fjord floor and waits without breath or hunger. It is not a creature of tides, but of stone, sleeping beneath the cliffs and speaking only when the wind stops. Fishermen speak of echoes that don't bounce back, of anchor chains that grow warm when lowered, of sounds that come from beneath the boat, not from the sea, but from something thinking far below. In 1952, a cable-laying vessel near Sognefjord reported dragging its equipment across something smooth and curved, harder than stone but pulsing with warmth. The cables melted. The crew fell ill. They were pulled back to port shaking and sleepless, unable to describe what they felt, only that the sea had listened. Since then, sonar surveys have refused to explore certain channels. The data returns scrambled, not missing, as though translated into a language no one speaks. Svarthalsen does not rise, does not move, does not feed in the way animals feed. It waits for moments when grief echoes across the mountains, and then the surface shifts without cause. Some believe Svarthalsen was born before the fjords were carved, that it is older than the ice, and that it feeds not on fish or men, but on sound itself. Near Florm, a group of hikers once recorded themselves calling out into the valley at dusk. The recording played back with a sound none of them had made, low and slow, like a mountain exhaling underwater. 3 of them would later refuse to return. One left Norway entirely. The last still writes down his dreams, where a black coil slides past windows that should not face the sea. Locals avoid the water during winter. They say that's when Svarthalsen is closest to the surface, when the cold tightens its grip and makes the creature aware of what moves above. Boats moored near the deepest points are sometimes found turned slowly, their ropes strained as if something below had reached for them and let go. No one claims to have seen the full body of the black throat, but enough have seen shapes that should not be there, movements that ripple without wind, and tides that do not match the moon. They say the creature wraps around the fjords in a slow spiral, like a crown of grief, coiled through the stone beneath villages that do not sleep well. It is not aggressive, it is patient, and when voices are lost in fog or mountains return no echo, it means Svarthalsen has listened long enough. It may not roar, but when it uncoils, the silence will fall like a flood. In the frozen claws of the Sea of Okhotsk, where the water churns with iron-coloured waves and ice drifts like broken teeth, sailors whisper of a creature known not for speed or fury, but for its patience and design. They call it Ulaganu, the deep architect, a colossal crustacean whose shell is layered with rusted metal, salt-worn bone, and fragments of sunken ships, arranged like ceremonial armor. It is said to move with a precision unnatural for its kind, dragging itself slowly across the ocean floor, constructing spirals of debris that stretch for miles. Not even the sharks dare to feed near its territory. In 1904, a Russian whaling vessel named Volny was last seen near the Eastern Trench. Its last transmission described a sudden whirlpool that rose without warning beneath clear skies. When a scout team returned weeks later, they found no wreckage on the surface. Divers discovered, far below, the twisted remains of the ship wedged into a massive ring of bones and coral, arranged in what looked like a perfectly formed eye. These structures are what make Ulaganu different. It does not leave wreckage in chaos, it builds with it. Submarines that pass through the zone report sonar disruptions and hull vibrations that match no known pattern. Those who surface from dives report hearing clicks and scraping noises in perfect intervals, as though the creature is mapping, measuring, creating. Ulaganu is not a scavenger, it is a builder, sculpting cathedrals of the drowned in a language we do not speak. The fear surrounding Ulaganu does not come from its form, which is rarely seen, but from what it leaves behind. Entire vessels have been found gutted and set upright on the seabed, balanced in unnatural positions, every object inside carefully placed as though part of an offering. Helmets positioned on chairs, forks aligned on tables, ropes woven into symmetrical knots across shattered decks. Not a single body ever remains. No blood, no drag marks. Just arrangement, like a curator, assembling a forgotten history from the remains of the bold. In 1976, a Japanese expedition using an unmanned submersible captured footage of a structure nearly 100 meters wide, a spiral dome built from dozens of ship hulls, fused together by coral and seaweed. The camera flickered near the edge, then shut down entirely. When retrieved, its casing was scratched in uniform lines, evenly spaced, deeply etched. Marine biologists said it resembled claw marks, not from attack, but as if the machine had been deliberately examined. Local fishermen believe Ulaganu was once a divine beast punished for arrogance, cast into the trench where it now builds in silence, trying to mimic the world it was banished from. Others believe it is not one creature, but a colony, a hive mind with one purpose: to preserve, to archive, to store the drowned, in an order that only it understands. The sea above remains wild and chaotic, but deep below, Ulaganu is arranging the ocean's dead like stained glass. And one day, when the last piece is placed, something might rise, not to destroy, but to display what the sea remembers, and the surface always forgets. In the marshlands and slow rivers of southern Chile, where reeds tangle and the water runs shallow and dark, villagers speak of El Cuero, the hide of death, a creature with no bones and no mercy. It is not shaped like a fish or a serpent. It resembles a stretched sheet of raw skin, slick and veined, drifting just beneath the surface, as still as rot. At a glance, it looks like nothing at all. At second glance, it's already too late. El Cuero is not hunted, because it does not flee, it does not strike in storms or during chaos. It waits for silence. It waits for the moment when a human dips their hand, foot, or face into the water. Then the skin rises and wraps around the body, like a glove. Small hooks line its underside, invisible until they sink into flesh. There is no sound, no splash, no struggle. The water closes with the same stillness it held before. Eyewitnesses describe an unnatural smell before it appears, like wet leather left too long in the sun. Dogs whine when it's near. Birds do not sing over its territory. One shepherd claimed he saw the creature lunge for a calf and consume it in under a minute, folding over the animal like a wet cloak and dragging it under before the scream could finish. El Cuero is not a predator by instinct. It is a predator by nature. It does not eat to live. It eats because the river wills it so. Legends say El Cuero was not always a beast. Long ago, a warlock cursed by betrayal sought revenge not through spells, but through transformation. He offered himself to the river, in exchange for silence and power. The water accepted. His body was peeled away, his face stretched thin, his organs dissolved. What remained was only hunger stitched into skin. Fishermen have attempted to trap it. Nets come back shredded. Hooks come back bent. Boats that drift too long in its zone are found days later covered in long hair-thin slashes, as if the creature was testing the wood for weakness. Survivors from narrow escapes tell of a burning cold that enters the lungs when Il Cuero draws close, as if the air thickens with grief. In 2001, a herpetologist tried tagging a strange movement under the Pilmay-Ken River with a sonar buoy. For 2 days, the tag reported a spiral pattern that repeated at precise intervals. On the 3rd day, the signal stopped. They recovered the tag buried in the riverbank, its outer shell covered in thin layers of coagulated blood. No trace of the researcher who placed it. Locals hang leather talismans by the water's edge, not to repel El Cuero, but to distract it. They say it is drawn to its own texture, as if it still remembers being human, as if it longs to wear a face again. No storm heralds its arrival. No wave breaks to announce its passing. When El Cuero comes, it glides beneath your shadow and waits for your reflection to stop moving. In the swampy labyrinths of West Africa, where the lagoons run thick and red with rusted clay and forgotten offerings, fishermen murmur of Ainignon, the blood lake phantom. It is neither beast nor ghost, neither spirit nor storm. It is a presence stitched into the water's colour, a thing that speaks in familiar voices and calls from where no boat should go. Ainignon is not seen first, it is heard. Those who have lost loved ones to the water say they sometimes hear them again, late in the dusk. A wife singing an old tune, a brother calling their name from the mist. The words come soft and warm, as if carried by wind. But there is no wind, only stillness, and that unmistakable scent of wet copper. Those who follow the voice are never seen again. The elders say, Ainignon is what remains when grief sinks too deep. A weaving of sorrow and water that hungers for memory and sound. It wraps around the thoughts of the listener, curling into their dreams, loosening their will. Some say it formed centuries ago during the forced crossings, when bodies filled these waters by the thousands and the spirits of the drowned had nowhere to rise. One boatman returned, after a full night vanished. His hair was white, his voice gone. He stared at the ground as his boat drifted backward. On his wrist, carved faintly, as if by coral, were words in a language no one could read. He has not spoken since. Fishermen avoid casting nets in certain corners of the lagoon. They say the water there feels warmer, thicker, as if it resists the weight of the net. Once a boy tossed a stone into the center of the stillness and watched as the ripples did not return. The surface remained glassy and undisturbed. That night, he dreamed of a pale face rising from the lake, its eyes open, mouth moving in reverse. Researchers who came in the 1980s to study fish migration patterns abandoned the project after 2 of their crew walked directly into the water without a word. Their footsteps were light, unhurried, as if following something only they could hear. Divers were sent after them but returned disoriented, unable to describe what they saw. One muttered about arms reaching from the mud, too long, too smooth, without hands, only open mouths at the ends. Shrines built along the edges of the lagoon feature carvings of faceless figures, necks elongated like reeds, heads bowed toward the water. Locals burn spices at night to confuse Ainigne's voice, believing that strong scent clouds the path between worlds. But sometimes the smell isn't enough, and the voice still comes, soft and pleading, always sounding like someone you miss, someone you trust, someone you swore you buried long ago. Ainign does not rush its prey. It waits in lullabies. It lingers in silence. It pulls not with teeth or claws but with memory, with sound, with the ache of unfinished goodbyes. And when it calls your name, it will be in a voice you cannot resist. In the southern reaches of the South China Sea, where trade winds bite and storms forget their names, sailors have begun whispering of a reef that doesn't appear on any chart. They call it Xuanxi, the shifting fang. It wasn't always there. In fact, no one remembers seeing it before a decade ago. But now it rises in patches, sharp coral forming rings in the deep that twist in unnatural geometry, glinting red when the tide is low and humming when the moon wanes. At first it was thought to be an underwater volcano growing upward, until survey drones were sent to map it. None returned, not broken, not destroyed, simply vanished. Teams dispatched by 3 different nations dropped buoys and sonar lines. All reported echoes bouncing back with a delay, as though something beneath the reef were moving, shifting its density to confuse the signal. When they retrieved a buoy, it had changed shape, warped like plastic exposed to fire, and was covered in fine symmetrical carvings, like the pattern of fish scales, but far too large. Fishermen from nearby islands avoid the area, especially after one vessel returned with no one aboard. The nets had been drawn in. The anchor was still down. The crew's shoes and coats were neatly arranged in a circle on the deck, pointing toward the sea. Inside the captain's log were lines of script, written in ink not used by any modern pen, slanted upward like a spiral. They say Xuanxi is not just growing, it is remembering. The center of Xuanxi, according to one diver who returned muttering riddles and blinking as though in dream, is hollow. A bowl of coral forming a perfect sphere around a glowing mass, flickering like fire under oil. He claimed it watched him, not with eyes, but with attention, the way a storm watches the sky. His oxygen lasted longer than it should have. The water felt warm, but when he surfaced, hours had passed. He could no longer say his name. Other attempts to breach the reef resulted in thick fogs rising over calm water. Radar showed nothing unusual. Ships became disoriented, some reporting loops in their coordinates, as if sailing forward returned them to their own wake. One helicopter pilot described a pulsing light beneath the surface, too bright for reflection, and when he blinked, it appeared closer. He landed shaking, claiming he heard a voice inside the rotor's hum, whispering in a language older than his blood. Xuanxi continues to grow, according to satellite images, though none stay clear for long. Coral doesn't grow this fast, nor does it curve inward in impossible arcs. Experts cannot explain it. Locals say it is the rebirth of an ancient beast, an intelligence that once ruled the deep before the continents knew their names. It speaks not through sound, but through light, through geometry, through the compulsion to dive where no man should. One day it will rise fully, not to spread, but to teach, to reshape, to reclaim. And when it does, the sea itself may no longer answer to the moon. Beneath the grey-blue bight of the North Atlantic, just beyond the icy edge of the mid-Atlantic ridge, sonar scans revealed a structure that should not exist. It is not a shipwreck. It is not volcanic. It rises from the ocean floor like the remains of a fortress, complete with arched doorways, pillars encrusted with stone, and walls aligned too perfectly for nature's hand. Divers call it the Cold Hold, though its original name is long lost. What remains within its broken gates is not merely ruin, it is guarded. At first it was dismissed as natural formations, some tectonic quirk, but in 2013, a private expedition, funded by a northern tech magnate, sent down a manned submersible, equipped with high-lumen cameras. The footage showed murals on the stone, now coral-worn but still visible, scenes of a creature coiled around towers, wings folded like sails, with a face that seemed to shift with every angle. In the final seconds of the dive, a shadow passed in front of the camera. The feed cut to static. The submersible was retrieved. Its hull was untouched, but the pilot sat wide-eyed and silent. His tongue bit through. He would never speak again. The crew later reported strange humming through the comms, as though something was breathing directly into the signal. Patterns emerged in the footage, geometric sigils embedded in the stone that pulsed faintly when viewed under certain wavelengths. One shape returned in every scan, regardless of angle, a spiral eye within a broken crown. The bastion still stands, and something watches from its gate. The Seguntre Tebbebut. Legends from the surrounding coasts, speak of a creature called Ugurson, the Iron Serpent, said to have once been a sea king's pet, armored in chain, and fed the bones of invaders. It was no myth to those who dared the waters above the cold hold. Naval reports from both world wars mentioned sonar contacts, moving at speeds impossible for any known life form, large enough to rival dreadnoughts, with strange interference that scrambled navigation. Survivors from torpedoed ships swore their vessels were not hit, but pulled down by something metallic and pulsing. In the deep, Ugurson slumbers in coils of rusted armor, grown over with barnacle and kelp, but alive. Its scales clang faintly in the dark when currents shift. Divers who dare descend hear the sound before they see the shape. Chimes of hollow iron brushing stone. The creature is too large to be captured in one view, its body twisting through the ruins, like an anchor chain wound around a drowning god. Some believe Ugurson was not born but built, an ancient convergence of biology and ritual craftsmanship, given sentience by sacrifice. Others claim it was the last guardian of a kingdom swallowed by the sea, bound to defend its crumbled walls until the tides recede forever. A research drone sent near the Coldhold's central chamber returned one frame before its battery fried, a serpentine face, eyes glowing dimly, its head crowned with a spire of bone-wrought metal. Then the feed went black. It was not attacking, it was waiting. In the endless mirror of the Antarctic Sound, where silence holds dominion, and the ice rises like frozen cathedrals, there drifts a melody too deep for ears yet heard in the marrow. Sailors and researchers alike have whispered of it in their logs, unsure if it was real or the wind speaking through frost. They call it the Hollow Maw, a creature said to be formed of nothing but vibration and teeth, a beast that swims not for prey but for resonance. Icebreakers passing through the straits have gone silent without warning. Radio contact vanishes. Lights dim, the crew hears humming, low and slow echoing through steel and bone. When contact returns, time has passed, though the clocks remain unchanged. Some members remember only part of the journey. Others forget their names. One survivor described the sound as a lullaby sung by the ocean to itself, too vast to hold, too ancient to question. Drones sent beneath the ice have captured strange flickers, shadows that move too fast, loops of sonar that seem to fold back upon themselves. One image caught a spiraled formation beneath a glacier wall, perfectly circular, with indentations like gills surrounding a central dark pit. Around it, the ice was cracked in webbed patterns, as if the sound had burrowed through solid matter. The Hollow Maw does not approach, it surrounds, it sings, and in that song something slips loose. Language, identity, gravity. It hums, and you begin to forget what silence ever meant. The legend of the Hollow Maw comes not from folklore, but from failed expeditions. In 1984, a joint Antarctic team vanished for 6 days. Their radio logs picked up fragments, words half swallowed, melodies repeating in unnatural cycles. When they were found, the crew was alive, but deeply altered. They moved slowly, spoke only in whispers, and refused to sleep. When pressed, they said they had met something that didn't speak in words but in presence, a pressure that curled around their thoughts like hands in fog. Scientists dismissed it as cold-induced psychosis, but the ice told a different tale. Beneath the site, divers found an under-ice cavern lined with long gouges, not from drilling or tectonics, but smooth and deliberate. At its center, a circular shaft descended into blackness, where instruments failed and light bent as if pulled sideways. One diver descended alone, tied to a cable. 40 meters in, he began humming. The cable went slack. When pulled back, he was breathing but unconscious, his mouth moving as though still singing. He awoke days later, with a wordless scream, and has not spoken since. Now, vessels crossing the Antarctic Sound go quiet before entering. Crews wear noise-cancelling helmets. Ships move faster, but the sound still finds a way. Some say the Hollow Maw is not a creature, but the ocean's first dream, left behind when the world cooled and hardened. A memory that floats, seeking minds to echo its shape, and when it finds yours, it changes you forever. In the heat-hazed waters of the Bay of Bengal, Between the shifting silt and the quiet drift of mangrove shadows floats a body that defies time. It is massive, unmistakably a whale, but no ordinary one. Its skin is bloated, leathery, blackened with age and tide. Its eyes have long caved in, yet the body moves, not by current, not by wave. It turns purposefully, shifting direction against the pull of the sea, moving in long, slow arcs, like a beast still alive. Locals call it Shumorput, the sea ghost. It was first sighted in the early 1900s by merchant vessels, thought to be the corpse of a blue whale. Yet it never decayed. Through storm and season, it drifted in patterns too deliberate. Nets caught near it were often torn open from below, and fishing lines would come back clean, hooks bent backward as if carefully unpicked. Divers from a coastal research team once tried approaching it. Only one returned. He was found clinging to the side of a buoy. Hours later, eyes wide, fingernails torn off. He could not speak for days. When he did, he said the whale had no bones, just walls of meat, hollowed, and something within them that moved when it breathed. Shumorput is not merely a corpse, it is a mask, a husk worn by a thing that prefers the disguise of death. What steers it is unseen, but not unfelt. The sea grows strangely still when it approaches, as if the water itself is waiting to see who will notice. There are stories among the fisher tribes of the Sundarbans, spoken only when the fires are low and the tides retreat. They say the sea once swallowed a god, a hungry spirit too cruel for land, and spat it out into the belly of a dying whale. Trapped but not killed, it found home in the hollow warmth of flesh. It learned to steer, to wait, to feed without revealing its shape. Now it wears the whale like a shroud, drifting toward lights, toward voices, toward those who believe corpses cannot hunt. In 1965, a tugboat passing through the bay struck the whale. The crew assumed they had hit a floating carcass, but the damage was to their own hull. Something underneath had split the metal clean, as though opened with fingers. The boat sank in minutes. Only a single radio message was logged, a scream cut off by the sound of bubbling. Years later, satellite images captured the creature again. Always the same size, the same wounds, the same bloated body, a rotting monument, immune to time. But in each sighting, the position of its fins changed, its tail bent differently, its mouth just slightly ajar, as though adjusting, learning. One theory posits the creature within mimics the whale's biology, that it secretes preservatives, manipulates muscle tissue, animates the dead weight like a ship with sails. But others believe there is no creature, only a spirit, made of salt and shadow, puppeteering its vessel, in search of something it lost in life, a heartbeat, a home, a name. Those who follow it vanish, those who dream of it, wake with seawater in their lungs. South of the Cayman Islands, where the Caribbean deep yawns wider than most dare to imagine, lies a trench that glows at night, not with stars reflected on the surface, but from within, deep below, where pressure could turn steel to scrap. And time moves like silt. Locals call it Boca del Silencio, the mouth of silence. At first glance, the flickers resemble ordinary bioluminescence, the signature shimmer of deep water life. But they move with intent, in patterns, in signals, in sequences that mimic Morse, mimic the glint of distress flares, mimic the desperate call of something alive. In 1992, a submersible funded by a Caribbean Geological Institute attempted a dive into the trench's edge. Within minutes of descent, it reported new life forms, long ribbon-like shapes, with clusters of lights along their limbs, seemingly coordinating movement. Then the comms cut. When the submersible surfaced, it was empty. The hatch showed no damage. But inside, the control seats were soaked in brine, and the cabin reeked of ozone and decay. Divers avoid Boca del Silencio not because of depth, but because of the dreams. Even from afar, those who pass near it report sleep filled with images of floating cities, endless tunnels carved in coral, and eyes always eyes, watching from behind veils of light. Some say the trench is not just a crack in the earth, but the upper lip of something much larger, still rising. That the lights are not bait, not warnings, but part of its skin. A signal of something preparing to wake. In a coastal village near Montego Bay, fishermen recall the year a storm drove them too close to the trench. Their boat stalled under a sky gone completely still, and the water beneath them pulsed with light, as if a heartbeat beat below. Then came the touch. Thin, flexible tendrils rose around the hull, glowing faintly blue, moving not in chaos but rhythm. They did not strike. They pressed gently, as if testing, measuring, deciding. One man reached overboard. The light curled around his wrist and vanished beneath his skin. He screamed for hours, but his body bore no marks, just eyes wide with terror, and the repeating whisper that it had counted his bones. Since then, satellite imagery reveals slight shifts in the trench's perimeter after each major tropical storm, as if it opens wider, breathes deeper. Researchers now believe there is a bioluminescent organism embedded in the rock, larger than any known species, its appendages disguised as tendrils of coral or strands of kelp. But the locals are not convinced it is animal at all. They call it the listener. They believe it does not eat. It absorbs sound, heat, memory. Boats that drift too close return strangely cold, their hulls coated with microscopic patterns like fingerprints. Divers pulled from its edge suffer partial memory loss, not dramatic, but surgical, missing birthdays, missing names, missing the scent of their childhood home. The trench waits, not asleep, not awake, watching, flickering, and each light it flashes is one step closer to knowing who watches back. In the blistering shimmer of the Arabian Gulf, beneath the sand-swept waters where pearl divers once dove without oxygen, legends still whisper through villages and broken docks of something pale, something long, something listening. They call it al-Lifif, the silken coil, a serpent as white as dried bone and smooth as eel skin, wider than a dhow and so quiet it moves through schools of fish, without disturbing a single scale. It is said to wind itself through reef and wreck alike, coiling into impossible knots beneath the silt and coral, pulsing faintly with a pale inner glow. Divers claim it does not strike from below like other sea creatures. It rises gently, like a hand lifting from silk sheets, a soft shimmer at the edge of the diver's vision, mistaken first for sunlight breaking the surface, then a voice, not loud, not sharp, but intimate, deep inside the skull. It doesn't ask questions, it offers answers, answers to unspoken fears, to grief carried in silence, to the ache of forgotten love. And those who listen float upward, not from fear, not from panic, but from comfort. Old men along the wharves say they once knew divers who surfaced with bleeding eyes, lungs stretched open like sails, faces smiling as if they had met something divine. Those divers did not survive. Their final breaths were calm. Their final words were always the same. It forgave me. Al-Lifif does not chase. It waits in stillness, weaving through pearl beds, wrapping around the bones of broken nets, and when the heart is heavy enough, it comes close. In 1948, a British naval officer stationed near Bahrain documented the strange case of 3 divers who returned with pearls of unnatural luster, opalescent, radiant, but warm to the touch. One diver died before morning, the second vanished during the night, and the third awoke gasping, his breath like steam in the dry air. He whispered of being touched by a serpent with no eyes that had shown him his own life. Its moments rewound and rearranged, all while coiled around his chest like a lover. He said it breathed into him. Since then, similar stories have surfaced from Abu Dhabi to Muscat. Divers brought up too fast, their lungs ruptured, but without panic. The medical records speak of peaceful decompression, not a struggle, but release. Almost willing. The autopsies reveal strange fluids in the lungs, clear and shimmering, not salt water, no bacteria, no parasites, just something clean, as if the sea itself had baptized them in something too old for naming. Folklore says Al-Lafif is not of the sea, but of silence. Born of a drowned priest who prayed for clarity in his final breath. His wish was answered, and the serpent became its vessel. It swims not to feed, but to console, to gather sorrow, to untangle the knots men carry in their chests. When the burden becomes too heavy, it lifts them upward, whispering their own truths back to them in a language shaped like their mother's voice. Pearls found in its territory are always perfect, but none dare wear them. In the Gulf of California, where jagged rocks rise like teeth, and the tides change faster than thought, fishermen tell of something that does not swim. It walks, beneath the sunlit waves, through hidden caves, veiled in kelp, lives El Desolado, the flayed one. It is not creature nor spirit, but something old and unfinished, wearing the skin of those it's claimed, stepping back into the world disguised in flesh not its own. It is said to come after storms, when the water is still blood-warm, and the red tide churns thick like paint. Bodies wash ashore drained of blood, bones intact, faces eerily unblemished, a perfect disguise, except for the eyes, always cloudy, as if they remember drowning. In 1989, a diving crew near Isla Ángel de la Garda vanished. Their oxygen tanks were found on the beach, lined up neatly. Days later, 2 of the crew returned, dry, walking barefoot, and smiling. Their families welcomed them home, until one mother noticed her son's birthmark was missing. Another saw her brother eating with the wrong hand, though he had never been left-handed. The townsfolk say those 2 people were never right again. One walked into the sea during a thunderstorm. The other stood staring into a mirror, until the glass cracked. El Desolado does not drag its victims away. It becomes them, and it walks inland when the wind is right, when the moon is full, searching for faces that still breathe, to add to its silent gallery beneath the surf. The caves beneath the Gulf are carved not by nature, but by something with intent. Divers who dare enter them speak of tunnels, too smooth, turns too sharp. Inside, the walls pulse with a faint vibration, like breath. In one chamber, an archaeological team found rows of skulls arranged on coral pedestals, each bleached clean but missing the mandible. Above them, etched into the stone, were carvings of a figure with no face holding a human skin, like a robe. Locals perform an annual ritual, casting salt and tobacco into the water. They say it keeps El Desolado satisfied. The creature does not crave food. It craves form, to walk again, to be seen, to live lives it cannot truly own. Survivors report dreams of being underwater, looking at themselves from the outside, watching their own bodies move without control. Some wake to find seawater in their beds. In 2015, a marine biologist named Dr. Herrera published a paper on unexplained sonar echoes in the Gulf. He proposed the presence of a biological mimicry cluster, but the report was pulled from publication, and Dr. Herrera left his post abruptly. Months later, he was seen near Cabo San Lucas, staring out at sea. A tourist asked him for directions, and he turned with a smile that was just too wide. He disappeared before the week ended. El Desolado remembers every step it has taken, and every face it has worn. Beneath Greenland's southern fjords, where glaciers kiss black water and silence hangs like breath that never finishes, lies a trench too straight, too deep, and far too warm. The Inuit elders call it Umatingwa, the place where the earth moans. It is not marked on maps, but its presence is felt through the groaning of ice shelves that never crack, through sonar distortions that return like echoed heartbeats, and in the low throb of something breathing deep beneath the tectonic seams. Naval ships, passing near the trench, have recorded sudden changes in depth and pressure, like the ocean floor rising, then falling, in slow rhythmic pulses, as if the earth beneath is not land at all, but ribcage. In 1981, a research crew drilling through the ice encountered warm vapor rising from beneath. It carried no sulfur, no salt, only the iron-sweet scent of blood, warm as a fresh wound. What followed were tremors, not earthquakes, but waves of pressure that buckled steel beams and burst eardrums. One scientist was pulled from the ice, weeping. clutching his chest. He claimed he had heard a heartbeat, not his own, but one deeper, older, louder than any animal. That trench, some believe, is not natural. It is a scar, a wound sealed over by time and frost, but never truly healed. And what lies beneath may not be dead. It may simply be resting, a creature the size of a continent, dreaming in coils of stone and breath, waiting for warmth to wake its mind again. For decades, the trench's breath, those plumes of warm reddish vapor, was dismissed as geothermal activity. But the color, the temperature, the scent, it all defied logic. One geologist, Lena Wallström, collected a sample. It bubbled in her flask, like something alive. When exposed to oxygen, it turned dark, thick, and began forming strands, almost like muscle. The lab sealed the sample away. Weeks later, the facility experienced a blackout. When power returned, the flask was shattered, the sample gone. The footage, static, nothing more. Now, vessels passing over Umatengue sail with all lights off. They speak in whispers. They avoid sonar, fearing the trench might listen. Some have reported lights below the ice, flickering slowly, like lanterns swinging in rhythm with a breath. A few submariners swear they've heard whispers through the hull, not voices, but humming that forms patterns, pressing into the skull, like words never meant to be spoken. Local shamans say the trench is the mouth of something older than sleep, sealed by the first ice, to protect the world above. They speak of an ancient being, coiled beneath the crust, whose dreams cause magnetic shifts, whose snores stir storms, and whose hunger cannot be killed, only delayed. In 2017, a satellite showed a crack, extending outward from the trench in a perfect spiral. Glaciologists blamed tectonic drift, but the pattern was too precise. They are now watching for a second spiral. If one forms, they say, it means the beast beneath has opened its eye. Off the southern coast of Crete, where sea foam hisses against limestone cliffs, and forgotten ruins lie shattered beneath centuries of tide, there are stories of a sunken place known as Echothek, the Library of Echoes. It is not drawn on charts, nor do fishermen sail its direction willingly, but divers in the region report glimpses of marble arches through veils of sand, fallen columns resting upon each other like ribs in an ancient beast, and steps that descend deep into the seabed, too intact to be accidental. Those who swim near it often surface whispering in fluent Greek, even if they have never spoken the language. One tourist from Australia, an amateur diver, emerged muttering in verse, reciting stanzas from a lost Sophoclean tragedy that scholars had never heard before. When they tried to question him, he began weeping, saying he had heard the pages breathe. He never dove again. Marine archaeologists once attempted to explore the site. Their drones transmitted brief footage, shelves of stone lined with coral formations shaped like scrolls, their surfaces engraved with symbols that shifted shape beneath light. In the center, a dome of black pearl shimmered like the back of a whale, humming faintly, and within the hum were voices, not just one, but many, layered like a choir, drowning slowly. Locals say the library was built not to preserve knowledge, but to imprison it, that some words are too heavy for land, too alive to be read aloud, and down there, those words still wait for mouths. In the deep shadow of Echothek, there move figures that resemble divers, limbs long, movement fluid, but their skin glints like wet stone, and coral blooms from where their necks should be. These are the librarians, or so they are named in the journals of a sunken research vessel, recovered by chance in 2003. That ship had vanished during a routine seismic scan. All 11 bodies were recovered inside, intact, seated upright. Each one held a stone tablet, inscribed with writing unknown to modern alphabets. Their throats, filled with hardened coral strands, as if something had grown from within, choking silence into permanence. The librarians are said to guard the words buried there, poems that foretell shipwrecks, songs that can split minds, names that drown when spoken aloud. They do not attack, they offer knowledge, they offer voices, and once heard, those voices cling, echoing long after surfacing. Some divers report dreams of ancient classrooms, of philosophers with mouths full of seawater, teaching in dialects no longer known. They wake with salt dried to their lips, and blood on their pillow. Boats that drop anchor too close to the sight, sometimes return with barnacles patterned like letters, arranged on their hulls in spirals, a warning perhaps, or an invitation. No sonar reaches far beneath Ecotech. Its dome reflects all signals. But if you listen closely on a still night, you might hear the ocean whisper names into the shell of your ear, names you never gave it, but which feel like yours. Far off the eastern coast of New Zealand, nestled between ridgelines of volcanic scar and tectonic hush, lies a pit so narrow and deep, it has earned a simple, dreadful name from sailors who dare cross it. The Abyss of Twins. From above, it appears unremarkable, a darker blue within a darker sea, but ships that pass through its center often never return whole. When they do, they arrive split directly down the middle, each half drifting on its own course, as if dissected by a surgeon who knew both steel and bone. The first report came in 1954 from a freighter hauling ore to Chile. Its final message was garbled, a sound like groaning metal and rushing water, followed by a voice muttering in unison, overlapping with itself. The ship was later discovered in two pieces, both halves barnacle cleaned, neither scorched nor bruised by explosive force. It was not an accident. It was precision. Legends from Maori fishermen speak of Ruatangata, the twin souls of the sea, brothers cast into the deep for their betrayal of the land. They were bound in silence, and sent to circle each other forever, never touching, never able to turn away. And it is between them, in the quietest throat of the trench, that the splitting happens. Some say it's a punishment. Others say it's merely curiosity. Two minds that know only halves, experimenting on everything that dares pass between. The abyss doesn't pull, it invites. And once you're in its line, there is no turning port or starboard, only down the line that divides all things. Survivors are few, but those who return from near the Abyss of Twins speak of a slicing hum in the water, not a roar, not a crash, just a whispering tremble like the ring of two swords brushing underwater. One diver described seeing an enormous shadow gliding parallel beneath him, and then, without warning, its double, a perfect mirror image, appearing opposite. Neither moved aggressively. They circled, synchronized, like ballet in slow motion, but everything between them came undone. In 1987, a military sub reported losing orientation near the trench. Its outer hull recorded deep incisions, not scrapes, but lines etched with clean mathematical alignment. The crew inside said the lights flickered, and each man's reflection in the glass doubled. They were alone, but felt eyes on either side. When they surfaced, their instruments recorded the date wrong by 2 days. Oceanographers believe there's a magnetic anomaly at play, perhaps twin tectonic faults, that create harmonic interference. But that doesn't explain the voices, perfectly duplicated speech, caught on black box recordings, nor the photos taken near the trench showing sea creatures with duplicated features. 2 dorsal fins, 2 eyes on each side, bodies elongated and split at the belly, but still swimming. No submersible has reached the bottom. Sonar loses track past a certain depth, returning only a flat line, as if the trench is not water, but something else entirely. A corridor through the very fabric of the sea, guarded by 2 sentinels who only understand balance by dividing all that enters. Where Patagonia's cold waves stretch into twisted fjords and sea mists curl around the hulls of tired vessels, a strange green forest grows beneath the tides. The locals call it Bosque del Susurro, the whispering forest. At first, it looks like any other tangle of kelp, long, sinewed vines drifting lazily with the current. But get too close, and you'll hear them. The voices, soft, sweet, and impossibly familiar. Fishermen from southern Chile warn against anchoring near that forest. Boats disappear. Nets return shredded. Divers resurface clutching their ears, murmuring names no one else hears. Some say the kelp isn't just plant. It's a lure that it listens, learns, and sings your memories back to you. A song too perfect to resist. In 1972, a marine biologist stationed in Puerto Aysén attempted to map the kelp bed. He recorded sounds, high-pitched whistles, groaning hums, and most disturbingly, a woman's voice singing in Mapudungun, though no speakers of the language were aboard. When he played the recording back, his assistant wept. It was his grandmother's lullaby. She had died decades ago. The kelp's tendrils are strong enough to crush a small boat, but they never strike with force. They tighten gradually, lovingly, like arms drawing something close. And those ensnared are often smiling when pulled beneath. Some say the vines are animated by the drowned, that they feed not on flesh, but memory, that they sing only what they've collected. And when the ocean goes quiet, it's only because the kelp is listening for a new song. There's a tale among the coastal villages. A sailor once jumped into Bosque del Sussurro to find his wife lost in a shipwreck a year before. His crewmates begged him not to, but as their vessel passed the kelp's edge, he heard her voice call his name. Clear as a bell and warm with love, he dove in. What he saw, he would later tell them through gasps and tears, was her face beneath the surface, eyes open, smiling, framed in ribbons of green. She reached for him, and the kelp reached too. When they pulled him out, the sailor bore deep rope burns on his arms. He said she was not dead. She had become part of the forest, and she wanted him to stay. He tried to return the next night. They had to chain the hatch. Divers who've braved the forest report tunnels, formed by the vines, arched green corridors, pulsing slowly with current, and inside those tunnels are faces. Not living, not dead, just still. Their mouths move in song, and the vines around them shimmer like breath. One team planted cameras in the kelp to observe growth patterns. The footage showed the tendrils reconfiguring into words, names spelled in perfect Spanish, sometimes the names of the crew themselves. The footage then cut to static. It said that Bosque del Sussurro is a graveyard that refuses silence, that those who die in its reach are not buried, but remembered, their voices preserved in the sway of vine and tide, and when you hear your name, it's already too late. In the archipelagic sprawl of the central Philippines, where the sea shifts with moods older than mountains and storms curl from blue skies without warning, lies a phenomenon no sailor dares name aloud. They simply call it Circulong Tumatawa, the laughing circle. From above, it appears as a spiral of dark water, a whirlpool without wind, swirling slowly and silently, as if spinning with thought. But it's the sound that haunts those who hear it. Not a howl, not a roar, a laugh, hollow, feminine, and far too close. It echoes beneath the boat, even when the water's flat. Some say it mimics your own voice. Others say it laughs before you even speak. The first written report came from a Spanish galleon in the 1700s, which circled the vortex for 3 days before vanishing. All that remained was a page from the captain's log, half wet and ink-smeared. She is beneath us, and she is pleased. The whirlpool does not chase ships. It appears in stillness, clear skies, a lull in current. Then the sea dips slightly, like a breath drawn inward. The circle forms, and if a vessel crosses the center, the current does not pull, it convinces. Those on board begin to lean forward, drawn by a sound only they seem to hear. A whisper wrapped in joy, layered in a laugh that feels like memory. Survivors say it feels like being called home, like hearing your own mother laugh from beneath the surface. Only one diver returned, and he hasn't laughed since. The locals believe Circulong Tumatawa is not just a vortex, but a guardian, or a curse. A Diwata, a spirit of rain and river, who once ruled a hidden island until men built harbors upon her temple and drained her lakes for gold. They say she wept into the sea, and from her tears rose whirlpools that spin when her laughter returns. During the monsoon of 1968, a naval vessel, sent to map the ocean floor near Samar, vanished inside one such whirlpool. The last radio contact was laughter, feminine, soft. The words were unintelligible, but every crewman who heard them cried without knowing why. When a search team found fragments of the hull, they were etched with salt patterns resembling fingers, thin, long, 5 to a hand, pressed into the steel like steam on glass. Fisherfolk speak of seeing her during sudden showers, a woman rising waist-high from the spinning center of the whirlpool, hair flowing backward into rain clouds, arms open as if welcoming someone home. She doesn't move. She waits. Her hands, they say, are made of falling water, never touching, always dripping. If she lifts them, the sea opens. Children are warned not to speak their names near the coast when the tide pulls unusually strong. The whirlpool listens, and once it learns your name, it laughs it back to you, not in mockery, in longing. The legend insists she's not angry. She's lonely, and she will keep laughing until someone listens long enough to answer. Where the Red Sea turns narrow near the Dalek archipelago, and coral teeth line the shore like ancient wards, there floats a garden of jellyfish, except they do not move, not anymore. Their bodies drift aimless, pulsing only when touched by current, forming spirals of ghost white and bruised violet beneath the waves. No one knows how they died. No fisherman claims responsibility. No net was ever full of their kind. They call it Makamat al-Quraysh, the court of the queenless. But that name is not quite right, because a queen does remain. She floats at the center, longer than any other jelly, translucent but veined with gold and black. Her tendrils cracked and curled like splintered glass. Divers call her the Medusan crown. Her bell glows faintly red, pulsing with a rhythm that does not match the sea. Some believe she controls the others. But if that were true, why are they dead? In 2009, an oceanographer named Dr. Yassine attempted to film the jelly graveyard. His equipment shorted out just before reaching the queen. His footage showed a shadow coalescing behind her, something not quite her, like a second body hovering inside her bell. He called it a parasite, but later confessed it blinked. The jellyfish do not rot, they do not bloat, they remain preserved as if paused in death, gathered into a spiral around her, and when a diver drifts too near, they begin to pulse again, not with life, but with warning. She is not mourning her court, she is building one. Old maritime folk from Port Sudan tell of a sea spirit whose crown was shattered in a war between gods, who was banished to drift with her memories alone. They say she was once the guardian of the shallow reefs, ruler of the invertebrates, mother to 1,000 stinging kin. When her temple was sundered by cannon fire and colonial anchors, she gathered her court and plunged into the deep. But something followed her. Some believe the phantom inside her bell is no parasite, but a mirror of her grief, a twin born from sorrow, feeding on her thoughts, reshaping her into something stranger with every tide. That phantom stares with blinking eyes, visible only when her tentacles are completely still. It does not sting, it observes. Divers who swim too close experience what they call the tentacle dream. They report visions of marble halls beneath the ocean, lined with silent, glowing figures, wearing robes of Medusa flesh. At the center stands the queen, her tendrils raised, whispering in a language that burns the ears. Some never wake, others rise from sleep with jellyfish burns across their backs, though no creature touched them. When the moon is gone, boats nearby often find one of their own missing, just gone. No splash, no scream, only a smear of mucus on the deck, and a single glowing bell, still pulsing, still waiting. They say she is rebuilding her kingdom with borrowed minds and borrowed flesh, not out of vengeance, but out of ritual. A queen must reign. Drifting off the northernmost reaches of the Arctic Ocean lies a glacial field too quiet to be natural. It's called the Hushed Belt, a name given by Inuit whalers long before satellites or sonar reached the region. Dozens of icebergs, colossal and ancient, drift endlessly in slow procession, like mourners at sea. They are tall as cathedrals, layered in blue glass and black sediment, sculpted by centuries of wind and tide. But it's not their shape that frightens the few who visit, it's their sound. When ships draw near, they hear moaning, not the creak of ice, not the rumble of shifting mass. Real voices, low human-like groans, deep as whale calls but full of pain, rising from beneath the bergs like echoes from coffins long sealed. Every year, those voices change. Some call out in Old Norse, others in Russian, in French, in dying dialects no longer spoken aloud. Names are sometimes heard, pleas, prayers. In 1937, an expedition led by explorer Emil Gerde went missing in that region. Their final telegram included one line, "The ice is singing back." Months later, their ship was found locked between two icebergs. Crew vanished, deck frozen over, in such an unnatural way it appeared. The cold had crawled upward, rather than descended. Scientists blamed thermal inversion. Locals blamed something else entirely. A sleeping giant beneath the bergs. A creature bound in old frost, swallowing the drowned and learning their voices. And when it exhales, it's the dead who speak. At the center of the hushed belt, one iceberg dwarfs the rest. No one knows its full depth. It extends so far below the surface that sonar dies in static before reaching its base. It does not rotate or drift like the others. It anchors, as if held by something below. Inuit lore names it Kiminunuk, the still one. Beneath it, they say, something vast and old sleeps. Not dead, not dreaming, just waiting for its cage to melt. Submarines passing near the berg report. Sudden magnetic failure. Clocks reset. Compasses spiral. Inside the sonar, pulses return in intervals, matching a heart rhythm, slow, heavy, and wet. Those who hear it long enough begin to feel their own pulse match it. Some never recover, their minds left frayed, like rope soaked in brine. In 2008, a glaciologist attempted to core sample Kiminunuk. His equipment melted before contact, though the air around was freezing. That same night, he wandered barefoot into the snow, eyes blank, repeating the same 3 words. "It breathes below." He never spoke again. The iceberg's underside, captured briefly by drone, reveals something monstrous, veins of glowing ice, wrapped around what appear to be spines, curled like a hibernating beast. But no further images have ever been retrieved. Drones crash, lights flicker, the region repels investigation, as if defending its occupant. Some say the creature beneath is not of this world, that it fell long ago, encased itself in cold, and has been listening to the voices of the drowned ever since. When enough voices are gathered, they believe it will wake and speak. Off the western coast of Indonesia, hidden beneath tremors and molten seams, lies the Toba Rift, a fault line that doesn't rumble like others do. It cracks with silence. Seismographs detect movement, but there's no sound, no thunder, no shockwave. Just a quiet bloom of power that leaves the ocean trembling and the sky strangely still. Locals on the Mentawai Islands speak of this silence as sacred, dangerous. They say the fault is not natural. It is the spine of something ancient, something that curled into the earth when the stars were still new. They call it Naga Dalam Laut, the sea dragon below. They believe each quake is not a shift in plates, but the dragon curling tighter, coiling into itself, or exhaling in a way that stirs magma like blood. In 1996, an oil drilling station experienced total signal blackout moments before a mild silent quake occurred. Their sensors picked up strange vibrations, not seismic, but rhythmic, as if something beneath was breathing. When the feed returned, the cameras showed the seabed had opened slightly, revealing a tunnel of glistening obsidian walls, smooth and pulsing. It closed within minutes, as if sensing the gaze. Divers in the area refused to descend past 400 meters. Those who've tried report feelings of dread, nausea, and the unmistakable sound of heartbeat, heard through the water itself. Not theirs, something deeper, slower, waiting. The Toba Rift doesn't just crack the earth, it whispers through it, and whatever lies beneath is neither sleeping nor fully awake. It is remembering. Stories passed down through generations tell of a time before land, when the oceans boiled, and the Naga Dalam Laut ruled the deep alone. Not a serpent of bone and fire, but one of pressure and silence, formed of shadow and volcanic ash, crowned in coral, eyes glowing dim as dying stars. They say it fed on tectonics, curled around the core of the Earth, and grew so large that the planet itself began to crack beneath it. The rift, they believe, is not a fault. It is a scale, a single plate of its armor, and each earthquake is a sigh of discomfort as it shifts in its impossible sleep. A Japanese submersible once captured footage of what appeared to be a ripple in the earth, a moving shape beneath the seabed, impossibly long, moving against the grain of rock, coiling tighter like a spring. Days later, the same region suffered a quake, but with no epicenter. The motion was traced not from depth, but from within the seabed itself, like something turning beneath the crust. Scientists laugh it off. Myth. Pressure points, subduction zones. But the locals say when you feel the silence, when the sea stills and the birds flee, and even the wind forgets to blow, that's when the Naga moves. Not to rise, not yet, but to reposition. The dragon is not waking, it is simply growing uncomfortable. In the mid-Atlantic, somewhere between Bermuda and the Azores, there lies a stretch of water known to navigators and seafarers as La Red de Luz, the net of light. It's not on maps, not officially, but whispers about it, cross docks from São Miguel to San Juan. Captains lower their voices when speaking of it, and satellite data from the area often returns glitched, glowing with impossible anomalies, pinpoints of light rising from beneath the surface, like stars reversing gravity. It begins subtly, a flicker under the keel, a shimmer caught in the corner of the eye. Instruments lose alignment, GPS stutters, and depth sounders return static shaped like constellations. Then the lights arrive, hundreds, sometimes thousands, of bioluminescent forms that aren't fish or jellyfish or plankton. They rise in formation, precise and deliberate, as if summoned. One vessel, the Albatross, recorded 57 full minutes of these lights rising and circling the hull. No creature was identified, but the lights began spelling a pattern, loops, angles, stars within stars. Linguists called it a semic writing, symbols meant to communicate something without clear meaning, like the script of a dream. The ship returned unharmed, but every crew member experienced severe insomnia for weeks. One man vanished from his bed, leaving behind a note scrawled in light-sensitive ink. They offered me understanding. Locals say the sea in that place remembers the stars, that once something fell into the ocean, not from the heavens, but from a silence far beyond, and now it signals upward, trying to return. They say beneath La Red de Luz, deep below crushed depth, lies something not born of this earth, a shape embedded in the silt, neither rock nor metal, pulsing with light in slow methodical waves. Oceanographers call it the anchor, not because it moors ships, but because it anchors knowledge, refusing to let it rise. Those who study it begin to forget names, birthdays, equations, as if the structure below feeds on meaning and memory, sifting for something it lost. In 1984, a deep-sea probe was dropped into the area. At 13,000 feet, it began spinning on its axis, uncommanded, and the temperature dropped below freezing, despite the volcanic vents nearby. The feed cut off after the probe's camera captured a glimpse of a perfect sphere, black as ink, floating above the seafloor, surrounded by lights like orbiting moons. That footage was classified. The scientists who saw it either vanished or began speaking in their sleep of star maps no one could recognize. Local myth speaks of Estrella Encadenada, the chained star, a being that fell long ago, wounded and blind, which now sings in pulses of light. It does not move, but thinks, and its thoughts scatter across the sea in brightness, calling minds toward it, like moths to flame. Boats that drift too long over the net report strange dreams of starlit oceans, and cities built upside down on the ceilings of vast caverns. The lights rise not to warn, not to threaten, but to teach, and those who learn can never unsee what they know. In the remote, cold blue arc between Greenland and Svalbard, where icebergs drift like forgotten deities and fog clings to the water like memory, sailors whisper of a shape larger than any vessel, a shadow that breaches the surface only once every generation. They call it Ikalusanik, or simply the carrier. What first appears as a floating island, crusted in ice and seagrass, topped with broken stone arches, reveals itself, on closer pass, to be a living thing. A whale older than scripture, whose skin bears carvings, not scars, domes, pillars, stairs, structures unmistakably shaped by intelligent hands. A temple fused to flesh. Inuit shamans claim it was built by skyborn monks who rode fire to the earth, bringing with them a single vow to hide their god in the belly of the sea, far from the sin of land. They carved their prayers into stone, sealed their voices in vaulted sanctuaries upon the whale's back, and disappeared beneath the tide. And the whale has carried them ever since, circling the polar winds like a drifting monastery of silence. Only one modern crew ever laid foot on it. A Soviet reconnaissance submersible, lost in 1961, resurfaced 3 years later, with its pilot mad and mumbling. He claimed he had docked on an ice shelf in low fog, then found a staircase leading downward into warmth. Beneath, he described stone corridors, filled with whale song, echoing in tones that bled into thought. He walked for days, never reaching the end, until the passage narrowed, and he saw a pulsing heart, the size of a lighthouse, chained in ivory, and singing in tongues. No other crew found the whale again, but sonar sometimes catches a shape beneath polar storms, immense, slow-moving, and surrounded by what sound like cathedral bells ringing underwater. When they do, radio interference follows, compasses spin, and some on board begin humming tunes they've never heard before. The carrier never harms, it simply passes. Yet those who witness it are never the same. Some abandon the sea entirely, others return again and again, hoping to see it once more, not for glory, not for proof, but for peace. They say being near it feels like standing in the presence of something ancient and forgiving, something that remembers the stars when they were new. Scientists claim it's a myth, just a trick of fog and fatigue. But cultures across the Arctic have shared the same story for centuries, of a whale who bears a temple and a god asleep inside it, breathing once every 100 years to keep the sea from remembering fire. Beneath the sediment-rich shadows of the Black Sea, beyond the reach of sunlight and modern arrogance, exists a trench so deep it has no name, only warnings. Charts mark the area with crude slashes. Fishermen call it Siaha Yazaki, the black scribe, not for what it does, but for what it leaves behind. Each year, when spring currents churn the lower layers, unmanned submersibles deployed by curious universities return, if they return at all, with their hulls coated in long winding black streaks, not algae, not rust, strokes, curves, characters, symbols written in what appears to be ink, yet proves impossible to scrape off, as though absorbed by the metal itself. Linguists and cryptographers have tried for decades to decipher the markings. They don't match any script on record, but they carry symmetry, rhythm, intention. The first known contact came in 1923, when a Bulgarian trawler surfaced with fragments of deep-sea stone tangled in its net. Carved across the slate were looping lines and pictograms. 2 days later, the ship sank. Its final Morse report stated, "The sea is rewriting us." Since then, ships that pass directly over the trench often report sudden pressure drops, hull tremors, and the smell of ink. Yes, ink, a briny, bitter aroma that rolls through vents like hot breath. It's said that the creature below doesn't kill in rage or hunger. It writes, not on parchment or stone, but on the very world, etching prophecies of shipwrecks, drownings and storms long before they happen. And every ship that reads its writing becomes part of the story. One diver, who made it close to the trench floor in a reinforced titanium pod, reported flashes of something immense, coiling, not tentacles, quills, long feathered limbs dipped in some oily secretion, carving into the seabed with graceful precision, as if the ocean had a librarian, and the Black Sea was its library. The same diver also noticed something horrifying. The script spelled names, not just ship names, but people, crew manifests, coordinates, dates not yet arrived. One spelled out his daughter's name, born 3 weeks later. After resurfacing, he burned his notes, sold his equipment, and disappeared inland. Before vanishing, he warned it writes only once. What's written can't be unwritten. The scribe does not sleep, it does not chase, it doesn't even notice those who glimpse it, but it writes as if it knows you will, as if the act of seeing its work was already part of what it had written down. And so, hey, it's feared not because it's cruel, but because it's correct. Every storm, every disappearance, every silent wreck, all foretold in ink upon the sea floor, where no light reaches and no prayer lingers. Where the Amazon River surrenders itself to the Atlantic, the current slows and mud blooms into plumes that stain the sea brown. Beneath that murk, beneath the drifting silt and root tangles of drowned trees, lies a forest that breathes, not with leaves or wind, but with slow pulses of water and electricity, a sunken cathedral of trunks and stone-carved faces, half consumed by algae and coiled with thick vines that twitch like they are waiting. Locals call it the root spiral. Marine biologists assume it was once a sacred grove flooded thousands of years ago, now teeming with oversized electric eels and strange amphibians. But satellite sonar shows something stranger at the center. A spiral formation almost too perfect, as if carved, not grown, as if something moved through the trees in circles for centuries until it etched a temple out of nature. In 1982, a team of divers exploring the underwater ruins vanished in pairs. 2 were found later wrapped together in roots, arms entwined as if embracing, eyes wide open but pupils blown black. Their equipment had been shorted, fried by an electromagnetic surge from the deep. Nothing natural could have caused it, according to the reports. But the villagers who live near the river's mouth did not look surprised. They spoke quietly of the spiral coil, the one who sleeps wrapped around a stone at the very center, where no light reaches. They say it is not an eel, though it has lived for so long among them that the smaller ones echo its shape. It is a serpent of current and bone, scales like river stone, and a body so vast it encircles the forest 3 times. It feeds not on flesh, but on charge, drawing energy from storms, storing it in its spine, releasing it in pulses that erase memory and shatter bone. What is seen as a magnetic anomaly is its heartbeat. What is mistaken for buried stone is its skull, polished by time and river silt. Some believe it was once worshipped by the people of the forest before the flood came, that the temples were not homes of man but anchors built to keep it still. But when the river rose, and the forest drowned, the serpent remained, no longer bound, only patient. Submersibles sent to record the trench beneath the forest floor always lose their signal near the spiral, not to interference, but to absence, as if the current itself is being swallowed by something breathing slow, steady and massive. And on nights when lightning strikes the mouth of the Amazon, the river glows with blue tendrils and silent waves. The villagers stay inside, away from the shore. They say it is the coil waking, not angry, just stretching, remembering the time when the river belonged only to it. Beneath 4 kilometers of Antarctic ice, where no light has ever touched, Lake Vostok holds its breath. The Russians drilled for decades to reach it, breaking through in 2012, only to retreat in silence. The water was sterile, too sterile. No bacteria, no life, just liquid, so pure it burned like poison. Then the recording surfaced. Hydrophones lowered into the borehole captured something moving beneath the ice, not the slow drift of currents, but a rhythmic, deliberate pulsing, like the throat of something swallowing. The ice itself vibrated in response, humming in frequencies that made seals miles away panic and flee. When a team finally lowered a reinforced camera, the feed showed nothing but blackness, until something pressed against the lens. Not a face, not a shape, just a slow spreading stain, like ink in water, before the screen filled with static. The last transmission was a single phrase, whispered in a voice too human to be natural. "You should not have woken us." The borehole was sealed with concrete the next day. But sometimes when the wind dies and the ice goes still, the researchers swear they can hear something knocking from below, not frantic, not angry, just patient, counting down. Beneath the crushing purity of Antarctica's ice, where no light dares enter and pressure alone would flatten any vessel built by man, lies a rift kept warm by secrets, discovered only by thermal anomaly. It pulses like a wound beneath the southern pole, glowing faint red under kilometers of glacial silence. Scientists call it the Moore Rift, but those who've studied the data long enough simply call it the deep step, a stairway into something ancient, open and watching. It begins as a heat bloom, a crack in the ice that exhales warmth, not from geothermal venting, but from movement. Something is breathing down there, and it is big. Submarines from both research and military missions have dipped into the trench's edges. Sonar reveals a vast system of tunnels, too wide for iceworms, too organic to be natural. The walls are scarred with long grooves and rounded nests of bone, shaped like the vertebrae of extinct marine reptiles. Ichthyosaurs, mosasaurs, plesiosaurs, fossils, one might assume. But they're not buried, they are displayed, cleaned, arranged, hung along the trench like ornaments or warnings. One submersible transmitted a short sequence before being lost. Footage of a creature slithering through the black like liquid shadow. It moved with impossible control, its skin layered in thick uneven plating that reflected no light, but rather swallowed it. On its back were the half-assembled skeletons of marine predators, bones strapped to its form like jagged wings and ribs, stitched together with tendons that still twitched. It wears extinction as armor. Glaciologists attempted to drill further in 2015. They stopped when the ice beneath them cracked in rhythmic intervals, perfectly spaced. Not pressure, not movement. Something below was tapping back. They sealed the borehole with steel and concrete, and buried the location under an embargoed name. There are rumors of native legends from Tierra del Fuego that describe an ice treader, a creature that lives below the warmth and comes up only when the balance of death and life in the sea is upset. They say it once hunted in an ocean full of giants, and when the world changed, it went below, taking with it the bones of every rival it conquered. And now, in the quiet dark, it builds. Researchers from 3 separate stations have gone missing in storms with no tracks in or out. Drones sent into the rift sometimes return mangled, not crushed, but disassembled. Screws missing, wires peeled, as if taken apart by something curious, or preparing. And some nights far from the rift, ice shelves crack not vertically but in spirals, perfect, patient spirals, traces not of nature, but of design. They say the creature is waiting for the oceans to grow wild again, for the monsters to return, for worthy prey. Until then it builds its crown of bones in the abyss beneath the frost, dreaming of a sea that still remembers how to scream. Near the lower ridges of the Mariana Trench, beyond even Challenger Deep, where sonar returns, like ghost breath and pressure, could crush a cathedral into chalk, there lies a shape that refuses to classify. It is not geological, not architectural. It is, by all scans and guesses, alive. They call it Pelagoan, the living city. First detected by a deep dive probe in 2003, it appeared as a ring of luminous coral structures, each rising like spires from a central dome. But these towers were not attached to seabed or rock. They hovered, tethered to one another by muscle-like ligaments, shifting slowly, responding to current, as if breathing in unison. And from the center came pulses, low-frequency vibrations that mirrored brainwaves. The coral glowed not with bioluminescence, but with something more primal, not blue, but red, a dull, throbbing crimson, like veins close to the skin. It beat in sync with no known rhythm, until researchers realized the pattern matched seismic activity from hundreds of miles away. The city wasn't pulsing randomly, it was listening. In 2005, an unmanned deep-sea drone, equipped with steel casing and fiber-optic links, descended into Pelagoan's proximity. Within minutes, its feed began broadcasting images, not of coral, but of eyes, embedded in the structure, blinking slowly, each one the size of a man's torso. The images were dismissed as lens flares or hallucinations, until the drone was pulled downward without warning. No collision, no malfunction, just sudden acceleration, then static. 3 hours later, the drone returned, not surfaced, released. Its cameras melted, casing intact but etched with ridged patterns resembling spinal columns. The onboard fluids had been replaced with seawater. How or why, no one could say. Local Pacific folklore tells of the Ulawa, the deep architects, not gods, not animals, but builders, creatures who do not create homes but become them. Their bodies evolve into cities, consuming minerals, echoing the needs of the sea itself. When left alone, they remain passive, drifting for millennia. But when disturbed, they restructure. Pelagoan, they believe, is one such being, ancient beyond reckoning, and now awakened by noise, drilling, scouting, intrusion. The spires, once smooth, have begun to harden. Windows form like eyes, passageways close, walls breathe slower, as if it's waiting for something to finish growing, or hatching. One researcher claimed to have dreamt of Pelagoan before even seeing footage, of swimming through halls of flesh that sighed with memory, of touching a pillar and hearing 1,000 shipwrecks at once, of voices that weren't words, but questions repeated endlessly in the deep. Pelagoan does not chase, it waits, it builds, and in time, it may rise, not as a monster, but as a metropolis of mind and flesh, a cathedral of the abyss. In the deepest heart of the Indian Ocean, where the seafloor twists into knots, and the current folds like wrinkled skin, there exists a whirlpool that never stops. Not even for a second. Mariners call it chakral vata, the eternal spin. It does not move across the ocean like storms or eddies. It holds its place with terrifying precision, as if anchored by an unseen tether beneath the world. The whirlpool is vast, nearly a kilometer wide. But it's not just surface deep, it descends, spirals inward, layer after layer, drawing down anything that dares enter. Ships that pass too close find their propellers spinning against water that doesn't obey the laws of motion. Birds above seem to fly slower. Radios stretch voices like wax melting in heat. Some researchers believe the whirlpool isn't just a physical force, it's a rupture in time itself. Legend says the whirlpool guards the mouth of a hidden trench, one so deep no light, pressure, or physics, as we know them, can fully explain it. But this trench is not empty. Inside it spins a creature known as Nirantara, the unceasing, a titan, not of tentacle or tooth, but of perpetual motion. Nirantara is believed to be older than the ocean, a being born from the planet's original spin, before gravity knew what to cling to. Its body coils in loops of glowing cartilage, like a nautilus of impossible size. Its eyes, if they exist, are never still, always flickering, watching in revolutions. It doesn't swim, it turns, and in its turning it generates the whirlpool, the disruption of time, the strange echo that rattles ship hulls miles away. It does not eat, it does not sleep, it simply spins. Indian fishermen pass tales of boats vanishing into the whirlpool only to reappear weeks or even years later, aged down to the moment they first left. Others report the opposite, vessels resurfacing in a day, their decks rotted, sails faded, and logs dated decades into the future. One such vessel, the MV Trevini, vanished in 1980 and returned in 2009. Its crew was gone, but inside the cabin were pages of notes written in a spiral, wrapping the walls in one continuous sentence with no punctuation. We are all spinning, we are all spinning, we are all spinning, we are all spinning. Scientists deployed a robotic submersible in 2015. It made it halfway into the vortex before its live feed began looping on its own. Not replaying, looping live data, the same wave, the same bubble, the same fish, over and over, as if caught in a singular moment, spinning with Nirantara forever. They never recovered the drone. What lies at the center of the whirlpool remains unknown. Some believe it's not a creature at all, but a wound in the fabric of the planet, and Nirantara is simply what leaked out when time tore. But to those who worship it, and there are cults in Madagascar and southern India, it is divine, a god of rhythm, of eternal cycle, who will one day spin fast enough to stop everything else. Off the rugged coast of Norway, where the fjords stretch long and deep like fingers dragging secrets into the sea, there exists a sound that should not be. It comes not from ships, not from storms, but from the water itself, a deep, resonant toll like a massive bell rung underwater. Locals call it havklokke, the sea bell. It is not constant. It rings irregularly, sometimes months apart, sometimes several times in a single week. But when it tolls, something stirs in the depths, something older than the fjords themselves. The sound first caught attention during the Cold War, when NATO submarines patrolling the area picked up what they believed was a Soviet device. They sent divers to investigate. What they found was not a machine, but a smooth obsidian dome rising from the fjord floor, half covered in sediment and kelp. Carved into its surface were dozens of spirals and runes, some Norse, others far more ancient, untraceable to any known culture. And at the top, a single spire protruding upward like the tongue of a bell. They attempted to touch it with a mechanical arm. The dome vibrated violently, and a shockwave burst through the water, snapping cables and knocking out nearby electronics. Then came the sound, a tone so deep it rattled the bones of the crew above, not just heard, but felt, like something announcing its presence across dimensions. Since then, the region has become notorious for strange marine behavior. Whales avoid the fjord entirely. Schools of fish migrate in spiral patterns around it, never entering. Divers report sensations of pressure, not from water, but from observation, as if 1,000 eyes blink behind the darkness. But it's what happens after the toll that frightens the locals most. Small earthquakes, minor at first, but increasing. Shimmering figures seen under the ice, shapes like towers moving beneath the fjord's edge. One village reported salt water flooding its well, the night after 3 consecutive tolls. Their soil became sterile within days, and every recorded ring has been followed by a sighting of Den Gamel, the Old One. It appears only for moments, a silhouette beneath the water, larger than any whale, its shape uncertain, many-limbed, some say. Others speak of an eye, like a glowing lantern staring up from below. One fishing crew glimpsed it circling a sunken Viking longship, as if studying something that belonged to it. Scholars of Norse myth have pointed to ancient texts referencing the deep binder, a being sealed beneath the fjords by early gods, kept silent by a sacred bell forged from fallen stars, a creature not slain, but buried, wrapped in chains of light and stone. The bell, they believed, kept it asleep, but the dome rings now, unprovoked, unbidden, as if from the inside. Some believe the bell is no longer sealing the creature, it is summoning it back. Beneath the turquoise calm of the Caribbean lies a reef that pulses not with the rhythm of tides, but with thought. It stretches like a living labyrinth, just south of the Cayman Trench, rarely mapped, never named officially. Among divers and sailors, it's whispered about in uncertain tones. La mente abyssal, the abyssal mind. At first glance, it appears like any coral reef, brilliant, lush, teeming with life. But step closer, and the colors change. Not shift, not fade, change. Shades of green not found in nature. Deep purples that shimmer with something beneath them. Reds so intense they feel like burns behind the eyes. Marine biologists have tried to catalogue the spectrum, but none of their lenses or digital sensors can capture them. They are not outside of vision. They are beyond comprehension. Some claim the reef is a mutation, others believe it is not coral at all. The theory began with a research crew from Mexico in 1994. They conducted standard dives with fiber optic tethers, collecting specimens and footage. All returned, but one diver, Marta Rivas, stayed submerged longer than her oxygen should have allowed. When she was finally pulled up, her eyes were wide, her lungs still full of breath, and her voice whispered a single word: listening. She later wrote pages of text in sleep, in symbols and glyphs no linguist could trace. When played through a waveform analyzer, her writing translated into pulsing patterns, the same pulse seen in the reef's bioluminescence. Her brainwaves, while asleep, matched the flickers, not random, synchronized. La mente abyssal, it seems, is not passive. It is a hive of signals, each coral polyp's a neuron, each glowing tendril a synapse. The reef does not just react, it thinks, observes, remembers, perhaps even learns. One theory suggests it was seeded long ago by something not of this earth, perhaps not a creature, but a form of sentient mineral that evolved underwater, growing not by consuming, but by copying. The reef has been known to shape itself into new patterns, matching the architecture of sunken ships or mimicking human tools with eerie accuracy. Anchors grown from limestone, propellers made from coral fans, replication, not mockery. In 2012, an ROV sent deep into the reef's heart discovered a hollow chamber, perfectly spherical, lined with smooth coral that pulsed in rhythm to the ocean's magnetic field. Within it floated a dense orb, the size of a human brain, coated in polyps that shimmered with unreadable symbols. The orb pulsed once. The ROV's camera shorted. When retrieved, its memory bank contained frames of light, still shots of other oceans, other skies, scenes from places no one recognized. Marta Rivas still draws those scenes. She paints endless coral cathedrals and cityscapes beneath alien suns. The reef is growing, slow, patient, deliberate, expanding its thoughts across the Caribbean shelf. What it wants is unknown, but its dreams echo through the water, and they are starting to speak. Near the volcanic ridges that cradle the Galapagos Islands, where marine life blooms with raw primeval force, something new has arrived. Or rather, something very, very old has returned. It does not breach. It does not circle. It glides beneath in silence. Like thought without shape, like hunger without body. The locals call it El Silente, the Silent One. For centuries, the Galapagos were ruled by apex predators, hammerheads, tiger sharks, whale sharks, that swam like kings through cathedral-like trenches. But in recent years, the sharks have fled. Their patterns have shifted. They skirt certain paths now, avoiding a ring-shaped region just south of Fernandina Island, where currents fall still and echo. At first, marine biologists believed it to be seismic disturbance, but the real clue came from a tagged hammerhead named Koa. Its signal vanished for 2 weeks, then reappeared. When retrieved, the tag showed data impossible to fake. The shark had plunged below its natural depth range, into crushing pressure zones it shouldn't have survived. When it resurfaced, it bore no external wounds, but its brain activity had flatlined. Not death, not coma, just silence. Dissections revealed something chilling. The olfactory bulbs, the part of the brain used to detect scent, were scorched, overrun by some unknown chemical erosion, and within its jaw, a single smooth scale was embedded, black as oil, soft to the touch, but impossible to pierce with any instrument. Organic, but neither bone nor cartilage. This was the first trace of El Silente. Reports from research subs describe glimpses, a creature without eyes, pale and seamless, with gill slits so thin they could be mistaken for cracks in the water. It does not chase prey. It stalks ideas. It moves toward electrical signals, sonar pings, brainwaves, the pulse of intelligence. Not random. Selective. Diving teams who descend too close report pressure headaches, loss of speech, even sudden inability to recall basic language. One diver stared at his partner and forgot the word for human. Another began to mimic whale clicks involuntarily. The Galapagos fishermen now avoid that part of the sea entirely. They say El Silente smells thinking, as a shark smells blood. It is drawn to noise not of sound, but of mind. The friction of thought, the tension of problem solving, the shimmer of memory. And once it finds a mind, it considers rich, it circles and feeds. Not with teeth, but with something else. Something that burns thought like fire on cloth. One unmanned dive drone captured an image of the creature, just a frame. A ripple in the water, a suggestion of movement, and then, nothing. But in the next 50 frames, a strange image pattern began to appear, fractals that matched human neural pathways, as if the creature had stared into the camera and left behind an impression, not a warning, a signature. It does not want food, it wants signal. In the glass blue heart of the Sulu Sea, where sunlight turns the surface into a sheet of serenity, and the horizon often blurs with sky, something drifts that is neither boat nor beast. It is flat, wide, and cold to the touch. Those who've seen it call it Salamin Dilim, the mirror of darkness. No one sees it coming. It doesn't ripple the waves, doesn't cast a shadow. One moment it is sky and sea, the next, a perfect mirror, circular, wide as a fishing boat's deck, reflecting not what hovers above, but something deeper, something inside. Local tales say it only appears when the moon is absent, when the tides are still and the sea holds its breath. A fisherman once reached it with an oar, tapping it gently. The water did not ripple. Instead, the mirror showed him a boy, pale and gasping, trapped in the hull of a boat, filling with water. The man fell back, screaming. His crew said he'd lost his son to drowning 20 years prior. The next morning, he was gone, his boat found drifting, his reflection still faint in the center of the mirror. Divers who've approached it claim they see not their faces, but memories, some joyful, most terrifying. It reflects what you've buried, the childhood accident, the whispered betrayal, the choice that cost a life. And the longer you look, the closer the reflection gets, until it's not a reflection anymore, but a copy, a double made of seafoam and grief, staring upward with hunger. In 2009, a marine research vessel named Bandar Dawn reported contact with the object. It hovered for nearly 40 minutes, within visible range. Attempts to photograph it failed. Cameras captured only darkness and warping light. Sonar bounced away, twisted. A diver was sent in, strapped with cables, monitored every second. He swam to the mirror, he looked, and then he began to scream. No words, just raw, blinding terror. He tore off his mask, ripped his regulator, and tried to dive deeper, not away, but into it. His line went taut, then slack. His body was never recovered. Since then, only one video remains, a shaky surface cam that caught the mirror slowly dissolving, curling at the edges, like paper in fire, folding into itself and vanishing. In its place, the water boiled, and a sound played through the ship's audio, like a lullaby, slowed beyond recognition. Some scientists have proposed wild theories. It is a natural anomaly, a phenomenon of heat and gas, but others whisper that it's a sentient entity, a thinking sea mind that offers no threat unless you bring one with you. It feeds not on the body, but on shame, on memory, on fear. No one has ever seen the mirror appear twice in the same place, but every fisherman in the region knows the rule. If you see the sea go still, if the light bends too perfectly, do not look down. Off the haunting stretch of Namibia's coast, known grimly as the Skeleton Coast, where desert meets ocean in a clash of bone-dry silence and roaring waves, there lies a patch of water locals fear without fully knowing why. It is not large, barely a kilometer across, but no one sails through it, not because of reefs or wreckage, but because the water there is stained red, not rust red, not algae. It is deep crimson, dense and shifting, as though something ancient and arterial bleeds forever beneath the surface. Fishermen call it Doudrou, the dead red. Satellite imagery shows the patch forming a near-perfect circle. Inside, sonar fails. Boats lose their magnetics. Steel corrodes faster. But it's what divers found in 1976 that began the legend. Hoping to uncover a shipwreck, they dove into the murk and emerged days later, babbling nonsense and clutching hand-scrawled sketches of symbols made of bones. They'd found a clearing below, a shallow basin where fish did not swim and coral did not grow. In its place were arrangements, whale ribs curved into loops, seal skulls stacked like towers, vertebrae placed with obsessive precision, not scattered, not drifted, placed. They said the bones shifted as they watched. One diver claimed he saw a pelvis rise from the silt and join a larger pattern, forming something like an eye. Another wept as he described a shape like an open mouth, stretching from the seabed, filled with molars too large to be from any whale. The bone formations spelled something, some kind of script, a language not known but felt. Those who've glimpsed it report dreams of sandstorms under black water, of chanting that sounds like rattling teeth, and of maps made from spine. One linguist tried to transcribe the symbols into a digital pattern. The file corrupted, looping endlessly, repeating a single name that no alphabet matches. Marine biologists attempted a deeper scan in the early 2000s. They sent drones below, and the feed cut out after showing rows of femurs arranged in a spiral. When the drone returned to the surface 3 hours later, it was coated in a paste made of blood and salt. Its circuits shorted, its lens scratched from the inside. Geologists note that beneath the dead red lies a chasm, not volcanic, not tectonic, just a clean, unnatural hole, colder than the surrounding water by nearly 10 degrees. And rising from its base, undetected by radar, but confirmed by one terrified subcrew, is a column of bone, a tower reaching toward the surface, formed by the remains of thousands of species, some long extinct. No animal swims in or out. Even scavengers flee. The patch grows slowly, a meter a year, and as it does, the bone language beneath changes, reorganizing into newer forms, as if composing a message over centuries. The question remains, who is it for? In the waters southeast of Japan, in a region feared as much as it is revered, lies the fabled Dragon's Triangle, Ma no Umi, the Sea of the Devil. Like its Atlantic twin, the Bermuda Triangle, this stretch of ocean has swallowed ships, silenced aircraft, and warped compasses into spirals. But within its heart, hidden beneath jagged thermoclines and flickering seismic activity, lies a secret the ancients may have known and feared, a path paved not with coral, but lanterns of stone. It was a deep-sea research sub from Okinawa that first recorded them. Descending along a volcanic shelf near the Izu Islands, the crew saw what they believed were underwater ruins, rows of standing stones arranged too precisely to be natural. But as they drew closer, the cameras showed something stranger. Each pillar was topped with a rounded basin, shaped like a traditional taro, a ceremonial lantern found in temples and shrines. These were not modern structures. They were ancient, encrusted with layers of coral and silt. But inside each stone basin, light flickered. No fuel, no flame, just a cool, wavering blue glow that pulsed like breath. At first they thought it bioluminescence, but the light didn't react like algae or jellyfish. It responded only when approached, dimming when touched, growing brighter when studied from a distance. One diver held their hand above a lantern and saw shadows dance across the seabed, shadows of things that weren't there. Then came the whispers. Audio from the dive later revealed faint murmurs, layered beneath the sub's engine hum, a language not recognizable, but unmistakably rhythmic, like ritual chanting heard through walls. One crew member reported hearing his late grandmother's voice, calling his childhood name, urging him to come closer. Another wept, hearing a song his wife used to sing. The path continued, dozens of lanterns spaced evenly, leading downward into a fog of deep-sea mist that had no visible source. Within that mist, movement, something tall, long-limbed, gliding between the lanterns. It left no wake, cast no shadow. The crew never saw it clearly, only glimpsed it in reflection, in their visor glass, in camera feeds, in the lantern light. They called it the Walker, a shape that never charges, never flees, never speaks, only walks, endlessly, as if patrolling a temple floor no longer bound to land. It stops when observed, but when unseen, it moves again. The path of lanterns loops endlessly, in a spiral. Those who follow it too long lose all sense of depth, time, and gravity. One diver was lost, his tether cleanly severed. When his body was recovered weeks later miles away, he had no oxygen left, yet no sign of suffocation. His eyes were closed, hands clasped. In his dive slate, he had carved one Chinese word, the fire that welcomes. Japanese legends speak of umibuzu, and spirits of drowned monks, of monks who walked into the sea with lanterns, seeking the dragon that sleeps below Japan. But what if they found it just off the jagged coast of Chile, where the Humboldt current churns cold and ancient through kelp forests that sway like forgotten banners? There lies a graveyard of ships, more than history recorded, more than any captain confessed. But this is no wreckage site. It is an arrangement, a construction, a purpose-built labyrinth beneath the waves, built not by hands, but by hunger. The locals of coastal fishing villages call it El Órgano Calado, the silent organ. Divers have described it as a cathedral of ruin. Sunken vessels, from steel frigates to wooden trawlers, lie fused together by coral and barnacle, bent into arches and hollows, with precision too clean to be coincidence. Long corridors made of hulls, portholes aligned like stained glass, propellers arranged like rosary wheels, and at the center lies the mouth, a rusted chamber formed from the collapsed remains of a Spanish galleon, its masts twisted into pipes, its cannon ports opening into black silence. What makes this construction terrifying is not its shape, it is its sound. It never sings when heard, not by man, not by machine. Divers wait. Recordings play static, but every time a submersible leaves the site and returns to the surface, the audio logs bloom with impossible tones, long resonant chords that rise and fall like Gregorian chant, overlaid with creaking steel, whispering ropes, and the occasional burst of static, shaped like a voice trying to form a word. In 2002, a marine acoustic team studied the phenomenon and found a frequency spike in the recordings. When played backward, the sound wave revealed a structure, matching the exact blueprint of the ship organ itself. The place is singing its own body, a song of form, of memory, of assembly. But it gets stranger. The arrangement of the ships changes, slowly, subtly. One diver swore a vessel had shifted 12 meters since his previous dive. Another noted that a lifeboat, previously broken in half, now sat upright, filled with intact bones arranged like passengers, not human, not entirely. The wrecks are not just vessels, they are organs in a larger being, a thing with no skin but much voice, a creature that does not hunt with teeth, but with resonance, and it sings not for us, but for something else, something deeper. One Chilean sailor, who survived a near sinking near the site, claims the sea beneath him hummed just before his ship went under, a lullaby, gentle, sad, and when he floated amid the wreckage, he saw a great shadow beneath, not moving toward him, but listening. There are stories that when the ocean is still, and the moon is high, you can stand on the cliffs and hear the waves pulse in time with that distant choir, as if the sea itself mourns, or calls. The ship organ never ends its song, we only hear it when we leave. In the glacial waters near Greenland's abyssal plain, where even submarines creak like old bones under pressure, and the cold is not just numbing but alive, a presence drifts, slow, deliberate, eternal. It is not a beast. It does not swim. It walks through the darkness with no body inside it, encased in armor blackened by centuries, etched in runes older than Icelandic stone. They call it the Frost Sentinel. It was first recorded in 1998 by a research sub from Reykjavik University. The crew wasn't looking for monsters, they were mapping glacial fractures and monitoring temperature shifts, until their sonar pinged back an impossible return. Not geological, not metallic, not moving, but watching. As they approached the coordinates, cameras caught it, hovering above the trench floor, frozen mid-step. A humanoid shape 8 feet tall, wrapped in segmented armor plates, corroded by salt but intact. Its helmet bore no faceplate, just a single vertical slit, too thin for eyes, and inside, nothing. No skeleton, no flesh, just darkness that refused to reflect light. The Sentinel made no movement, but their instruments recorded faint electromagnetic pulses from the suit, pulses in a repeating pattern, timed exactly like a heartbeat, 72 beats per minute, human, consistent, relentless. When the team tried to approach, the temperature dropped 20 degrees. Ice began forming inside the sub, from the electronics out. One crew member passed out with a nosebleed. The others swore they heard breathing through the walls. Slow, heavy, muffled by metal, like something old and resting, but not asleep. Legends of Greenland's northernmost tribes tell of the Coldblood. The Coldblood, warriors cursed to guard the gates of the undersea world. Not ghosts, not demons. Fleshless armor, animated by a soul too furious to fade. It is said they were bound to a purpose, to protect something buried in ice, something that must never feel the warmth of light again. And here's the true terror: the sentinel is not alone. Later dives revealed tracks on the seafloor, prints larger than any man's, pressed deep into mud that never should have held form. The prints appear freshly made, yet stretch out in lines that vanish into the deeper trench, as if patrolling, as if many walk below, unseen. One mission dared to deploy a tethered drone with thermal imaging. It caught, for a brief moment, what lay behind a sheet of glacial glass, a chamber shaped like a cathedral, lined with more figures, each armored, each empty, all facing inward. And at the chamber's center, a pulsing glow, rhythmic, faint, like a beating heart frozen inside a jewel of ice the size of a cargo ship. Some theorize it is a biomechanical core, others claim it's a sealed consciousness, too vast for flesh. Whatever it is, the sentinels guard it. Every shift in current, every sonar ping, every flicker of light, they sense it, respond, watch. They don't chase, they wait. Off the coast of Madagascar, past coral shelves and lost shipping lanes, there exists a phantom isle spoken of only in sailors' curses and whispered prayers. It does not appear on charts, for it does not always appear at all, but when it does, under the thin arc of a waning moon, it rises from the sea, as if exhaled, an island with black sand, silver trees, and a silence that strangles sound. They call it Nosy Mangina, the island that screams. Its first confirmed appearance in modern times came from a French trawler in 1961. The crew spotted it, where no land should be, jagged cliffs, smoke like mist, curling from its center. Radio failed, but binoculars revealed buildings, stone huts, narrow alleys, and most disturbingly, people. Or so they thought. When a search team landed, they discovered the villagers had not moved in a long time. Not because they were dead, but because they were no longer flesh. Every figure stood frozen in motion, mouths agape, faces twisted in terror, skin hardened into crystallized salt. Some cowered, some reached out, all were mid-scream. Tests proved they were once organic. Their salt structure still retained blood traces, as if the transformation had been instant. What could do this? No heat, no wind, no sign of trauma, only the residue of sound. Vibrations embedded into the stone huts, woven into the soil, like an echo that had folded time inward. Then came the singing. Faint at first, like a whale song underwater, then clearer, a single voice echoing from the island's heart. Not in Malagasy, not in French, not in any known tongue. Just a steady ascending wail that rose with the tide. Crew who stayed too long began to feel pressure in their skulls, like their thoughts were being wrung. One collapsed, salt bleeding from his ears. Another dove into the sea, trying to flee the voice no one else heard. But the strangest thing, every time the island resurfaces, the village has changed. Statues shift position. Huts crumble, then reappear rebuilt. One crew swore they saw a new figure, a woman in robes made of seaweed and fishbone, her mouth open not in terror, but in song. Old Malagasy, myths speak of Zanak Andrea Manitra, the drowned choir, singers cursed for silencing the gods. The ocean, in its rage, froze their final hymn into the air itself. Now, when the moon wanes, the island returns to replay the punishment. And always, the same cycle: appearance, the song, the salt. Then it sinks again. Some say the island is not a place, but a memory, forced into flesh and reef by some forgotten force, that it rises only when someone nearby remembers it. In the coldest place on earth, where winds scream like banshees across white deserts, and the sky shimmers with ghost light, there lies a rift in the ice, an eternal wound on the Ross Ice Shelf, known only to satellites, and the few mad enough to track its rhythm. Each year, the glacier splits not with chaos, but precision, always the same angle, always the same depth, and always followed by a river that should not flow in such a place. The locals, few and distant, call it Itanak, the Red Cry. From the sky, it looks like a vein carved into the skin of the world. a long bleeding line of crimson that seeps slowly from within the ice, staining snow like rust, like warning. Scientists call it the blood glacier. They've sampled the fluid. It is not blood, not truly, but it carries iron, ancient microbes, and a warmth that should not be possible. A glacier should freeze from within, but this one bleeds warm. What baffles geologists is its timing. The crack forms once a year, always in early August. It opens for 3 days, then it seals, and when it does, the red flow crystallizes into frost. Not random, not natural. From satellite imaging, the hardened river etches a shape, a sigil, massive in scale, too perfect to be coincidence. Each year, the sigil changes. Mathematicians, analyzing the symbols, say they follow a pattern of recursive geometry, like a language of fractals. Some even align with star charts, not constellations of today, but how the sky looked 10,000 years ago. The frozen glyphs match positions of dead stars, long burned out, as if the glacier remembers the night better than the sky itself. In 2011, a Norwegian expedition drilled near the Red Rift to reach the ice's base. What they found at the bottom was not bedrock, but glass, miles wide, black as obsidian, cold as void. Embedded in it were bones too smooth, too long, too fused to belong to any species known. At the center was a hole, small, circular, with jagged radial cracks around it, like something had burst out, not in. Then came the hum. Low-frequency pulses began emanating through the glacier. Instruments shivered, electronics scrambled, and then on the third day, the crack closed again. One crew member whispered that he saw a figure walking just beneath the ice, frozen mid-step, its arms stretched toward the surface, but no one else saw, or perhaps no one else remembered. Since then, no expedition has returned to that precise site. The symbol this year, 2025, was different, more angular, sharper, and centered in it was a shape unmistakable, a tooth. Indigenous Antarctic myths, long dismissed, speak of a tooth buried beneath the world, too large to pull, too loud to ignore. They called it the root of the hunger, a beast sealed not with chains but with memory, marked by ice, so that none would ever dig again. But the ice is melting, the glacier is cracking, and the tooth, may not be buried much longer. Far in the folds of the Andaman Sea, where waters churn with secret warmth, and the seabed breathes ancient silt, a spiral current spins without rest. Mariners avoid it instinctively. Charts mark the zone only with a cautionary swirl, no names, no depth readings, but those who've witnessed its heart, those rare few who've returned, speak of a miracle carved by no hand, submerged beneath the spiral's eye, like a pearl in an ever-hungry shell. They call it Kalmandir, the Temple of Time. Every 7 years, at the precise hour of a lunar nadir, the vortex calms, the waters hush, the eye of the storm stills, and rising from below, slick with sea, and draped in weed, comes the temple. It emerges not like a structure, but like a breath exhaled, coral-encrusted, flawless, vast beyond logic. No ruin, no rubble. It stands complete, with towers, steps, and a central spire, wrapped in sculptures no barnacle dares touch. At its base, an archway with a keystone carved to resemble an open eye. Inside, silence. Divers who've entered say the temple swallows sound. Even their own thoughts become muffled. One described it as walking through someone else's dream. The walls are etched with spirals, repeating patterns, and statues of beings that wear no face, only smooth ovals, where eyes and mouths should be. Each holds a bell made of coral, but none have ever rung, except once. In 1977, a solo diver entered during the full moon's pull. His crew lost contact after he stepped through the arch. No sign, no struggle, just gone. Until 7 years later, a different team entered, and in the central chamber, they found the diver's suit, empty, but still standing upright, as if filled by invisible flesh. Clutched in its hand was a small stone tablet, inscribed with a message in Sanskrit, words that hadn't been spoken aloud for thousands of years. Roughly translated, He is nearly awake. I serve until the last bell tolls. Since then, every resurfacing of the temple brings more change. A new stair, a bell moved, and most unsettling, an additional statue, slightly taller, always holding a new face, carved from living coral, freshly grown. The vortex returns the temple to the depths after 1 hour, not longer, and always before it sinks, a single sound rings out, a tone like a chime, impossibly low, rolling across the sea for miles. Ships' compasses spin, migrating whales flee, and somewhere below, something answers. Some scholars suggest the temple is a memory vault built by an extinct civilization, waiting for its final priest to return. Others whisper of gods not worshipped, but imprisoned, fed offerings of silence, ritual, and time itself. But the Andaman Sea does not explain, it only spins, and waits. In the far north of Norway, where the fjords plunge like claws into the land, black and still and older than speech, there is a place the locals do not name. No lighthouses face it, no fishing routes skirt it, only the bravest, or most foolish, dare sail its way. For nestled within one such fjord is a shape that drifts against the current, unanchored and unwelcome, not a boat, not a creature, just one immense lidless eye. It is the size of a ship's hull, smooth around the edge. Its iris a deep green so vivid it seems lit from within. The sclera pulses faintly, as if veined with current. It does not roll, it does not blink, it simply stares upward, outward, endlessly. They call it, yes, some seer, the eye that sees. The first known encounter came from a solo kayaker in 1984, who returned pale, frostbitten, and unable to speak his native tongue. He described, through frantic drawings, a glass of God hovering just beneath the waterline. Since then, those who have witnessed the eye and returned alive all speak of the same moment. The second you look into it, the world falls away. The fjord vanishes. You fall inward, not physically, but in time. A woman saw herself dying in fire. A man saw his daughter, unborn, screaming at a future war. Another sailor saw a world flooded, with cities eaten by coral, and whales swimming between skyscrapers. And these visions are not dreams. They come true, but only if you remember them. That is the price. Those who speak of what they saw in the eye report symptoms that grow worse with each retelling. Nosebleeds, seizures, visual distortions. One priest who visited the site tried to record a sermon warning others. He died before he could speak it. His tongue blackened, and his eyes turned toward the fjord. But there is something more terrible still. In recent years, satellite imagery has captured the eye turning, not drifting, turning, as if responding to watchers, as if focusing, and its shape is beginning to change, slightly, but unmistakably. What was once a flat disk now bulges at the center, swelling like a pupil, under light. Some scientists think it's a bubble of bioluminescent plankton, a rare convergence of sea matter and current. Others, including a retired Nordic cryptographer, claim it is not an eye, but a keyhole, a lock, meant to never be looked into for too long. And the visions, they are not prophecies. They are memories of a future already broken open, playing backward, luring minds until the key is finally turned. Beneath the silent watch of Easter Island's Moai, where winds carry chants long faded, and the sea hushes the echoes of forgotten builders, divers have discovered that what stands above is only half the story. For off the island's submerged edge, where the continental shelf drops like a swallowed breath, lie others, massive stone heads, carved in the same style but twice the size, and all with mouths wide open. They face downward, sunken into the seabed like singers caught mid-hymn, their expressions stretched not in serenity, but in desperate invocation. The locals never speak of them directly. The elders refer only to Terimo, the sleeping voice. They believe the stone giants beneath are not memorials or guardians, but a choir, created not to be seen but to be heard. The first official record came from a Chilean naval expedition in 1973. A sonar scan revealed anomalies, massive geometric structures buried in volcanic sediment, aligned in a spiral that led toward a central trench. Divers were dispatched. What they found changed them. The moai were not simply copies of those on land. They were older, rougher in some places, but with mouths so perfectly carved, they created natural resonance chambers. When currents pass through, the stones sing, not noise, not vibration. Voices, low, harmonic tones that drift through the deep like monastic chanting. Layered, shifting, mournful. One diver described it as a lullaby sung by mountains. But the song is not passive. The divers reported hallucinations as they lingered. Visions of vast gatherings of people standing in the surf, faces turned to the sea, mouths open in mimicry of the statues. One saw the sky blacken as stars blinked out like dying candles. Another heard a voice, his own, whispering from inside the stone. "We sing because he sleeps." When acoustic researchers tried to map the harmonics, they found the frequencies corresponded with brainwave patterns, specifically those linked to dream states. The moai aren't just resonating with the ocean, they're resonating with us. One theory posits that these statues are part of a planetary scale mechanism, a deep sea warning system, or even a seal. The mouths form a continuous vibration when the tides align, sending their chant into the deep trench where, some believe, something waits, not dead, not gone, just listening. And when the harmony breaks, when one voice falters or a head shifts, the pattern fractures, and the voice becomes a call. In 2019, a minor quake shifted one of the submerged moai. Days later, sonar picked up a new signal from the trench. A call and response. The tone had changed. For the first time in recorded history, the choir answered. What ancient force are these heads trying to soothe, or imprison, or lull? And what happens when the chant is interrupted? In the warm, crystalline waters near the Bahamas, where coral gardens bloom, and the sea sings soft lullabies to passing storms, there exists a place where the beauty abruptly ends, a sudden drop, a spiral descent, where light refuses to follow, and the color of the sea turns a choking ink. Here, scattered across 100 meters of seabed, lie anchors, hundreds of them, rusted, ancient, immense. But they are not attached to wrecks. They are not tethered to ships or coral or any earthly burden. They are chained to nothing, yet they all pull downward, taut, trembling, resisting an invisible force that drags against them, like breath against a net. Their chains stretch into the dark unconnected, as if tied to a void. Local divers call this place La Garganta del Mar, the throat of the sea. In 2004, an oceanographer from Nassau led a team to explore this strange cluster. Initial scans showed no geological anomaly, no magnetic irregularity, but once underwater, their equipment began to fail. Compasses spun, depth gauges dropped to impossible readings, and then they saw the chains, dozens at first, then hundreds, spiraling outward, like ribs of a colossal creature, all pulling toward a central hole. The hole is not a trench. It's not even a cave. It's a perfect circle, 20 meters wide, and entirely black. No sound echoes into it. Lights vanish instantly. One diver dropped a probe. It fell for 13 seconds before signal was lost. No impact, no wall, just swallowed. And then came the vibrations. The chains began to rattle. Not from current, not from movement, but from something beneath, pressing upward in slow pulses, like a heartbeat in reverse, a pull instead of a push. The team retreated. Days later, the lead diver was found pacing his hotel room in a trance, muttering a single phrase. The weight was never ours. He later described dreams where he floated above the anchors, watching them groan, stretch, and one by one snap. And they do. Once every few years, an anchor vanishes. The chain remains, but cut cleanly, as if severed by pressure or force. What lies beneath them is unknown, but it is rising, slowly. One local legend warns when the last anchor breaks, the hollow will breathe. The Bahamian elders tell of a mythic beast, not a serpent, not a kraken, but an absence given shape, a thing banished long ago by tethering its mass to the bones of ships and whales and warriors, an empty god, bound by the will of the sea itself. Its name is never spoken, but the chains remember. Beyond the wind-swept shores of New Zealand, deep beneath the Tasman Sea, lies a reef with no coral, no colour, and no life. It spreads across the seafloor like an abandoned museum, flat, precise, and unnatural. Scattered across it are clocks, thousands of them, pocket watches, grandfather clocks, broken timepieces from sunken ships, digital faces half-blanked by sea silt. None of them rust, none of them tick, all are frozen in time, except one. It ticks slowly, steadily, always forward, counting down. Divers found the reef in 1987. A team searching for wreckage instead found order in chaos. The clocks weren't dropped at random. They were arranged in concentric circles, smallest at the center, largest at the edges. No ropes held them, no anchors bound them, yet none drifted, none floated, none shifted. Each clock's hands stopped at different times, different days, different years. Some dated back to the 1800s. Others hadn't been manufactured yet, but the one at the center, the only one still ticking, shows no date, only a sequence, a countdown. It changes with every hour, slowly, steadily. One diver, obsessed with its pattern, mapped the changes. After weeks, he discovered a terrifying truth. The countdown was decreasing toward a very specific moment, a date and time he couldn't explain, one that did not match any calendar. But as it ticked, he began to see changes around him. Currents shifted in tune with the clock. Fish swam in circles. Even light seemed to pulse with the ticking. Then came the dreams. The entire dive crew began having synchronized dreams. Vast oceans empty of stars, where something with a face made of gears and bells whispered numbers in reverse. Always numbers, always counting down. In 2001, a submersible returned to the site. The clocks had shifted. They had moved, just slightly, but every single clock now pointed inward, toward the ticking one. It had not stopped, it had sped up. No diver has returned since. Oceanographers now believe the clocks are not artifacts, but symptoms. Evidence of time being warped in one place, by some force too large to be measured. A gravitational wound, a cosmic anchor. No one knows, but the countdown is still running, and when it reaches zero, no one dares to guess. Beneath the still, brooding waters of the Black Sea, where sunken cities rot in silence and darkness flows thicker than oil, there lies a crypt not carved by chisel or hand. It is a sunken hall of impossible symmetry, hidden beneath sheets of shifting silt and barnacled stone, and within its walls stand statues, faceless, robed in silence, arranged in tight rows like mourners at an eternal funeral. This is the crypt of unspoken names. The structure was first glimpsed in the 1990s by accident. An underwater drone deployed for oil pipeline surveys veered off course and vanished for 17 minutes. When its feed returned, it displayed a still image, dozens of humanoid figures standing in perfect order, each stretching toward the vaulted ceiling of a chamber that should not exist. And at the center, a basin carved of black stone, wide and shallow, brimming not with water, but with a liquid darker than pitch, a viscous ink, swirling gently as if stirred by a breath. It releases no heat, no scent, but it whispers. Divers who later approached the basin reported hearing voices underwater, not through their ears, but inside their minds. The voices were calm, slow. They repeated names, always names, some ancient, some familiar, some their own. One diver fled mid-dive when he heard his daughter's name repeated 3 times, though she was alive and well. Another, who stayed longer, began reciting names aloud, none of which he recognized. Within the year, several of those named died, accidents, drownings, sudden disappearances. As if the ink wasn't predicting death, it was announcing it. Attempts to drain or sample the ink failed. The moment it is removed from the basin, it evaporates, vanishing in a hiss of cold steam that leaves behind no residue, no trace, just a single new name etched into the stone lip of the bowl, always fresh, always carved in perfect lines, always in languages no longer spoken. Scholars, mystics and physicists alike have debated the origin of the crypt. Some believe it is a remnant of a time when death was recorded, not mourned. Others claim the statues were once beings who stared into the basin too long and were hollowed of their faces, their identities absorbed into the ink. The most unsettling theory, that the crypt is still writing, recording the names of those fated to vanish, beneath waves the world has yet to know. And when the last name is spoken, the crypt will no longer whisper, it will sing. In the lightless belly of the Sulu Sea, beyond the reach of island lights and the echo of passing storms, there moves a shape so long and sinuous, the sea floor bends slightly beneath it. It is not flesh, it is not steel, it is a serpent built from ships, a leviathan stitched from the bones of war and trade, whose joints creak like mastwood and whose eyes gleam with rusted rivets. Locals know of it, through shadowy tales, whispered between fishermen, Bakunawa Naan Kahoi, the wooden mouth, a creature that doesn't breathe, doesn't bleed, but swallows with the hunger of the grave. It was first reported in fragments, in the aftermath of Typhoon Cobra in 1944. The USS Hull, USS Spence, and USS Monaghan, 3 destroyers, vanished beneath a single monstrous wave. Wreckage was never found. Years later, Japanese bathyscaphes, scanning deep trenches for volcanic activity, picked up a formation that moved. At first it was dismissed as a drift of tectonic debris, until they saw sails, and masts, and the unmistakable shape of hulls interlocked like vertebrae. It slithered slowly, undulating in rhythm with deep currents, its head formed from a single massive warship split in half, and rejoined to form a sharpened snout. Its belly groans with grog barrels, salt-wet ropes, and flags half-rotted into sea moss. It doesn't drift aimlessly. It hunts curling through ship graveyards, collecting more, growing longer, crafting itself into a god of wreckage. Submariners once tried to follow it. Their sonar pinged hollow spaces, cargo holds, torpedo bays, ballroom decks from sunken ocean liners. The serpent is not a single wreck, but a moving cathedral of ruin, constantly rebuilding, always feeding. Some parts of it still glow faintly, emergency lights stuck in eternal flicker. In one recording, a diver swears he heard old jazz music echoing from within its ribcage. And then there's the crew. In a single dive photo, grainy and dark, a face stares out from a shattered porthole, a face with seaweed for hair, barnacles for brows, and eyes wide open. Other images show silhouettes within the timber spine. Some wave, some scream, some just stand and watch. Maritime legends speak of an ancient sea witch, who bound the spirits of drowned sailors into a single endless form, cursed to wander, until it reclaims every ship taken by the sea. Every wreck in the serpent's body carries a memory, a story, a debt. When storms rage hardest in the region, the timber serpent rises just below the surface. Locals report seeing lanterns moving in the rain, ropes dragging across the sea like tendrils, and hulls brushing beneath keels. Some boats are found days later, untouched, but empty, as if the crew had simply walked away, or walked aboard. It does not roar. It groans with a sound like timbers warping under pressure, and the echoes of long-lost distress calls. Beneath the blue hush of the Mediterranean, where empires once rose and fell upon ships and salt, a trench splits the seafloor in a jagged, hidden wound. It is not marked on any map. Sonar rarely touches it twice. And yet, in the moments between silence and static, a glow pulses from below, not sunlight, not bioluminescence, but fire, ancient, flickering, reverent. This is where the Colossus kneels, discovered only once, in a deep-sea drone's accidental descent. The figure is massive, at least 200 feet tall, carved not from stone, but from some strange fusion of volcanic glass and fossilized coral. Its posture is unmistakable, head bowed, both arms raised in offering, as if in eternal devotion. Its crown is a twisted halo of reef and spines. Its beard flows in strands of cooled magma, cracked like sun-dried bone. The Colossus does not move, but the sea around it does. Currents pull inward, circling the trench like a whirlpool of worship. Fish refuse to pass its perimeter. Dolphins flee when they near, And yet, no marine life clings to its surface, no barnacles, no moss, nothing. It is as if even time avoids it. Ancient Greek and Phoenician myths speak of the flame below the blue, a fire stolen from the gods and hidden under the sea. It was said to be tended by a guardian who swore never to rise again unless the fire died. But here's the horror: the fire is almost gone. The glow grows dimmer every year. In 2008, a French research vessel lowered a probe into the trench. It recorded seismic activity, strange thermal fluctuations, and a sound like chanting, distant and low, as though hundreds of voices were repeating a single word in unison. The drone's camera flickered, then caught one last glimpse before transmission ended. The Colossus had lifted its head, only slightly, but enough. Since then, readings from the trench have become unstable. Heat spikes, rumblings, magnetic interference, a tectonic shift with no source. And that voice, it still returns, in data logs, in underwater microphones, sometimes even in the dreams of divers who've never approached the trench. A Maltese priest, when shown an artist's rendition of the Colossus, wept openly. He claimed the figure bore the face of a forgotten saint, one erased from all Vatican records, who was punished not for sin, but for witnessing. The priest died that same night, salt water in his lungs. Now the kneeling god of lava and reef waits, as the fire wanes. At the ragged edge of the Arctic Circle, where day and night blur in eternal argument and the wind carries more ghosts than snow, there lies a stretch of sea where ice never quite holds. No matter the season, no matter the cold, a patch of water remains open, breathing steam like a wound in the world. The Inuit call it Kimavik, the hollow mouth. But sailors fear it for another name entirely, the Bell Sea. Every 79 years, at the precise hour of winter solstice, a sound tolls from beneath that restless water, deep, low, a note too heavy to echo, but too old to forget. A bell, not a ship's bell, nor any churchly chime. This is a note that moves through bone, through marrow, through memory. Old fishermen say it feels like a heartbeat being counted from the outside. The last toll was in 1971. That same week, a coastal village named Karatu disappeared. Houses, boats, livestock, people, all gone. No wreckage, no survivors. Only a single fishing net remained, tangled on the beach, frozen stiff in mid-cast, as though the sea had snatched the village mid-breath. Records show it's happened before, always 79 years apart, always near winter solstice. Villages lost from the pages of time, some barely remembered, others erased so completely that even their names are unsure. And always in the days leading to the toll, the water glows faintly under moonlight, like a bell being polished before it rings. Submarines sent to scan the depths report strange readings. The sonar pings echo back with slight delay, as if bouncing off something moving, slowly, below the ice. Divers refuse to go down. Those who have tried report dreams of massive iron chains dragging across the seafloor, and shadows that drift with the tide, shadows shaped like bell clappers, swinging in silence. Some researchers believe the sound is geological, a resonance from shifting tectonic plates. But one linguist, reviewing the waveform of the 1971 toll, noticed something chilling. When sped up and filtered, the bell's tone forms a word, a single syllable, repeated 5 times. He never revealed the word. He died of hypothermia the day before his press release, found with frostbite on his fingers, though the room was heated. Now the next toll approaches, set for 2050. But something's changed. Inuit elders say the sea has begun whispering at night, groaning louder, earlier. The bell is warming. It may ring sooner than expected. And what will it take this time? A village, a city, or something greater, a piece of the world that was never meant to vanish. At the poisoned heart of the Pacific, where the ocean forgets how to breathe beneath a skin of floating waste, there drifts a monstrous island, not made of land, but of plastic, wire, driftwood, bones, and shipwreck rot. The world knows it as the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. But satellites in recent years have captured a disturbing truth. It's no longer a formless mass. It's spiraling. From above, it now coils like a galaxy, its shape mimicking an ancient Polynesian glyph, known only from petroglyphs, in caves on Rapa Iti, and now. The glyph translates to Timatagi, meaning he who waits beneath. Within the eye of the spiral, nothing floats, no debris, no fish, no current, just stillness and heat. In 2017, a cleanup drone passing through the core abruptly lost connection. Its last image showed something not made of trash, a surface, smooth and dark, pulsing softly like skin, under a slow heartbeat. Analysis revealed it wasn't rock, nor machine. It was organic, massive, and asleep. The elders of nearby islands warned this would happen. Long ago the ocean had imprisoned a guardian below its surface, not to protect the world, but to protect it from the world. It fed on silence, on forgetfulness. But now, surrounded by centuries of noise, pollution and chaos, the guardian stirs. Divers have gone missing near the spiral, not dragged under, not attacked, just gone. Their air tanks surface days later, unscathed. But inside the tanks, a strange residue, not seawater, but amniotic fluid, warm. Some environmentalists have started hearing strange vibrations through underwater microphones, not whale songs, not sonar pings, a chant, low and repetitive, in a language no human speaks, and it grows louder as the spiral tightens. The plastic begins to bend inward, pulled by an unseen force. Crates shift, nets tangle into braids, entire cargo containers float together like fingers clenched into a fist. The ocean does not want this spiral, it shudders beneath it. But the spiral will not stop forming, and what lies beneath it is not a god, or a beast, or a curse. It is a mirror. It reflects what we've cast into the sea, not just our waste, but our neglect, our noise, our sins. And soon, when the spiral closes, it may rise to return it all. Off the snow-bitten coast of Greenland, where the northern lights flicker like signals from lost gods, and the sea groans beneath glaciers, old as memory, a ship appears only during storms. It sails when no vessel dares. It moves against the wind, cutting straight through gales with sails stretched wrong, and ropes hissing like strained sinew. Locals call it Haunter of the Northern Eye, but its true name is carved into its blackened hull in faded white, the Morrow's Grief. It vanished in 1789, last seen chasing a pod of whales through an unexpected squall. The sea swallowed it without wreckage, without goodbye. The logs left behind in port spoke of strange sightings days before. Dead whales surfacing upside down, icebergs splitting from the inside out, and compasses spinning like coins. One sailor wrote, "We sail through wind, not with it. It carries us, but not forward." And now every few years the ship returns, unchanged. Its crew still paces the deck, flesh pale, eyes wide, dressed in 18th century coats, stiff with ice. Some shout to passing vessels, but their mouths open with no sound. Others wave slowly, mournfully. None leap. None seem to want rescue. They are trapped not by sea, but by time. Radar picks it up only briefly. A blip on stormy nights. A silhouette against a lightning flash. Attempts to reach it have failed. One research vessel chased it for 3 hours in 2012 before realizing they were sailing in circles. The storm above followed them, and so did the ship, always ahead, always against the wind. An Icelandic historian recognized the ship from old Inuit carvings, not depictions of the Morrow's Grief, but of a vessel they called Agaluk, the boat that came before storm. In their stories, it was not built by hands but by sorrow, crafted when the ocean mourned its first whale. Those aboard are cursed not with death, but with purpose. The Morrow's Grief is said to chase a creature deeper than whales, older than time, one that caused the sea to invent storms to bury its name. The ship hunts it eternally, across centuries through blizzards and melt, hoping to find and cage what should not be remembered. But with the melting ice caps and shifting polar tides, the storm circle is weakening. The ship now sails closer to shore than ever before. Some fear that once it reaches land, It will bring with it what it was meant to keep away, a being known only in whispers as the harpoonless, the unkillable god of the drowned hunt. So if you see sails black against the lightning, and feel a wind in your face while all others blow your back, turn away, for you've met the storm that sails you. In the freezing deep off the coast of Chile, past jagged cliffs and the broken spine of ancient sea trenches, lies a stretch of ocean floor that does not echo like stone or ripple like sand. It is still, impossibly still, as though the sea itself holds its breath in reverence. Here grows a forest, not of kelp or coral, but of stone trees, tall and pale and rooted upside down, with their branches reaching not skyward, but deep into the seabed, as if hung by fate itself. This forest has no name in modern maps, but among coastal fishermen, it is whispered as Los Árboles del No Nacimiento, the trees of the unbirth. Each stone tree is smooth, branching with impossible symmetry. They shimmer with a faint bioluminescence that pulses like veins. But it is not their unnatural form that disturbs those who've seen them. It is what is etched into every limb, every root, every curling leaf-like structure. Names, millions of them, perfectly carved. Human names in hundreds of languages, many extinct. Names that do not match any record, grave, census or birth certificate. Names no one has ever borne. The first diver to document the site was a Chilean oceanographer named Esteban Luarte. He was mapping tectonic shifts when he drifted into the grove. His equipment logged an abrupt drop in temperature and sound, followed by interference that scrambled every digital device on board. But his handwritten notes survived. He recorded hundreds of names he saw, none familiar, all untraceable. Esteban claimed the trees whispered, not in voice, but in intent. He felt knowledge pressed into his skull like dreams from before birth. He saw flashes of people, lives unlived, loves unspoken, cities that never rose, entire lineages that never took breath. The names carved into the trees were not memorials, but possibilities, unborn, forgotten before they were conceived. One researcher proposed that the forest records potential human lives denied by cosmic error, souls that nearly entered existence, but were halted by fate, by history, by silence. Another theory calls it an oceanic memory glitch, a point where the deep rewrites itself, trying endlessly to recall what it almost was. Since Esteban's dive, others have tried to reach the grove. Most return with garbled footage and vague recollections. One returned without a dive partner, no body recovered, just the diver's name. Days later, etched fresh into the bark of a new tree, and the forest is growing. Each year more trees bloom downward, more names appear. The spacing grows tighter. One day, it may breach the seabed and climb toward the surface, bringing with it a million unlived destinies. What happens if your name is found there before you've left this world? And what if the forest one day begins to carve futures, not just what never was, but what cannot be avoided? Deep in the tectonic gash of the Galapagos Rift, where the ocean floor constantly births mountains of molten black and hydrothermal vents, spew heat into the void, lies a trench so narrow and cruel, it's known only by whispers among the few who've dared to map it. La Garganta del Abismo, the throat of the abyss. And there, embedded in the volcanic wall like an artifact sealed by the hand of time itself, is a jawbone. It is not fossilized, it is not decayed, it is alive, or something disturbingly close. First spotted in 1996 by a deep-sea ROV surveying vent activity, the jaw stretches over 40 meters from hinge to broken edge. Its upper half is missing, but the visible segment arcs like a cathedral door. Its bone is off-white, streaked with a faint shimmer like obsidian dust, and across its ridged surface, one detail chills all who see it. Rows of teeth, jagged and glassy, arranged in spirals instead of lines. They are not worn, they are not aged, they are new. Every expedition that returns to the trench brings back images that confirm a terrible truth. More teeth appear each time, slowly, methodically. It is still growing them, as if preparing, as if remembering how. Biologists can't identify the material. It's denser than enamel, stronger than steel, Geologists swear the jaw shifts slightly with each vent burst, flexing as if still settling into the earth. And in the hours after each new tooth appears, local fish vanish, entire schools gone. As if the sea around the jaw recoils. A Chilean diver once described the area as standing beside the mouth of something dreaming with hunger. And then there's the sound. Audio logs picked up a low-frequency vibration every time a new tooth surfaced. At first it was dismissed as tectonic resonance, but when the sound was isolated and accelerated, it revealed a rhythm, a mimic of feeding, chewing, swallowing. Some believe the jaw is the remnant of an ancient predator, not a whale, not a shark, but a god of predation itself, whose hunger shaped entire marine food chains. A being buried eons ago beneath volcanic rock and forgotten. But the earth shifted, the vents opened, the seal cracked, and the jaw remembered what it was meant to do. Now, near the edge of the trench, a small crack has begun forming beside the jaw. Sonar scans suggest that it isn't a wall, it's a hinge, which means the rest of the skull may be close, waiting, connected. And when the last tooth finishes growing, the jaw will no longer rest, it will bite. Far beneath the churning, iron-grey waters, off the coast of Norway, there lies a ravine shrouded in silence, so deep and narrow that even sonar seems reluctant to touch it. Within this fissure, clustered like rusted fruit hanging from unseen branches, hang bells, dozens of them, some small enough to fit in a hand, others as large as lighthouses tipped on their sides. No ropes, no supports. They hover there, anchored by nothing. But they are not still, they sway. They are known only as the klokken av glemsel, the bells of forgetting. They do not ring with the tide, they do not stir with storms. But once every so often, precisely during a total solar eclipse, they toll, not all at once, a few at a time. A handful of deep, dreadful chimes that echo up through the ravine, through the sea, through the bones of the earth. And when they do, something vanishes. Not from the water, not from land, but from memory. One person, every time, is forgotten, utterly, completely. Friends falter trying to recall their faces. Documents disappear. Photographs smudge. Even the soil where they once walked grows untroubled by their absence. They are erased, not dead, not missing, but never there. In 1999, a team of deep-sea archaeologists recording tectonic activity during an eclipse captured the first known footage. The bells swayed in unison, chiming, despite the vacuum of the ocean. One diver, Lars Mikkelsen, was seen in the footage. He spoke, he laughed, and then gone. No passport, no file, no mother who remembered him. His name became a blank space in every log. Another diver remembered him briefly, a feeling, a voice, the taste of a shared coffee. But even that faded by the next morning. The bells are not uniform. Some are etched in runes older than Old Norse. Others appear made from wreckage. Scraps of sunken ships, twisted cathedral copper, brass from forgotten wars. One bears the crest of a family that never existed. Another bears a face, yours perhaps, if you look too long. The worst theory, that the bells do not erase randomly. They select, choosing names whispered in certain dreams, or thoughts left unfinished. The deeper fear, that they ring not to erase people, but to clear space, as if making room for something else. One day, the bells may ring in full chorus. One day, the bells may ring in full chorus, and on that day, the sea may forget all of us. Far beneath the simmering chain of volcanic vents, between Easter Island and the Nazca Ridge, where the seabed trembles with molten sorrow and tectonic ghosts, a discovery was made in silence, and soon swallowed again by the same. A team of geothermal engineers, chasing thermal anomalies too rhythmic to be random, lowered a probe into a crevice no broader than a ship's hull, and no shorter than time itself. The footage returned only briefly, yet what it captured has haunted those few who dared watch it frame by frame. Nestled within the cradle of cooled magma, curled like a child in repose, rests a skeleton, towering, intact. Too large to comprehend fully, its ribcage alone arcs over 1,000 meters, curved like the arches of cathedrals carved by no hand. Its skull, shaped neither like whale nor serpent, bears no eyes, only smooth bone, a slope like ivory drawn in one motion, and behind it, a ring of spines arranged like a forgotten crown, and it breathes. Every 13 years, the cavern trembles and a pulse begins, slow and measured, like the rhythm of a tide locked deep within a stone. The chest of the creature rises, imperceptibly, but undeniably, as if the remains are not remains at all, but flesh paused in the act of remembering life. Then it falls still, and the vents flare red around it, whispering steam like prayers. Biologists scoffed at the footage, but the thermal data remained, a consistent cyclic increase in localized heat and magnetic resonance. One pulse, every 13 years, always timed with a volcanic tremor, always centered on the same point. There are carvings, etched into the stone surrounding the skeleton, markings not made by time, but by purpose. Spirals, sigils, lines that appear to bend light itself. Translations are uncertain, but one phrase emerges again and again in fractured tongues. The first guardian fell in sleep, not in battle. Was it the beginning, a thing born before currents, before salt, before bone had memory? Sonar readings show the sediment surrounding it is thinning, not eroding, pulling away, as if the sea itself is uncovering the form with reverence, brushing off ages to reveal a myth, not quite dead. When the chest next rises, what breath will follow? Will it be air, or fire, or something the world once knew and tried desperately to forget? And should it open its mouth, what name will echo through the crust of the earth? South of Java's boiling vents, where the Indian Ocean slouches toward shadow and the crust of the world begins to fray, there lies a trench too narrow for light and too ancient for maps. It has no name in maritime registry, though the oldest sea charts bear a smear in the same place, as if some cartographer's hand refused to finish the thought. But to those who dwell along the coasts, it is known in prayer and in warning, Gerbang Tanpa Balik, the gate of no return. It is not carved. It is not formed by erosion or fault. It is a door, twice the height of a lighthouse, forged of bronze darkened with crust and age. The structure lies wedged into the trench wall, like a key long forgotten. It bears no hinges, yet it opens, not by man, not by storm, but by time, precisely once every 100 years, without fail, for exactly 3 minutes. The last opening occurred in 1925. No vessel witnessed it, but 3 fishing villages from Sumatra to the Cocos Islands spoke of the same omen. Fish swimming backward, tides flowing inward, birds flying in tight circles, before dropping silently into the sea. Then the silence came, and then the chime, a sound like iron, crying beneath weight too terrible to hold. The door opened. What emerged was not light, nor darkness, but motion, a current so strong that it pulled wreckage from 2 miles away, siphoning detritus, silt, and sound itself. A Japanese merchant vessel, the Shinsei Maru, vanished that day. No wreckage ever found, no distress call, no crew remembered after a year, as though their lives unraveled with the tide. But sonar buoys have since captured strange pulses, always a century apart, always spiraling toward the same trench. Not echoes, not pressure shifts, signals. In 2025, the door is due to open again, and now, with modern eyes and deeper tools, there is fear in knowing what might be seen. Submersibles that pass near the trench report momentary blindness in their cameras, followed by glimpses of landscape behind the bronze flickering shapes, not of seabed or cavern, but something shifting, an ocean within an ocean, endless and too bright, where forms rise and dissolve before identification. One theory suggests the door leads to a separate sea, a pocket of space-time where the drowned continue to fall forever. Another speaks of a god exiled in fluid form, chained behind a gate that opens not to invite, but to release. The door bears no handle, no symbol, only a vertical slit down the center, wide enough to split a continent. It opens inward, and when it does, the sea does not celebrate. It waits. Beneath the blue expanse of the Gulf of Oman, past the tangled drapery of warm currents and cold memory, there rests a city, not ruins, not reef-cloaked remains. A city, whole, intact, and impossibly complete. It lies within a basin of polished basalt, tucked like a secret between two rising cliffs of black rock. For centuries it evaded all sonar and scan, as if shielded by some unseen veil. But in 2016, during a deep-sea mineral survey, a drone caught its reflection, not its shape, but its reflection, shimmering where light had no business being. The city is built of stone that does not erode, stone that glimmers with a faint translucence like quartz that has tasted flame. Streets stretch in perfect grids, smooth and uncracked. Towers of seamless obsidian rise at angles that defy gravity and reason. There are doors, each identical in size and pattern, sealed tight and cold to the touch. But it is the windows that defy explanation. There are thousands of them, framed in copper-laced metal, perfectly clear, and through each, one sees a different sea. In one pane, a coral reef teems with life not found in this age. Spiraled creatures with 100 fins, and whales the size of stadiums singing songs too fast for human ears. Another reveals a deep abyss where bioluminescent cities blink in patterns that resemble Morse, though no translation has yet matched. A third shows an Arctic seabed choked with ice flowers and frozen spires, where time seems paused and even water clots in place. No window reflects the gulf. None reveal what lies just outside the city. Not a single one is dark. Divers who approach the city report odd pressure shifts in their suits, flickering hallucinations, and a profound sense of being studied. Some claim they saw their own faces in the glass, but older by centuries yet unmistakably them. Others swam too close and vanished from sonar, their last known coordinates marked by a sudden burst of static and the hum of something mechanical waking. One researcher named Dr. Hannah Al-Qadri swam the perimeter for 5 hours before returning to the research vessel with eyes wide and speech slow. She claimed the city had spoken, not in sound, but in rhythm. The blinking lights of the towers pulsed in a sequence, like a breath or a heartbeat. She began to record the intervals, writing them into a notebook that has since been locked away. Each line of the sequence, when charted, created a map, not of the Gulf, but of Earth's oceans over millennia, showing routes long gone, continents before they cracked, and lines beneath the surface where others may have built. And then there's the central tower. At the heart of the city, taller than all others and untouched by seaweed or coral, stands a spire shaped like an hourglass. It is ringed with windows, every one shows a different sea. But at midnight, local time, a pattern emerges. One by one, the windows turn, showing first the past, then the present, then something else. Waters too red, moons too many, stars that should not be. In these frames, the city appears again and again, but in different places, on mountaintops, in deserts, on icy plains, each time unchanged, waiting, watching. Some believe it's a ship, a vessel meant not to travel seas, but realities, a gate between oceans that never shared a tide. Others whisper it is the observer, created to catalogue life and loss, and leave no version of the world unmeasured. But if it records, what is it waiting to report? And why do the lights inside those towers blink faster, pulse harder, whenever a diver looks too long into one particular window, the only one that shows nothing at all, a black pane that reflects neither light nor sea, only a shape slowly approaching from within? In the throat of the Mariana Trench, where pressure grinds the bones of machines, and sunlight dies screaming, there exists an anomaly that redefines the very shape of fear. A freshwater lake, round as a coin, and still as held breath, lies sealed within a caldera, unreachable by tectonic reason. No river feeds it, and no salt ever taints it. Yet there it sits, clear, placid, impossible. Beneath that lens of mirrored glass, untouched by current or life, rises something that should not be, a cathedral made of coral, that does not match any known species on Earth. It rises once a year, always on the spring equinox, never before, never after. The structure, taller than Notre Dame, and wide enough to eclipse a warship, does not emerge with violence. It ascends slowly, as though remembering how to stand. Its spires, curled like the horns of extinct beasts, glisten with a strange mucus that shimmers under the faint ambient light of bioluminescent vents. Its entrance is a yawning aperture, flanked by two spiraled columns that weep bubbles in pulses, like breathing. No fauna approached the lake in the days before the surfacing. Not a fish, not a worm, not even plankton. The sea, so full of life in every depth, becomes vacant as a forgotten prayer. What's more, the water near the cathedral turns breathable. Divers report removing helmets inside the dome. The air smells of stone, wet ash, and saltless memory, and something moves within. Rows of coral pews line the nave, grown rather than constructed. The walls are ribbed with veins of opal-like matter that seem to pulse slowly, echoing the beat of the world's oldest drum, the tide. Above the altar, suspended like a question that's never meant to be answered, floats a single orb of black water. It never spills, never shifts, but seems to watch, reflecting not the diver, but their guilt. Survivors describe visions of things they've done, forgotten, or denied, moments from childhood, hidden cruelties, decisions never made, but still regretted. One diver saw a version of herself within the orb, older, gaunt, wearing a necklace made of teeth. She returned to the surface screaming, and could never recall her own name again. The entity that roams the cathedral has never been seen clearly. It moves in blinks, first on one side of the hall, then behind you, tall, narrow, carrying no light, but trailing the sense of being witnessed entirely. It does not attack, it does not touch, it only listens, because that is its purpose. A confessor, perhaps, or a judge. One researcher likened the dome to a biological archive, a place where the ocean holds the sins of the land, letting them bloom into architecture and warning. Another, a theologian turned deep-sea analyst, declared it a sacrament, the ocean's church, its warning. For the cathedral does not always return to the same location. It has surfaced elsewhere, near Tonga, in 1921, beneath Lake Baikal in 1853, and once, horrifically, in a naval dry dock in Malta, where 5 dock workers vanished overnight, and a 6th survived only to draw the dome in chalk on the walls of his cell for 12 straight years before dying mid-sketch. No one enters twice, because on your second visit, the orb shows not your sins, but the world's, and few who see that ever surface again. Along the jagged crescent of the Scotia Arc, where the Atlantic begins to fray into the frozen silence of the Southern Ocean, there is a trench where gravity dips strangely and currents behave like thoughts half forgotten. Submariners once spoke of compasses that spun without wind and tides, that reversed in silence, as though some unseen influence breathed beneath them. It was here, between continental tiers and thermal fractures, that they found what no one expected: a clock. Not a device of gears or timekeeping hands, but a sprawling circular structure embedded in the very rock, grown or shaped into an exquisite symmetry that defied any natural process. The clock is alive. It spans nearly a mile in diameter, and its face is made of plates, concentric circles of living mineral, smooth to the touch, but pulsing faintly beneath like skin beneath a cold fever. Dozens of ridges encircle its heart, some short and shallow, others so deep they seem to disappear entirely into the trench beneath. In the center rises a single spine, translucent and coiled with glowing thread-like veins that pulse with slow light. The entire formation ticks only once every 1,000 years, not audibly, but with force, a wave not of sound, but of movement. When it ticks, the surrounding seabed shudders with an organized tremor, a pulse that rolls out in all directions like a ripple in a sleeping god's breath. The clock does not merely record time, it alters it, or rather it adjusts something more precise and less understood: currents. Records pulled from drifting buoys and oceanographic data logs show a pattern too exact for coincidence. Each major shift in deep-sea current routes, each rebalancing of salinity lines or alteration in thermohaline circulation, can be traced backward to the same point: a tremor at the Scotia Arc, always recorded as minor tectonic activity. But now the truth emerges like salt through cloth. Those tremors are the ticks of the clock. In 1021, Historical weather patterns shifted across the southern hemisphere. Glaciers receded, fisheries collapsed, Polynesian migration routes became easier to sail. In 2021, the clock ticked again, deep within the night, and shortly after, the circumpolar current began a slow tilt eastward. The southern sky grew warmer. Islands began to sink. It does not seem random. Theories rise like bubbles in its wake. Some believe the clock is an ancient regulator, a machine designed to keep the oceans from boiling into chaos, built long before land took its current shape. Others say it's not a machine, but a heartbeat, the organ of a sleeping entity embedded in the crust, with each tick a stirring limb, a rising breath, the memory of motion. The worst fear is not that the clock ticks rarely, it is that it is winding down. For on its outermost ring, newly exposed by receding sediment, are glyphs that resemble tally marks, and only 2 remain unstruck. Far out in the Atlantic, nestled within the caldera of a long-dead volcano in the Azores archipelago, lies a lake of unfathomable darkness. The locals call it Lago do Vazio, the Lake of Emptiness, not because it is lifeless, but because nothing in it has ever been fully known. Birds do not fly over it. Fish do not live in it. Boats that cross it report strange drag, as if something pulls from below, not with malice, but with intent. In 2003, an undersea drone, deployed to chart thermal vents in the caldera's floor, vanished without signal. When it was recovered days later, washed ashore miles from its last known location, its footage revealed a hollow beneath the lake, a cavern not flooded, but filled with air, locked in place by a membrane of water that pulsed like a lung, and within that dome, suspended as though floating in time, lay the body of a colossal squid, its arms curled in a perfect spiral around something glimmering. A book, not paper, not ink, but a codex of curved glass. The squid's body is long dead, yet intact. No decay, no bloat. Its eyes, vast and clouded, face outward from its cradle, ever watching the dome. Its skin shimmers faintly with bioluminescence, forming patterns along its mantle, untranslated, but rhythmic. Every hour, the lights pulse once, as if speaking, as if remembering. The book it holds is unlike anything known to the surface. Its pages are curved and etched from a material softer than quartz, yet stronger than steel. Each sheet holds what appears to be a diagram, stellar maps with shifting constellations, patterns of tides that span centuries, and deep-sea creatures that match no catalogued species. Between the diagrams are spiral glyphs that seem to shift depending on who looks at them. Some see numbers, others hear whispers, a few fall unconscious. One diver, Elena Duarte, attempted to photograph a page. Her camera failed. When she resurfaced, she spoke only in backward Portuguese for 2 full days, drawing cephalopod shapes in chalk on the walls of her cabin. When she finally returned to normal speech, her memories of the dive were gone. All that remained was a sentence she repeated in sleep. It wrote the ocean's dreams. The air dome should collapse. Physics demands it, but it remains, unmoving, untouched. Pressure sensors confirm the space is held open not by gas, but by something magnetic and conscious, as if willed into existence. One researcher proposed that the squid was no mere animal, but a messenger or archivist, a guardian of memory from a species that recorded its truths, not in stories, but in symbols that only the deep could hold. And the book it guards, perhaps it is not for us at all. Perhaps it is not a journal of what was, but what will be, the tides to come, the things that will wake, the names we will forget in favor of deeper, older ones. Beneath the fractured cliffs of Baja California, deep in the Gulf where warm currents twine with seismic veins, there lies an underwater cave, sealed in silence for more than 10,000 years. Divers stumbled upon its mouth by accident, following the trail of a dying whale that swam in circles for hours, as though drawn by a pull older than instinct. The cave's entrance is narrow, barely large enough for a man to pass, but once inside, the chamber opens like a cathedral submerged in ink, and across every inch of its walls, carved into the living rock and blooming with slow pulsating algae, are murals, so vivid they seem to shift with the tide. They tell no story of men, no legend of gods. These images are of something else, something coming. At first glance, they resemble ancient sea myths, serpents with wings, whales with many eyes, moons that bleed, but soon the pattern becomes unmistakable. A sun shriveling into darkness, oceans rising beyond shorelines, not with wrath, but with purpose. Then, another sea, shaped of black waves, and swirling with stars, blooming from the dying sky like ink poured into water. The second ocean. It is not water, not quite. The murals suggest a fluid unlike any on Earth, spreading through time instead of space, curling around events rather than places. One depiction shows a man sinking into it, aging backward as he falls. Another shows cities suspended mid-collapse, held in bubbles of the second ocean, time paused like breath between words. And at the heart of every mural, glowing brighter than the rest, is a spiral-eyed figure with fins like kelp and a cloak made of currents. It appears again and again, watching, measuring, bearing witness. Some theorize the murals are predictions, others believe they're memories from an era that hasn't happened yet. The glowing algae, never before classified, appears to encode sequences of bioluminescence that, when mapped, resemble deep space radio bursts. Not random, not noise, instructions. Marine linguists studying the patterns found a recurring shape hidden in the pulse intervals, a ring of waves nested within waves. They call it the clock sea, a representation of the second ocean itself, not as a place, but as a state of being, an inevitable convergence of the sea and time, where all things drawn into it remain forever possible, but never real. There are no bones in the cave, no tools. Only one relic remains, a stone tablet at the center of the chamber floor, engraved with one symbol, a spiral splitting open like a seed. When touched, it vibrates faintly, matching the rhythm of Earth's magnetic field fluctuations recorded once every 27 days. The exact same rhythm encoded in the algae's glow. Perhaps the murals are warnings, perhaps invitations, or perhaps they are merely records from a place that drowned before time began, whispering back as the second ocean stirs once more. South of the lonely wind-hammered ridges of the South Sandwich Islands, past glaciers that moan like dying stars and seas that never warm, there stretches a trench deeper than its name dares suggest. This is no natural wound in the ocean floor, but a narrow corridor, unnaturally symmetrical, like a slice made by a blade that ignored geology. Submarines have attempted to chart its length, but their instruments fail the deeper they dive. Compasses spin, sound vanishes, and hulls groan as though resisting entry. Yet the most unsettling phenomenon is not visual, nor tactile. It is auditory. The trench sings. Not constantly, but cyclically, precisely, every 9 months, down to the minute. A sound begins, low and trembling, pitched below human hearing, but still perceptible in the bones of a vessel. It grows over several hours, rising into a keening murmur of overlapping tones, part whale song, part static, part whispering choir. The melody is chaotic, yet oddly soothing, like lullabies sung in forgotten dialects. Above water, no adult human can hear it in full, but in the nearby island villages, a strange pattern has been observed. Pregnant women report vivid dreams of deep blue light, and their unborn children move in rhythm with a pulse they've never been taught. In 1978, a research team installed vibration sensors along the trench's ridge. The recordings showed a mathematically perfect symmetry in the waveforms, each cycle composed of 19 distinct tones, rising and falling like breath. No marine creature has ever matched the profile. The source is unknown. The signal ends suddenly, always after 6 days. Those born near the trench during the song cycles tend to share certain traits: perfect pitch, immunity to deep-sea pressure shifts, and dreams they describe only as old. A boy born in 1993 claimed to remember falling asleep before he was alive, cradled in arms made of warm current and sound. A girl in 2006 could hum the trench's tone at will, despite never hearing it directly. When scanned during her song, Local marine life clustered around the ship, silent and motionless, as if waiting. A retired Soviet sub-captain once confessed to diving near the trench in 1965. He reported a moment where time appeared to freeze, gauges halted, water turned still, and a sound impossibly clear filled the hull. A voice not in language, but in meaning. It asked only one question, pulsing with unbearable gentleness. Are you ready to begin again? When they surfaced, half the crew resigned. One man walked into the sea that night and never came back. The working theory: the trench is not a void, it is a cradle. Some believe it holds an entity not yet born, something gestating across millennia, singing to itself, shaping future minds with lullabies. Others think it is not birthing, but remembering, a song played backward, heard only by those who have not yet forgotten how the world began. There is a place in the Weddell Sea, west of the Filchner ice shelf, where satellites go blind and compasses lurch as if afraid. Sailors call it Mar de Nullo, the Sea of None, because it reflects no radar, no sonar, no signal at all. From above, it appears empty, a void of perfect stillness. But under thousands of feet of pressure-locked ice lies something uncharted by maps, unspoken by men. An oceanic mirror, discovered in 1987 by an Argentinian polar expedition. The mirror was first dismissed as a sensor error. An ROV recorded a depthless surface, a liquid layer suspended within a cavity of frozen stillness, smooth as obsidian, perfectly flat. But the footage revealed something impossible. The ROV, approaching the surface of the mirror, did not see itself. It saw its opposite. Instead of its lights, it saw darkness. Instead of its shape, a twisted twin, mechanical limbs bent the wrong way, emitting pulses that made the surrounding ice vibrate in pain. And when the ROV blinked its signal light, the reflection blinked back. First, more disturbing still, the ROV sent a final image before contact was lost, its own tether unspooling downward, not reflected, but filmed from below. A second ROV was sent. This one recorded 5 minutes of footage before losing all function. In those minutes, it captured not just its own approach to the mirror, but dozens of others. Reflections of divers, submersibles, ships that had never entered the Weddell, some that had vanished decades ago, even one marked with future model numbers. They all hovered just beneath the mirror's surface, unmoving, as if waiting. But each one was wrong. Their eyes glowed faintly red. Their motions, when they moved at all, were in reverse, and none of them cast ripples. No scientific team returned after 1991. The Argentinian government declared the region closed for ice instability, but satellite thermal imaging shows a perfect circle of heat beneath the cold shelf, a warmth that never fades, never grows, just waits. It's said that those who stare too long into the mirror, those who dive beneath the ice, near that site, sometimes resurface, different, quiet, slightly off, a gloved hand with reverse stitching, a dive computer that counts backward, a team member with the same name and face, but no memory of entering the water. In 2009, a British researcher named Marla Eckridge posted a photo from her final dive, an image of her own face, staring up from beneath the ice, smiling. Her suit, inverted, her eyes black. In the metadata was one phrase embedded where no metadata should have existed. We remember which one you were. Some say the mirror is a boundary, a rift, a reflection not of ourselves, but of what the ocean thinks we are. Others call it a gate to the anti-sea, a realm where all lost things drift, half alive, watching us through the waves. But there's one theory darker still, that the mirror isn't showing us another world, it's showing us the real one, and we are the echoes, the illusions floating above, waiting to be reclaimed by what lies beneath. So if you ever hear ice cracking, while the sea lies still, if you ever see your reflection blink when you haven't, if your echo doesn't match your breath, step back, because the mirror remembers, and it knows which version of you it's still missing. Lo, the chronicle closeth like a tide gone still, and yet the echoes of what hath stirred beneath remain, unwritten in books, unsung in hymns, unseen in the cartographer's reach, but etched forever in the marrow of the brave, and the damned who dared gaze into the fathomless folds of Neptune's desolate theatre. O listener, thou who hast tarried through these dread-tossed verses, know this: the sea is not merely water, but memory, a cathedral of sorrows unconfessed, a tomb where even the stars do not peer without trembling. In its gloomsome chambers dwell not beasts alone, but reckonings. Each ripple bears the weight of epochs, each silence a dirge not yet spoken. What maketh a leviathan more monstrous? Its size, or that it forgeth not what it hath seen? And what horror lies more true than the gaze of a creature that hath watched the moon rise 1,000,000 times, and never once blinked? Ye have met them now, the witness of the ice mirror, the chronicler squid, the great dome of breath, and the city that sleepeth not, but dreameth through glass. These were no idle terrors conjured by fishermen's rum, nor fables spun in sailors' dread. Nay, they are the unyielding truth, the secret breath of the ocean, revealed but once every mortal generation, and only to those who dare look with eyes unclouded by arrogance. Each tale unfolded like a sail in fog, each name a bruise upon the map of man's bold ignorance. For what hubris hath taught us to believe we were lords of the deep, who know naught of its tongue nor its memory? The ocean keepeth no masters, it suffereth no claim, it remembereth all. It was not we who named the sea monsters. They were named long ere our tongues learned to speak. They were written not in ink, but in pressure and light, in currents that bend as scripture, in salt etched into the bones of whales older than pyramids. The Kraken, the Leviathan, the forgotten 98. These are not names but warnings, chords struck upon the abyss, calling not to man, but to time itself. And yet we listened, and lo, how it answered. Ye who hath stayed until this final reckoning, ask thyself, were these naught but shadows of tale? Why then doth thy heart beat with such haste? Why then do windows rattle when no storm stirs, and dreams taste of brine, and birds falter in flight over calm waters? There are songs that never leave the sea, but sometimes the sea sends them ashore. When next thou standeth by the strand at twilight, and the tide draweth breath as though to speak, remember, thou art not alone. The sea remembereth thee, it knoweth thy shape, it knoweth thy silence. For beneath the lull of waves lies a vast parliament of eyes, unshut, unblinking, unfathomably patient. They have waited before, they wait still, and perhaps they wait for thee. Let this be thy scripture of the brine, thy gospel carved of tide and bone. Take it not as ending, but as anchor, for the deeper truths are not told, but felt, echoing in the bones long after the song hath ceased. Let it cling like salt to skin, let it haunt the hush between heartbeats. Thus ends the 100 and more legends of the sea monsters, a testament not to their malice, but to their memory. For it is not the monsters who forget, it is us. So seal thy lanterns, traveller, close thy compass, and walk not backward to the shore, but forward into the hush. Leave no trail but breath, for the sea knoweth the sound of steps that linger, and it shall remember thine. There are archives that were never shelved, not in libraries, not in stone. They were submerged, not lost, placed, locked beneath the sea, where no pilgrim would wander, where pressure replaces prayer, where silence speaks in tongues no surface has heard. Tonight we descend into those forbidden waters. But we're not chasing myth, we're watching what resurfaces. Objects, fragments, chambers, each one a question the Vatican refuses to answer. Each one a story that salt could not erase. These are not visions, they are findings, exiled, encrypted, erased from record, and yet they remain. Before we begin, where are you watching from tonight? Drop your city and the time on your screen in the comments. Let's see how far these secrets have spread, and how many of us still believe in what was buried. A pale stone ridge ran like a scar across the seafloor, half buried beneath layers of sediment west of Sardinia. From above, it looked like any other rise in the seabed, rough, uneven, marked by time and current. But sonar told a different story. The line wasn't natural, the edges were too straight, the curve too perfect. Something had been built there long ago, and something had covered it. Divers dropped at dusk, not because of superstition, but because each morning launch had failed. Equipment that worked on deck would short out as soon as it crossed the thermocline. Motors stalled, readings scrambled. On one attempt, the tether on a submersible snapped clean through, not frayed, but sliced. A straight cut, as if the ocean had drawn a line it didn't want crossed. The dive team called the ridge the fold. The name wasn't official, but it stuck. From certain angles, it did resemble the edge of a page curled under water, a ripple of stone that promised more underneath. When the lead diver reached it, he expected broken coral or shipwreck debris. Instead, he found a wall, flat, smooth, buried beneath centuries of silt, yet still intact, not eroded, preserved. Two vertical columns rose from the seafloor on either side of the wall, shaped like pillars from an ancient temple, not Roman, not Greek, older or different. Each was carved with symbols that wrapped upward like vines, long loops and spirals worn down by water, but still visible under light. Between them stretched a sealed arch, 10 meters wide, twice as tall. The stone wasn't the same as the rest of the seabed. It was darker, denser, and warm. At the top of the arch sat an emblem, a symbol chiseled deep into the stone and filled long ago with metal now rusted black. It looked like 3 keys twisted together in a spiral, the teeth pointing downward, wrapped in the curve of a snake. Not a cross, not a crest. The divers didn't recognize it, but one of the support crew did. He had studied theology in Rome. Quietly, he muttered a name no one else had heard before: Custodes Ossium, the Keepers of Bone, a sect long erased from church history, excommunicated for blasphemy involving relics buried at sea. No one laughed. Light faded faster the deeper they went. By the time the diver reached the base of the gate, only one light remained functional. It flickered, then steadied. The silt moved strangely, rising in small columns like breath, as though the ocean itself had started to remember something. The diver reached out. His glove touched the seam at the center of the wall. Nothing happened at first. Then the water changed. Not colder, not darker, just quieter. The usual murmur of the deep fell away. No hum of gear, no sound of his own breath in the mask. Just stillness, like something listening from the other side of the stone. Footage shows his hand linger there for several seconds, unmoving. Then his body stiffens. A faint vibration moves through the surrounding water, not loud, not strong. A tremor, like sound trapped in bone. The other divers, watching from above through the feed, called to him. He didn't respond. Later, the team would say his eyes behind the mask looked wrong. Not blank, not afraid. Just distant, like someone staring through time. The light blinked. The feed cut. When it returned, he had turned away from the wall and was slowly swimming back up, as if nothing had happened. When they pulled him aboard, he said he remembered nothing past the descent. His fingertips were burned, not by cold, but by heat. Blisters bubbled beneath the gloves. No explanation was ever found. The crew reviewed the footage that night. They watched the moment again and again. Nothing showed in the initial descent. But just before the light cut out, just before the diver turned, something appeared. 2 frames, that was all. A shadow behind the stone, not a reflection, not a trick of light. A form standing inside the gate, tall, motionless, draped in something dark that didn't move with the water. No face, no features, just the outline of a figure watching. It didn't blink. The footage was never released. The project was shut down within days. The ridge was declared unstable. Hazard signs were dropped, and the lead diver disappeared within a month. No obituary, no record of travel, just gone. Years later, a notebook turned up in a private archive in Portugal. The handwriting matched his. The final page held only one sentence: "The gate wasn't built to keep us out. It was built to keep something in." A month passed before the second team arrived. Not the original divers, not even marine specialists. This crew came from somewhere quieter. Older men in dark wetsuits with no markings, no names. Their vessel had no flag. Their equipment was outdated, almost antique, but everything functioned with precision. Nothing flickered, nothing failed. They didn't test the water or scan the ridge again. They already knew what lay beneath. The original salvage company received no update. The coordinates were sealed under a clause marked Vatican Maritime Holdings, Obscura. No one in the office had ever heard of that name. No one asked. By the time the second team descended, the silt around the vault had shifted, not scattered, cleared. As if the water had been swept gently by hand, the ridge stood bare in the floodlights, more visible now, more complete. The stone surface shimmered in places, polished by something unseen. The carved symbols were no longer loops and spirals. They had sharpened. Edges once eroded by time now appeared fresh, not rewritten, reawakened. A thin crack ran across the center of the gate. The seam had split just slightly, barely wide enough to slide a fingertip through, but it hadn't been there before. Divers moved closer, not slowly, not cautiously. Their movements were rehearsed, like men following instructions from a source that already knew what would be found. One knelt before the gate and placed an object against the seam. It looked like a bone fragment wrapped in gold thread, bound at each end with red wax. A reliquary. Old, possibly Roman. For a moment the surrounding water trembled, not violently, not with pressure, but with vibration. A low hum that passed through the gear, through the lights, through the flesh of the divers themselves. Cameras recorded the moment, but the audio came back empty. No sound. No mechanical interference. Just silence, as if something had consumed the frequency. The vault did not open. Instead it responded. Thin lines appeared across the stone, not cracks, not damage. Inscriptions. Dozens of them. Names etched in a language not immediately recognizable. Part Latin, part something older. Each name glowed faintly in the dark, not with light, but with movement. The script shimmered, flowed, like ink suspended in liquid, rearranging itself without touch. One diver reached toward a name. He didn't make contact. The lights went black. For 6 minutes, the feed was gone. The surface crew waited, listening to static. When connection returned, the divers had surfaced. All three, alive but unwell. One had blood running from his ears. Another refused to remove his mask. The third kept whispering the same word in Italian, over and over. Chiave. Key. The footage recovered from their suits had been partially corrupted, but a single frame, buried in static, showed something impossible. Not stone, not water. A face. Human-shaped but stretched. Eyes too wide, mouth half open as if mid-prayer or mid-scream. Behind the face, rows of narrow arches curved upward, disappearing into black. Architecture. A hallway, lit not by electric light, but by veins of something glowing faintly within the stone. The hallway was behind the gate. Not metaphorically, literally. The vault wasn't a wall, it was an entrance, and it had begun to open. The man who repeated Chiave died 48 hours later. His organs failed in sequence: liver, lungs, brain. Autopsy results were inconclusive. No bacteria, no toxins, just cellular collapse, as if his body had aged centuries in a day. His teeth had turned black, his bones had thinned, and beneath one fingernail, written in a fragment of skin, the word Acheron had been carved. A name from old texts. A river. The path between life and the forgotten. News of the death was buried. No records were made public. The ship was re-registered, under a different name. The footage, sealed. Only one image leaked. An underwater photograph, taken by accident, never published, never acknowledged. It showed the gate from a distance. The seam now wide enough to walk through. On the left side of the arch, a new carving had appeared, a handprint, human-sized, pressed deep into the stone, as if someone had pushed from inside, not pulled, not invited, pressed. The ridge was removed from naval charts within days. The Vatican issued a denial. No involvement, no knowledge, no comment. But internal correspondences, later leaked through a briefcase, recovered from a flooded monastery in Marseille, told another story. A line of handwritten Latin translated as follows: "The deep was never meant for burial. The deep remembers, and below that, if the vault opens, the silence ends." A corridor now stood behind the gate, not a tunnel eroded by water, not a natural cave or break in the rock, a constructed hallway, symmetrical, arched, lined with evenly spaced recesses along the walls. Each recess housed a shape wrapped in coral and cloth, shaped like urns but too tall, too narrow. The hallway did not slope downward as expected. It rose, ascended at a slight incline into the stone shelf behind the ridge, disappearing into blackness. No silt drifted in the air. No fish swam through. The water inside the passage was motionless, almost gelled, thickened somehow, resistant to the natural flow of the surrounding sea. Lights behaved differently inside. They didn't scatter, they bent, coiling softly as if pulled toward something ahead. Divers noted the effect, but didn't speak about it openly. One of them later described it in a private journal. The light did not want to leave. Only one team entered the corridor. Not professionals, not soldiers, scholars. 3 men brought in quietly under diplomatic clearance, escorted by a Vatican agent, whose name did not appear on any passenger manifest. The men were not given suits. They were given robes, garments stitched with weighted hems to keep them grounded in the water. Around each neck was placed a brass medallion, etched with the same 3-key sigil found above the gate. Cameras were allowed only for the first 10 meters. After that, no devices passed through. The feed cut exactly at the 10th recess. A pulse moved through the water, not violent, but final. A boundary crossed. No one outside the corridor could hear what happened next. They remained inside for 29 minutes. When they returned, one man swam ahead of the others, barefoot, his robe half unspooled behind him. His eyes were open wide, too wide. The pupils dilated so far that no iris remained visible. He wept without blinking as he was brought aboard, but when asked what he saw, he said nothing. He did not speak again. He lived 2 more days sitting upright in the same chair, unmoving. On the 3rd morning, he vomited seawater in his sleep, and died. The other 2 were taken separately. Neither was seen again. Reports surfaced through unofficial channels, letters copied by hand, and passed between monastic circles no longer formally recognized by Rome. One letter described the hallway, in detail, not from video, from memory. The man who wrote it claimed he had seen the same corridor before, in a dream. Night after night, since childhood, always the same arches, always the same passage upward, lit by flickering veins of pale blue that pulsed like breath. He had never been to sea. When asked how this was possible, he answered with one sentence: "It is not a place, it is a memory the sea holds open." The passage behind the gate was no longer sealed. But nothing came out. Instead, something began to echo. Not sound, not vibration. A presence reported first by fishing vessels in the region, then by deep-sea drone pilots running cable routes nearby. All described the same sensation, a feeling of being watched, not hunted, observed. Like something standing just behind their field of vision, something old, not asleep, just waiting. A Mediterranean hydrophone array registered a tonal anomaly 3 days later, a pattern beneath the usual marine frequencies. The tone resembled low human chant, 7 syllables, rising in sequence, repeated every 39 minutes, always the same pitch, always from the same coordinates. Engineers attempted to filter the signal, but could not isolate the source. When played aloud, the tone caused discomfort in most listeners. One technician described the feeling as being asked to kneel. Nothing on the ocean floor moved, but the vault remained open. Photos captured in secret from a French military drone showed the change most clearly. The gate had widened, not all at once, slowly. The seam now stretched more than 2 meters across. The corridor glowed softly from within, the light flickering at a rhythm nearly matching the recorded chant. A dark shape had appeared near the threshold, tall, narrow, fixed in place, not human, not metal, A form made of shadows pressed tightly into one of the side alcoves, standing perfectly upright. It did not drift. It did not change. The divers who saw it described the impression as priestly, as if whatever had been placed there had once worn robes, or knew what robes were. But the church issued no comment. The gate was declared off-limits to all maritime activity. The region around the ridge was reclassified as a military research site. Satellite data was scrubbed. Civilian boats were turned away, and the story faded, quietly, like most truths do when no one is allowed to speak them aloud. But one diver, the last to touch the gate before it split, left a final note in his personal log. It was brief, just 3 lines. It opened for us because we were never supposed to find it. It didn't fear us. It remembered us. A storm passed over the ridge 2 weeks after the last recorded dive. Nothing unusual, just wind and rain, a pressure front dragging clouds across the Mediterranean like slow wings. But something shifted below. The ocean around the gate darkened, not from sediment or depth, but from stillness. Equipment tethered nearby lost signal. Lights went out. Buoys floated off course. Hydrophones picked up nothing at all. Complete silence. Not a drop of movement. Not a trace of current. As if the water itself had turned inward to listen. On the morning after the storm, a maintenance drone drifted close enough to catch a single image before its signal failed. The corridor behind the vault was no longer lit. The glow had faded. The hallway, once lined with flickering veins of blue, now stood empty. The alcoves were bare. The shadow that had rested in the wall, gone. No debris, no damage, just the lingering outline where the figure had stood, etched faintly into the stone like a memory scorched into flesh. The image leaked weeks later, passed hand to hand through a chain of divers who'd worked on unrelated projects in the Tyrrhenian Sea. One copy reached a retired researcher in Palermo who had once handled artifact analysis for the Vatican's Special Artifacts Chamber. He recognized the shape, not the gate, not the corridor, but the carving at the top, the 3 interwoven keys. He'd seen it once before, etched into the base of a chalice pulled from the wreckage of a sunken monastery near Cyprus. The vessel had been sealed inside a lead-lined box, wrapped in chains, and submerged in 40 meters of concrete. No explanation was ever given for why the Vatican had demanded its burial at sea. The image confirmed what he already feared. The vault wasn't unique. It was part of a pattern. All across the Mediterranean, there had been rumors, whispers, sites scrubbed from maps, dive crews paid in cash and vanished from records, structures below the seafloor, chambers inside drowned caves, objects recovered and destroyed before they could be named. And now, the door had opened, but nothing emerged. Not yet. In the weeks that followed, small anomalies surfaced in regions once thought unrelated. A bell rang beneath the water off the coast of Crete. No ship nearby, no wreck to explain the sound. Just deep tolling, low and rhythmic, heard by 3 separate vessels, and captured faintly on sonar as pressure waves. The intervals matched the 7-syllable chant recorded earlier. A pulse of sound, a call, or an answer. Some said it was mechanical, others disagreed. A fishing trawler reported a massive shadow drifting beneath their nets near Malta. No sonar trace, no biological signature, just darkness, wide as a cathedral, gliding beneath the surface and vanishing into the deep without a wake. On shore, artifacts began to corrode. Old statues held in monasteries near the coast began to sweat salt. A crucifix in a Sardinian church was found cracked across the middle, not broken by force, but split as if aged suddenly, weathered in a night. The priest who discovered it spoke only once before requesting immediate reassignment. He described a dream, a hallway underwater, lit with soft blue light. Figures lined the walls, covered in fabric, voices humming behind stone, and a pressure, not on his chest, but in his thoughts, like someone waiting to speak through him. Once permission was given, he did not sleep again. The Vatican issued no formal statement, but satellite records show a vessel departing from a private port in Sicily, unregistered, headed towards Sardinian waters. On board 4 passengers, no names, no return trip recorded, no trace. The site was covered with a temporary steel frame, sunk by remote drone and marked as a geological study platform. No civilians were allowed within 5 kilometers. Divers who approached were turned away. Some were never seen again, but not everyone stayed silent. A single page, handwritten, soaked in brine, was found sealed inside a bottle washed up near Ajaccio, Corsica. Most of the ink had run, but one line remained, legible through the smears. The hallway is not a place, it is a voice, and it has started to remember its name. To this day, no new dives have been recorded. No public footage has surfaced. The gate remains untouched, or so the record claims. But on rare nights, during certain tides, local fishermen swear they see a shimmer beneath the surface, like a reflection with no source, like a door outlined in moving light, not glowing, breathing, waiting. A lump of coral, wide as a loaf of bread, and sealed with the grey sheen of time, surfaced from a collapsed tomb near the base of the Ligurian coast. The chamber had been uncovered by accident, not by archaeologists, but by a landslide. Heavy rains had swept an old hillside into the sea, peeling away centuries of soil and stone until a cluster of pillars slid into the surf. Among the wreckage, a diver noticed the object lodged between 2 marble slabs, rough, oblong, unremarkable at first glance. But something shimmered beneath the coral, not light, not reflection, shape. Beneath the crust, the faint outline of a clasp could be seen, a hinge of ancient bronze, almost completely devoured by rust. The diver didn't try to remove it. He simply marked the coordinates, photographed the find, and passed it along to a regional antiquities office, already overwhelmed with post-storm debris. The coral block arrived in a plastic tub. It sat for 3 days before anyone opened it. Only after seawater from the container began humming, faint, rhythmic, impossible to record, did someone take notice. Not a hum heard by ears, but felt in teeth, in bones, a tremble of tone that couldn't be traced to any machine in the room. The coral was cut open carefully. Inside, a book, a codex, sealed tight with bands of copper now green with age, wrapped in fish leather, hardened into a brittle shell. The pages inside had fused together long ago, but the shape remained unmistakable. A manuscript, not rolled, not scrolled, bound, meant to be read. In the center of the first page, a single character, sharp, vertical, with 2 mirrored curves on either side. No known alphabet claimed it. No scholar present could read what followed. The script seemed to slide away from comprehension, lines twisting out of focus when stared at too long. Several described a sense of nausea after looking at the text for more than a few seconds, a vertigo not of motion, but of meaning. The codex was dated through carbon sampling, 10th century, older than it should have been, older than the bindings, older than the silt around the tomb. A name was found on a slip of parchment tucked inside the back cover. The ink had bled, but the signature remained clear. Sylvester Secundus, Pope Sylvester II. But something was wrong. Sylvester died in the year 1003, long before the supposed date of the tomb's collapse. His writings, though rare, were well documented. None matched this script. None were bound in skin, wrapped in copper, or encased in coral. The Vatican denied ownership. Official archivists refused to examine the text, but whispers among monastic circles remembered something else. A legend that Sylvester had studied more than scripture, that during his years abroad, he sought knowledge in forbidden libraries, underground vaults in Moorish lands, Eastern monasteries no longer recognized, and one ruin near the Black Sea coast whispered to contain scrolls written before language itself. When he returned to Rome, something about him had changed. He spoke less, slept less, wrote constantly, and once during a convocation, he reportedly stopped mid-sentence, turned to the eastern wall of the chapel, and began reciting something no one understood, a string of syllables that caused the altar candles to extinguish themselves one by one. When asked what he had said, he answered, only what was remembered. The drowned manuscript may have been part of those remembered things. An independent linguist attempted to photograph the pages under infrared and UV light. The characters shifted in each spectrum, not simply revealed, but altered. What appeared as runes under one lens became musical notation under another. In ultraviolet, the ink vanished. In darkness, the manuscript began to hum again, faintly, steadily, like breath through a reed. The humming only stopped when salt water was removed from the container. Without it, the pages curled. With it, the text pulsed. Not figuratively, physically. The characters lifted and settled like plankton caught in tide. One Vatican-affiliated scholar, who examined a single page under heavy gloves and full containment, was later quoted, off record, saying, "This isn't scripture. This is instruction. But not for us." That scholar resigned within a month. The manuscript was relocated to an undisclosed archive, rumored to be beneath a former monastery near Ancona. Access was denied to all external researchers. The diver who first recovered the object refused all interviews, and 3 weeks after the artifact was moved, a tremor shook the Ligurian coast, mild on the surface, but strong enough to fracture several limestone walls in the area surrounding the tomb. One crack ran through the foundation of a flooded chapel, overlooking the sea. Beneath the broken stone, surveyors found another coral-encased object, smaller this time, smoother, oval-shaped. It, too, hummed. But when cut open, it revealed no book, only a single page. A prayer written in the same shifting cipher, no address, no amen. Just one phrase translated by the only man who dared to try. "Those who read in air forget. Those who read in salt remember." A single page began to spread, not through press, not through scholars, through hands, passed in secret. Copied with precision, by those who claimed to hear its hum in dreams. The cipher resisted analysis, yet those who held the page long enough began to sketch versions of it from memory. Never perfectly, but with patterns that matched across continents. A monk in Lisbon, a librarian in Krakow, a deep-sea technician stationed off the coast of Albania, all drew the same 3 characters in the same sequence, shapes no one taught them, in an order no one could explain. When placed side by side, the symbols formed a triad that echoed the design on the original codex's first page. Not identical, more like an echo. Faded, distorted, yet still resonant. Each one had dreamed of the same sound, a low tone rising beneath water, pulsing with a rhythm not unlike breath or prayer. No origin, no explanation, but the page continued to appear, not the original. Copies, impressions, imitations made by those who should not have been able to remember it. In southern Italy, a small church near the coast was abandoned after locals reported a chant emerging from the floorboards during Mass. Not loud, not aggressive. A hum, low and smooth, rising through the stones beneath the pulpit. It ceased only when the altar was removed. Beneath it, they found seawater pooled in a cavity where no pipe or channel should have been. Floating in the water, a scrap of vellum, blank to the eye, but warm to the touch. One witness described it as something that had just been whispered. Further north, a bell tower struck 5 times at midnight, a number no bell in that region is tuned to chime. The church had long been decommissioned, left to ruin, but nearby residents claimed to hear the ring for 3 nights in a row. When authorities investigated, the bell appeared unbroken, unmoved, but a phrase had been etched into the brass, just inside the rim, a place no human hand should have reached. The phrase matched a line in the Sylvester Codex, translated from a recent attempt by a Vatican outsider. The full sentence was incomplete, but what survived read, "Where salt rests, memory opens." Inside the Vatican, pressure grew. Official channels denied the manuscript existed, but behind sealed doors, a commission was formed. 12 men and women, brought in under the title Custodia Temporis. Not archivists, not scholars. Specialists in ancient rhythms, apocryphal pulse patterns, liturgical numerology. No one spoke of their findings, but one translator who briefly consulted on the text left behind a note, tucked into a drawer inside the papal library's sealed wing. A single line, written in trembling Latin. "This is not written in human language, it is written in time." The codex, it seemed, was more than a manuscript. It functioned not just as record, but as signal, a device, almost for remembering. But remembering what? Fragments of translation began to emerge through channels, never meant for public release. Each passage came from a different part of the manuscript, but a theme started to take shape, an oath of waiting, a silence guarded, a location submerged. And again, a word salt, not as seasoning, not as symbol, as medium, as gate. The water used to test the codex, taken from a nearby well, had never been purified. Later examination revealed that the salt content in the well had increased by 17% in the days after the codex's immersion. No salt had been added. The change occurred organically, from the manuscript, as if something written in it had bled into the water. The researcher who discovered the anomaly fell ill 3 days later. Her notes became incoherent, letters reversed, words mirrored. A diary entry dated the night before her collapse described a dream, hands made of coral, pages breathing in rhythm, a face behind the parchment, not visible, but implied, something watching through the words. She died with the codex open beside her. The room smelled of brine. Her lips were crusted with salt. The Vatican removed her name from all internal documents. Her research was boxed and sealed, but a photocopy of her final page leaked into a small Jesuit network operating off the coast of Croatia. The last thing she wrote was not in cipher, it was in plain Latin. He did not write this book, he brought it back. The implication was clear. Pope Sylvester had not created the codex, he had recovered it, from where no one could say. But another theory surfaced in the margins of a suppressed theological tract recovered from a flooded Benedictine vault in Palermo. The note was unsigned, but dated 1611. It speculated that certain saints, or those thought to be saints, had received not visions, but echoes, not glimpses of heaven, but fragments of what the ocean once buried beneath its deepest shelves, knowledge that could not be spoken aloud, not for fear, but for lack of language. That tract was destroyed in a fire. No copy survived, but the page lives on. The manuscript now rests beneath 5 layers of sealed containment, in a vault known only to 3 living clergy. No light reaches it, no eyes read it, but at night when the tide reaches its highest swell, the room hums, and somewhere a phrase no longer taught in any seminary begins to echo again. Remember through salt, speak only beneath the water. A monastery near the southern cliffs of Corsica reported a soft sound rising through its chapel walls just after midnight. A low, steady rhythm, like breathing drawn through hollow stone. The monks believed it to be wind at first, but the rhythm repeated every 47 seconds, and it did not fade with the weather. It grew, not louder, closer. By the 3rd night, the stone floor beneath the altar had begun to sweat. Salt water beaded across the surface, clear and warm to the touch. The chapel had no plumbing, no pipes beneath the foundation, no contact with the sea. The nearest tide touched land 600 feet below. Beneath the altar, embedded between bricks, long since worn smooth, a scrap of fish leather was discovered, curled in the corner of a storage chamber. The text printed on its underside matched the codex, not a copy, not a forgery. The ink was identical, dark, metallic, reactive to touch. Pressing it between gloved fingers caused a shimmer to ripple across the page. A word appeared, then vanished. 3 monks touched it bare-handed. One went blind within an hour. The second fell into sleep and would not wake. The third wandered out of the abbey barefoot and was found sitting in the surf, whispering to something just beyond the waterline. The codex had never been there officially, and yet its language had arrived. Word reached Rome, quietly, indirectly. The chapel was closed under the pretext of coastal erosion. No further statements were issued, but the presence of the codex had already begun to seed itself in other places. In a university library in eastern Spain, a student returned a manuscript that had never been checked out. The book had no barcode, no call number, no cover. A simple binding of grey parchment wrapped around pages that made no sense. A librarian opened it. Curious. The smell of salt rose from the spine, not mildew, not rot, salt. Handwriting on the inner sleeve read, returned by error, not to be shelved in air. The book was discarded. Burned. It did not burn easily. The fire rose white, not orange, and cracked the brick beneath the barrel. After the ash cooled, a message was found scorched into the metal rim of the incinerator. The same symbol, seen in the codex, the one drawn by dreamers with no memory of learning it. 3 shapes forming a spiral, a script that turned away from language and into something older. Interpretation attempts failed again, not because of complexity, but because of interference. Computers that scanned the text froze, translation software crashed. Each attempt resulted in the same phrase repeating across the corrupted output. I do not want to be read. The phrase was dismissed as glitch, a misfire of code, but paper records began to mirror the anomaly. Letters sent from clerics, who had handled the codex, started arriving with the same sentence typed into their margins, not by the writer, but printed at angles between lines, pressed faintly into the fiber, as if breathed in through the paper itself. In one case, a priest transcribing an unrelated sermon paused mid-line and wrote a different phrase without knowing why. The ink has a name, do not speak it. The next day he removed his tongue with a letter opener during morning prayers. He survived, but did not speak again. The Vatican recalled all surviving fragments. Private collections were warned. Monasteries received new instruction. If a page hums, drown it. If it resurfaces, leave. If the water remembers your name, do not return. No explanation was given, but even the instructions were not enough. A former archivist, unnamed, unclaimed, leaked a sealed page of translation. Just one, 6 lines, fragmented, marked in the original cipher, and mirrored Latin. It read, not scripture, echo, not author, vessel. This is not to be known, only held. Memory must never dry. He did not drown in water. He drowned in names. No further fragments were sent. But 1 month later, a fisherman in Palermo found something floating just beyond the harbor wall. Not a body, not a bottle, a page, folded carefully, tucked into a leather sleeve sealed with wax. He opened it out of curiosity. The ink shimmered like breath. Within hours, he forgot his wife's name, his children's voices, his own reflection. His words dissolved. But when doctors asked what he remembered, he smiled and drew something into the condensation on the window. 3 shapes, a spiral, a code. Salt was found beneath his fingernails. The manuscript now remains beneath Vatican containment in a sealed vault, no longer accessible by stairs. Only rope descends into the chamber. The walls are copper-lined. The air is pumped dry, but the water rises, not visibly, not physically, but within the stone. Pope Sylvester's name is no longer spoken aloud by any sitting clergy. His writings are gone. His tomb has been re-sanctified, and its coordinates removed from official maps. But every few years after a storm strikes the Tyrrhenian coast, a page floats ashore, wrapped in coral, written in breath. A northern wind swept across the Ligurian coast, just before dawn, stirring the tide into long, silent fingers that reached inland and vanished without sound. Along the pebble edge of a forgotten inlet, near San Frutuoso, a child found a strange object resting in the tide pool. Not a fish, not driftwood, a sliver of parchment, curled at the edges, soft to the touch. He picked it up without fear. His mother saw him from the trail above, waving it gently in the breeze. By the time she reached him, he was humming. No words, no melody, just a low rhythm, pulsed, steady, almost measured. The child did not speak for 2 days. On the 3rd morning, he asked a question no one understood. He wanted to know what the sea remembered before language. The parchment had vanished. Elsewhere, monks in a cliffside abbey watched the ocean turn strangely calm. For 6 days, no waves struck the stone below their windows. The sea appeared not dead, but listening. Birds stopped flying overhead. Candles refused to stay lit, as if the air had grown too heavy to burn. Inside the chapel, 2 words appeared in chalk on the altar rail, not written by hand, not carved. Dust pressed into shape by moisture and grain. It returns. The same phrase was found days later, on a fogged mirror, inside a sealed room at the Vatican Observatory. The mirror had not been touched. The room had been locked for weeks. No one admitted knowledge, but a priest assigned to the observatory left the next day. No reason given, no forwarding address. His apartment, when cleared, contained only one item of note: a jar of salt water, still sealed, still humming. The manuscript had not been read in full, not entirely, but something inside it had begun to behave like memory, not fixed, not solid, but active, moving through water, calling in fragments, appearing in dreams and symbols long erased from scripture. An archivist working alone in the papal crypt described hearing footsteps one night, not above, but below, inside the walls, pacing slowly as if in study. He searched for the source. No intruder was found. But on the marble bench near the tomb of Pope Innocent III, a strange marking had appeared in the condensation: 3 strokes, a spiral, a symbol pressed without hand. He wiped it away. It returned the next day. The church had a name for the phenomenon, once: not heresy, not possession, resonance. The belief that certain truths are not spoken, but remembered by the world itself, kept quiet only by distance, pressure, and time. The codex carried that weight, not as message, as presence, not as content, as rhythm. A pattern of remembering that could not be stopped, only slowed, and slowing it was becoming harder. A fragment of the manuscript, just a corner torn from a fused page, was accidentally exposed to open air during a transfer. Within hours, the room it occupied flooded with condensation. The temperature dropped. One wall cracked. A stain resembling a human eye appeared in the corner of the page, though the ink had never touched that space before. The technician present left the building and never returned. His resignation letter was found months later, buried in the plaster of a stairwell he had never entered. The letter contained only one sentence: "The book is not closed, not sealed, not finished, not silenced." Each attempt to contain it only shaped its direction. The codex did not want translation. It wanted replication. Its language moved not through reading, but through exposure, through salt, through touch, through dreams. A single syllable, repeated beneath breath, could cause the ink to ripple across the page. A low hum, matched in rhythm, made entire lines reappear. The words behaved like living things, not grown from ink, but from memory itself, living inside the paper, surviving between margins, waiting for the sound of water. The man who dared read it aloud suffered no wounds, no madness, no violence, but afterward, he no longer knew his own name. He remembered another, instead, one that did not belong to him. He wrote it again and again, on the wall of his cell. A name drowned in time, a name erased from the line of papal succession, a name whispered in forgotten coastal rituals, meant to warn children not to wade too deep: Gerontius. A pope who was never crowned, a teacher who was never born, a reader who remembered too much. The codex is now sealed beneath 5 layers of containment. No eyes see it, no ears hear it. But the Vatican has reinforced the chamber walls with sound-dampening lead, not for protection, for silence. Because something inside is still humming, not steadily, not peacefully, like something trying to breathe through pages that never should have been opened. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the tides rise and the wind drops, the chamber walls sometimes shake, and no one speaks of the name pressed into the stone beside the manuscript. Not out loud, not anymore. Black stone rose from the trench, like a shard of sky dropped upside down, darker than obsidian, smooth as glass, wedged between jagged cliffs, where no coral dared attach. The submersible's lights revealed nothing on approach, only a void surrounded by glowing plankton that refused to drift closer. Each pulse of the current bent around the object, like it didn't belong to the water at all. The dive team had no name for it. Their charts listed the trench as inert. No anomalies, no history, just depth. At 7,600 meters, shape becomes difficult to trust. But this shape didn't blur. It sharpened, flat, vertical, clean-edged. A panel, roughly 2 meters high, tilted slightly forward, embedded into the rock face. The pilot noted how the surrounding terrain had folded around it, as though the stone had arrived first, and the earth had simply grown around its presence. No damage, no cracks, just stillness. The submersible paused 12 meters away. Cameras zoomed in, no symbols, no carving, only reflection. The pilot leaned forward instinctively. His face, dim, distorted, appeared in the glass, but something else moved behind him. Not a crewmate, not a cable, a figure, too tall, too still, kneeling in the dark. He turned, heart stalling, nothing there. But the recording showed the image clearly. A presence behind him, shoulders bent, posture folded in reverence, or warning. The form was visible only in the surface of the stone, and only when submerged. The feed was brought topside immediately. No audio anomaly, no thermal spike, no interference, just an object that reflected more than its surroundings. When the pilot returned to the surface, his eyes did not adjust to daylight. He remained in the dim corridor of the ship's cabin for hours, refusing to speak above a whisper. When asked what he saw, he answered quietly, "It showed what listens." The object was recovered days later by a robotic arm, lifted slowly, carefully, as if waking something. The stone resisted at first, not in weight, but in silence, as if sound itself hesitated to cross its surface. Only after applying saline gel to the clamps did the panel lift free. Underwater, it weighed 82 kilograms, on board 14. Scales disagreed, readings fluctuated. The surface never dried, polishing made no difference. The stone remained wet, not dripping, but coated with something not quite water. It refracted light wrong. Hands appeared too narrow, fingers elongated. Reflections moved with slight delay. Those who stared into it too long described an ache behind their eyes, a pulling sensation, not forward, down. 2 weeks later, the mirror was housed in a sealed observation chamber at a marine institute, funded by Vatican grants. No public record acknowledged its existence. Only one access badge was issued. The researcher assigned to observe it worked in solitude and submitted only handwritten notes. His final entry described something no one had expected. Not just reflections, responses. The mirror had begun to react. Breath fogged across its surface even in cold rooms. The glass pulsed faintly in the presence of prayer. Most disturbingly, movement behind the reflection did not always match the subject standing in front of it. A raised hand would lag slightly. A tilt of the head might not tilt at all, but the kneeling shape remained consistent. Still, patient, unmoving. Behind every figure who stood near. Different postures, different faces, but always in the same position. One figure behind each reflection, always kneeling, always waiting. A camera left on overnight captured a sequence no one could explain. Between 3:12 and 3:14 a.m., the mirror turned black entirely. No light, no detail, just void. Then a faint image returned. Not of the room, not of the researcher. The mirror showed what looked like a chamber of stone, curved walls, no seams, lit from below with dim blue veins like cracks in volcanic glass. In the center, a wide basin, filled to the rim with water so still it might have been carved. Surrounding it stood 13 figures, all kneeling, all faceless. The room held for 11 seconds, then the image vanished. The mirror returned to its original state. The camera glitched once and returned to normal. No attempt to replicate the event succeeded. When the footage was reviewed, a timestamp had been altered in the digital log, overwritten with characters not part of any known encoding system. Experts could not translate the mark. But one Vatican archivist, upon seeing the shape, reportedly refused to touch the screen. He claimed the symbol marked a location, not a time. A place recorded, not in hours, but in memory. The researcher who recorded the event left the facility 2 days later. Before resigning, he wrote one final line on the observation log. The mirror does not reflect, it remembers who was watching. Slanted corridors wrapped around the chamber like ribs, each hallway curving inward until the observation lab took on the shape of a buried cathedral. The mirror stood at its center, tilted slightly toward the northern wall, positioned exactly as it had been retrieved, facing nothing, yet seeing everything. Even in darkness, it reflected the room perfectly. No lights were needed, no observer required a flashlight. The mirror glowed with its own faint memory of the space, rendering every chair, cable, and breath with soft distortion, as if the object were remembering what had been, rather than showing what was. Soon, the room began to change, not physically, but within the mirror itself. Chairs appeared out of place. A book resting closed on the desk in reality was shown open in the reflection. In one instance, a clock on the far wall reflected an hour that had not yet arrived, subtle at first, but unmistakable. The mirror was no longer a simple surface. It was behaving as if time bent differently through its lens. Then came the first delay. An observer, stationed for 20-second intervals only, stood before the mirror in complete silence. He watched his reflection breathe, blink, shift his stance. Then something slipped. His reflection paused, just for a heartbeat, as if watching him instead. It blinked twice in succession while he stood perfectly still. No one else was in the room. He turned instinctively, but nothing stood behind him. And yet, when he reviewed the recording, he saw the same figure others had glimpsed, kneeling, faceless, behind his shoulder. He resigned that evening. No formal complaint, no final report, just a quiet exit, and a one-line note left on the lab table. It studies before it speaks. The object was officially reclassified by the Vatican 2 days later, no longer an artifact, now designated as active, a term reserved only for items believed to possess independent intention, not sentience perhaps, but agency. The mirror was responding. Condensation appeared next, at first a faint curve in the lower corner, not random, but formed, a mark resembling an ancient musical rest symbol. Hours later, the first frequency was recorded, a tone so low it bypassed microphones entirely, and was felt only through the sensors bolted to the floor. A hum, steady and soft, repeating every 3 minutes, rising, falling, breath-like. No source could be found. It pulsed not from the walls, not from the cables, from the mirror itself. One experiment followed, primitive, cautious, almost superstitious. A white candle was placed before the mirror, unlit. The test was designed not to yield results, only to observe. But after 31 hours, the candle began to melt. No flame appeared, no warmth surrounded it. The air was cold, but in the mirror, the candle burned. For exactly 1 second, a flicker, then nothing. An hour later, the melted wax formed a pool at the base, where 3 words had imprinted themselves in shallow ridges. Do not call. The room was cleared. Security increased. The mirror was rotated to face the opposite wall, but the reflection didn't change. It still showed the room behind it, as it had been, not as it was. The object had untethered itself from physical orientation. It remembered the space, and it chose to keep showing it. One night, a prayer was spoken in front of the mirror, not an official test, not recorded, an old hymn, simple, personal. As the words reached the 3rd verse, every light in the room dimmed simultaneously. No circuits blew, no generators failed. The brightness simply dropped, like the room had turned inward. In the mirror, the reflection did not sing, but the kneeling figure behind the man had lifted its head. The lights returned 30 seconds later. That observer never returned. What came next was stranger. At exactly 3:12 a.m., on a stormless night, with no personnel in the room, and no direct line of sight between the mirror and any outside source, the reflection shifted. The camera caught it. A room made of stone, circular, seamless, a domed ceiling, with cracks like veins of blue fire. In the center, a basin, perfectly round, filled with water so still, it mirrored the mirror. Around it stood 13 figures, kneeling, motionless, faceless. The image lasted 8 seconds, then returned to black. Attempts to isolate the footage failed. One corrupted frame remained, not visual, encoded. A digital character, not part of any known system, had overwritten the timestamp. A symbol, circular and intersected, almost organic. When shown to a Vatican linguist, the response was immediate. This does not mark time, it marks place. The final entry from the lead researcher came 3 days later. He left a note outside the chamber, pressed flat beneath a blank transparency slide. No ink, just pencil, shaky handwriting, smudged from moisture. It no longer shows what is, it shows what is near. A woman stood before the mirror longer than any previous observer, not by recklessness, but by permission. She had been granted extended access due to her prior work on acoustically reactive relics, specifically a sealed chalice that responded to Gregorian chant. She was calm, methodical, unafraid, but she did not approach the mirror as a scientist. She stood before it like someone returning to a place they'd once dreamed of as a child. Her breathing slowed, her hands folded. She remained still for 49 seconds before speaking. The phrase she uttered was not Latin, not any known tongue, but the sound was familiar, low, rounded, shaped like a lullaby, half swallowed by water. The mirror did not move, but the room behind her, in the reflection, began to ripple, not like a pond disturbed, more like the idea of the room was being reconsidered. She stopped speaking, the room steadied, but in the mirror, her own reflection did not resume. It remained paused, mid-breath, watching her with an expression her face never wore. When she turned to leave, she reached for the door handle. The camera captured it clearly. Her mirrored self remained frozen for 1 second longer, then tilted its head, not curious, not confused, a tilt of recognition. She collapsed, halfway down the hallway. No medical cause was found, no seizure, no cardiac arrest. But when she regained consciousness, she no longer knew what year it was, not in the abstract, but viscerally. She insisted the year was 1346. She insisted her family had not yet returned from a pilgrimage to Alexandria. She knew her name, but it was not her name. Her records were sealed. She was removed from service. But before leaving the facility, she wrote a short passage from memory and handed it to the chaplain on duty. The passage appeared in no recognized text, though its structure mirrored early fragments of pre-ecclesiastical liturgy. I saw the kneeling thing, not as figure, but as echo. I knelt with it. It did not look up. It did not move. But it welcomed the memory I had forgotten I was keeping. The chaplain left the site soon after. In the following weeks, the mirror's behavior changed. Reflections no longer aligned with the time of day. Observers noted that the light shown in the mirror sometimes indicated sunrise when the actual sky outside was pitch black. In 2 documented instances, a clock in the reflection showed the exact time of an earthquake that had not yet occurred, one in Greece, one off the coast of Algeria. Each tremor followed the timestamp by 32 hours. A 3rd clock anomaly showed no result. Instead, the hands of the reflected clock spun in reverse for 6 full minutes. The room behind the glass dimmed, as if the shadows were being played backwards. Those watching said the mirror had entered memory. That same night, a technician cleaning the chamber paused to glance into the object for only a second. He later reported seeing a hallway he could not describe, not because he lacked the words, because every time he tried to recall it, the shape of the space collapsed, folding into itself like a muscle contracting. He went silent for 72 hours, then began sketching. None of the images matched the facility. All resembled submerged churches, broken altars, stairs leading downward into rooms lined with identical mirrors. He claimed to have never seen them before. But when shown a photo of an early Vatican submersible, used in artifact recovery in the 1940s, he recognized it immediately. Not the vessel, the symbol painted on its side. A trinity of concentric circles, interrupted by a spiral slash. The same symbol the mirror had revealed once, pressed faintly into its surface condensation weeks earlier. At this point, the Vatican moved the mirror again. It was taken from the coastal lab and relocated to a sealed chamber beneath a disused chapel on Mount Subasio. The public believed the chapel had closed due to erosion damage. In truth, the foundation beneath the altar had already experienced structural failure after a prior incident involving a relic shaped like a tear. No further observation was permitted. But despite the relocation, witnesses reported strange effects along the route the mirror traveled. 2 members of the transport crew claimed their GPS instruments recorded coordinates not in Italy, but somewhere beneath the Sea of Galilee. One guard began humming in his sleep, a rhythm no one recognized, until a linguist listening to the security logs identified the pattern as a match to a submerged manuscript written in Phoenician syllabary. That manuscript had never been published. The guard had no access. The mirror was sealed in a vault with no lights, no recording equipment, no observers. But the humming never stopped. 3 nights later, a janitor found water pooled on the chapel floor directly above the vault. No pipe had burst. No rain had fallen. Just a single dark circle of water, precisely shaped, that shimmered faintly with a reflection no one recognized. Not the ceiling, not the stained glass, but a face, pale, kneeling, smiling faintly in the silence. The water dried before it could be tested. The janitor left the job without resignation. But the next day, a page was found tucked between the missals on the altar. It contained no title, no markings, just one sentence, in clean handwritten Latin. The mirror is not glass, it is a door waiting to forget which side it was built on. By the time the mirror was relocated to the subterranean vault beneath the abandoned chapel, it no longer reflected the world in real time. It showed fragments instead, moments that hadn't yet happened or no longer belonged to the present, bending across the polished surface, like memory straining against the weight of form. Staff reported seeing the room behind them freeze, while their own bodies moved freely. Others saw empty chairs in the reflection slowly shift positions across several days, despite remaining untouched. Nothing around the object could be trusted to behave as it should. A delay existed now, a resistance, as though the mirror were no longer capturing light, but negotiating with it. The Vatican's response was to reduce the mirror's exposure to the outside world. No observation, no study. It was to be sealed, stored and forgotten, until the Church could decide what category such a thing belonged to. But that was already the problem. The mirror did not fit into any category. It was not an artifact in the traditional sense. It had no sacred design, no carvings, no inscriptions. It had not been forged, shaped, or blessed. It simply existed, perfectly smooth, responding to the world with its own rhythm. A slow hum of remembrance, buried inside glass, that never fully dried. The final vault was prepared beneath an old Franciscan chapel, carved into the cliffs of Mount Sebacio, a place already riddled with ancient silence. Officially closed due to structural instability, the site was ideal for what the Church required: isolation, remoteness, and plausible erasure. The mirror was lowered into its chamber without ceremony. No prayers were said, no seals were applied, only a layer of copper shielding and a single phrase, written in chalk on the inner threshold: Ot mani tintus. Let it remain inside. For 2 weeks, nothing changed. The mirror was silent, dark, dormant. Then the air above the vault began to shift, not in temperature or pressure, but in texture. Visitors described the atmosphere as thick, not humid, not cold, just heavier, like walking into a room that already remembered too many things. Candles inside the chapel began to gutter without wind. Shadows stretched farther than they should have. Most unnerving, water began to pool in strange places, along the grout lines of the altar, beneath the arch of the old confessional, in a perfect circle, directly above where the mirror had been stored. The water was always shallow, always still, and always gone by morning. A priest assigned to monitor the chapel witnessed something that caused him to leave the church within days. He had been cataloguing prayer books, seated in the back of the nave, when he noticed a faint glimmer across the floor, as if a light source were flickering against the marble. He turned toward the sanctuary and saw nothing, but the flicker remained in the periphery. It wasn't until he looked directly at the floor that he saw it, the reflection of the pews, upside down and subtly warped, not as they were now, but as they had once been years ago, in different arrangement, with different cloth, with different stains and cracks along the wood. It wasn't a memory he had, but the chapel itself, something beneath the surface had begun to replay its own past. He did not return after that night. The church made no inquiry. The next event came without witnesses. A technician reviewing remote footage of the vault floor noticed a shift in the mirror's surface, not a change in light or object, but depth. The mirror had lost its flatness. Something beneath the glass now pulsed in slow intervals. When the footage was slowed frame by frame, a figure could be seen, not reflected but standing within the glass itself, not kneeling anymore, upright, facing forward, still shrouded in shadow, with no detail, no eyes, no skin, just posture, just presence. The shape did not move, but its location changed between frames. It stood closer each time, and then in the final still image, it was gone. The mirror went black for 11 hours, not off, not broken, black. When it cleared, the room behind the reflection had vanished entirely. In its place, the mirror showed a chamber of pure stone, curved, wet, faintly glowing from veins that ran along the walls like molten threads. A basin stood at its center, full of motionless water. 13 figures surrounded it, not moving, not praying, waiting. Whether this was the reflection of something real, or something possible, could not be determined. The vision lasted 12 seconds, no more. The Vatican's last intervention came swiftly. The vault was resealed. A salt barrier was poured around the inner threshold. Surveillance was discontinued. No further study permitted. But in the weeks that followed, the chapel above continued to change. Parishioners described strange dreams after visiting. One recalled a hallway she couldn't remember walking through. One made of angled mirrors that didn't reflect her face. Another heard chanting in a language he couldn't speak, but somehow understood. And a young seminarian, sent to clean the sanctuary, discovered a note pressed beneath the altar cloth. The paper was dry, the ink faint, but the handwriting matched none of the known clergy. The note read, "It does not show the past. It shows what has been waiting for the present to remember it." No one claimed responsibility. The note was filed, stored, and forgotten. Today the chapel remains closed. The vault is sealed beneath 7 layers of shielding, beneath prayers that are no longer spoken aloud. But sometimes, when rain touches the stained glass windows just before dawn, a flicker moves across the floor, a soft, curved shimmer that cannot be touched or explained. Not a reflection, not light, just something watching from the other side. Stone steps descended into the seabed like forgotten keys on a drowned organ, covered in sediment, sharp at the edges, leading nowhere. Off the coast of Malta, near an outcropping of reef, avoided even by local fishermen, a submerged platform had been discovered by accident during the installation of new cabling. Divers exploring the slope noticed what first seemed like natural formations, rows of pillars, uneven and eroded, spaced too far apart to suggest anything man-made. But as they circled the structure, a rhythm became visible. The pillars weren't scattered, they were arranged, 14 on each side, facing inward, forming a corridor beneath the water, a kind of nave without a roof, and at its farthest end, set into a shallow depression, sat a slab of pale limestone, etched with vertical lines. None of the divers spoke while approaching it. Something about the space compelled silence, not reverence, not awe, but caution. The deeper they drifted, the more the water around them changed. Sound carried oddly. Equipment clicks were muffled. Breathing became distorted. The usual hiss of exhalation faded into something more like wind through distant trees. One diver would later describe the sensation as being inside a throat that wasn't breathing. Audio recordings confirmed the distortion. Frequencies dropped in intensity, the closer the divers came to the stone. Background noise began to vanish. No current, no sea life, no movement, just soft pressure, like a room that had been holding its breath for centuries. And then came the first voice. It didn't appear in real time. No diver heard it underwater. The transmission was clean, uneventful. But once back on the surface, while reviewing the footage, the team heard something layered beneath the standard audio. Faint, rhythmic, harmonic. A tone that rose in precise intervals. Not mechanical, not electronic, organic. It was music. not instruments, not melody, a human voice, dozens of them, layered together, chanting in perfect intervals, the notes aligned with the structure's spacing, each pillar marking a rhythmic beat, Gregorian, but not matching any known score. The language was Latin, or something close, too fluid, too continuous. The voices never broke for breath. Analysis confirmed that the chanting had no identifiable source. It had been recorded by all three divers' audio feeds simultaneously, despite no one hearing it while submerged. When played aloud on deck, something strange occurred. The stone slab in the footage shimmered, only faintly, only for a few frames, but enough to confirm what the divers had felt. The structure had responded, not passively, deliberately. A specialist was brought in, a sound engineer with experience analyzing infrasound patterns in submerged structures. She confirmed the voices were real, not inserted, not artifact, but something about the tonality disturbed her. The harmony never resolved. The voices repeated a cycle that hovered just beneath completion, like a prayer that refused to end. The pattern was mathematically perfect, but emotionally dissonant. She described it as sacred unease. The more she listened, the more she began to hum the pattern in her sleep. 2 days later, she developed temporary aphasia. She could no longer understand spoken words. Speech felt like static to her. But when the chant was played back, she wept and mouthed the rhythm in perfect sync. The stone structure was reclassified as a restricted site. Divers were prohibited from entering the corridor again. But the chanting continued. Hydrophones placed in the area captured the same harmonic tones at the same hour each day, 3:03 a.m. local time, regardless of tide or temperature. Always the same pitch, always the same pace, as if a choir still sang beneath the surface, tied to a schedule long since forgotten by the world above. A Vatican researcher reviewing the audio made a connection few others would have seen. The chant contained specific harmonic intervals known as the vox mundi, the voice of the world, an idea referenced in a single suppressed 12th century treatise that claimed certain monasteries used underwater caves to store resonant prayers, not to be heard, but to be kept, preserved in the salt. The author of that treatise was excommunicated, his name erased, but fragments of his writing survived, copied in the margins of other texts. In one he wrote, "Voices cast into depth do not vanish, they sleep. And when the hour aligns, they rise again, untouched by time." The question was not where the chanting came from, it was why it had returned. When Vatican divers returned to the site, they brought no recording gear, no monitors, just ritual. A monk descended with them, tethered by prayer, wearing robes weighted with lead beads. He carried a single item, an ancient tuning fork, blessed and kept dry for centuries. As he approached the structure, he struck the fork once against his palm. The tone echoed gently. The chant stopped. Instantly, silence returned to the deep. Not peace, silence. The monk surfaced minutes later, face pale, robe trembling in the current. When asked what he saw, he said only, "They are not echoes, they are waiting." That evening, the hydrophones recorded a new pattern, not a chant this time. A breath, deep, inhale, exhale, slower than any human could sustain. The sound rose for 5 minutes, then faded. The voices have not returned since, but the structure remains, each pillar intact, each beat still marked by time the sea refuses to erase. Silence beneath the waves should have brought relief. After weeks of unexplained chanting, of harmonics that spiraled around the bones and pressed against the chest like a whisper wearing weight, the sudden absence of sound was expected to feel like peace. Instead, it felt like the air had thickened. The ocean didn't quiet, it recoiled. Divers who returned to the site after the fork had been struck described the water as heavier, denser, as if it no longer welcomed motion. One even said it felt like swimming through glass, warmed by breath, pliable but wrong. No more voices played in the recordings, no chants wove through the hydrophones, but the anomaly wasn't over. It had simply changed form. The sound engineer who'd first identified the harmonic structure attempted to run simulations in an isolated lab to replicate the tones. She used everything available, sine sweeps, reverb stacking, even vocal overlays pulled from archived Gregorian audio. She never got close. The moment she layered the 14th harmonic, the frequency clipped, the software froze. Not crashed, froze. The cursor wouldn't move. The machine didn't beep. The waveform held still. A perfect loop with no movement. The sound lab was evacuated later that week, when 2 technicians experienced severe nausea, followed by identical dreams, both reporting a stone room underwater, lit from beneath by no visible source, in which they stood and sang words they couldn't pronounce. Their notes, written before they were allowed to speak to each other, contained the same phrase: "We were not singing for anyone, we were singing to remain." The structure beneath the waves remained unchanged, but satellite scans showed a gradual shift in the seabed's temperature within a 2-kilometer radius. The water there had begun to cool, not in patches, but in a wide ring surrounding the site, dropping by 0.6 degrees Celsius over 12 days. Marine biologists noted that fish had vanished from the zone entirely, not migrated, vanished. Nets cast near the platform returned empty, despite sonar showing movement, and still, at 3:03 a.m. every night, the hydrophones recorded something faint, not voices anymore, but pressure changes. Not enough to form a tone, just the echo of motion, like something pacing in circles below the sand, brushing against the architecture as it moved in silence. The Vatican team began cross-referencing this anomaly with older reports, submerged sites where sound was involved, not just structure. One file, long classified and buried beneath layers of encoded indexing, referenced a cathedral off the coast of Alexandria, lost centuries earlier. Its bell tower had sunk intact. Local sailors had claimed for generations that on windless nights, a tone would rise from the sea, ringing from beneath. Always the same note, always just before dawn. That bell had never been recovered. In the margins of that report, a line had been circled in red ink: "If the sea sings, it is because something beneath it remembers being heard." Back in Malta, the stone pillars were being monitored with laser rangefinders to detect shifts in alignment. None had moved, yet the team claimed the structure no longer felt still. One diver returned shaken, insisting the spacing between columns had narrowed. When shown photographic overlays, no difference could be proven, but the diver refused to re-enter the water. She wrote a single sentence in her log before resigning: "They know we tried to sing back." Unwilling to provoke the site further, the Vatican placed it under indefinite restriction. A buoy was anchored above, its beacon unlit, labeled only with numbers that made no reference to the church. Beneath it, the platform faded again into oceanic memory, quiet, invisible, waiting. But strange consequences rippled outward. In the surrounding villages, reports of sleep disturbances began to rise. Locals who lived along the cliffs claimed to hear humming at night, but not from outside, from within. A woman who had never learned Latin was recorded sleep-speaking, a string of syllables later identified as near-perfect ecclesiastical chant structure. She was unable to recall the episode. When asked how she felt upon waking, she replied, "Empty, but lighter." Another resident, a former sailor, began whistling a melody he insisted was an old fishing tune. When played back and analyzed, it matched a 5-note sequence from the original recording, precisely timed to the harmonic rise. He'd never heard the chant, had never left shore in 20 years. When questioned further, he shook his head and muttered, "You can't forget something that's shaped like a room inside your chest." The team kept collecting data, but stopped interpreting it. Everything suggested the phenomenon was no longer confined to the sea. It had dispersed, or perhaps it had always existed like this, layered over silence like oil on water, just waiting for someone to find the pattern and begin listening. A final test was conducted without approval. One member of the research team, a junior analyst named Frasconi, placed a waterproof speaker at the base of the slab during a personal dive, and played a recording of the original chant, looped 3 times, over 21 minutes. Nothing happened immediately. But 3 hours later, all hydrophones recorded a sudden tonal spike, a new harmonic, one not heard before, 17 voices, not 14, each tone layered cleanly atop the original framework. building a scaffold of resonance that rose above human capacity. Too many notes. Too perfect. Too balanced. The voices completed what the original chant could not. They reached resolution. Then the sound stopped. Permanently. The platform has remained silent ever since. And yet, at 3:03 a.m., a faint pressure still moves through the water. Something rises. But not to speak. Not to sing. Just to be heard in the silence it once filled. Months passed. The anomaly remained sealed, silent and distant, marked only by a dark buoy that blinked no light and bore no name. The church for once stopped digging. No more equipment, no more dives, just distance. The Vatican's internal order had issued a rare directive: containment through obscurity. But for those who had already heard the chant, there was no true distance. One researcher, a linguist originally assigned to study the tonality of the voices, began requesting access to forgotten hymnals, the kind never published, never sung aloud in any liturgy. She claimed to be searching for patterns. What she found instead was something stranger. In the corners of certain manuscripts, those transcribed by hand in the 9th and 10th centuries, there were marginal notations shaped like waves, tiny curves inked into the parchment, sometimes aligned with syllables, sometimes free-floating beside rests. Most had been dismissed by earlier scholars as mere calligraphic flourishes. But the linguist noticed something. When arranged sequentially and measured against time signatures, the curves formed a scale, not a musical one, a structural one, like blueprints embedded within the rhythm, notations designed not for voice, but for space. She began mapping them out, overlaying the patterns across the image of the Malta structure. The alignment was unnerving. Every curve matched the distance between the pillars. Every wave matched the breath between verses. She brought her findings to the archivist in charge of liturgical relics. He listened in silence, then retrieved a small wooden case from a locked drawer. Inside was a single piece of vellum, worn to near translucence. It contained a chant written in an extinct form of Proto-Italic, never catalogued, but preserved as a curiosity. At the bottom, in smaller script, a line had been translated by a previous scholar who never published it. Sing not to praise, but to keep the seal from lifting. Neither the linguist nor the archivist said anything further. The document was returned, and both left the archives without submitting any notes. 2 weeks later, the linguist went missing during a personal retreat near Lake Bolsena. Her body was never found, but a waterproof field journal, marked with her initials, washed ashore 4 days later. It contained only one entry, written over and over across several pages. They sang to hold it down. The Vatican began to revisit the Malta recordings, this time from a theological standpoint. A theory emerged, not endorsed officially, but whispered quietly in the subtext of internal correspondence, that the voices were not worshippers. They were not celebrants. They were custodians. The chant was not meant for God. It was meant for something deeper, something buried. A barrier, not a hymn. A harmonic lock, designed to hold something submerged not in water, but in time. And for centuries, perhaps longer, it had worked. Until we listened. Until we echoed it. Until we sang back. New measures were taken, not to study the site, but to veil it. Satellites were redirected. Public mapping services blurred the coordinates. Fishing zones were temporarily restricted, due to supposed tectonic instability. And most importantly, no mention of the structure or its recordings were permitted in any Vatican-affiliated archive outside the Pontifical Commission for Extraordinary Anomalies. But the chant had already spread. In a small monastery near Braga, Portugal, a group of monks reported hearing unfamiliar melodies during midnight prayer. The abbey had no electronic devices, no access to the recordings, and no knowledge of the Malta event. Yet when their hymns were transcribed and compared, they matched the cadence and phrasing of the submerged choir. The abbot, a man with no history of hallucination or psychological disturbance, claimed he'd heard the melody in a dream weeks before, as if something were teaching him slowly. When asked how the chant made him feel, he responded, "Not closer to God, just farther from forgetting." Elsewhere, similar patterns emerged. An organist in Prague improvised a sequence during a rehearsal that produced the same harmonic ascent found in the Malta tones. A retired liturgist in Chile composed a poem in Latin that, when read aloud, mimicked the chant's meter perfectly. None of them knew each other. None had been exposed. But somehow they were remembering something they never learned. The sea remained quiet, but the echoes began to travel. A final correspondence surfaced inside the Vatican's sealed record, labeled with a name long since redacted, and filed under a classification used only twice before, sublumen clausus, under closed light. It contained no introduction, no signature, only a statement scrawled across 3 lines. They did not sing because they had faith. They sang because silence would have meant permission. And the sea is always listening for permission. To this day the site remains undisturbed. No ship anchors near it. No diver descends. But every so often, at 3:03 a.m., the pressure in the deep shifts ever so slightly. And though no sound is heard, the human body made of rhythm, of breath, of water, still feels something. Something moving. Something almost beginning to hum. There are certain silences in the world that behave more like rhythms than absences. Not the lack of sound, but the folding of it. In the months that followed the sealing of the Malta site, Vatican records noted fewer anomalies, no new harmonics, no unsanctioned recordings, no dreams logged by those connected to the investigation. For a while it seemed the chanting had ceased, and yet those closest to it, those who had stood nearest to the pillars, or reviewed the most footage, did not feel relief. They described instead a sensation of holding one's breath too long. Like the world had slipped into the long pause between inhalation and exhale, not restful, but tight, tense, suspended. Among those most affected was the sound engineer, now relocated to a private monastic care center under church supervision. Her condition had stabilized, but her speech had not returned. She no longer attempted to speak at all. Instead, she hummed. Not always the same tone, not always the same volume, but never randomly. Her humming followed time signatures. Her caretakers observed that the rhythms aligned closely with the phases of the moon, tidal shifts, and liturgical hours. The music came not from memory, but from something she described in writing as remembered arrangement, as if she were simply replaying what already existed beneath thought. On the first Sunday of Lent, she composed a full progression on a keyboard without sheet music or direction. When analyzed, the piece matched the structural cadence of a Romanesque hymn lost after the sacking of Benevento in 891 AD. She had no access to that hymn, no training in ancient notation, and yet the intervals matched. The scholar who confirmed the match resigned shortly after. In a brief unsigned note, he wrote, "I believe she is echoing the shape of something that sings through stone." Meanwhile, deeper investigations into submerged resonance structures intensified. The Vatican did not openly admit to a coordinated campaign, but over time, internal requests for sonar data and historical sound anomalies began increasing across several coastal dioceses. One in particular, a submerged cave system off the coast of Patmos, was flagged due to overlapping acoustic readings with the Malta incident. Within the caves, no structure was found. But every attempt to record the silence resulted in a low-frequency distortion shaped eerily like human exhalation. Theologians began to revisit old texts, not just those tied to music or liturgy, but those bound to the ancient question of resonance, what it means, in divine or heretical terms, to be heard. One manuscript, kept hidden for centuries beneath the Basilica of St. John Lateran, contained a single passage that had gone untranslated due to its grammatical ambiguity. When finally re-examined under a new dialectic lens, it revealed something chilling. That which waits below does not require voice, only arrangement. Breath is the gate, and chant is the seal. If this was true, then the chant at Malta had not been a hymn of praise, it had been a function, not sacred in the way scripture is sacred, but mechanical in the way a dam or a lock is, a tool, a design. And we, in listening, in repeating it, had interfered, not by unlocking perhaps, but by disrupting the cycle it had long maintained. Still, the sea did not erupt, the world did not shift, the silence held. but witnesses began to change. A member of the initial dive team reported a recurring dream of standing between pillars that stretched upward, not into water, but into stars. The floor beneath him pulsed in rhythm. He was always barefoot. The air, if it was air, smelled of iron and salt, and in the center of the structure, instead of a stone slab, was a well. He never looked inside, but the dream always ended the same way, with a soft breath against his neck, not cold, not hot, but precisely measured, as if something were counting him. He left the team 6 days later. Others quietly followed. There were no symptoms, no breakdowns, just a growing aversion. One described it as too much memory in one place. Another simply wrote the word palimpsest in his exit report. A manuscript, overwritten, layered, scarred, but not erased. Back at the site itself, nothing moved. The water was still, the pillars stood. But under certain moonlit conditions, when viewed from the right angle above the waves, a shimmer would appear, not on the water, but beneath it. A flickering that did not rise to the surface but stayed just beneath, like light caught in a second skin. It formed not a circle, not a ring, but a spiral, always turning, always in motion, clockwise, 13 rotations, never more. No attempts were made to photograph it. But Gracht, the last diver to see it, described the spiral in a hushed voice, his eyes wet not from fear, but from some quiet awe. It wasn't telling us anything, he said. It was remembering that we had listened. To this day no new chant has risen from the site, but on rare occasions, when the tide is low and the wind moves in a particular direction, the waves crossing the buoy break in odd intervals, rhythmic, ordered, nearly metered, as if the water has not forgotten how to carry song. As if silence is just the ocean's way of rehearsing the next breath. The Tyrrhenian Sea never stayed still. Its surface shimmered with moods. A flicker of wind here, a sudden swell there, as if some great submerged beast, just below the horizon, had turned in its sleep. Off the western coast of Italy, south of the Pontine Islands, and far from any shipping lane, there lay a stretch of water considered too shallow for depth, and too deep for interest. The fishing charts called it a dead shelf. No coral, no wrecks, no catch. But it wasn't empty. Not really. The coordinates had first been flagged by seismic buoys, not because of tremors, but because of their absence. An entire quadrant, roughly 27 nautical miles across, returned blank readings during an undersea mapping operation. No echo, no feedback, no bounce, just stillness. It was as if the waves had struck something that refused to acknowledge them, something massive, dense, and oddly shaped. Initial speculation blamed silting or hardware failure. But when a small drone was sent to explore the anomaly, it sent back something unexpected, not static, not void, but form. At first the feed showed only silt and stone, but then the structure emerged, not gradually, but all at once, like it had been waiting for a viewer. Arched entrances, walls the height of houses, slits in the ceiling that let filtered sunlight fall in long divine rays. The shape was unmistakable, cruciform. The building stretched like a cathedral carved directly into the seafloor, not collapsed or broken, but intact. Whole, impossible. Marine archaeologists were skeptical. Natural formations could mimic man-made shapes, especially after millennia of pressure and erosion. But then came the images of the interior. Long stone benches, pews, arranged symmetrically, aligned to a raised central altar. The drone circled through the nave slowly, its lights catching on calcified objects fused to the walls, melted crucifixes, warped incense holders, relics scorched into the very structure. But this wasn't a site of fire. It was underwater, had always been underwater. There were no records of a church ever being built there, above or below, no landmass lost in this region, no volcanic activity that could explain the warping. And yet the stone bore signs of intense heat, not destruction, transformation, as if the material had softened and re-hardened mid-prayer. The Vatican was informed. They didn't send scientists, they sent custodians, divers trained not in geology or marine biology, but in spiritual containment. They descended in silence, no press, no external contractors. Just a 6-man team equipped with mapping gear, sacred objects, and one sealed case whose contents remain classified. The initial dive lasted under 2 hours, but the impact was immediate. Each member surfaced pale and wide-eyed, as if they had spent those hours inside something still alive. They spoke very little. Their reports were redacted almost entirely. But one line made it through the censors. The building does not feel submerged. It feels patient. Further expeditions revealed more. The layout of the temple wasn't just cruciform. It was liturgically correct. Each chamber aligned with sacred architectural principles, dating back to the earliest Roman basilicas. But there were deviations, angles that curved subtly, where no curvature should exist, steps that led down into doorways narrower than a man's shoulders, and above the altar, etched into the dome, was a symbol no scholar could place, a twisted ring of thorns encircling an open mouth. No eyes, no face, just mouth. The church did not comment on the symbol, but those who reviewed the footage reported a strange reaction, not recognition, but recollection, as though they'd seen it before, somewhere they couldn't name. One cleric, in a private memo never meant for release, confessed that the image made him physically ill, not from fear, from grief. "It is not a warning," he wrote. "It is an apology." The geological team that was later brought in to study the structure's composition came back with a verdict no one expected. The entire building was fused from native limestone, but altered on a molecular level. The crystalline structure had been changed, not melted, not eroded, rewritten. Heat had been involved, heat capable of bending stone without breaking it, a process unknown in both natural and human technology. Even the pews, still symmetrical and aligned in perfect rows, bore this transformation. They weren't carved separately and placed. They had grown from the same rock. It was a single structure, and that shouldn't be possible. But the true mystery wasn't the architecture, it was the absence of decay. No biological growth clung to the walls, no coral, no algae, no barnacles, nothing lived there, not even bacteria. Samples taken from the surface showed signs of chemical sterilization, as if the stone rejected life, or perhaps mourned it. In one of the lower chambers, a series of relief carvings were discovered, figures bent in poses of devotion, facing inward toward an empty dais. Their features were abstract, more suggestion than form, but each bore the same outstretched arm, palm up, offering nothing, or asking for it. Beneath one such carving, a line of text had been scorched into the wall, not etched, not painted, but blackened into the rock itself. "We built nothing, it rose for us." No translation was necessary. The phrase matched no known scripture, no liturgy, no apocryphal text, but everyone understood what it meant. In the weeks that followed the initial descent into the underwater temple, the Vatican's containment team requested a blackout on satellite surveillance over the coordinates. No public images, no scientific review. The reason wasn't fear of discovery. The location was remote and irrelevant to most. The reason was something stranger. Those who had seen the images, even the simplest sonar maps, began to experience spatial confusion. Subtle at first, misplacing items, forgetting where they parked. Then worse. One diver, reviewing the layout for a return dive, began weeping without knowing why. He described it later as grief for a church I never entered, and a funeral I wasn't meant to survive. Inside the structure, something had begun to change. The pews were shifting, not physically, but visually. Their arrangement on video feeds no longer matched earlier records. Angles warped by millimeters, gaps where none had been. One row now contained 13 pews, where previous dives had confirmed only 12. Measurements returned inconsistent data, and not just from dive to dive, within the same session. Objects moved without motion. Walls subtly curved inward, and then reverted. The footage, when played back, flickered at the edges like tape degrading, despite being recorded digitally, in high definition. And through all of this, the air in the control room began to feel heavier. Not pressure, not heat, just density. As if the building, still leagues below, had begun to project itself upward, pushing against the limits of water, of distance, of breath. The Vatican debated suspending further investigation, but they were too deep now, not just in sea, but in meaning. A second team was dispatched. This time they carried no religious insignia, no crosses, no relics. Their suits were unmarked, their mission unstated. The only item confirmed in their manifest was a narrow cylinder sealed in steel, labeled only with a date, 1857. Whatever its contents, they were meant for something old. They entered the cruciform temple on the 7th hour of morning tide. Unlike the first team, they did not map or record. They simply walked, or rather floated, through the nave, past the pews, down into the transept, and into the apse. What they found there had not been seen on previous dives: a new chamber, round, sunken, carved in downward spirals. In its center, a dais of fused coral and limestone, hollowed at the top like a font, but dry. No water pooled inside it. The ocean had not touched this place. The cylinder was placed in the font, and sealed behind a mesh of copper filaments. No explanation was provided, no follow-up given. But hours after the object was inserted, the structure stopped flickering, the distortions ceased, the walls held, the footage stabilized, as if the building had accepted something, or remembered something, or been fed. But what lingered wasn't calm, it was quiet, thick and terrible and waiting. The divers left in silence, their reports sealed. One of them, interviewed privately, said he no longer dreamed, not that he couldn't, but that he wasn't allowed to. "Like my mind is being used to store something that isn't mine," he said, "and I have to stay very still, or it'll spill." Outside the temple, marine life continued to avoid the area, but a new pattern emerged. Just beyond the shelf, roughly 50 meters north, a formation of stones previously dismissed as debris began to arrange itself. The currents shouldn't have allowed it, but the pattern was unmistakable. A second cruciform outline, this one broken, incomplete, as if echoing the cathedral's shape through scattered parts. The stones weren't ancient, they weren't even naturally shaped. They were remnants of a fishing trawler that had gone missing in 1972. A vessel never recovered, presumed sunk in stormy weather. Its metal frame had no business being here. It had drifted impossibly, fragment by fragment, until it arranged itself in mimicry of something sacred, and beneath one of the metal shards, a diver found something lodged in the silt, a page, waterproof, ink faded, stamped with a seal used by Vatican preservation teams nearly 2 centuries ago. The page contained a fragment of a prayer, but not one known to any living clergy. "When stone softens to hold the prayer, let not the prayer forget the mouth." The diver who found it did not surface. His body was recovered days later, caught in the curve of the pews inside the temple. No breach, no panic. His face was calm, his suit intact. He had removed his breathing apparatus voluntarily. In one hand he held the page, the other pointed to the altar. The church ceased expeditions after that. But the structure remains, still whole, still silent, still waiting at the bottom of the Tyrrhenian Sea, a cathedral with no congregation, a cross-shaped echo of something that may never have been built, only remembered. In Rome the whispers began as soon as the reports stopped. The lack of new footage, the sudden disappearance of dive requests, the official silence that replaced curiosity, these were not signs of resolution. They were signs of something that could no longer be named. Within the Apostolic Palace, where the corridors hold secrets older than countries, members of the inner theological circle began to request access to materials long kept in deep storage. These weren't scriptures, they were blueprints, hand-drawn schematics of pre-Christian temples discovered beneath early Roman ruins, buildings shaped like churches, but built centuries before the faith they seemed to mirror. One in particular matched the underwater structure with unsettling precision. A temple carved from volcanic stone, found beneath the collapsed remains of a Mithraic crypt near Naples. It too was cruciform. It too had no entry point from the surface, and it too contained fused materials, heat-scarred relics that had no known source. The similarities were dismissed at the time, labeled coincidence. But now, they read like recurrence, as if something beneath the earth kept attempting to return, not upward, but inward, folding itself into the present through whatever shape we left behind. In the archives, a monk named Pietro began cross-referencing the architectural plans of known cathedrals built atop older foundations. His notes were obsessive, covering hundreds of pages. He charted distances, altar positions, symbolic geometry, and in the margins of his final entries, he drew a spiral, always the same spiral, one direction, clockwise, 13 turns. He wrote no explanation, just a single phrase, over and over. We thought we were praying, we were tracing. When questioned, he refused to speak. When pressed, he began humming, a soft, toneless sound that resembled nothing until slowed and inverted. When the recording was processed, it revealed a melodic pattern nearly identical to the pressure fluctuations recorded in the cruciform temple weeks prior. Pietro had never seen those readings, but he had memorized them, somehow, as if exposure to the pattern, even by rumor, allowed it to take root, not just in the mind, but in the breath. The church responded by shutting down the inquiry. Pietro was placed under observation in a monastic cell beneath San Clemente, but his drawings remained, and those who viewed them in secret began to notice something more disturbing. Each spiral, when overlaid onto the floor plan of the underwater structure, aligned perfectly with the position of the pews, but not the ones that were originally recorded. The pews as they appeared after the artifact was placed inside the font, the new configuration. The temple hadn't changed to resemble the drawings. The drawings had changed to match the temple. Word spread slowly, in code. Across Europe, cryptic references appeared in sermons, metaphors about sunken grace, about architecture as language. A bishop in Marseille closed his homily with a line no one could trace. There are churches that were not built to hold people, only presence. Back at the Tyrrhenian site, something had returned. The shimmer, the faint spiral-shaped flicker just beneath the surface, began to appear more frequently. Divers, forbidden from approaching, observed it from a distance. It never breached, it never moved, but it was constant, like a pressure valve turned low, a signal waiting for response. The shimmer did not cast light upward, it drew it down, refracting sunlight in long, slow curves toward the structure's dome, painting the surface in lines of gold that refused to shift with the waves. One diver described it as the sea bowing, not in metaphor, in geometry. And then, the sound returned, not underwater, not recorded, but heard, by someone who had never been there. A priest in Palermo reported waking in the night to the sensation of being inside a vast room, not a dream, a space, and in that space, a tone, low, unbroken, held across an impossible span of time. He awoke weeping, blood on his lips from biting down, but he remembered the tone. He wrote it down, not in notes, in coordinates. When the coordinates were cross-checked, they led not to the temple, but to a monastery in Cyprus, built in the 14th century, abandoned for 200 years. It had been constructed atop a subterranean cavern, long sealed by collapse. That cavern, when opened, revealed nothing but stone and seawater, and at its center, a hollow impression in the shape of a font, identical dimensions to the one beneath the Tyrrhenian Sea. Two fonts, one empty, one sealed, and the shimmer, always aligned with the lunar tide, beginning to widen. No more expeditions were allowed, but satellites noticed that birds, gulls, cormorants, even long-distance migratory species, had begun circling the location, not landing, not feeding, just orbiting, as if following a pattern only their senses could trace. Some flew in spirals, others in slow, cruciform paths. Ornithologists could not explain the behavior, nor could they explain the increased electromagnetic interference in the surrounding area, a kind of soft static that affected nothing mechanical, yet caused brief rhythmic interference with pacemakers and inner ear balance in humans passing through nearby waters. The Vatican did not acknowledge the reports, but fishermen nearby were warned not to cast nets past a certain line, not because of danger, because of sanctity. And so the temple remains, not closed, not open, just still, stone that once softened, air that refuses to fill, a cross beneath the sea, etched into the earth not as memory, but as instruction, and somewhere inside it, beyond the altar and beneath the font, something waits, not for prayer, not for faith, but for rhythm. By the time the final expedition was called off, the structure beneath the Tyrrhenian Sea no longer felt like a mystery waiting to be solved. It felt like something enduring the weight of being seen, not alive in any traditional sense, not conscious like a creature or calculating like a machine, but observant in the same way an open eye can remain motionless and still unsettle every part of you. The last diver who descended to lay the sensor against its outer wall didn't record any strange visuals, didn't report interference, didn't hear anything. But when he returned, his blood pressure had shifted by 20 points. His hands shook, and in his personal log, a journal never submitted through official channels, he wrote a single sentence again and again, until the page blurred. It remembers who prays. The phrase didn't make sense to him at the time. He wasn't religious. He'd taken the job for the isolation, the challenge, the quiet. But the temple had changed something in him. He said he didn't hear music. He felt alignment. Like the body responding to a metronome, just beyond human hearing. Each step inside the cruciform structure had been easy, but each step out had felt reversed, disjointed, like something inside him wanted to keep facing the altar. That sensation had never gone away. Even days later, walking the sunlit corridors of the research vessel, he said he felt like the light was coming from the wrong direction. The Vatican filed his departure under psychological fatigue. They quietly ended all future missions. But the files didn't close. In back corridors, and between heavily redacted reports, church officials began pulling records of other sites. Not just underwater ruins, but ground-based sanctuaries that had exhibited similar impossibilities. Materials that fused without heat, altar stones that resisted carbon dating, frescoes painted with pigments that didn't match any regional history. They were always overlooked, attributed to flawed testing, dismissed by historians. But once laid over a map, a strange design emerged, not a perfect pattern, but an echo, a faint cruciform resonance connecting dozens of forgotten locations. At the center of it all was the temple beneath the sea, but there was something else, a date. The same numerical sequence kept surfacing in seemingly unrelated places, 1857. It appeared in the logbook of a drowned monastery in Croatia, scratched into the back of a devotional plaque, found in a sunken Venetian chapel, and again in a sealed vial recovered near the base of the Tyrrhenian temple, a vial bearing a papal seal so old it hadn't been used in 5 pontificates. No official doctrine explained the significance. Yet one Jesuit archivist, after months of sleepless nights trying to connect the pieces, wrote a final letter before vanishing from his post entirely. "It is not a year," he claimed. "It is a measure, 18 steps, 57 breaths." The ratio between silence and return, the church ignored the letter. The archivist was never found. Back beneath the waves, the shimmer over the temple began to behave differently. No longer just a spiral of distortion beneath the surface, it began to pulse faintly at precise intervals. Remote sensors placed hundreds of meters away caught temperature fluctuations in exact sync with lunar apogees. Not with tidal movement, but with the moon's distance itself, as if the temple responded not to gravity, but to the shape of absence, as if the orbit of something far above controlled the breath of what remained buried below. What frightened the observers most was that the pulse wasn't growing stronger, it was growing regular, stable, not escalating toward an event, but returning to a cycle, like something had been disrupted, briefly, and then rebalanced, repaired. There was a quiet suggestion, buried in the margins of Vatican correspondence, that perhaps this is why the structure was originally formed. Not as a church, not as a monument, but as a regulator, a cathedral not of worship, but of restraint. And we, in our curiosity, had rejoined a rhythm that never stopped, a rhythm that never needed us to begin with. The final official document on the matter, sealed, unsigned, but confirmed authentic by watermark, included an odd directive: no one was to speak of the temple again unless spoken to. That phrase confused analysts. Some assumed it was an error in translation, but others suspected it meant exactly what it said, that the structure, or whatever had designed it, might one day initiate contact, not through language, not through technology, but through behavior, through architecture, through the arrangement of sacred space that had always been shaped for something we never understood. The temple has not changed since. Its pillars remain unbroken. Its pews, still aligned. The fused relics show no degradation. No creature has returned to its walls. No current disturbs its stillness. Yet satellite imaging now shows something strange in the ocean around it. Not directly atop the site, but in the surrounding 50 nautical miles. Microscopic changes in salinity forming grid-like anomalies. Too small to detect, without long-term tracking. Too precise to be natural. The data is inconclusive, but some suspect it's the first stage of replication. That whatever formed the cruciform structure isn't finished. That it never was. No one dives there anymore. Not by order, but by instinct. The sea above the temple feels heavier now. Denser. Not stormy, just expectant. The shimmer comes and goes with the tide, like a breath too old to rush. And somewhere beneath that shimmer, deeper than stone, deeper than ritual, deeper than memory, something waits in silence. Not asleep, not buried, aligned. The Calabrian Trench doesn't speak in waves. It whispers in pressure. Deep below the blue veneers of the Tyrrhenian Sea, past the reaches of even the most ambitious dive teams, the trench yawns like an old scar, narrow, cold, and largely unmapped. The floor of it is not smooth. It's a folding of geological time, ridged and creased, like the hands of someone who's carried too much silence for too long. It was here, while on a routine mapping expedition, that an unmanned deep-sea rover caught something on its feed that halted the research vessel's laughter mid-meal. It wasn't the shape of a rock or the flash of a fish. It was symmetry, and in the depths, symmetry is an accusation. The object sat perfectly still at the base of a rock shelf, not embedded, not sunken, just placed. A rectangular form, dark brown, almost black, with edges too crisp to be natural. For a moment the crew thought it might be wreckage from a modern ship, a floating crate or container dragged by current and gravity. But when the rover shifted its floodlight slightly to the right, the features emerged. Wood grain, paneling, a slatted back, armrests, and inside, a flat seat, worn smooth in the center. It was unmistakable. A confessional, but there was no door, and it was whole. No rot, no marine growth, no corrosion from salt or time. Its presence on the screen made the room go cold, as though a cathedral's hush had slipped in through the monitors. The sea had given them no warning, no sign of disturbance or erosion. It had simply been there. The pilot maneuvered the rover closer. The high-definition lens swept from side to side, confirming what the shape had suggested. A confessional booth, designed in the old style, dark wood, unmoving, untouched, but not sealed, not closed, no curtain, no door, nothing to separate the penitent from the deep. And yet, something had written. Inside the booth, tucked between the bench and the walls, were fragments of parchment, not one or two, dozens, strewn like dried petals around the base. The mechanical arm of the rover attempted retrieval. One page broke apart on contact, but not from age, from tension, as if it had been soaked in something more volatile than water. Another page held together. The crew held their breath as it was drawn upward. But when it reached the surface and was transferred into the lab's controlled airlock, the impossible happened. The ink bled, not all at once, not like paper wetting with moisture. It ran upward, like veins unraveling from the page, and yet the paper stayed dry. Under ultraviolet light, the letters returned, faint, fragmented, but there, a language none of the onboard translators could identify. Some sections looked Greek, others seemed Slavic. There were Roman numerals embedded where vowels should have been, and one line, written larger, darker, seemed to repeat across several of the recovered notes. Non est auditum, not heard. It wasn't until the sixth note that something changed. This one arrived intact, ink dry and fresh, lines tight and purposeful. There were no smudges, no wear, but the handwriting changed across the page. 5 distinct styles, all of them sharply angled and hurried, yet never overlapping. Each line seemed to wait for the next, and though the script was in 5 different tongues, the spacing between them was exact, measured. like the paper was waiting for more, like a conversation was being held over centuries. By the end of the day, 17 legible pages had been brought up. No two were written in the same hand. Euripachintoidseg were written in the same hand. Some had dates scrawled into their corners, others bore nothing but one repeated sentence, layered over itself like a mantra. One read, "It doesn't forget who sat." Another, "There is no priest in the water." And a third, more chilling than the rest, bore a perfectly circular stain in the center. Not ink, not blood, but a discoloration that seemed to shimmer under light. Around its edges, written in immaculate Latin, were the words, "He listened too long." The Vatican arrived 3 days later. Officially, the object was labeled a recovered relic from an undocumented wreck, part of a religious transport, lost sometime in the 1800s. But off record, the mood was different. The overseeing bishop who arrived on site refused to even view the footage. He asked only one question: "Has anyone sat inside it?" The answer, of course, was no, but his expression didn't relax. He instructed that the booth be lifted, intact, sealed in a pressure chamber, and transported to a classified facility off the coast of Sicily. No blessings were given, no rites performed, just a heavy cloth draped across the top, as if sight alone might be too much. But the real unease began after the booth left the trench. The crew who had been present during the recovery began to report dreams, not nightmares, just moments, snippets of dialogue in languages they didn't know. The sensation of sitting in a dark space, no walls, no ceiling, only the sensation of listening, of hearing breath that was not theirs. One woman said she kept waking up with her hands folded, even though she hadn't gone to sleep that way. Another described the exact interior of the confessional, in perfect detail, despite never having seen it in person. "There's no door," she whispered during a medical exam, "but someone knocks anyway." Back on the vessel, the recovered papers, even the illegible ones, had begun to emit trace levels of static electricity, not measurable, not dangerous, but enough to be felt. Every time a researcher touched the edges, they described a sensation of heat, and then guilt. One technician burst into tears mid-sentence during analysis. When asked what had happened, she simply said, "I heard my name, not out loud, but like it was being folded inside me." Once sealed and transported, the confessional was placed in a subterranean chamber beneath the Vatican's Oceanic Artifact Division, a place few ever speak of and fewer admit exists. The structure was left untouched for 72 hours. Observation teams were instructed not to enter the room, only to monitor it through an insulated glass partition. The lights remained dim, there were no rituals performed. The Vatican's intention was clear: watch, but do not engage. Let the object settle, if such things could settle. But even in silence, the box made itself known. Technicians operating the cameras began reporting a faint whine in their equipment, a high-pitched interference that came and went without pattern. It didn't affect the feed, it didn't register in the recordings, but they could hear it, and only when they looked at the confessional for too long. One analyst described the sound as a voice trying not to be language, not words, not hums, just the effort of speech, without direction. Another described it as a form of pressure against the ear, as if their mind were being shaped to make room for something uninvited. The notes recovered from the booth, now carefully archived, were undergoing transcription and translation by a rotating group of linguists and paleographers. Despite the age of the ink, many of the pages seemed freshly written. None bore signs of decay. Most were illegible under normal light, but flared sharply under ultraviolet scans, like the script had been burned into the fibers without smoke. Attempts to digitize the markings failed. Every scan came back corrupted, as though the language itself refused replication. But the translations that did come through were troubling. One page, now known internally as Leaf 9, contained only a single phrase written across the center: "If it listens, it remembers. If it remembers, it calls." The language was an archaic dialect of Old Occitan, not used for nearly 1,000 years. Another page featured multiple overlapping hands, each one signed in different alphabets. The most clearly rendered was a single sentence in something close to Phoenician. I confessed before I sinned. It was unclear if these were metaphors, hallucinations, or testimonies. But what alarmed the church most was that the notes continued to appear, even after the confessional had been sealed. On the fourth night of containment, a fresh page was discovered on the floor of the chamber. No one had entered. The cameras showed nothing, and yet there it was, folded twice, dry, ink wet to the touch. The handwriting did not match any of the prior samples, and for the first time the words were in Italian. A single line, "Do not let it forget me." The paper was dated, not printed or written, but impressed into the fibers by pressure alone. It bore the next day's date. A decision was made to test the interior acoustics of the booth. Sound engineers set up a closed-loop microphone within the chamber, not to record voices, but to study the space. They wanted to know how sound behaved inside a perfectly sealed wooden structure submerged for unknown centuries. The results were disorienting. A faint echo was present even when no sound was emitted. A delay, barely measurable, between silence and return. Not reverb, not a room reacting to noise, but a room waiting for it. One technician stayed late to process the data. At 3:17 a.m., he activated the booth's internal mic for one last test. He whispered a question. No reason why, no instruction to, just instinct. Are you waiting for someone? The answer did not come through the speaker. It came later, in the form of a note discovered on the floor beside the soundboard. Same handwriting as before, same pressure-formed timestamp. It read, "Not someone." The rest, sleep disorders spread among the team. The dream shared similar elements. A wooden corridor, narrow and breathing, where each step forward made the walls lean closer. None of the dreamers could remember sitting down, but each woke with the memory of rising. One staff member resigned without notice. Her apartment was found empty, except for a single page pinned to her wall. It bore no writing, only a square of blackened paper exactly the size of the booth seat. When tested, the page emitted a faint electromagnetic pulse at 3-second intervals, the same rhythm as a human heartbeat. By now the confessional had begun to exhibit spatial inconsistencies. Measurements of its interior volume fluctuated by centimeters from day to day. The air pressure inside remained unnaturally stable, unaffected by the room's temperature or humidity. And twice, the team reported the interior scent changing without explanation. Once to the unmistakable salt of ocean water, and once to frankincense, a smell only described in one recovered note that read, "He is smoke when remembered, he is ash when ignored." The church refused to label the object as holy, nor was it declared cursed. It was filed under a separate category, persistent structure with undeclared agency, a classification reserved for those rare and dangerous few relics that behaved not as tools or messages, but as locations, not things to be held, things to be entered. But no one dared sit inside. Even the most devout remained outside the glass partition, eyes averted. The fear was not that the booth might harm them, but that it might answer, that it might hear a name not yet spoken, or recognize a sin not yet committed. Whatever its origin, the confessional with no door had no desire to be sealed. It existed to be open, to receive, to continue, and above all to remember. Long before the booth was recovered from the trench, long before the first ink shimmered beneath ultraviolet light, or the first sleepless night rippled across the containment staff, there had been whispers, not among the scientists, nor the divers, nor the administrators, but among a much older network, archivists, monastics, a dwindling circle of ecclesiastical stewards, who tended to documents never meant to be read aloud. They kept their records by hand. They passed information without wires, without timestamps, without proof. And yet their warnings reached the Vatican within 48 hours of the confessional's discovery. One message in particular, hand-delivered by a monk from Palermo, who had not left his monastery in over 30 years, said only this: there should be two. The implications were staggering. If the confessional was not unique, if it belonged to a pair, or worse, a network, then the questions deepened beyond preservation. It became a matter of design. But designed by whom? For what, and what exactly had been interrupted? by the box's recovery. Theories emerged quietly, sketched into margins, and whispered between locked doors. Some believed the confessional was not constructed by human hands. The grain of the wood didn't match any known species. The polish resisted all forms of analysis, and the joinery, where the panels connected, bore no seams, as if the entire structure had been grown, not built. There were no nails, no glue, no carvings on the exterior, only one imperfection, a faint finger-sized depression in the back panel, slightly warmer to the touch than the surrounding surface. When thermal scans were taken, the results were inconsistent. Sometimes the depression appeared as a cold spot, other times it flared, briefly, like breath against a mirror. One researcher pressed her fingertip into the mark for less than 2 seconds, and reported hearing her father's voice, long dead, whisper her name from the inside. She was removed from the project the next day, and later institutionalized for what was deemed episodic spiritual dissociation. In her final interview before resigning, she made a simple statement: "I didn't feel watched, I felt expected." Meanwhile, the documents kept multiplying. Sealed behind layers of air and protocol, the confessional continued producing new notes. Always handwritten, always folded, always dry. They appeared with no visible source, no noise, no disturbance. One would be lying inside the booth in the morning. Another would be discovered, tucked against the partition glass at night. Each carried different handwriting, but the voices, the tone, remained unified in one distinct way. All of them sounded unfinished. Fragments of stories, half-confessions, phrases that felt like memory and threat at once. One note was found written entirely in Greek, but mirrored left to right, as though meant to be read in reflection. It described a boy who spoke to no one for 11 years, but wept uncontrollably whenever near church bells. Another described a woman who claimed to have married a priest in her dreams and woken pregnant with grief. The most disturbing, however, was unsigned and written in Latin, as if recited from memory. "He hears you before you sin. You are the echo, not the speaker." The Vatican classified this one under proto-predestinative liturgy, a term never made public, not even within seminaries. It suggested a theological heresy too dangerous to entertain openly, that some structures could bend time not by miracle, but by design. And if the confessional had heard voices from centuries before it was retrieved, then perhaps it was not recording confessions, but collecting them. A new protocol was initiated, a spiritual containment directive. Every staff member assigned to the chamber would undergo psychological screening, regular sacramental confession, and a weekly reassignment to avoid prolonged exposure. Yet the dreams continued. Staff began to share the same symbols, drawing spirals unconsciously into their notebooks, into condensation on windows, into the fabric of their clothing. The spirals were always turning inward, never out. But it wasn't just Vatican staff. Thousands of miles away, a fisherman off the coast of Algeria dredged up an unfamiliar page caught in his net, coated in a salt-resistant wax, and bearing the same pale signature circle of inkless impression seen on the booth's other documents. He couldn't read the language, but when he brought it to a local priest, the man fainted after reading the first line. Upon waking, he said it wasn't Latin, it was something older, pretending to be Latin, something that wore the skin of scripture but bore no soul. This changed everything. The booth, long considered an artifact to be studied, was now viewed as an active liturgical mechanism, a liturgy without a priest, a prayer without a congregation. The box had not been placed in the trench by accident. It had been lowered, intentionally, as if to bury something that could not be burned. The walls of the chamber were reinforced, not for protection, but containment. But even this was symbolic. The Vatican knew the influence was no longer restricted by physical presence. The pages had already spread. Transcriptions had been seen, memories shared. The confession was no longer inside the box. It had entered language itself. One page, retrieved after a week of no new activity, bore no words, only a map, not of the sea, not of any known coast, but of a corridor, 12 paces long, ending in a bench, 2 figures drawn, one seated, one facing, and just above the seated figure, a circle of black, not drawn in ink, but charred into the page by pressure. Measured, contained, deliberate. The mark matched the size and location of the depression on the booth's back wall. The room fell silent. Every monitor shut off at once, and the booth, for the first time since its recovery, was found empty of notes. It had heard what it needed, but whether it forgave or recorded, no one could say. The chamber had been sealed for 7 days. No one entered, no notes appeared, no dreams were reported. It was as if the confessional had gone still, not dormant, not inert, just still. The Vatican took it as a sign, a gesture. Perhaps the booth had exhausted its reservoir. Perhaps the act of listening was complete. But silence is not peace. In the deep architecture of the church, silence is cause for concern. Something unspoken is always something unmeasured, and something unmeasured by definition is not under control. The decision to unseal the chamber was not made lightly. There were dissenters. One bishop insisted the booth should be returned to the trench and left unburied, exposed to pressure and lightless solitude. Another argued it should be sanctified, not to purify it, but to isolate its function, to bind it in sacramental order. But the directive came from higher still, beyond the cardinals, beyond the council, whispered down through a line of authority whose names did not appear on Vatican rolls. Open the chamber, document the state. Do not touch the booth. The door opened at 3 a.m. 3 officials, 2 witnesses, and 1 archivist entered the observation room. Lights low, cameras recording, prayers spoken not aloud but in thought, as if even intention might be heard. The booth had not changed. It sat precisely where it had always been, its wood dark and dry, its grain still too perfect to have aged naturally. But there was something different in the air, not scent, not sound. A weight, as if the room were no longer enclosed by walls but by memory. The archivist was the first to notice the change. He pointed to the back wall of the booth, to the faint depression that had shimmered, warmed, pulsed in past encounters. It was gone, not erased, shifted, moved 2 inches lower, and beside it now, a second indentation had formed, smaller, more shallow, a mirror to the first. The resemblance was unmistakable, not just a fingerprint, but a gesture. The space where 2 fingertips might rest side by side. This could not be explained by temperature, material stress, or wood grain. The booth had moved, not in space, but in function. Something within it had responded. Not passively, not reactively. It had shifted to receive. The Vatican sealed the chamber once more, but the containment was already broken. In the weeks that followed, reports trickled in from regions previously untouched by the booth's history. A monastery in Peru, a cathedral in Krakow, a small Orthodox chapel off the coast of Crete. In each place, confessional booths were found altered. Nothing structural, just wrong. Walls 1 degree out of alignment, benches too smooth for their age. In one case, a booth long abandoned and locked for renovations was opened to reveal a folded sheet of paper resting on the seat. The language was unknown. The page was dry. The church denied all connection. It released no statements, no comments. Internally, however, a crisis took shape. The phenomenon was spreading. But not like contagion, not like corruption. It was spreading like memory. Like a design resurfacing in the minds of those who had never seen it, yet built it all the same. The confessional in the Vatican chamber remained unspoken to, and yet new pages began appearing again. They bore no language, only marks, spirals, grids, sometimes just one long black line curving slightly, like a breath held mid-prayer. The marks grew denser over time. Some pages arrived blank to the eye, but revealed labyrinthine grooves under touch. One was found to contain the exact pattern of brain folds in the human prefrontal cortex, replicated in ink, at scale, with no explanation as to how. Scholars speculated the booth was no longer collecting confession. It was collecting cognition, not thought itself, but the shape of thought, the arrangements of regret, the geometry of guilt. Whatever process had begun in the deep trench was now echoing upward into the world, not with noise but with formation. One priest, before vanishing entirely, left behind a note of his own. It is not the voice that matters. It is the posture. The soul aligns to be heard. Then the dreams returned. Not for the staff, for the faithful. People across the globe, unconnected, unaware, began describing the same sensation. Kneeling inside a darkened booth, not speaking, only listening and hearing, faintly, not words, but pages turning. Over and over. Slow, gentle. Pages being read by something behind the wall. Something that understood, not language, but burden. In one case, a man in Jakarta woke weeping after reciting a prayer he didn't know. His wife recorded it. It was ancient Aramaic. In another, a young woman in Boston sketched a detailed image she saw in her sleep, a map of the Calabrian Trench. She had never studied oceanography. She had never heard of the place. The Vatican reclassified the confessional, not as an object, as a presence. No longer in a single location. No longer bound to wood and weight. The booth was a locus of resonance, a ritual architecture that remembered the shape of listening and would rebuild itself wherever that shape re-emerged. Wherever the silence was deep enough, wherever the mind opened with enough gravity to sink, the booth would be there, not visible, not real, just present. And somewhere below the sea, the original remains. Not sealed. Not for sinners. Not for saints. For sequence. For alignment. For the final line to be spoken, not aloud, but felt, that strange ancient sentence every soul utters once in its lifetime, without language, without lips, and never on purpose. The booth waits for that. And it remembers who whispered first. They didn't expect to find gold. The dive had been focused on debris mapping, old wrecks, forgotten cargo lines, scattered ballast stone. It was the kind of work that rarely made headlines and never made discoveries. The Mediterranean, especially the region between Sicily and the coast of Tunisia, had already given up most of its stories. What remained were fragments, barnacled drift, ghost timber, barely recognizable as hull or beam. But 40 meters below, nestled inside a bed of crushed shell and seagrass. The glint wasn't just gold, it was purpose, it was formed, a circle too perfect to be coin, too ornate to be clasp, and too smooth to be chance. It was a ring. It didn't take long to surface. The current had kept it close to the shelf edge, half buried, but undisturbed, as if placed gently and forgotten by time. When the lead diver pulled it from the sand, he described an immediate sense of warmth, not temperature, but familiarity. The kind of warmth you feel holding a childhood object you don't remember owning. He didn't speak for the remainder of the ascent, just stared at the thing cradled in his gloved palm. The gold was uncorroded. The stone, a pale blue cabochon, clear as melted sky. But what silenced the team was the seal, an emblem etched into the metal, weathered yet unmistakable, the crossed keys of St. Peter, framed by a wreath of 12 stars, and below it, a name, Silvanus P.P. I. Not Sylvester, not any recognized pontiff. The lettering style was ancient, but precise, and the title, P.P. I meaning Pontifex Primus, suggested not only papal authority, but origin, a first, a beginning, and yet no such pope had ever existed, not officially, not even apocryphally. The Vatican archives, exhaustive and fiercely protected, contained no reference to any Pope Silvanus, and still, the ring bore his mark, crafted in a style that predated every known papal ring by nearly 2 centuries. The artifact was quietly transferred to Rome, under the guise of a cultural preservation study. Publicly, it was labeled unverified ecclesiastical jewelry, 10th, 11th century. Internally, it was marked with a code reserved for anomalies involving papal lineage. Sub Rosa Custodia, apostolic unnumbered. Only 3 items had ever carried that designation before. None had been jewelry. The ring was examined, catalogued, tested for isotopic composition. The gold matched Iberian sources common to the 8th century, but the gemstone was harder to trace. It carried no impurities, no known carving marks. Its base was seamless, fused directly into the band without solder or clasp. But the real mystery emerged under magnification. Etched along the interior curve of the ring, invisible to the naked eye, was a sequence of numerals, Roman, but disordered. Not a date, not a verse, a string. When decoded, the sequence aligned with the Fibonacci spiral, perfectly. Not just in progression, but in spatial design. The ratio from one digit to the next matched the physical increase of the ring's own thickness along its curve, as though the band itself had been shaped not just by artistry, but by mathematical harmony. This wasn't a flourish, it was intentional. A signature not of identity, but of understanding. Someone had made this ring to speak in patterns, to encode truth through proportion. And that's when the symbols began to emerge. 3 nights after the ring was placed in its containment case, the temperature in the archive dropped by 6 degrees. No windows were open, no systems failed, security footage showed nothing. But when the morning staff arrived, condensation had formed on the glass casing, not outside, but within, and drawn in it, clear and unmistakable, was the same pattern as the ring's internal code, a spiral, not chaotic, not childish, deliberate, smooth, balanced. It faded before photographs could be taken, but those who saw it agreed. It was drawn from within, and the glass was unbroken. The Vatican doubled its secrecy. Access was reduced to 2 key holders. All data related to the find was stored offline. Yet the reports continued. A monk assigned to night duty awoke with bruising around the base of his ring finger. Not pain, not injury, just a faint imprint, as though something had rested there for hours. He had no memory of sleepwalking, no history of stigmata, but when examined, the bruise was found to be circular, with faint pressure points corresponding to the positioning of the ring's gemstones. His skin had worn its shape. The theological implications were staggering. If the ring was genuine, if it had been crafted in the 6th or 7th century, then it predated the known use of the fisherman's ring by generations. And if the seal was valid, if Sylvanus had truly held the papal title even in secret, then the church's line of succession was no longer unbroken. It was fractured, altered, and someone had tried to erase him. But the ring did not stay silent. Over the next month, 3 independent theologians researching unrelated projects reported dreams of a marble chamber beneath the sea. The same dream, miles apart, unconnected. A cathedral, with no roof. A stone throne encrusted with salt, and in the center of the chamber, suspended in a pool of water so still it reflected like mirror glass, a gold ring resting on a single stone pedestal. None of them knew of the ring's existence. All described the same Latin phrase carved above the altar, vox quae non nominatur, the voice that is not named. The ring is currently stored beneath 3 layers of protection, glass, lead, and gold-lined cedar. It emits no energy, it radiates no temperature. And yet every 7 days, to the hour, the faint sound of metal clicking can be heard from the case, as if it turns itself once, just once. And those who listen closely say they hear breath before the sound, not echo, not memory. Breath. An illuminated manuscript tucked behind an altar wall in the hills of southern Umbria held the first true key, bound in deerskin, sealed with twine soaked in beeswax and myrrh. The codex bore no author and no title, only a faded emblem pressed into the cover, a ring-shaped indentation with 12 stars burned faintly around the edge. The archivist who found it wasn't searching for papal lineage or maritime relics. He was tracing the roots of forbidden monastic sigils, glyphs etched into prayer benches, and carved under the folding lids of kneelers. What he found, instead, was a confession, not a personal one, a clerical one, a record not of sin, but of deliberate omission. Within those brittle pages, preserved in candle soot and stitched with lines of erratic Latin, lay a description too detailed to dismiss. A ceremony performed at sea, not aboard a ship, but upon a platform constructed atop stone pillars, rising just beneath the waterline, an altar without land. There, in what the text called mare vacuum, the empty sea, a man was crowned with the papal seal, in direct defiance of the Roman conclave. He was given no title, no vestment, no seat in St. Peter, only a name, Silvanus. His purpose, according to the Codex, was not to lead, it was to remember. The platform, now long submerged or destroyed, served as his cathedral, the waves, his dome, the sky, his witness. He wore the ring without ceremony. No lips kissed it. No hands lifted it. But when storms came, when sailors cried out for deliverance, and Rome offered silence, Sylvanus answered. His was a papacy beneath record, a shepherd of the drowned. And when the sea grew quiet again, when his presence risked discovery by the church above, he removed the ring and cast it to the depths, not to discard it, but to protect it. The manuscript's final lines had been struck through with dark ink, violently and repeatedly. But under infrared, the text re-emerged. It read, "His line was never broken, because it was never allowed to surface." No official church record corroborates this claim. Yet the manuscript was real, and its ink matched formulas from the 9th century. The parchment had aged correctly. The dialect was consistent with Umbrian scribes, and when compared to the ring recovered near the Sicilian shelf, the resemblance between the etched symbol on the codex and the actual artifact was nearly perfect, down to the subtle tilt of the outer star at the 1 o'clock position. In a quiet chamber beneath the Vatican Library, theologians met with senior archivists to debate the implications. If the ring belonged to a pope who was never elected, never recognized, then it posed an existential threat to the doctrine of apostolic succession. Every pope, according to tradition, inherits the spiritual authority of Peter through an unbroken chain. But what if a second chain had always existed, not broken, but buried? What if a branch of the church had grown downward, into the silence? This theory gained weight when another artifact surfaced. On a remote island near Crete, a fisherman dragging up tangled netting found a bronze plaque sealed in a crust of hardened coral. Chipping it clean revealed an icon identical to the one on the ring, except this one bore an extra marking. A small line of dots arranged in a vertical spiral beneath the stars. The fisherman didn't understand what he'd found, but the diver who helped recover it took one look and knew to call Rome. Within hours, a team arrived. The plaque was dated to the same approximate era. The lettering style was a match, and the material, a mix of tin, lead and sea-aged bronze, bore microscopic salt layering that indicated over 800 years submerged. But the most important detail was not chemical, it was physical. Embedded into the back of the plaque, almost too smooth to notice, was a cavity, a circle precisely the size of the ring, not just a match in diameter, but in curvature. The ring hadn't been an accessory, it had been a key. Pressed into the cavity, it locked into place with no resistance. When seated, the plaque made a sound, soft, barely audible, but real. A single chime, like bone tapping crystal, and then silence. The Vatican never disclosed the plaque's existence. The fisherman was relocated. The diver disappeared from public records. The chime, however, had been recorded, a 6-second resonance, unlike any bell or tone known to the archivists. An audio analyst described it as a harmonic, designed to resonate with water rather than air. Not a call, a confirmation. The ring, now believed to be part of a larger system, was no longer viewed as a relic, but as a component, something functional, something ancient, not of divine manufacture, but of intentional design. Theology encoded into form, ritual built into metal. It wasn't just a sign of authority, it was a seal on something waiting beneath. Sunlight never reached the archive cellars, where the ring was last stored. Even the halogen bulbs above its display case had been replaced with low-lumen candles, spaced far enough apart that no single shadow could be traced from end to end. The archivists claimed it was to prevent reflection. The reality, whispered between waking and sleep, was that reflections had become unreliable. Some noticed their silhouettes stutter against the glass when passing the booth. Others claimed that on certain mornings, if they arrived early enough and caught the right angle, they could see a second ring within the case, identical in shape, but hovering above the original, misaligned by a finger's width, like a shadow trying to remember its place. The Vatican remained silent. Outwardly, nothing had changed. No press release, no alterations to papal succession. But within the walls, changes rippled. New protocols were issued for those working within subterranean levels. All personnel entering the archives were now required to wear plain bands of iron on their ring fingers. No gold, no silver, no blessed metals. only iron, unfinished, unengraved, and unbroken. The explanation, when given, was that iron grounds the mind, keeps memory from drifting. Some accepted this. Others complied without understanding, but a few understood too well and left before the month was over, citing reasons that could not be typed. A second ring surfaced 2 weeks later, this time off the coast of Cartagena, embedded in a slab of shipwrecked ballast stone. The wreck bore no identifiable markings, its timbers carbon dated to the early 800s, its construction neither Roman nor Byzantine. In the hollow of what remained of the cargo hold, they found it a small golden band fused into coral, identical in design to the first but missing the central stone. Instead, its setting held a disc of polished volcanic glass, matte black and unnaturally smooth. The seal was different too. No 12 stars, no crossed keys, just a single line of text wrapped around the inner circumference in a language the Vatican's linguistic team had never seen. The ring was brought inland under full blackout. This one they did not record publicly, and this one did not remain inert. Within hours of containment, 3 researchers assigned to its study began reporting identical symptoms: ringing in the ears, vertigo when near mirrors, and most unsettling, the sensation that they were forgetting something crucial, something specific, but could never name what. When one of them attempted to document the effect, he wrote 3 pages in silence, then tore each sheet slowly into strips, mumbling that the paper could hear him bleed. When he was escorted out, he paused before the containment chamber, looked through the glass at the second ring, and whispered the name Silvenos, without knowing it. The implications were dire. If the first ring was a seal, a signature of an unauthorized papacy, then the second seemed like a response. Or perhaps a correction. One official, reviewing the symbols, offered a theory too dangerous to commit to paper, that the second ring was not meant for a pope, but for an anti-pope. Not in the traditional sense, not in political opposition, but in existential contrast. Not a rival bishop, a counterweight, 2 rings, 2 thrones, one above, one below, the first designed to bind something to silence, the second perhaps meant to release it. Within days, pressure systems in the containment room began to fluctuate. Instruments recorded subtle shifts in air density, without temperature change. Light within the chamber bent slightly near the second ring, not by heat, not by any known electromagnetic field, but as though space itself were distorting near the object's edge. The Vatican halted all testing. The chamber was sealed, and the word bulla was scratched into the interior wall by an unknown hand. Bulla, the Latin term for a seal, but also for a decree, a papal edict. No one had been inside, and yet, the word was written in ink identical to that used in Vatican bulls signed between 783 and 792 AD. That's when the Council of Shadows, a silent committee of theologians, linguists and monastics who oversaw artifacts deemed too dangerous for public record, convened an emergency session. The question on the table was no longer whether the ring was real, it was what to do about what it connected to, whether the line of popes had been a chain or a cage. One of the council members, an aging cardinal whose name is redacted from all formal transcripts, stood and addressed the chamber with a single line. The voice from beneath was never heresy, it was instruction. He was dead within the week. Heart failure, the report claimed, but the oddity was noted. His left ring finger had turned entirely black before his passing, not bruised, not decayed, but blackened as if burned from within. The ring itself remained in containment, still silent, still locked, still watching, but those who worked closest to it began exhibiting strange traits, speech cadence, shifting subtly into syllabic patterns, matching the rhythm of Latin liturgy, regardless of language spoken. One began unconsciously mimicking Gregorian chant in his sleep, even though he had never studied it. Another lost the ability to recognize her own reflection, not visually. She could see herself, but emotionally. As if what stared back was familiar, but not hers. And then came the night the first ring moved, not rolled, not tilted, shifted. The base of the gold band, housed beneath 3 layers of protective casing, was found rotated 15 degrees clockwise. No breach, no entry. The case was intact. The camera footage showed no disruption. And yet, the ring had turned. When reviewed by multiple parties, no consensus could be reached. But one young archivist who had been cataloguing the event stared at the footage, pale and silent, before finally speaking the only thing that mattered. It's aligning with something. Stone echoes deeper underwater. That's what the last diver said before vanishing. He wasn't a theologian or historian, just a salvage worker hired for an unrelated mission near the Tyrrhenian slope. He didn't know about the first ring, or the second, didn't know about the records scrubbed from the papal annals, or the sealed manuscripts describing pontiffs crowned in salt water. But something about the wreck drew him in, not its shape, which had long collapsed into silt, or its contents which were too fragmented to appraise. It was the sound, or rather, the lack of it. He described it like standing inside a held breath. No motion, no life, but something bracing. That morning, he dove without permission. The crew logged it as an equipment check, but the footage tells a different story. He swam straight for the forward deck remains of the ship, camera light flickering as his body passed into what was once a small hold. Inside, something metallic gleamed, a circle, not gold, not black, iron, no gemstones, no etchings, just a smooth ring the color of dried blood. He reached for it, and the feed went dark. The crew lost signal for 17 seconds. When the image returned, the diver was floating upright, legs limp, body still, the ring nowhere in sight. He resurfaced with no memory of what had happened, but refused to re-enter the water. 2 nights later, he disappeared from his hotel. No forced entry, no signs of struggle, only a single note left on the bed, written in a careful, trembling hand. I didn't take it. I answered it. The Vatican acquired the footage through unofficial channels and quietly reclassified the other 2 rings, not as relics, but as harmonics, anchors, keys, not singular objects, but components of a larger framework, not for power, not for status, for transmission, a form of communication that required no voice, no scripture, no ceremony, just shape, just alignment. Each ring, it now seemed, was designed not to command attention, but to draw it, not to declare dominion, but to invite reception. What message they were meant to receive remained unknown. But within the private chambers of the Pontifical Commission for Sacred Anomalies, an old term resurfaced, domus submare, the house beneath the sea. It appeared only twice in recorded church literature, once in a 5th century homily later redacted, and again in a dream journal, found among the effects of a cardinal who had suffered an unexplainable mental collapse in 1892. That journal included sketches, and in one of them, drawn in charcoal, and labelled only Sylvanus Waits, a ring sat embedded in what looked like a stone altar, half sunk in water, surrounded by a circle of kneeling figures. Their backs were turned, their robes were soaked, but each bore the same mark, 12 stars encircling their necks like collars. The implication was chilling. The ring was not the end, it was the beginning, a signature of a contract not signed, but submerged. Every attempt to destroy or even replicate the ring had failed. The gold did not melt, the gemstone did not scratch. Spectral imaging showed that the gemstone wasn't a stone at all, it was hollow, a chamber of air encased in a crystalline structure, and inside that hollow movement, not organic, not mechanical, rhythmic, as if something was shifting within the void, always just out of phase with time. One researcher hypothesized that the ring was a container for a fragment of memory, not a soul, not a person, a memory, and that the 3 rings taken together formed a trinity of recall, one to remember the voice, one to preserve the silence, and one to echo the choice. A decision made centuries ago, beneath water too deep for ships, in a chapel with no stone, a ceremony with no crowd. The drowned papal ring, the first ring, had rotated a second time, this time 15 degrees counterclockwise. The movement reversed its prior shift, restoring it to its original position. But now, both the Vatican and those few observers outside the church noticed a change in the atmosphere, not just within the chamber, globally. Reports from deep-sea monitoring stations recorded faint harmonic distortions, low pulses, not seismic, not biological, not electrical, just sound, patterned sound, radiating from somewhere off the coast of Tunisia, right where the ring had been found, right where the forgotten papacy may have begun. And still the church remained quiet, because to acknowledge the ring's true origin would mean acknowledging a shadow lineage, a papal order that operated beneath apostolic law, one that was chosen not by conclave, but by covenant, forged not in prayer, but in depth, a priesthood that never needed Rome's blessing, because it answered to something older. Now, behind locked doors, the question turned from theology to physics. What happens if the rings align again? What door is opened? What memory reasserts itself into history? The Vatican's last act of control was to move the original ring once more, this time into a sub-basement lined in salt brick, the same mineral used to seal relics too dangerous for burial. But the chimes still came, soft, regular, once a week, not when observed, not when handled, but when no one was watching. The sound of a liturgy written in time itself, a schedule that no longer required participants, only resonance. And if the drowned pope had ever worn the ring, then perhaps what he crowned was not himself, but the centuries to come, a silence imposed on a truth so vast, so irreversible, that only the sea could hold it. And now the sea was letting go. Beneath the rusted ribs of a drift trawler, scuttled decades ago off the Ligurian coast, a glint caught the diver's eye, not the usual shimmer of brass or broken glass, but something darker, denser, like shadow trapped in crystal. The wreck wasn't deep by archival standards, resting in a slow silted grave among twisted netting and storm-peeled hull, but the diver swore the water felt colder there, just above freezing, and in that icy seam where wood met sand, half caught in the fronds of a barnacle-wrapped seine, the artifact waited. Glass, thick as a cathedral pane, encased something within, leather-bound, cracked, and curled like the spine of an animal dried under sun. It had no latch, no hinges, no way to open. Drift netting had been fused around it, not tangled, but integrated, as though woven for the purpose. The diver brought it up, without touching the glass. He claimed his gloves prickled when near it, like the ghost of static. When brought aboard, it fogged immediately, then cleared just as fast, as if acclimating. The book inside bore no title, no embossment, just a hand-etched sigil on the spine, 3 vertical lines crossing a single circle, burned in with an iron brand that had left the leather blistered, but intact. The Vatican was contacted within 12 hours. The object was moved under escort. A team of archivists and clergy, none in uniform, none speaking aloud, only nods, glances, hand signs. It was placed inside a lead-lined reliquary room, 2 levels below the Sanctum Custodia, where texts too strange for doctrinal sorting are held until proper classification can be forced upon them. But this one would not yield, no matter how they tried. Thermal, ultraviolet, salinity manipulation. The glass refused to open, not melted, not cut, not even scratched, and the netting remained moist, impossibly, as if soaked from within. Then the condensation began. At precisely midnight, on the 3rd night, fine beads of water appeared on the interior of the glass, just over the leather. But it wasn't random, not dew, not osmosis. It formed patterns, dots, arcs, spirals, tiny fingerprints of formation, as if breath had fogged from the inside. A priest whispered it, looked like ciphers. Another called them musical notations. A third, a marine biologist brought in under Vatican seal, said they resembled the sonar pulse echoes of certain deep-diving whales. The shapes lasted only minutes.
Whoa.
But by dawn, they had changed position. The book was moving, not shifting, breathing. An exception was made to bring in one translator, with a specialty in exocanonical documentation. Texts disavowed, not for heresy, but for their failure to conform to Rome's narrative of sainthood. She didn't touch the book, she only watched. For 6 hours. On the 7th, she asked for seawater, 3 drops, from the Adriatic. When placed onto the glass, nothing happened. But when the drops reached the netting, when they sank and were absorbed, The sigil on the spine darkened. The lines grew sharper. The circle pulsed once, a faint ripple in the leather, and then the first page turned. Not fast, not dramatic, just one slow peel, as if assisted by breath. What it revealed was not text, not at first. A face, inked in blue-black, drawn in a style centuries out of place. Thick lashed eyes, gaunt cheeks, hair that curled like kelp. A woman, young, maybe 30. Beneath her portrait, a name, not Latin, closer to Old Occitan, or a dialect lost to coastal Provençal hills. Translated roughly, it meant she who stopped the storm. No year, no birthplace, but a note beside the image, just barely legible, seen walking across the Bay of Naples, after the fleet sank, barefoot, singing in a tongue no sailor knew. Other faces followed. Each time a page turned, sometimes overnight, sometimes hours apart, a new figure appeared. A man with bleeding palms, who never died. A child glowing like phosphorus off the coast of Sardinia. A mute monk whose body washed ashore, wrapped in coral, eyes wide, smiling. All of them unknown to church history, all performing acts that bordered not on miracle, but on something else, something more maritime than holy, something wet, saline, elemental. The translator began cross-referencing, and that's when the pattern formed. Each person depicted had a corresponding record, not in saint registries, but in the death rolls of Vatican staff, guards, librarians, underscribes, all of whom perished under strange circumstances, often within days of each other, across decades. One drowned in a fountain during daylight, another vanished from his study, a puddle of salt water left in his place, though the nearest coast was 200 kilometers away. These were not coincidences, these were retaliations, or visitations. The salted saints, as they came to be called by the few scholars allowed to speak of them, seemed to exist in rejection of Rome's silence. Figures who had witnessed, endured, or embodied something miraculous at sea, and were never canonized, never recognized. Instead they were forgotten, their names erased, their stories discredited, or buried beneath centuries of sanitized sainthood. But the book had remembered them. Every page was a correction, a reclamation, and the more it opened, the more the Vatican realized they were not discovering a new gospel, they were unsealing an indictment. Vatican protocol requires immediate isolation of any artifact that exhibits autonomous behavior, but the Book of Salted Saints defied classification. It hadn't moved in the conventional sense. No propulsion, no mechanical triggers. Yet page after page, it turned, never in full view, never with sound, but always perfectly laid when next seen. As if it preferred to be read only when no one was looking. The archivist prime assigned to the relic began sleeping in the reliquary chamber, attempting to witness the turn with his own eyes. 3 nights passed, then on the 4th, he woke to the lights flickering, his hands submerged in water that hadn't been there when he fell asleep. The water was warm, tasted of salt, and something faintly metallic. The next page was already open. A new figure stared back, not sketched, this time, painted. Thick brushwork, layered and vivid, a face almost luminous under the chamber lights. Bearded, weathered, eyes pale and unfocused, as if seeing something behind the observer. His robes appeared to swirl, even though they were rendered in ink. Beneath his image, he who breathed for the drowning. No date, no feast day, just a notation in the margin, reclaimed from beneath the wreck of Saint, the Clar. Eyes open, lungs full, no sign of decay. The records were clear. The Saint, the Clar, was a Vatican convoy ship, sunk off the coast of Malta in 1831. No survivors, no bodies recovered. The man in the painting had never been aboard, not officially. And yet, his face matched the only known portrait of Father Antonius Corvi, a cleric excommunicated in 1829, for claiming he had seen the true apostles walking beneath the surface of the Mediterranean, gathering the bones of the uncanonized. His execution had been swift, and now, his image had returned. The book wasn't revealing, it was reminding. A second death followed soon after. A low-ranking cleric assigned to monitor atmospheric changes in the containment room was found drowned at his desk, lungs filled with seawater, salt crystallized around his mouth. No leaks, no breaches, no sign of struggle. Only his last written entry, a sketch of concentric circles rippling outward from a central point. When mirrored, the pattern matched an old Marian sigil banned by the Church during the Fourth Lateran Council, one said to symbolize divine presence not descending from heaven, but rising from beneath. The pattern was later found, burned faintly into the next page of the book. This page did not contain a face. It held a list, names, dozens of them. Not saints, not clergy, names of people lost at sea, fishermen, smugglers, lighthouse keepers, even children swept away in coastal floods, all dated, all marked with brief annotations. Washed ashore glowing, returned after 3 days, could not speak, eyes changed color, refused food, died smiling. The Vatican had no official response, but behind closed doors a different language emerged. The salted saints, it seemed, were not saints in the traditional sense. They bore no imprimatur, performed no miracles in the name of Christ. Their acts were elemental, sea-bound, sympathetic but unaligned, and the Church had no framework for them, because they had never asked permission to exist. The pages began turning faster, one every night, each revealing another figure, another story, another silence made visible. The translator brought in to assist had begun keeping her own journal, not notes, not translations, dreams. They had started the night she handled the case, even briefly. In one dream, she stood on the edge of a dock beneath a black moon, a figure waiting in the water, holding the book open as waves licked its edges. In another she walked through a flooded cathedral, pews drifting like corpses, a choir of drowned voices humming from beneath the floorboards. She showed the journal to no one, but her behavior changed, stopped wearing her crucifix, began speaking in liturgical cadence, even during casual conversation, and one morning, when asked if she had made progress on the newer pages, she responded only, "They are not waiting to be read. They are waiting to be remembered." It was unclear who they referred to, but the next day she vanished. Her office was locked from the inside. The only sign of disturbance was the book left open on her desk, a page depicting her own face, hand-inked in the same style as the others, smiling faintly, gaze turned seaward. Beneath it, she who remembered the forgotten. Rome issued an internal freeze order. The book was to be sealed again, but no one could lift the glass, not even those who had once placed it. The casing had fused, not locked, fused like sand to molten glass, edges indistinguishable from its surroundings. When a technician tried to drill through, the bit shattered. The machine overheated, and the lights in the containment chamber went black for 4 full minutes, despite backup systems being fully operational. When power returned, the lights flickered 3 times, then steadied. The book had closed itself, and a symbol had appeared, faint but unmistakable, on the chamber wall in crystallized salt. 12 dots, forming a halo, encircling a downward-pointing triangle. A symbol last seen in a 14th century codex lost during the sacking of Constantinople. A symbol known only by one forgotten name, Congregatio Abyssi, the Congregation of the Deep. Some relics inspire reverence, others, dread. But the Book of Salted Saints drew something far more destabilizing, a quiet, nameless recognition. Those permitted near it began reporting sensations that had no theological context, not awe, not divine presence, but the eerie certainty that they had seen the book before, not in memory, but in dreams, not as scholars or clergy, but as children. One archivist confessed, with shame thick in his voice, that he used to see it on his grandmother's mantle, in Sardinia, a leather-bound shape behind murky glass that she never acknowledged. He had assumed it was a family heirloom or superstition, but now, decades later, he could describe its markings with impossible accuracy. The scarring on the spine, the stitching at the corners, even the slight clouding that appeared across the glass when it slept. That was his word, slept, as though the object were not inert, but resting, waiting to be noticed again. His account was dismissed by officials as suggestion or trauma. But when another researcher, this time from Croatia, reported the same thing, with different details, but the same emotional certainty, the Vatican could no longer ignore the pattern. These were not hallucinations, they were echoes, resonances, evidence that the book had surfaced before, perhaps many times, and simply vanished again, once it had fulfilled its purpose. If the church had failed to preserve its memory, the book itself had not. New entries appeared without warning. The casing never opened, yet the pages changed, sometimes just one at a time, other times in clusters, as though the book were rushing to catch up. One particularly disturbing page featured no illustration, no figure, no name, just a narrow column of dates, hundreds of them, arranged with unsettling precision. Most were unfamiliar, but a few matched exactly with the recorded deaths of clergy tied to coastal parishes, drownings, disappearances, inexplicable cardiac arrests during Mass. What made the list horrifying was that some of the dates had not yet occurred. By this point, the working group assigned to the book had dissolved, not formally. No announcement was made. People simply stopped showing up. Those still assigned refused to be alone with it, and some who had never even entered the chamber began requesting transfers, citing insomnia, persistent dreams of being submerged, and a strange aversion to church bells. Bells, they said, now sounded wrong, too shallow, as though their echoes were being swallowed from below. The Vatican issued a blanket denial of all activity relating to the book. Publicly, it was listed as a non-authenticated curiosity. Privately, it was reclassified under a tier of secrecy, typically reserved for contact relics, objects believed not to hold divine power themselves, but to have touched entities that might. These were not miracles by the Church's reckoning. They were anomalies, exceptions, liminal events that strained the scaffolding of canon law. But the book did more than strain. It rewrote. Its final visible page showed a familiar image, a man in formal vestments standing before a body of water, one hand raised, the other submerged. He was faceless, sketched in profile, but left deliberately incomplete. Behind him, dozens knelt along the shore, not in prayer, but in waiting. Their garments were nondescript, but around each neck was the now repeating motif, a collar of 12 salt-crusted dots. What made the image unbearable to some was the detail in the waves. Looked at from a distance, the pattern of surf and foam seemed random, but up close, it resembled the outlines of architecture, windows, arches, steeples, faint shapes of an entire cathedral beneath the waterline, larger than any built on land. Beneath the image, in script so fine, it could only be read under magnification, one sentence unfurled. The church below remembers what the church above denied. That was the final straw. Orders were issued to encase the entire object, not just in glass, but in consecrated lead and sand-packed containment crates, used only for nuclear-age relics. The chamber was to be sealed, access revoked, all notes confiscated and destroyed. But during the sealing process, the crate handlers, 4 of them, stopped moving in sync. The live feed, monitored from an adjacent room, showed them pausing mid-task, heads tilted, hands resting on the glass. They stood like that for exactly 13 minutes. No one entered. When the door was finally unlocked, all 4 had collapsed, alive, but altered, pulse steady, brain activity within normal parameters. But none of them could speak. They reacted to light, to touch, but not to sound, as if something within them had gone utterly still, not asleep, not damaged, listening. They were moved to isolation, monitored. Given psychological assessments, nothing surfaced, except for one thing. Each of them, when left with a pen and paper, sketched the same image, a figure underwater, holding a book, staring upward. And behind that figure, larger than anything else, a shape emerging from the depths, winged, but not angelic, crowned, but not in gold, salt-bleached, vast, watching. No page had turned in days. The chamber was sealed. No researchers permitted near. Surveillance halted after the 4th blackout. The book, now locked in its own vault of silence, seemed to wait. But the waiting was not passive. Those assigned to other projects nearby began experiencing dreams. Not of the book directly, but of submerged cities, salt-laden air, and rooms where paper dissolved mid-sentence. One priest awoke from a trance-like state, with ocean water leaking from his ears, though no water was present. Another was found scribbling a list of names across the chapel floor, names that did not appear in any baptismal registry, but did match obscure marginal notes from a 12th century collection of rejected miracle claims. Outside the archives, rain fell over Rome for 13 days without pause. The Tiber swelled. Fountains in 3 churches overflowed despite dry forecasts. In one quiet corner of the Vatican gardens, where no public path reached, a circle of salt appeared in the soil, fine, deliberate, undisturbed. No wind could have formed it. No runoff carried it there. And buried beneath the center, a fragment of glass, identical in texture and thickness to the casing around the Book of Salted Saints. It wasn't broken. It had never been part of the book. It was separate, a shard from something larger, something else. Those who had once insisted on hiding the book now demanded answers. But the deeper the investigation went, the more impossible the surrounding phenomena became. Each of the book's figures, each so-called salted saint, could now be traced to at least one unexplained death or disappearance near water. Not just clergy, not just the devout, pilgrims, fishermen, translators. A pattern emerged. Everyone who tried to translate or suppress the accounts, not study them, not witness, but contain, suffered the same fate. An erasure of voice, a flooding of memory, and eventually the quiet pull toward water. It wasn't drowning, it wasn't murder, it was invitation. The Vatican tried fire next. The containment chamber was emptied of personnel, sealed in stone, and laced with sacred oils. A controlled ignition was performed with the expectation that the heat would scorch the casing or weaken its bond. But when they opened the chamber, the air was cold. Ice clung to the walls. The glass remained untouched, its surface fogged from within, as though the flame had never touched it. Worse still, a new figure had appeared, unwitnessed, undocumented. A woman this time, hair braided in seaweed. Her eyes black, mouth open not in speech but in song. Below her sketch, a phrase written in a language that took 2 weeks to decipher. The bell tolls beneath, not from, beneath. Bells had long been symbols of sanctity, of rising, sound traveling upward, calling the divine to notice. But this message reversed that order, not an appeal to heaven, a summoning from below, and the saints, those salted figures remembered only by the book, were the ones who heard it first. The church could no longer hide the object's implications. It was not a relic, not even a text. It was a mirror, reflecting only what the church chose to forget, and it had remembered everything. In secret, the book was buried, not destroyed, buried, taken to an undisclosed trench near the Ionian Shelf, under cover of a diplomatic research vessel, weighted, anchored, dropped through miles of blackness. The act was not recorded in any official ledger, no blessing was given, just silence, and a slow descent. But the following morning, something washed ashore at the Basilica of St. Paul, outside the walls, a page, dry, intact, unmistakable. It bore the face of the diver, who had escorted the casing into the trench. His eyes were closed, his hands raised in offering, and around his throat, 12 salt-ringed dots. The page was warm to the touch, and the ink hadn't dried. The dredging was never supposed to happen, that deep. The original map, a naval salvage chart from the 1970s, showed nothing but silt and fractured stonework, remnants of a long-eroded seabed shelf off the Dalmatian coast. The surveyors weren't even there for excavation. Their mission was routine seabed scanning for structural anomalies, ahead of an underwater fiber optic installation. What they found instead was a pattern, not random, not geological, a grid, unnaturally symmetrical, just beneath 10 meters of compressed sand and clay. At first they assumed it was a bunker, something Cold War era, forgotten and collapsed. But the thermal imagery came back wrong. Too cold in some places, too warm in others. The temperature distribution wasn't atmospheric, it pulsed. And when the dive team sent down a remote submersible to confirm topography, the silt parted in wide curls, as if pushed away by breath. That's when the drone's camera caught it. A seam. Not a crack in rock. A doorway, buried flush against the shelf wall, sealed in mineral accretion, and obscured by centuries of growth. It took 2 days to cut through. The team expected metal, maybe concrete. Instead, they found bone. At first the assumption was metaphor. Fossil-laced limestone, crushed calcium deposits, something ancient and mineralized. But lab analysis returned results no one could explain. Organic matter, human, compressed over time under extreme pressure. Bone, not fossil, not shell, restructured and whitened to the density of marble. And there wasn't just one piece. The entire outer frame of the chamber was reinforced with it, layered, cut, aligned like brickwork. Not simply a tomb, but something built from the dead. The doorway, once breached, opened into silence. No sound from inside, no marine life, no current, just stillness. And the moment the first diver passed through the threshold, his comms cut, not from distance, from interference. He described it later as walking into wool, every movement slowed, every sound swallowed. His words couldn't reach the surface, but his camera could. What it recorded remains one of the most baffling and haunting visual documents ever classified under ecclesiastical oversight. Inside the chamber were crosses, dozens, maybe hundreds, white as ash, not etched into the walls, not painted or carved, affixed, each one placed carefully, meticulously, into the stone, some small enough to be mistaken for ornament, others spanning several feet, and every single one constructed from compressed bone. Radiocarbon dating would later reveal that the material came from multiple individuals, all human, none younger than the 14th century. Yet the construction was recent, less than 100 years old. How the old bone had been reworked into new form remains unexplained. The chamber itself was circular, domed, and without furnishings. No altar, no pews, no indication that it had ever been used for conventional worship. Only those walls and those crosses. And something far stranger. One of them glowed, not visibly at first, only under specific conditions. The diver, while filming in infrared, began to recite a passage from the Latin Vulgate, a psalm he'd memorized during seminary before leaving the clergy years ago. It was habit, a protective murmur in an unknown space. But when he reached the third verse, the largest cross, centered along the southern arc of the chamber, began to emit a faint phosphorescence, not like bioluminescence, not reactive. The glow was internal, like fire behind alabaster, pulsing in rhythm with the diver's breath. When the passage ended, the light faded. Another team was brought in, this time with theological and linguistic specialists. Controlled tests began. Passages were read, from Genesis, from Revelations, even from banned Apocrypha. Most caused no reaction. But certain verses, when spoken aloud in proper ecclesiastical cadence, triggered the glow again. Always the same cross, always the same pulsing rhythm. Then came the misstep. An ambitious young researcher decided to test a forbidden text, a passage attributed to the lost Book of the Sea Apostles, a fragment rumored to have been recorded by sailors shipwrecked near a vanished monastery reef. The verse was chanted aloud, recorded for analysis. The response was immediate. Not just light, vibration. The entire chamber trembled, ever so slightly, and a low harmonic hum filled the space. The researcher dropped the script, hands clamped to his ears. The divers felt it too, not as sound, but pressure, like being compressed inward without touch. One diver vomited, another blacked out. The feed glitched for 17 seconds. When the team returned to the chamber the next day, the largest cross had shifted. Not moved from the wall, but its position had changed, no longer upright, tilted, as if watching something rise. The Vatican's notice arrived without fanfare. No visible emblem, no diplomatic seal, just a plain envelope delivered by hand to the head of the marine salvage team, stamped with a date and a time, along with 3 words: suspend all entry. No reason given, no request for confirmation. And yet, when the team returned to the dive platform that morning, all power had been cut. Their generator, new, calibrated, twice inspected, refused to start. The main comms line had been severed, not from strain or salt corrosion, but with something sharp and deliberate. The lead technician, rattled and sleep-deprived, simply stood there, staring at the cable's exposed end, whispering that it looked almost burned. Hours later, a black ship appeared on the horizon. It bore no flag, no call signal, but its crew moved with practiced precision, lifting cases aboard the platform, scanning everything with handheld devices that hummed low like the voices of monks. They didn't ask questions. They didn't introduce themselves. They walked directly to the containment chamber, where the bones had been sent, and requested complete solitude. When they emerged, 3 hours later, the cases were gone. So was the sample vault. Only the data drives remained, and they had been wiped clean. The team was dismissed, not fired, not discredited, just thanked, in clipped tones and careful nods. The leader of the dive team, who had spent 22 years mapping forgotten wrecks, never spoke of the mission again. He retired within the month, moved inland, and stopped answering calls. When asked once by a former colleague if he missed the sea, he reportedly smiled without blinking and said, "It misses me more." Inside Vatican walls, the chamber was given a new name, Cecellum Osseum Tacitorum, the Chapel of the Silent Bones. A single priest was assigned to its study, an archivist named Father Dario Morello, known for his expertise in penitential architecture and pre-conciliar texts. He was the only one allowed full access to the records recovered before the shutdown. His first discovery came not from the crosses themselves, but from a footnote buried in an obscure 9th century treatise on excommunication rituals. The passage, dismissed by most scholars as metaphor, described a vault of pale marks, where each tongue was stilled by weight of witness, and where no psalm was safe unless sung beneath burdened air. Morello realized the wording wasn't poetic, it was structural. The phrase burdened air referred to atmospheric pressure, a condition found only at specific depths beneath the sea. And the vault of pale marks, it wasn't allegory, it was blueprint, a place hidden far beneath the Adriatic, designed not as sanctuary, but as suppression. He dug further, cross-referencing obscure medieval penitentials, and rejected papal correspondence. What he uncovered grew darker with each layer. In the year 1243, a ship carrying a cardinal legate was reportedly attacked off the Dalmatian coast, not by pirates, by weather. A storm that rose without warning, and sank every vessel in the convoy, except one. The sole survivor claimed to have been spared after reciting a forbidden passage taught to him in secret by a wandering monk, a line that when chanted, caused the sea to still and the sky to part. He described seeing a dome beneath the water's surface, white, cross-marked, with no entrance, and hearing a single tone, so low it rattled the ship's hull. He never repeated the verse. When pressed, he tore out his own tongue. This account was filed under delirium post-shipwreck. But Morello found marginalia, in a parallel volume, notes written by the legate's scribe before the journey, detailing rumors of a penitent order of silence that built bone chapels at the behest of a pope whose name had been erased from record. The order's goal, according to the scribe, was not spiritual enlightenment. It was appeasement, not of heaven, not of hell, but of something far older, something beneath. When Morello returned to the recovered cross fragments for analysis, he brought a hypothesis that few dared speak aloud. The crosses were not merely symbolic. They were tools, anchors, each one constructed not to honor a soul, but to bind it, and not necessarily from rising, but from calling. One fragment in particular, a sliver of whitened bone etched, with micro scratches, only visible under magnification, showed signs of forced fusion. The pattern matched archaic ritual sigils used in pre-Nicene purification rites. But what unsettled Morello most was not the symbol, it was the source. The bone didn't come from a random donor, it came from a child. The cross had been made from the vertebrae of an infant, compressed under time and pressure, so extreme that marrow had fused to calcium in crystalline spirals. This wasn't a burial relic. It was a sacrifice, repeated, structured, and codified. And the fact that the cross had responded to scripture, glowing, resonating, suggested that the sacrifice had not been in vain. It had worked. For a time, but now, something had changed. The final anomaly occurred during a low-tide dive, meant only for structural analysis. A junior researcher was sent down alone with a pressure suit and limited oxygen to capture footage of the chamber's new sediment layer. But as she passed the threshold, her camera caught something no one could explain. A figure, brief, barely visible, not standing, floating, back turned, head bowed, facing the wall of crosses. And when she recited the psalm, not by instruction, but out of fear, the figure lifted its head, and every single cross on the wall flickered, not in unison, but as if responding. Official doctrine provided no precedent, no theological lens through which to view a wall of glowing crosses, made from centuries-old bone, nor a submerged vault that responded to forbidden liturgies with pulses of internal light. The figure caught on the researcher's camera was the final breaking point. A shape no longer just theoretical, no longer myth. Something had answered, and the footage, when played on Vatican monitors, under a dozen watchful eyes, confirmed it. The entity was not projected, not illusion. The diver's camera had recorded 3 full frames before interference corrupted the image. A back arched in prayer or exhaustion, facing the wall, unmoving, as though locked in a trance. The outline was unmistakably human, but scale betrayed it. It was too tall, too narrow at the waist, and there was no air tank, no gear, no weight belt, no reflection. What it wore, if the term applied, resembled priestly vestments, but tattered, dissolving at the edges into something like fronds. The cloth was dark and thick, not with water, but with sediment, as if the being had walked through centuries of silt to reach the center of the chamber, and then, inexplicably, stopped, motionless, not asleep, not alert, present. The Vatican issued no press release, no official comment, but behind walls thickened by centuries of denial, contingency plans were quietly drafted. The chamber was now labeled Class Nullus Angelus, not of divine classification. Investigative authority was transferred from the Office of Relics to a subset of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, historically responsible for heresy. In the eyes of the Church, the vault was no longer a place of mystery, it was a place of error. Something had been sealed there, and something had been disturbed. Father Morello, still working alone in the archives, requested permission to revisit the chamber. It was denied, twice. But after leaking a fragment of the cross pattern to a former colleague, a Dominican, with access to pre-exilic ritual texts, a private translation reached him. The carvings, once believed to be artistic etchings or tool marks, were actually a script, osculum obliqua, the kiss of the obliqua, a phrase never before seen in liturgical Latin, but hinted at in the marginalia of 5th century mystic writings. It referred not to affection, but to covenant, a pact sealed not by word, but by alignment, bone to stone, prayer to silence, death to obedience. The more he read, the colder his room became, not metaphorically, literally. The temperature dropped by 2 degrees each hour he spent with the rubbings. No draft, no vent malfunction. His breath began to fog after sunset. By the 3rd night, the ink froze in his fountain pen as he was writing. And always, beneath his fingertips, that same recurring image, the tilted cross, its base turned just slightly inward, as if trying to look. Meanwhile, on the coast of a small Dalmatian fishing village, a bell tower rang at the wrong hour. It was not a church day, no mass, no scheduled toll, but at 3:17 a.m., with no wind and no seismic activity, the bell swung once, clean and slow. Locals reported dreams that night, all of them sharing a common feature, a procession of figures walking into the sea, silent, hooded, each with a pale cross etched across their back. The old priest who'd manned the bell tower for decades went up the steps after sunrise to check the mechanism. He never came back down. When they found him, his body was intact, no trauma, no sign of collapse. But his face had gone white, salt crust lined his lips, and in the corner of the bell tower window, written in streaks of condensation, someone had drawn a cross. It was upside down, words spread in whispers. Back in Rome, Morello discovered the final phrase embedded in the chamber schematics, a line hidden beneath a layer of overlapping marks, visible only under ultraviolet light. The script was ancient, earlier than Latin. Etruscan, perhaps, but the translation came clear, transliterated by a computer algorithm, trained on forbidden alphabets found in the Vatican's most restricted subvaults. It read, "Beneath each light, one vow." The implication struck like a hammer. Each glowing cross was not a marker of the sacred. It was a seal. Each had been placed to contain a voice, a presence, a will, and if one was flickering now, it meant the vow had broken, not in word, but in silence. Someone, or something, had called the name that was not to be spoken, and now, inside that chamber, the silence was no longer still. None of the crosses glowed that morning. The chamber, once a mute shrine of pale fire, now sat in darkness. Not void, but presence. The light hadn't faded. It had receded, pulled inward, as though every flicker had been recalled by something that no longer needed to be seen to be known. The surveillance feed returned only static now. Cameras that had withstood deep-sea pressure and thermal fluctuation for decades recorded nothing but blankness, not blackness. The color had drained altogether, leaving grey, then white, then silence. Father Morello did not sleep the night before. He had packed a small wooden box containing all remaining transcripts, rubbings, and a cloth-wrapped fragment of the child's cross. He did not request approval to visit the vault again. He left no note. Those who passed him on his way to the port at Bari recalled only the way he walked, not like a man resigned, but like one obeying a rhythm too deep to refuse. The boat was waiting, arranged under a name not his own, funded from an account untouched for over 20 years. By sundown, he was aboard. By midnight, descending. When he arrived at the vault's threshold, the door was open. No resistance, no hiss of equalized pressure, just the sense of having crossed into memory, as though the chamber had always been part of him, a place forgotten, not because it was distant, but because it was forbidden. The light was low, faintly pulsing, but now emanating not from the crosses, but from the space between them. The wall itself had begun to change. The stone bulged softly at each seal's center, a ripple pushing outward, like breath through flesh. Bones shifted in its sockets. The air, though deep beneath sea and stone, smelled faintly of myrrh and salt. And then came the voice, not loud, not urgent, but complete. It did not speak in Latin, nor in any human tongue. It spoke in pressure, in memory, in a cadence that had waited far longer than any book, longer than any scripture, longer even than Rome. Morello did not cry out, he did not flee, he simply knelt, box still in hand, and whispered one final phrase, the one he had read in the margins of a now destroyed penitential scroll, Ossibus sufficit, let bone suffice. The response was immediate. The crosses trembled, not all, just one, the first to glow. It rose, detached, lifted from its socket with no hand to guide it, hovered for a moment like a lantern on a windless night, then turned, not toward Morello, toward the wall behind him. The light revealed what had never been filmed, never been recorded, a second door, smaller, circular, not carved, formed, bone-shaped in a perfect spiral, sealed at its center by what appeared to be the fused vertebrae of a giant. Upon its surface, a single handprint, burned into the ivory, as if pressed there by fire long cooled. The handprint glowed, a pulse, a reply, and slowly, impossibly, the seal began to open. No one knows what happened after that. The diver sent to recover Morello's body, 2 weeks later, found only an empty chamber. No priest, no cross fragments, no books, but the second door was now gone, not broken, not removed, gone. In its place, open space, a passage carved downward, no steps, no railing, just smooth descent into dark. The last detail recorded before the diver's camera shorted was a single mark etched into the floor, a cross, not white, but blackened, burnt into the stone like a brand. It was fresh, and it pulsed, once, then silence, then nothing. The feed died. The diver was recovered. He does not speak, but every night at 3:17, he walks to the edge of the sea and kneels, hands clasped not in prayer, but in waiting. The urn was not supposed to float, not after all that time. not at that depth. Clay, even when sealed, should have shattered from the pressure, or grown so waterlogged it crumbled into the sea like dried bread. But this one rose, not slowly, not erratically, deliberately. It emerged near a Sicilian trawler during a lull in storm activity, drifting against the current as if pulled from below by a tether no eye could see. The fisherman who first spotted it thought it was debris from a wreck, or worse, something from the war, a mine, a container, a message never meant to resurface. They hauled it aboard with a gaff hook, wrapping it in nets and prayer. The urn's surface was covered in barnacles and rope-burn scars, but its seal was perfect. Not wax, not pitch, something harder, darker. It flaked under a chisel with the brittle texture of resin, but the scent that escaped when it finally cracked open was unlike any oil or decay. It smelled of salt and old leather, tinged with something iron-rich. The scroll inside had not rotted. Its binding was not thread, it was sinew, pale preserved strands, wrapped tight around aged vellum. Its ink still black, its symbols sharp, not Greek, not Latin, but familiar in shape, a curvature here, a mark there, like forgotten siblings to letters we thought we understood. Word reached Rome in hours. The scroll was transferred quietly, under cover of a routine maritime shipment, documented only as organic artifact, unclassified. The archivists who received it hesitated before touching the sinew. It looked too human, not symbolic, literal. There were pores, hair follicles, scar tissue. Analysis would later confirm what many feared but none dared say aloud. The binding had come from a single person, flayed, cleaned and cured, not in the modern sense, but ritually, with methods no known culture had used in over 1,000 years. The text was translated in fragments. Every attempt to fully decode it met resistance, not from the language, but from the translator. Those who read too long experienced vertigo, disorientation, and an overwhelming urge to be near water. One scholar had to be restrained after trying to submerge the scroll in the Vatican fountain, whispering that he needs to breathe again. Her records were sealed. The first passage told of a birth, not under a star, not in a manger, but deep beneath an underwater cave, near the Strait of Messina. The child was not named, but described with eerie precision, pale eyes that never blinked, a chest that rose and fell without air, and skin that glistened like fish scale in sunlight, but dulled in shadow. The text never used the word Messiah, but called him the witness who walked between tides. He did not preach in temples. He did not call disciples. He sang low guttural hymns that bent water, summoned storms, quieted nets, and fish came to him, not just to feed, to die. Dozens of species, according to the scroll, would rise from the depths, unbidden, and offer themselves at his feet, not gasping, not writhing, as though resigned, as though fulfilling a pact older than hunger. When asked by villagers what power he used, the figure never answered, but those who touched him began to change. Gills appeared behind the ears, teeth sharpened at the edges. Some grew webbing between fingers that remained even after death. One line, barely deciphered, hinted at something darker. He did not come to heal. He came to divide the sea. The scroll spoke of gatherings, not on hillsides, but on black rock outcrops, revealed only at negative tide. People stood in circles, not to pray, but to listen. The Messiah never raised his voice. Instead he whispered, words none could remember after hearing. But their dreams changed. They saw spires beneath the ocean, choirs of light spinning in spiral descent. They woke with mouths full of salt and bleeding from the nose. The gospel, if it could be called that, offered no resurrection story, no crucifixion, no betrayal, only a descent. The last section, translated by hand under candlelight, after the power failed for the third consecutive night, described a ritual, 13 figures entering the sea one by one, each carrying a piece of their own body, in offering, hair, teeth, nails, skin. When the last entered, the tide receded so far that the cave of his birth opened again, exposing a gate not made by man. The scroll ended with a single image, no letters, just ink. a shape resembling a man, arms outstretched, standing on the ocean floor, and above him, not water, not sky, but an eye, closed, waiting. The Vatican never formally declared the scroll a heresy. That would require public acknowledgement, and acknowledgement would demand explanation. Instead, it was labeled Scriptura Incognita, undocumented scripture, a category so rarely invoked that only a handful of living archivists had ever used the term. It allowed the Church to study the text without endorsing or condemning it. A theological purgatory where anomalies were dissected behind locked doors. But no door remained closed for long. Once the scroll began affecting those nearby, it started with water. Archivists complained of humidity spikes. Ink bled on unrelated manuscripts. Walls in the climate-controlled vaults sweated without cause. Holy water vessels grew cloudy. One custodian, devout and discreet, opened a janitorial closet to find it flooded ankle deep. No leak, no pipe. The water was perfectly clear. In the center of the puddle sat a fish, dead but upright, gills open, eyes white. They drained the room. The fish was gone. The linguists assigned to further translation divided the scroll into 14 sections based on internal formatting, poetic rhythm, repeated phrases, paragraph structure. The 12th section caused the most concern. It detailed the Messiah's followers not as disciples but as those who took the breath between tides. The phrase came up often, always in relation to transformation, never to doctrine, and always following a death, not a symbolic death, literal. The act of following required drowning. Yet none of them stayed dead. They were pulled beneath the surface, described in the scroll with language that defied consistency. The salt did not reject them. They sang without lungs. Their veins grew thin as coral branches. The writers or writer of the scroll never clarified what became of these followers after submersion, only that they were not permitted to return to land. Not entirely. One Vatican geneticist, reviewing data from unrelated anthropological reports, noticed something strange in Mediterranean coastal villages that had remained culturally isolated for centuries. A particular genetic marker appeared at irregular intervals, always in proximity to families with legends about sea births or storm children, who never cried as infants. The trait wasn't linked to any disease or adaptive benefit, but when the codons were mapped, they formed a pattern, a spiral. The same spiral that appeared at the base of the scroll's inked figure. Cross-referencing baptismal records from those regions revealed something else. A consistent drop-off in church attendance 3 generations after the introduction of seawater rituals. Locals still held ceremonies by the tide, not for marriage, not for death, but for something unnamed. Participants refused to explain. When pressed, they simply said, "We still listen." Listen to what? The question was never answered. Then came the recordings. One of the archivists, attempting to capture a digital replica of the scroll's last segment, noticed that every time the scanner passed over the sinew binding, the audio feed captured a tone, low, constant, nearly inaudible, a frequency the ear could not register unaided. Spectral analysis revealed harmonic signatures similar to humpback whale calls, but inverted. The waveform did not rise. It descended, folded in on itself like a spiral collapsing. The team ran it through underwater playback in an acoustic test chamber. The water rippled, nothing mechanical, no vibration from the speakers. But the surface shifted, and one technician, a former diver with no prior psychological history, reported the sensation of something pulling at his sternum. He collapsed moments later with no vital distress. But when revived, he wept for hours. His only words, "He's not sleeping, he's watching." The scroll was moved again, this time to a subterranean facility beneath Castel Gandolfo, once the summer residence of popes, now retrofitted as a containment archive, access restricted, reading forbidden, even transcription halted. But for some it was already too late. The message had reached them. One researcher began showing signs of aphasia, not deterioration, replacement. Her Latin failed her, her English unraveled, but when alone she was heard speaking in rhythmic syllables that matched portions of the scroll never translated aloud, words no one taught her, sounds echoing what fishers in Sicilian ports whispered before casting into moonlit waters. The The final breakthrough came not from language, but from skin. A sliver of sinew flaked from the scroll during its last relocation. It was sealed for examination. Under magnification, it showed signs of tattooing, microscopic, layered. Not ink, but some form of metal particulate embedded into the dermis with surgical precision. And when light passed through it at a 47-degree angle, the reflection was not random. It formed an image, an eye, not human, not divine, slit pupilled, silver-ringed, with text beneath it, only visible in the refracted halo of its reflection. The characters pulsed faintly on film, but not in the room itself. The message read, "He did not rise once, he rises every tide." Long before the scroll surfaced, fragments of its verses had already passed through generations disguised as folklore. In a Sardinian fishing village, the elderly whispered lullabies that matched the rhythm of phrases in the fourth stanza. In Malta, a family burial rite included a chant describing eyes beneath the wave and hands of salt that hold the sky. At the time, these were dismissed as regional variations of Christian symbolism. No one realized they were quoting scripture the church had never written. But the moment the scroll was translated, those echoes returned with new weight. The same melodic structures, the same unnerving repetitions, whole stanzas of the fisherman's gospel, spoken aloud in dialects, untouched by theological education. They had never seen the text, and yet they knew it. One priest, stationed near the ruins of a sunken monastery off the Dalmatian coast, reported a rising number of unexplainable events: bells that rang without touch, altars stained with seawater at dawn, statues of saints facing backward. But more disturbing than the anomalies was the confessional. Parishioners came in weeping, not in shame, but in awe. They claimed to dream of a second Christ, not clad in white, but wrapped in coral filaments and crowned not with thorns but barnacles. He stood in silence beneath shifting waves, beckoning not toward heaven, but deeper. They called him Icen Secondo Fiato, the second breath, and his commandments were not 10, they were 3. Do not flee the deep. Do not fear the change. Do not speak the name until it calls you first. The Vatican sent word to cease these rituals. The church was shuttered, the priest reassigned, but within weeks, the building was gone, not vandalized, not burned, gone. Only the foundation remained. Divers confirmed no structural debris below, just one stone left standing, part of the altar base. It bore a carving, the same eye from the scroll's sinew fragment. Only this time, the eye was open. In an attempt to contain the story, the church issued a quiet recall of certain hymnals printed during a brief window in the late 19th century. A misprint, they claimed, a corruption of psalms. But careful readers noticed something odd. Hymn number 184, sung mostly in coastal parishes, contained a line that made little sense in standard doctrine. When the wave finds your name, let the sea inscribe it. Scholars found the same line, word for word, in the 10th segment of the Fisherman's Gospel. A deeper investigation into printing records revealed that one of the typesetters at the time had disappeared mid-edition. His last journal entry, hidden in the back of a Bible, given to his widow, read, "He walks on sand where none should be. I printed his words. I am not ashamed." Meanwhile, Vatican divers returned to the site where the urn had been found, hoping to locate additional artifacts. The coordinates had been rechecked. The tide was right. Equipment confirmed proximity to a seafloor depression. But what they found defied mapping. A trench, narrow, too smooth, not tectonic. It ran in a perfect spiral, 7 rotations inward. At the center, nothing. No rock, no wreck, just darkness. One diver, against orders, descended alone to photograph it. When he resurfaced, he claimed the center wasn't empty. It was filled with air, not bubbles, a space of dry pressure, suspended beneath the sea. When pressed, he grew quiet, then whispered. He breathes still, below us, through us. They dismissed him, suspended him. But in the weeks that followed, he was seen walking the coastline each night at low tide, whispering psalms that no one had taught him. His feet were always bare, his footprints never filled with water. In desperation, the Vatican attempted an exorcism of the scroll itself. No precedent existed. Texts were not vessels, But the exorcist insisted, "This is not ink, it is invitation." He performed the rite under controlled conditions, holy water, relics, containment protocols. During the blessing, the sinew binding writhed, not metaphor, not hallucination. 100 witnesses saw it twist as if alive, tightening, resisting, then slackening with a hiss. One candle extinguished without breeze. The water turned brackish, and when the exorcist reached the final verse, the scroll unfurled further, pages no one had noticed, pages never measured, lines that filled themselves with ink as he watched, not Latin, not Greek, glyphs, spirals, untranslated, until he said the last line aloud, and collapsed. He survived, but when he woke, he spoke only one sentence, in perfect archaic Hebrew. "The sea remembers its first sun." The sky turned red 2 nights before the convergence. Not a violent hue, not storm-born or chemical, just a soft vermilion haze that settled across the Sicilian coastline as the sun disappeared behind a veil of sea fog. Locals called it il mar che sanguina, the bleeding sea, a phenomenon once explained by algae, now returned with no bloom to blame. But no one panicked, no evacuations, only silence, as if the people there already knew it wasn't a warning, but a signal. Word had spread across quiet channels, not online, not in papers, letters, mouth to mouth, handwritten notes slipped into fish markets and behind church pews. Messages passed between old women who hadn't spoken in years and children who woke up crying salt. "He walks tonight," they said. "He walks with the sea in his lungs." By dusk they had gathered, not thousands, just enough to make a circle, to face the water, to wait. The Vatican watched, from ships just beyond the horizon, through drones and long-range microphones. They saw the people kneel at the same moment the tide turned. It moved against the wind, pulled inward, exposing rocks and shells and bones thought long gone. And then, nothing. No sound, no waves, only the click of crabs and the sigh of kelp brushing against barnacled stones. Then, from the tide pool center, something rose. Not a man, not a beast, a figure wrapped in kelp and filament, taller than any human, but with a gait slow and deliberate, hands folded over a chest that did not move, eyes closed, skin pale, glistening with the shimmer of scales too fine to count. It said nothing, made no gesture, but every person in the circle bowed lower, not in worship, in recognition. He had returned, but more than that, he had never left. He stopped at the edge of the exposed reef, feet submerged ankle deep, where water met stone. Then from beneath his robe, or skin, he withdrew a scroll, this one darker than the first, bound not in sinew, but in hair, human, braided, still damp. He placed it on the rock, turned and walked backward into the tide, step by step, until the water swallowed his shoulders, his crown, his hand raised, not in benediction, but in farewell. No storm followed, no revelation, just the slow return of the sea, but the scroll remained. It was retrieved the next morning by a child. No one else could approach it. When adults stepped forward, the tide surged. Only the girl, no older than 9, could cross the reef without resistance. She picked up the scroll with 2 hands, cradled it to her chest, and walked home without a word. That night, she dreamt of bones laid in spirals, of whales that spoke with eyes, and of a name written not in letters, but in melody. She sang it aloud in sleep, and every window near the coast fogged with condensation that pulsed, in rhythm. The Vatican never recovered the second scroll. It was never submitted, never analyzed. But fragments of its content began appearing in coastal carvings, in tide marks shaped like symbols, in children's drawings. The message wasn't locked in text anymore. It had entered blood. He had no cathedral, no cross, no altar. But the sea was his witness, and those who had heard him once would hear him again, not in words, but in tide, and in breath, and in the hush that comes just before the ocean decides to speak. The document didn't arrive by mail. It came folded into a stack of unrelated microfilms. misfiled inside a box of 1943 liturgical census records. The archivist who found it, a junior clerk sorting reels in the lower stacks beneath Vatican Library Sublevel 3, nearly discarded it. The film roll was unmarked, its canister unlabeled, its celluloid brittle with age. But curiosity, or instinct, led him to scan it anyway. What flickered onto the screen was not a census, it was a briefing, dated the 12th of July 1946. Title, Protocolo del Silenzio, Sessione Abyssale, Silence Protocol, Abyssal Division. No signatures, no stamps, just a watermark. A crucifix embedded in a fish's open mouth. The footage showed grainy diagrams of submersibles, not standard diving bells or bathyscaphes, but long, narrow vessels shaped more like darts than ships. Fast, quiet, designed not to explore but to extract. Each one listed by code only, SEPI-1 through SP-9. Below the schematics, a mission overview, typed in fading ink, to identify, secure and remove objects deemed anomalous under doctrinal classification from marine regions exceeding 500 meters in depth. Priority targets include unregistered scripture, liturgical distortions, relics of unknown theological origin, and biological texts. The term biological texts was circled, no further explanation. The archivist didn't report his discovery, he copied it, and within days, copies began to circulate through underground networks of theologians and deep-sea historians, who long suspected the Church's interest in the ocean ran deeper than pilgrimage routes and baptismal metaphors. Their suspicions, long dismissed as conspiracy, now had proof. The Vatican had fielded a covert retrieval program, and it had lost control. Officially, the Silence Protocol began in 1944, when Italian fishermen hauled up a stone slab inscribed with what resembled Aramaic, but reversed, not mirrored. Inverted in grammar, structure, and form, the slab hummed faintly. 5 of the men went deaf within hours. The Vatican arrived within the week, confiscated the artifact, and funded repairs to the fishermen's boats in exchange for silence. That silence was broken only once, in the deathbed confession of one of the survivors, who claimed the stone wasn't just marked, it was breathing. After that, the division expanded. 9 vessels were commissioned between 1945 and 1952. They launched from unmarked piers along the Tyrrhenian coast, crewed not by soldiers, but by priests trained in liturgy and marine navigation. A special vow was developed for them, the benediction of descent, meant to protect against the corruptions of submerged scripture. The rite was never published, its details remain sealed. Mission logs suggest that at least 4 of the 9 vessels made contact with objects resembling books, but not made of paper. One was described as a scroll of fishbone, engraved with flame. Another was a cube of calcified sand that when turned whispered prayers in voices matching those of the crew, even while they remained silent. All the objects were brought to a facility beneath the Archbasilica of St. John Lateran, where they were stored in watertight reliquaries and studied only during lunar conjunctions. Then the vessels started disappearing. First SP-4, lost in 1953 near the Azores. Official report blamed a thermal vent collapse. Then SP-6, vanished without contact signal, last known location just west of the Mariana Trench's upper slope. Then SP-2, the most experienced crew, last recorded coordinates just outside the wreck of the Medusa freighter, a ship that had itself gone missing in 1901 before reappearing decades later, empty and dry. No wreckage was found from any of them. No bodies, no signal, just silence. One technician monitoring the SP-2 feed claimed he heard a voice moments before transmission ceased, not from the crew, but from inside the hull. He said it sounded like scripture spoken underwater. He resigned that evening, and was never seen again. The Vatican shut down the Silence Protocol by 1961. Publicly, it had never existed, but a final memo, uncovered in the same microfilm batch as the first briefing, offered chilling closure. Typed in haste, unsigned, they are not books, they are memories, buried, bound, and we were not the first to try and read them. We have awoken something that does not forget. The archivist who found the films was found drowned in a shallow fountain outside St. Peter's Square 3 weeks later. He couldn't swim. No water in his lungs, no sign of struggle. On his skin, beneath his left shoulder blade, a mark had appeared, a spiral, burned into the flesh as if from within. No ink, no tool, just seared skin. The tapes vanished after his death, but the questions did not. Why did a theological institution need deep-sea vessels? What are biological texts, and what did those crews encounter that made even the church afraid to speak? The box was found lodged in coral. A diver scraping the reef wall near the Lipari Islands noticed something glinting beneath a fan of brain coral, the size of a van. It took hours to dislodge. Encrusted with growth and salt, the object barely resembled the black boxes used in modern vessels. No obvious hatch, no handle. But there, beneath the layers of calcified silt, was a Vatican seal. Faint, eroded, but unmistakable. The crucifix swallowed in the mouth of a fish. It wasn't rusted, not in the usual way. The casing had bled salt from the inside, like a reverse sponge. Every time the diver moved it, the scent of old water clung to his gloves. Not just seawater. Older, thicker. The kind that comes from deep trenches, unmapped, unlit, and unspoken. The box was transferred, quietly, to an academic facility in Florence, with historical ties to the church, but far enough removed not to draw attention. Initial X-rays revealed no mechanical parts, but it resonated when touched. A low-frequency pulse, not strong enough to vibrate the table, but consistent enough to interfere with audio equipment. It took weeks to open. When they finally cracked the casing, what lay inside wasn't tape. It was flesh, not decayed, preserved. A disc of translucent tissue embedded in a frame of dark metal, not unlike cartilage hardened by age. At the center of the disc, a black spot, pupil-like, that followed light, a lens, not mechanical, organic, still viable. Under magnification, they saw the patterns, not random, waveforms, micro-etched into the cellular surface of the tissue. The data hadn't been stored digitally, it had been grown into memory. The pilot's voice came through once the waveform was converted to audio. His name was Father Emiliano Borghese, crew chief of SP-6, presumed lost in 1956. His final log, now reconstructed from the memory tissue, lasted 16 minutes and 13 seconds. He spoke calmly, slowly, as if dictating not a report, but a farewell. "We did not descend," he said. "We were brought down." The vessel had initiated standard descent protocol off the coast of Crete, following sonar anomalies described as circular pressure voids. The deeper they went, the quieter it became, not the silence of pressure or depth, but the kind of stillness that comes before language, as though they had entered a place where sound had been deliberately removed. They passed through thermoclines that did not match the seafloor. The temperature rose, then fell, then rose again in precise 37-second intervals. The readings were dismissed as sensor failure, until their skin began to blister. The pilot reported seeing schools of fish swimming vertically, eyes closed, mouths open, not feeding, not moving, just hanging. One brushed the hull, left a smear of ink, not black, crimson. Borghese noted that one crew member began speaking in what sounded like Aramaic. He had never studied the language. Another began writing, not on paper, but tracing symbols into the fogged glass of the forward viewport. The symbols matched none in the church's archives, but they resembled certain carvings retrieved from the drowned monastery in Amalfi. The ship's lights failed at 410 meters. Everything after that came in pulses. The walls became soft, not structurally, perceptually. The distinction between hull and sea blurred. Pressure readings flatlined. The pilot tried to activate ascent. The controls no longer responded, not because of failure, because the vessel no longer obeyed. It had become part of something else. "I heard breath," he said, "but not mine, not theirs." One of the final entries described a sound like bones being sorted, then silence, then a voice, not transmitted, inside. "You are not the first." The last line of his transmission still plays, faint and cracked. "We read him wrong." That was enough to reclassify the entire mission archive. The silence protocol files were not destroyed. They were moved, not to another archive, not to another vault. they were lowered into the sea. According to a redacted memo found years later, the Vatican sealed the original Silence Vault in a reinforced titanium pod, filled it with relics, tapes and vessels' remains, and sank it, not in secrecy, in sacrament. A mass was held over the spot. A priest, nameless, swam the final cable down himself and never returned. The church would not speak of it again, but every so often, sailors off the Adriatic coast report a shape rising in the distance, narrow, dark, pulsing faintly beneath the waves, too small to be a submarine, too fast to be a wreck, and those who see it, they always hear the same thing: breath, not theirs, not human, waiting. He was the last, not officially, but the last who spoke. Known only as Brother Lucien, he had joined the Silence Protocol in the early 1950s, a young priest driven by faith and a desire to serve beyond the church walls. The missions took him far beneath the ocean's surface, deeper than any diver had gone before, into darkness without stars or hope of sunlight. The vessels were small, cramped, and isolated, a perfect seal for secrets not meant for the living world. Lucien's final descent was near the Strait of Messina, an area known for strange currents and even stranger disappearances. The mission was simple: retrieve a vessel believed to hold an anomalous text, submerged during the post-war chaos. What happened next was anything but simple. The submersible's sonar picked up echoes, unlike anything catalogued, sounds that mimicked language, but folded in on themselves, like prayers whispered backwards. As they approached the target, instruments failed. The hull began to hum, a low vibration that Lucien described as the breath of the sea itself. His last recorded words were a plea, not for rescue, but for understanding. When the vessel surfaced days later, the crew was found in various states of delirium. Lucien alone had no memory of the descent beyond a certain point. His silence was not imposed by oath, but by terror. Years later, he broke it. In a rare interview, recorded under strict anonymity, he described the experience not as a mission, but as a covenant. Beneath the waves, he said, we found not objects, but echoes, not relics, but living memory, and memory is never silent. It demands to be heard. His testimony was dismissed publicly as hysteria, but the church took note. Shortly after, strange symbols began appearing along the Adriatic coast, painted on rocks, etched into wood, woven into fishermen's nets. They were spirals, circles within circles, and cross-like figures, reminiscent of those found in the vault of the whitened crosses. Scholars linked them to a forgotten proto-script, used in early Christian sects, that believed salvation was not from above, but from the depths below. Coastal towns reported nightmares, dreams of drowned voices, calling through tides, beckoning souls to listen. An old priest in Dubrovnik reported losing time during Mass, hearing whispered responses from the altar itself. The sea remembers, he murmured, before vanishing into the night. Efforts to contain these occurrences failed. The Vatican's silence became a whisper. The ocean's secrets were no longer confined to deep vaults or submerged vessels. They surfaced, like shadows in the breaking dawn, persistent and unyielding. The Silence Protocol was no longer silence, it was a warning. The silence that once enveloped the missions of the Silence Protocol had evolved into something far more profound, a presence. It was not merely the absence of sound, but a palpable force that pressed against the minds and hearts of those who dared to cross its threshold. Those few who survived the missions, who had escaped the abyss unbroken, spoke not of what they saw but of what they felt. A weight of remembrance too vast to bear and too ancient to name. It settled deep within their bones, a persistent echo of forgotten truths that no prayer or rite could dispel. The ocean had claimed its secret, but it was no longer content to let it lie dormant. In the years following the disbandment of the submersible fleet, whispered stories began to surface among coastal communities. The fishermen who returned from the sea with eyes glazed by visions of drowned cities, the children who sang strange melodies beneath the moonlight, the priests whose voices cracked during Mass as if reciting liturgies not written by human hands. These were not coincidences or folklore, but the subtle manifestations of a truth spreading beyond the vaults of secrecy. The water itself seemed to carry memory, transporting fragments of those lost missions back to the surface in the form of tides and murmurs. The Vatican's efforts to contain these occurrences were as exhaustive as they were futile. Documents relating to the Silence Protocol were sealed behind ever-tightening layers of confidentiality. Witnesses were moved, silenced, or discredited. Yet, the deeper the Church attempted to suppress the knowledge, the more persistent it became. The oceans were vast, but memory was vaster still. It clung to currents, etched into the patterns of waves, and waited patiently for ears willing to listen. Those who did often found themselves marked, not physically, but spiritually, with an unshakable sense of connection to the deep and the secrets it guarded. Among the last vestiges of the protocol's existence was a cryptic report penned by a now-deceased officer, a man who had witnessed the final mission before the program's abrupt termination. His notes described the encounter with an object so alien, and so profoundly disturbing, that it defied all understanding, a vessel that seemed less a machine and more a living entity, breathing with the slow pulse of the abyss itself. Attempts to retrieve it had failed. The submersible had disappeared, leaving behind only the faintest trace of sound, a resonance that still echoed in the deepest trenches. That report ended abruptly, its final pages smeared with water damage, or perhaps something more, an intentional erasure meant to protect what remained hidden. The fate of the crew, like so many before them, was left unrecorded, swallowed by the silence that had become synonymous with the mission. Yet, fragments of their experiences persisted in clandestine letters, coded in metaphors that spoke of an ancient covenant between man and sea, a promise not of salvation, but of vigilance. The waters were not passive. They remembered those who trespassed too far, who sought knowledge forbidden by the order of things. And in their depths, the silence was not emptiness but a watchful guardian, waiting for the day when its charge might awaken. The knowledge that the Vatican had committed resources, priests trained as divers, vessels equipped for clandestine retrieval, rites designed to shield the mind from incomprehensible truths, marked a pivotal shift in the Church's relationship with the ocean. No longer was the sea merely a symbol of baptism, renewal, or mystery. It was a threshold, a battleground for the containment of something otherworldly. This realization forced a redefinition of doctrine in secret chambers, where theologians debated the implications of sacred texts found beneath the waves, and pondered the consequences of a truth that could unsettle faith itself. As decades passed, the Silence Protocol faded from memory, officially erased but never forgotten. Its ghost lingered in the unexplained disappearances, in the strange phenomena reported by mariners, and in the inexplicable changes recorded in coastal regions once touched by its operations. The Church's attempt to quell the ripple of these events only underscored the depth of what had been disturbed. The ocean, vast and unknowable, had claimed more than artifacts and texts. It had claimed a piece of the spiritual narrative, a chapter that could no longer be ignored or suppressed. In the final analysis, the Silence Protocol was not merely about retrieval or suppression. It was a testament to the limits of human understanding when confronted with the deep and eternal mysteries beneath the sea. It posed questions that transcended theology and science. What truths are best left submerged? What memories lie beneath the surface, waiting for the moment to rise again? And most haunting of all, what voices speak in the silence when no human ear listens? The echoes of those missions persist, not just in secret files or lost vessels, but in the quiet moments when the sea calms before the storm, when tides pull back to reveal the forgotten, and when the veil between what is known and what is hidden thins just enough to glimpse the unfathomable. The Vatican's Silence Protocol may have ended, but the silence it sought to impose endures, alive and waiting, beneath the waves. Beneath the swirling currents off the rugged coast of Corsica, a team of divers stumbled upon a wreckage unlike any catalogued in modern maritime history. The hull lay broken among jagged reefs, draped in seaweed and encrusted with barnacles, but it was the reliquary resting half buried in the sand that drew their attention. A chest carved from rare ebony, inlaid with mother of pearl, and sealed with a cruciform lock corroded by centuries of salt water. No records mentioned the vessel. No logbooks hinted at its cargo, yet the divers felt the unmistakable pull of something sacred, a resonance that echoed far beyond the wooden frame. When the reliquary was finally brought to the surface, its contents revealed a secret both ancient and unfathomable. Nestled within layers of oilcloth lay a humanoid skull, its bone white as bleached coral, but shaped unlike any human artifact. The eye sockets were elongated, arching wider than natural, as if designed to hold eyes capable of perceiving realms beyond human sight. At the sides, delicate wings of coral fused seamlessly with the bone, translucent and fragile, seeming to pulse faintly under the diver's light. The skull exuded a silent majesty, as though it belonged not to this world, but to a messenger between worlds. Initial tests confirmed the skull's bone was neither wholly human nor entirely alien. Microscopic analysis revealed patterns resembling angelic motifs found in Byzantine iconography, but intertwined with marine calcification processes unknown to science. The coral wings, once thought to be mere decoration, were alive in their own right, harboring microorganisms that responded to environmental changes with shifts in luminescence. When submerged in blessed water, a mixture consecrated by ancient rites, the reliquary emitted faint choral tones, haunting and ethereal, as if the skull sang with the voices of unseen choirs. The phenomenon baffled theologians and scientists alike. Some suggested the skull was a relic of a seraph, a celestial being, fallen and intertwined with the sea's mysteries. Others warned against such speculation, fearful that the skull represented a bridge between earthly faith and the unknowable abyss. Those who listened to the choral resonance reported feelings of profound sorrow and peace intertwined, a paradox that unsettled even the most devout. The Vatican's custodians of relics shrouded the skull in secrecy, transporting it to a subterranean vault where no light disturbed its coral wings. Yet even in darkness, its song persisted, a whisper carried through the damp air, a hymn without words that resonated deep within the souls of those who guarded it. It became a symbol not just of faith, but of the ocean's uncanny capacity to hold divine secrets, secrets that perhaps were never meant to be fully understood, only felt in fleeting moments between silence and song. Long before its accidental discovery off the Corsican coast, whispers of the seraph skull existed only in the fragmented margins of medieval manuscripts and in the oral traditions of fishermen who spoke of a singing skull that guarded lost treasures beneath the waves. Some said it was a relic of an angel cast down during a celestial war. Others claimed it was the vessel of a drowned prophet whose voice could soothe storms and calm tempests. Regardless of the stories, none could deny the peculiar harmony it emitted when immersed in water sanctified by ancient rites, an otherworldly chorus that seemed to rise from the very bones themselves. The skull's elongated eye sockets appeared to be designed not merely for vision, but for a deeper perception. Researchers hypothesized that it could have once housed organs capable of detecting vibrations or light beyond human capability. The coral wings, delicate and fragile, were more than decorative. They acted as living resonators, amplifying the faint choral vibrations and weaving them into ethereal melodies. During controlled experiments, when blessed water flooded the reliquary, the skull's song shifted in tone and intensity, responding subtly to the cadence of prayers spoken nearby, as if understanding and reciprocating the sacred words. Those who spent extended time near the skull reported profound changes. Some experienced vivid dreams of underwater cathedrals, where light filtered through coral pillars, and choirs of unseen beings sang hymns that transcended language. Others described a growing empathy, a deep sorrow for the ocean's hidden sorrows, and a simultaneous awe at its majestic mysteries. The skull seemed to act as a conduit, a bridge between mortal faith and the primal power of the sea, weaving together the sacred and the natural, in a harmony that few could fully grasp. Not all reactions were benign. Several researchers suffered from intense vertigo and a sense of dislocation after listening to the skull's song. One technician, who attempted to record the resonance, found his audio equipment malfunctioning in inexplicable ways, recordings distorted by layers of sound that no human ear could perceive, like whispers beneath whispers. His subsequent withdrawal from the project was marked by paranoia and an obsession with ancient liturgies that spoke of wings of coral and voices carried on tides. Despite medical intervention, he remained convinced that the skull was communicating directly with him, delivering messages meant only for the sea. The Vatican's sacred custodians debated the skull's significance long into secluded nights. Was it a sacred relic, a celestial artifact imbued with divine purpose, or was it a warning, a reminder of the fragile boundary between heaven and the deep? Its presence challenged orthodox beliefs, suggesting that the ocean was not merely a creation of God, but a realm inhabited by beings whose origins and intentions transcended human understanding. The skull's song was a hymn, yes, but also a lament for forgotten worlds submerged and voices lost beneath the waves. One particularly unsettling theory proposed that the seraph skull was a fragment of a once whole being, a messenger who had fallen into the ocean's depths during a cosmic upheaval. Its coral wings were not growths but remnants of celestial form, fused with marine life over centuries. The choral tones, then, were the echoes of its original voice, seeking reunion or redemption through the prayers of mortals. This idea blurred the lines between faith and myth, science and legend, demanding a reverence that was at once spiritual and deeply mysterious. Despite the growing fascination, access to the skull remained tightly controlled. Only a handful of high-ranking clerics and scientists were permitted near it, each sworn to secrecy under threat of excommunication. The reliquary was housed in a subterranean chamber, where the air was thick with incense and the faint hum of choral recordings, an effort to create an environment where the skull's resonance could be studied and perhaps appeased. Attempts to move the skull outside of this sanctified space resulted in diminished effects, as if its voice was bound not only to the blessed water, but to the very atmosphere and intent surrounding it. The deeper the investigations went, the more the skull's influence seemed to expand beyond the physical. Some theorized that it was an anchor point for spiritual energies, a node in a network of sacred sites aligned along ley lines beneath the seas. Others suspected it was a warning beacon, its song a call to vigilance against forces lurking beneath the surface, ancient as time itself. Whatever its true purpose, the seraph skull stood as a testament to the enduring mystery of the ocean and the divine, a relic that sang of worlds both known and unknowable. The presence of the seraph skull was impossible to ignore for those assigned to its custody. Night after night, custodians reported dreams not their own, visions of cathedrals built beneath vast moonlit oceans, where the light filtered down through translucent waters, casting shifting patterns on coral pillars that stretched endlessly into darkness. The air in these dreams was thick with the scent of salt and incense, a paradox of the sea and sanctuary intertwined. Choirs of ethereal voices, neither wholly human nor entirely alien, echoed hymns in languages forgotten by time, their melodies both comforting and unnerving, promising salvation while hinting at inevitable loss. Those who spent prolonged hours in the chamber housing the skull often found the boundary between waking and dreaming blurred. Some awoke to find their hands trembling, lips humming silent prayers they had never learned, and eyes that had seen too much, reflections of ancient waters and celestial wings. A young theologian once confided that the skull's song seemed to pull at the very fibers of her soul, stirring a longing she could neither name nor resist. The experience left her shaken yet strangely serene, as though touched by a grace beyond doctrine. Yet the skull's influence was not solely spiritual. It manifested physically too. Researchers noted shifts in the chamber's atmosphere, an inexplicable chill that seemed to seep from the coral wings themselves, settling into bones and breath. Equipment malfunctioned in peculiar ways. Devices designed to record sound captured haunting harmonics, layered with faint whispers and tones impossible to interpret, but impossible to ignore. Attempts to isolate the skull's resonance only deepened the mystery, as if the artifact itself resisted reduction to mere sound waves, embodying instead a living, breathing hymn. Recognizing the growing power and unpredictability of the seraph skull, the Vatican convened a secretive council of clergy and scholars, men and women tasked with containing what might otherwise unravel the very foundations of faith. These custodians performed rituals in the chamber, blending ancient prayers with maritime blessings, seeking to harmonize the skull's celestial song with the earthly realm. Incense burned thick, salt water was sprinkled, and chants filled the air, echoing through the subterranean vault like waves against stone. The rituals were said to calm the skull's voice, but never to silence it entirely, as if the artifact insisted on its hymn being heard. These ceremonies carried a weight beyond the physical. Priests who led the rites spoke of moments when time seemed to stretch and compress, seconds bleeding into hours, the past and present folding upon each other. Some felt as though the very walls of the chamber became permeable, allowing glimpses of other worlds where seraphim soared amidst coral spires and tides sang eternal songs. The sacred became intertwined with the surreal, and faith danced precariously with wonder. The delicate coral wings fused to the skull were both a marvel and a source of dread. Scientists discovered that they housed living microorganisms, bioluminescent creatures whose light flickered in response to external stimuli, including human emotion and sound. The wings thus acted as living amplifiers, transforming the skull's internal resonance into choral tones that filled the chamber with an eerie, almost hypnotic melody. Yet the more the wings pulsed, the more those near them felt drawn into a trance-like state, their minds drifting toward the depths, toward places where light faded and mysteries deepened. The skull's origins remained elusive. Some posited it was a relic from a celestial visitor who had descended into the ocean's embrace, forever bridging the divine and the marine. Others suspected it was a creation of an ancient forgotten civilization, one that worshipped beings beyond the stars and sea alike. Whatever its genesis, the seraph's skull challenged the church to confront realms of faith that lay beyond scripture, beyond reason, into the realm of mystery itself. For many, the skull became a symbol, a reminder that beneath the calm surface of the sea lay depths of awe and terror, light and darkness, intertwined like the coral wings themselves. It sang not just of what was but of what might be, of promises whispered between waves and the eternal hymn of creation that echoed in the silence beneath the sea. The night the seraph's skull vanished was unlike any other. The subterranean chamber lay silent, the usual faint glow of coral wings absent, the choral tones reduced to a whisper lost beneath the hum of ventilation systems. Those on watch that evening spoke of an uneasy stillness, a sense that something was waiting just beyond perception. The air grew thick, heavy with salt, and something older, something that seemed to pulse in time with their own heartbeats. Then, as if summoned by an unseen hand, the skull's faint light flickered once more, its song rising in a crescendo that filled the vault with ethereal harmonies, both haunting and sublime. When the morning shift arrived, the reliquary was empty, no sign of forced entry, no disturbance of the chamber's sanctity. The case that had housed the skull remained sealed, its locks unbroken, but the artifact itself was gone. The coral wings had disappeared, as though reclaimed by the sea itself. Panic rippled through the custodians, a fear not just for the loss of a sacred relic, but for what its absence might mean. The skull had never been merely an object. It was a sentinel, a beacon, a hymn bound in bone and coral, that connected the terrestrial to the celestial, the mortal to the infinite deep. Searches were launched, protocols activated, prayers offered, but no trace of the skull surfaced, neither within the Vatican's labyrinthine archives, nor in the depths of the seas from which it was thought to have come. Whispers spread that the skull had returned to its true home beneath the waves, summoned by the very song it once sang, called back to join the chorus of the unseen choirs dwelling in submerged cathedrals, made of coral and starlight. Those who had heard its melody knew better, that its song had never ceased. It persisted in dreams, and in the quiet moments between tides, carried on the breath of the ocean, and woven into the hymns of coastal villages, where fishermen paused at dusk to listen for the faintest choral notes rising from the depths. Some claimed to see ghostly lights flickering beneath the water's surface, shifting shapes that bore the delicate outline of wings unfurling like coral blossoms in the dark. The seraph's skull became legend, a paradox of presence and absence, a reminder that the sacred and the mysterious often exist not in places we can hold or see, but in the spaces between, where faith meets the unknown. It challenged humanity's understanding of divinity and nature, urging a humility that accepted mystery as an essential part of belief. The Vatican in its silence acknowledged this lesson. The skull's disappearance was not a loss but a transition, an invitation to listen beyond words, to hear the music of the cosmos carried in the tides, and to recognize that some relics are not meant to be possessed, only honored. The coral wings may have faded from sight, but their song endures, an eternal hymn rising from the depths, calling to those who dare to hear the ocean's sacred secret. The ocean breathes beneath a veil of silence, a slow and endless rhythm that has echoed since time began. Beneath waves that glisten with moonlight, secrets lie cradled in shadow and salt, stories whispered by currents, preserved in coral and bone, carried on tides older than memory. You've traveled with me through hidden vaults, drowned reliquaries, and artifacts that sing with voices not heard by mortal ears. Now, as your mind drifts between waking and dreams, let the quiet swell of the deep cradle you gently. The sea holds its mysteries with infinite patience. It does not hurry to reveal, nor does it forget. It waits for those who listen, not just with ears, but with the heart. Beneath the surface, time flows differently. Here, past and present mingle like swirling sands. Here, the line between reality and legend fades like a distant lighthouse's beam. Rest now in this moment of calm, where darkness softens and the weight of the unknown becomes a lullaby. Imagine the chill of salt water on your skin, the soft pulse of bioluminescent light weaving through the blackness. Hear the faintest hum, a chorus of ancient voices rising from beneath, singing of worlds beneath worlds, places untouched by sun or storm. Feel the deep peace of the ocean's embrace, a silent promise that beneath every secret lies a story, and beneath every story, a truth waiting to be understood. Sleep comes on waves, steady and sure. Let the ocean's hush carry you away into dreams where mysteries dissolve, and wonders await with open arms. Until the tide calls you back, rest well. The deep keeps your secrets safe. There are places in the ocean where sound bends, where compasses spin, where cold water runs warm, and the silence feels inhabited. Things have been found there, things that don't belong. A smooth sphere pulsing faint light, a deep hum recorded by no vessel, a shadow moving against current, slow, deliberate, and watching. These aren't legends. They were measured, documented, and still unexplained. Tonight, we drift into those places, not to solve them, just to witness, to listen, to wonder. Before we begin, tell me, where are you watching from, and what time is it right now? Drop it in the comments. Let's see how far these mysteries travel, from trench to tide pool, from your room to the bottom of the sea. Let's begin. There is a place near the western slope of the Mariana Trench, where sound doesn't behave the way it should. In 2016, an unmanned submersible deployed a string of hydrophones to map the ambient pressure noise. For 12 minutes, the equipment captured a rising tone that pulsed in 5-second intervals, soft, mechanical, almost musical, and then abruptly stopped. Researchers named it Echo Loop, not for the tone itself, but for what followed. Exactly 18 hours later, the same sound returned, identical waveform, identical pitch, and when mapped against the ocean's depth layers, it hadn't moved. The source had not drifted with the current. It hadn't risen or fallen. It had remained still, as if anchored in a dimension of sound, not space. The recordings were triple-checked. No ships in range, no whales, no seismic disturbance, just the pulse, then silence. Then again, like something was answering itself across time. Even stranger, the hydrophones farther north, closer to the Challenger Deep, caught a faint echo of the same tone 2 minutes before the original sound was recorded. A reverse delay, a call that arrived before it was ever sent. Audio analysts scrubbed the data for hours, looking for faults, glitches, interference. But the signal was clean, predictable, deliberate. One researcher joked it was like listening to an echo trapped in a loop, trying to find its origin. But others weren't laughing, because on a third deployment, they sent down a test beacon that pinged every 20 seconds. It never came back. The loop remained, but now with an added beat, a faint, irregular knock beneath the tone, like something had heard them, and had joined the rhythm. They haven't gone back since. A surveillance drone from a naval deep-sea program was the first to capture it. Not a creature, not a wreck, but a shape carved directly into the ocean floor, off the edge of the Philippine Basin, where the seabed stretches smooth and undisturbed. The drone's sonar registered something unnatural. When the footage was reviewed, it showed a spiral, a wide, deliberate curl, pressed into the silt, nearly half a mile across, narrowing as it wound inward with eerie precision. There were no sharp angles, no jagged distortions, just one perfect, looping trail drawn, like a fingerprint into the skin of the deep. The formation had no origin point, no track led into it, no exit led away. It simply was, as though whatever made it had emerged from beneath, coiled in silence, and vanished where the spiral ended. The groove was deep, too deep for soft-bodied creatures, too consistent for currents. When oceanographers traced its arc, they found something stranger. The spacing of each loop aligned with the Fibonacci sequence, the same natural ratio that governs galaxies, hurricanes, and nautilus shells. But this wasn't natural. It felt architectural, designed. When a second survey crew returned weeks later, the spiral hadn't degraded. In fact, the edges had sharpened, as if something had retraced the path since the last visit. And yet, not a single disturbance surrounded it. No trails, no scatter of sand, no marks on the flat terrain beyond its bounds. Divers described the center as dead still, as though pressure itself dropped at its heart. Some theories suggest thermal venting patterns, others speak of magnetic anomalies, attracting particles into formation. But one diver, whose audio log never aired publicly, described it differently. She said the spiral wasn't made in the sand. It was made through it, as if the spiral were a gateway, as if something vast had surfaced, turned once and descended again. What draws that pattern? What waits at its center? No one stayed long enough to find out. Near the Gulf of Mexico, there's a trench where divers speak of a river that flows through the sea, not metaphorically, a true winding current of dense water, visibly distinct from the ocean around it. It hugs the seafloor like a serpent made of mercury, curling through canyons, pouring over submerged cliffs, and carrying fallen leaves from surface forests that should have rotted long ago. The current doesn't mix, it resists diffusion. Fish that enter don't return, and when submersibles glide across its edge, they report momentary glitches in orientation, like compasses hesitating, cameras ghosting for a frame, pressure gauges jittering in their casings. Scientists call it a brine pool, a pocket of hypersaline water, heavier than the ocean itself. But this river moves. It doesn't sit in a depression. It cuts forward, it forks, it branches. It curls around ancient rocks with the elegance of something alive. And it's warm, too warm. Its temperature doesn't match the surrounding seabed. Some suspect geothermal sources. Others think the warmth is residual, as if the river has passed through heat before arriving here. As if it remembers the path it came from. In 2009, an ROV followed the current upstream, tracing its silver thread through the canyon floor. After a few hundred meters, the terrain dropped sharply, and the river plunged into a cave. The vehicle descended after it, entering a void that had no ceiling in sonar range. A thermal flare lit the darkness ahead, and then, nothing. Contact was lost. The ROV was never recovered. What came back through the tether was a faint humming sound, low and rhythmically pulsed, as if the signal had been folded and returned in pieces. Local fishermen, generations before the instruments, already knew of the place. They called it La Garante, Cano Regresa, the current that does not return. No nets are cast there, no anchors dropped. The ocean is avoided, not feared, but respected, because that river beneath the waves is not a metaphor. It is a path, a scar, a memory of something deeper cutting through, and it is still moving. The descent was supposed to be shallow, routine survey work near the Sangye Ridge, where tectonic plates press like slow breathing beneath the sea. 2 divers went down. Tethered, suited, trained for deep work. The ocean was clear. No turbulence, no drift, just slow motion silence and the hum of distant equipment overhead. At 70 meters, they paused to record the sediment pattern along a new volcanic vent, recently mapped but not yet explored. They spoke, confirmed readings, noted temperature. Then the line went quiet, not abruptly, just quieter. One voice faded, the other remained. Surface control, thought it was comm interference, maybe a mic fault. But 5 minutes later, only one tether rose. The winch reeled it in slowly, a pale line climbing through green-blue murk, shaking with the weight of the sea. And then the diver broke the surface. He didn't speak. He clung to the ladder, mask still sealed, hands trembling. They pulled him in and asked where the other was. He looked at them, eyes wide behind fogged glass, and whispered. She kept sinking. The footage from his body cam was corrupted, half-lit blurs, a strange flicker in the corner, garbled audio. But one detail remained clear, a hand, just ahead of him, slowly lowering beyond the vent's rim, fingers stretched upward, as if reaching for help or waving goodbye. They scrubbed the footage for more, tried light filters, signal repair. But nothing explained the faint shape rising behind her in the last frame, something large and indistinct. No bubbles, no fins, just mass, like a presence in the dark. The missing diver was never found. Her tether had been severed clean. No signs of distress, no panic, just disappearance. The survivor never dove again. He claimed she heard something calling before she drifted, but no one else had recorded sound. Only stillness, only pressure. They say the trench below that vent is one of the deepest on the planet, unmapped, unreached, and someone, or something, was already down there, waiting. Southwest of the Faroe Islands, there's a quadrant marked with no official warning, no red zone on nautical maps, but the fishing crews all know it. Coordinates passed between hands, spoken quietly in port bars and coastal kitchens. Not cursed, not forbidden, just avoided. A patch of ocean that swallows gear, warps compasses, and sends the most seasoned captains home early, silent behind the wheel. They call it the drop, because when you cross its edge, the sea changes. The sound beneath the hull vanishes, not quiet, empty, as if something vast has pulled all presence from the water. Sonar hiccups. Nets snag without resistance, and sometimes the fish themselves stop swimming, pulled still in the trawl, stiff and glazed, like they were frozen in a single moment of fear before they ever hit the deck. One ship, the Olsvin, went deeper into the drop, trawling for cold water hake. What came up wasn't fish. It was a net shredded in a spiral pattern, and inside it, blackened kelp twisted like sinew, and a barnacle-crusted fragment of metal, stamped with a symbol no one could identify. Not a letter, not a flag. Something older, etched deep, with precision that didn't rust. The crew took photos. One diver claimed the shape reminded him of a cave drawing he saw once in a museum, something from before known seafaring began. The fragment was sent for study. It never arrived. Somewhere in transport, it was lost. Since then, local trawlers keep a wide berth. They don't speak of superstition, just results. They say no matter what you bring up from that patch, it comes at a cost. Not always a disaster, but something leaves with you, something you can't measure. The youngest deckhands sleep poorly after their first crossing, and sometimes they hear knocking in the hull, not from outside, from below, timed, waiting. No one sails directly over it anymore. The drop isn't on any map, but it's there, and the ocean knows who dares come close. Buoy 17 was deployed just west of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, part of a string of monitoring stations, meant to track seismic tremors along the fault. Bright orange, solar-powered, anchored deep into bedrock. It sent a stable signal every 90 seconds. For 6 days, it pulsed like clockwork. Then, on the 7th night, it vanished. No storm, no current anomaly, just silence. The last recorded transmission was unremarkable. Low wave activity, standard pressure. But technicians reviewing the data later noticed something strange. In the final 30 seconds, the signal's timing shifted, not by much, milliseconds at most, but enough to suggest interference. When they magnified the waveform, they found a faint harmonic, buried in the static. A second tone, barely perceptible. It was as though something had answered the buoy, and then it was gone. Divers were sent to recover the rig. They found the anchor line still trailing into the black, cut clean, not frayed, not snapped, severed. The seabed below was disturbed, not a landslide, not animal tracks, just a smooth depression, as if something had pressed into the sediment and lifted away. 2 weeks later, a different station picked up a stray ping. Same frequency, same ID, buoy 17's tag. But it wasn't coming from the ridge. It was thousands of miles away, near the Kerguelen Plateau, an impossible jump for any floating object. No current moves that fast. No recovery vessels had gone near it. They scrambled to trace the signal, to triangulate its new position. But before they could lock it in, the ping cut out. Final log entry, 1 pulse, followed by an untranslatable fragment, a sound not in the buoy's programming, rhythmic, organic, like breathing through metal. Buoy 17 was never found. Its replacement, buoy 18, lasted only 4 days. Then it too fell silent. They didn't replace it again. Some say it's a tectonic anomaly. Others blame magnetic fields. But the ocean knows when something is watching, and maybe, just maybe, something didn't want to be measured. Not there, not again. North of the Weddell Sea, where the cold runs deeper than darkness, a trawler named Elvira pulled something strange from the continental shelf. The catch was supposed to be squid. Long-line bait nets cast near a thermal upwelling, where life clusters in plumes of warmer water. But what came up in the mesh was not a squid. Not entirely. The body was translucent, thin as gauze, and webbed with veins that shimmered faint blue under the deck lights. It twitched once, then twice, then opened 2 eyes. Not eyes, exactly, but glowing orbs recessed deep into sockets that hadn't evolved for daylight. They pulsed, not randomly, in rhythm, a slow blink, then another, almost like a signal. The crew didn't recognize the species. It had no match in their records. Too large to be juvenile, too symmetrical for mutation. Its limbs were fine, almost hair-like, dozens of them folded beneath its body like a cloak. One crewmate tried to touch it. The light in its eyes flared, and his hand jerked back, burned with cold so sudden it blistered. A medic swore the temperature around the catch had dropped several degrees in seconds. The deck lights flickered. The cameras jammed. They released it back to the sea within minutes. Not out of fear, out of respect, out of an unspoken feeling that it hadn't meant to be caught, that its glow wasn't illumination, but language, something trying to understand where it was, who had touched it, and how far it was from home. The logbook listed the encounter as unclassified gelatinous mass, but the crew called it something else. El de los ojos de farol, the one with lantern eyes. Since that voyage, others in the region have reported similar glimpses, lights beneath the ice shelf, pulsing in pairs, moving slowly against the tide. Some believe it's a species we've simply overlooked. Others suspect it's not of our timeline, something that doesn't belong in this layer of ocean, or this century. Whatever it is, it saw the crew that night. Not just physically, it saw them. And then it blinked, and vanished beneath the hull. The freighter Nadira was caught off the coast of Mozambique, in a storm that hadn't been forecast. It rose from still water without warning. No satellite imagery, no pressure dip, no wind shear to announce it. Just a wall of grey swallowing the horizon. The crew reported static on all radios as the clouds closed in. A strange metallic hiss layered beneath the usual crackle, and then through the fog came something they couldn't explain. Voices, not yelling, not panic, but whispering, soft, persistent, impossible to localize. The sound crept in through steel, through deck plates, through the cold breath of the ship's ventilation system. Dozens of voices, men, women, some faint, some close, and all repeating one thing: names, first names, last names, names none of the crew recognized, names whispered, as if being read from a long broken list. some in other languages, some barely audible beneath the groan of the ship's frame. The storm intensified, but never struck. Rain circled the vessel without falling. Waves pressed near without breaking. It was as if the ship had been placed in the center of an eye, not calm but observed. One of the deckhands began repeating a name under his breath, a name no one on board had. When asked, he said it came to him in a dream, except he hadn't been asleep. He didn't remember speaking, and when they searched the name later, they found it belonged to a sailor lost off the same coast in 1897. No body recovered, only a journal washed ashore, pages inked with coordinates that led nowhere. Eventually the storm broke apart, scattering as quickly as it had formed. Instruments returned, radios cleared, but the crew was different, quiet, withdrawn, like something had been said to them that couldn't be unsaid. Weather analysts blamed sudden cyclonic spin, but when the ship's black box was reviewed, one layer of audio remained beneath the system logs, a faint murmuring, looping over itself in strange, breathy consonants. Linguists tried to isolate it. Some thought it was code, others, prayer. One fragment was unmistakable, a voice, clear, whispering the captain's name. Off the western edge of the Azores plateau, sonar mapping drones returned a reading that didn't belong. Among a scatter of sediment mounds and basalt ridges stood a shape too smooth, too vertical, a single obelisk rising from the seafloor like the tip of a buried monument. 20 meters tall, flat sides, edges that hadn't yet worn soft from centuries of current. At first it was dismissed as a natural extrusion, an odd volcanic spire, until 6 months later it was scanned again, and it had grown, not just taller, sharper, 5 more meters in height, edges cleaner than before, corners more defined. Against the erosion of the sea, it had not decayed, it had refined. The research team marked it for anomaly study. On the next dive, their submersible approached from the north, lights catching the surface of the object. It wasn't stone, not entirely. Beneath a crust of mineral and coral was something smoother, almost black glass. Not reflective, but absorbing. So dark it distorted the shadows around it. As the vessel circled, a diver extended a probe to collect a surface scrape. Before contact, all onboard lights dimmed, instruments flickered, depth sensors spun. The sea around the monolith shimmered, not with light, but with temperature. Heat pulsed from the base upward, invisible but measured. The diver withdrew the arm, the systems returned. But when they reviewed the footage later, the timestamp had doubled. 10 minutes of memory, recorded over 20. As if something in the monolith bent time. No samples were retrieved, but over the next 2 years, satellite scans noted something even stranger. The monolith was not static. It grew in spurts, often following seismic activity in entirely different parts of the world. A quake in Chile, an underwater landslide near Japan, and each time weeks later, the structure would change. Add a ring, shift its angle, reach upward. Geologists debate what process could explain it. None agree, but one diver described it best, quietly, as they returned to port. "It's not a monument," she said. "It's a route, and it's looking for something." The trench near the Sulu Sea was never mapped in full. Too narrow, too steep, too deep. Sonar pings warped when dropped past 8,000 meters, returning ghost echoes, or flat nothing. Submersibles that ventured close reported sensor anomalies. But it wasn't until the Calyptra expedition in 2014 that the deeper mystery emerged. On the morning of the dive, all instruments read normal, compass bearings locked, gyroscopes synced. The vessel, a small 2-man pod designed for trench descent, began its slow spiral downward, lights cutting through cold black water. At 9,200 meters, the lead pilot noticed a wobble, not in the pod, but in the needle. It flickered west, held for 3 seconds, then corrected. Then it happened again. East, then south, then spinning. At first they blamed equipment malfunction, but when the crew surfaced 4 hours later, the real concern began. The logs showed all external instruments had behaved normally. No solar flare, no electromagnetic storm. The disturbance had been local, tight, clean and precise. And when the compass was removed and brought back to sea level, it never recovered. The needle continued to spin, slowly, endlessly, like a ritual too old to stop. The team replaced it. But over the next month, 5 different compasses used in that trench malfunctioned the same way. Some cracked, others vibrated, and one, recovered weeks later, was found embedded with a spiral etching, faint but unmistakable, along the brass housing. No one carved it. It hadn't been there before, but the lines followed a shape like orbit decay, something bending through invisible fields, pulling not just metal, but time itself. Later, divers began reporting more than equipment failure: vertigo, hearing pulses, seeing light where there was none. One said the trench hummed. Another said it was like standing inside an enormous turning mechanism, the teeth of it just out of reach. Whatever lies within that narrow deep is not content to stay forgotten. It does not speak with sound or sight. It turns slowly, patiently, drawing needles, pressure, memory, all toward its center, and in its presence, direction becomes meaningless. South of the Pitcairn Islands, where the seafloor softens into ash-grey sediment and volcanic debris, a team of marine ecologists discovered what they first mistook for a dead reef. It stretched nearly 2 kilometers, a broad field of branching coral, bone-pale and brittle, clustered so densely that it looked like a forest struck by lightning. No fish moved through it, no anemones clung to the stems, just silence, so deep it felt wrong. They approached with cautious reverence, the dive craft hovering just meters above the coral tips. Instruments began to spike, not from motion or temperature, but from pressure vibration. The water around the reef pulsed faintly, a rhythm, regular, too regular. Hydrophones deployed along the edges picked it up first. A sound, not a hum, not a thrum of tectonic movement, a noise like wind screaming through stone, jagged, low, and constant. It wasn't audible to the divers in real time, but the recordings when played back on deck chilled the entire team. The sound had shape, it modulated, built, dipped. One marine technician described it as like something breathing through 1,000 broken whistles. Another swore he heard words, fragments of syllables twisted by distortion. A third refused to listen again, claiming it gave him dreams of things rising through ice, their mouths too wide. No visual movement was recorded, but every coral stalk faced the same direction, bent slightly, like wheat in a wind that never stopped. And when the team returned days later, the formation had shifted, not completely, just enough. A small arc had widened, a new pathway curled inward, as if the reef was reconfiguring. Samples were taken, most disintegrated. One stalk remained intact. Under the microscope, its pores were not those of coral at all. They resembled cochlear chambers, structures for receiving sound. The reef wasn't dead, it was listening, and whatever it was hearing, it had started to answer. In the southern Bering Sea, near an uninhabited islet too small to name, cartographers marked a shallow rise, no more than a mile wide, a sandbar that appeared and disappeared across decades of naval records. It wasn't a reef, it wasn't a shoal, but the locals, the few fishermen who still dared work those waters, called it Unga's Moor, the sandbar that swallowed what floated too close. It began with the Novi Obelisk, a Soviet research trawler in 1963. Calm weather, clear skies, final transmission, latitude, longitude, and a strangely worded log entry, coastal feature, not consistent with previous chart. Then nothing, no wreckage, no flare, just a missing dot on the map. 2 years later, a Japanese fishing boat drifted off course. The captain's log was recovered from a washed-up lifeboat. It included a sketch, an arc of golden sand, perfectly still, rising out of glass-flat water, and a line of masts poking out, half submerged, like the bones of old ships trying to breathe. When satellite mapping began in the early 2000s, the sandbar appeared once more, briefly, just 3 frames across a week-long survey, then gone. Analysis suggested a fine suspended particulate, silt or sediment dense enough to mimic solid land, but no underwater landslide matched. No seismic lift explained it, just presence, and then absence. 2 vessels were dispatched to investigate. One stayed distant, watching through long-range scopes. The other moved in, cautiously, lights raking the water. They saw the sand rise again just before nightfall, a clean crescent, empty. But in its center, something moved, not above, but below, sand curling, as if something breathed beneath it. The closer ship approached. Instruments died. When dawn broke, only the distant vessel remained. No distress call, no signal. The sandbar had vanished again. The sea was flat. Years later, a trawler's net dredged up a warped porthole marked with the missing vessel's registration. Its metal was scraped from the inside, and within the glass, sand, still wet. No island claims the wreck. No records hold the truth. But the fishermen still whisper, it's not a sandbar, it's a mouth, and it's hungry. In the deeper blue, just beyond the continental slope near Madagascar, oceanographers, studying pelagic drift, encountered something that defied both expectation and gravity. Beneath 3,000 meters, a current rose, not horizontally, not swirling, upward, as if the sea itself had turned over in its sleep and forgotten how it was meant to move. It was first detected by a suspended array of drift globes, sensitive, neutrally buoyant instruments that float with the motion of water. The array, designed to trace horizontal shear zones, behaved strangely as it passed through a narrow ravine. The globes rose, steadily, in a perfect column, not with turbulence or eddy churn, but as if being drawn, not by temperature or salinity, but by something else. A rescue submersible was dispatched to retrieve the equipment. As it approached the coordinates, its onboard cameras caught something unnerving, an underwater cascade of particulate, like snow, rising, tiny specks of silt and debris drifting not down, but up, spiraling in slow vertical loops like moths to a ceiling lamp no one could see. The pilot described it as watching time unwind, as if what should fall, returned. They adjusted ballast and entered the current. For 37 seconds, the submersible rose without propulsion. Internal logs showed no engine use. External readings suggested negative pressure, not suction, but something stranger, like reversed inertia. The higher they drifted, the warmer the temperature became, not by much, but enough to feel like ascent into shallows. Then at the 40-meter mark, everything stopped. Instruments shut down, lights dimmed, the current collapsed, the craft dropped, safe but shaken, and the globes were recovered. Their outer shells were warped, not pressure crushed, but stretched, as if something had tugged at them from all sides before letting go. No ocean model could explain it. Thermohaline patterns didn't match, tidal flows were wrong, gravity, untouched, and yet something in that ravine, some buried mechanism of sea or stranger thing, had reached upward, briefly, as if remembering how to climb, and then, just as gently, it let go. Divers searching for manganese nodules in the Indian Ocean's Crozet Basin came upon a slab they weren't supposed to find. Resting flat at a depth of nearly 4,800 meters, the stone was smooth, unusually rectangular, and larger than any boulder in the vicinity. Too precise to have tumbled naturally, too heavy to have been lowered. One edge was buried, the other gently tilted as if it had once been placed with care. What drew attention wasn't its size. It was the pattern. Etched across the surface were shallow grooves, winding, intersecting, curling like rivers, traced with a fine blade. At first they seemed like random erosion lines, but a closer look told another story. They weren't cracks. They weren't organic. They were deliberate, gridded, measured, as if someone had once charted something, not with ink, but with pressure, carving guidance into the surface of the sea itself. One diver recognized the rough outline of a peninsula, but not one above water anymore. Another traced what looked like a mountain range, perfectly scaled to a formation now buried beneath Greenland's shelf. The deeper they studied the slab, the more features aligned. Islands that no longer exist, volcanic shapes hidden under the Pacific crust, shorelines worn smooth by epochs. The grooves were precise, but shallow, like memory fading in stone. And at the center of the carving, one circle, unmarred and blank, a space not labeled, not marked. As if something should have gone there, but didn't. A submersible arm attempted to shift the slab. It didn't move. Not even a tremor. Not anchored by coral or sediment. Just rooted, like a foundation. The coordinates were logged. The team left to prepare extraction. When they returned 3 weeks later, the slab was gone. In its place, smooth seafloor, no debris, no drag marks, no hole, as if it had never been there. Except for a single fragment, lodged in the teeth of the robotic claw. It still had a corner of the carving on it. And what it showed wasn't Earth. Somewhere between the Gulf Stream's gentle churn and the Midnight Zone's eternal stillness lies a border the sea rarely crosses. The thermocline, a quiet wall of temperature, separating warm surface water from the dark, cold below. It should sit still, it should hover, layer upon layer, like oil over stone. But east of Bermuda, research vessels have reported something else entirely. A moving line. The first sighting came from the Arcturus, a NOAA vessel, testing subthermal drift patterns. Midway through a descent, their CTD probe, designed to measure conductivity, temperature, and depth, began registering violent fluctuations, not spikes, not turbulence, just a wandering thermocline, rising, falling, looping in on itself. When sonar scanned the area, it returned a crescent-shaped distortion, not solid, not empty, a sort of shiver through the water column, trailing in a slow arc across the Atlantic, like something large and invisible, brushing through density layers. The phenomenon lasted 7 hours, then vanished. 3 weeks later, a deep-sea glider launched from Portugal picked up the same thing, same pattern, same shifting temperature wall, but this time, it moved against the current, hundreds of miles in the wrong direction, as if it had chosen a path, regardless of the ocean's will. One theory suggests geothermal flares, sudden heat vents altering local stratification. Another claims it's a reaction to decaying Atlantic circulation, but the movement is too clean, too purposeful. Divers who've brushed against the thermocline describe an overwhelming sense of motion, as if the ocean was trying to move them. One diver, in his final log, said it best: "I didn't hit the thermocline, it hit me. Like standing on a staircase that suddenly steps away. I felt the water thinking, what if the thermocline isn't a line at all? What if it's a boundary, not just of temperature, but of memory, of layers folding into one another? The sea doesn't just move through itself, sometimes it moves around something else, and sometimes, whatever that is, begins to rise." Off the coast of Namibia, a mineral exploration drone captured footage of something unexpected. Not a rock, not a creature, but a chain. A heavy iron length resting in the dust of the seafloor, half buried beneath centuries of drifting sediment. It was thick, corroded by age, but unmistakably forged. Links the size of ships' wheels, fused by pressure, stretching north like a trail through a forgotten forest of underwater stillness. At first, they assumed it was part of a wreck, an anchor line lost to time. But there was no ship, no wood, no hull. The sonar sweep ahead revealed only more chain, more links, arcing around rock formations and winding into darkness. It wasn't taut, it wasn't broken, it simply lay there, like it had been placed with intent. Divers followed it for 600 meters. Still, no end, still, no source. Just that patient, rusting spine cutting across the seabed, like an idea too old to name. On the third dive, they found something stranger, coral growth along the links. Not clustered, but spaced, evenly. Identical tufts like markers, some glowing faintly under ultraviolet light. The team biologist noted a pattern. The coral formed rings, perfect rings, always 3 per link. No natural colony forms that way. A sample was taken. When scanned in the lab, the coral's internal structure mirrored spiral harmonics, shapes found in sound wave propagation, not biological growth. As if it had formed in response to a frequency long gone. The chain continued. They marked the coordinates and followed further. Eventually, it reached a sheer drop, a cliff that fell straight into a trench too deep for their current equipment. The last visible link sat right at the edge, not anchored, not snapped, just ending. as if the rest had been pulled below, coiled into something waiting further down. They named it the Wayfinder, but no one who saw it believed it was meant for ships. Chains bind, chains guide, chains hold something in place. And this one, once upon a time, led somewhere. Now, it leads nowhere. Or worse, something pulled it home. During a month-long acoustic survey near the Kermadec Trench, researchers aboard the Solara 6 registered a tone so clean, so precise, it was mistaken for an equipment calibration. One perfect chime, long, resonant, impossibly deep. It rang out once, then echoed softly across every hydrophone on the array, rebounding off trench walls, folding into the roar of thermal vents and pressure groans, before dissolving back into silence. At first, no one believed it. Subsea acoustics are chaotic, a symphony of bubbles, tectonics, and biosonar. But this was different. A bell tone pure and unwavering, recorded in open ocean nearly 10,000 meters down. The first playback sent a stillness through the room. Not fear, not awe, something quieter, something like recognition. The sound didn't feel new, it felt remembered. On the second night, it rang again, same hour, same note, but this time, it carried harmonics, layered frequencies hidden beneath the main tone. When the waveform was expanded, one researcher found what appeared to be a timed pattern. 3 pulses, a pause, then 5 shorter chimes buried in the low hum, like code, or call and response. They sent down an ROV, equipped with sonar pingers to triangulate the source. It descended in silence, tracing the curve of the trench, lights casting long beams into nothing. Then at 9,600 meters, it paused. Something large passed through the sonar field, not solid, but present, like a curtain of density sweeping across the deep. Then, the bell rang again. Closer. The chime didn't hurt, but it vibrated through the equipment. One of the signal engineers described it as being rung from the inside out, not heard, inhabited. When they retrieved the ROV, the titanium housing was intact, but etched with lines, thin arcs traced by something sharper than pressure. They formed a near-perfect circle around the dome, as if the ROV had passed through a gate, as if it had been marked. No ships were ever reported lost in that trench. No cultures left records of sunken temples or forgotten towers. But now some believe there is a bell, not made by hands, not meant for ears, waiting in the dark, and something still rings it. Station Delta was never meant to be permanent. A modular oceanographic outpost. It hovered in the mid-Atlantic abyss between 2 fracture zones, far from shipping lanes, far from eyes. It was meant to study benthic migration patterns and low-frequency seismic activity, nothing more. 3 researchers, 2 submersibles, 1 uplink, silent, routine, until the transmissions changed. The last known recording from Station Delta came at 4:12 UTC, logged by a satellite that received only fragments. The first few seconds were standard: water temperature, salinity, pressure. Then came a pause, a long one. Then breathing, shallow, uneven. One voice, male, whispering something close to the mic, repeatedly. Don't go outside. Then static, and underneath the static, something else. Not words, not exactly, but rhythm. Wet clicks, long, slow reverberations like the sound of dragging chains across silt. Some believed it was the pressure hull buckling, others weren't so sure. A recovery team was dispatched 6 hours later. When they arrived, Station Delta was still there, fully intact. No breach, no visible damage. Lights still glowing dimly through the portholes, but no response to calls, no signs of life. The airlock was sealed from the inside. When they finally breached the hatch, they found the central console melted, not burned, melted, as if heat had radiated from within the metal. The logs were unreadable. The auxiliary systems had been wiped, and the researchers were gone. No bodies, no suits missing, just 3 untouched bunks and a pot of coffee, half finished, still warm. Later analysis of the static revealed a pattern buried deep in the lower Hertz range. Slowed down, it resembled a pulse, then a signature, then silence, complete and perfect. The kind of silence that doesn't occur naturally, the kind that replaces something. No other station has been placed in that sector since. The coordinates are now listed as an acoustic interference zone, but in certain circles, the final transmission still circulates, a whisper, a warning, and something, listening. Whatever happened to Station Delta was not mechanical failure, it was arrival. Near the base of the Clarion-Clipperton Zone, a stretch of seafloor, known for its rich mineral beds, and endless plains of manganese nodules, deep-sea prospectors mapped something they couldn't explain. At first, it looked like a compression error. Straight lines, right angles, regularity where there should only be chaos. But when the submersible passed directly overhead, the camera confirmed it. A perfect grid, a series of intersecting paths, lines etched into the ocean floor, spaced evenly, running for kilometers. Too large to be human, too exact to be natural. The grooves weren't deep, only a few inches into the silt, but they were old, encrusted with benthic organisms, softened at the edges by time. Yet still, the pattern held, 9 squares across, 12 down, each intersection precisely aligned to true north, regardless of seafloor, drift or tonic shift. That shouldn't have been possible. The floor moves, plates spread, but this remained still. Some thought it was the result of early geological activity, cracks from cooling lava. Others argued it was evidence of undersea mining from long-lost, undocumented operations. But the sediment layers told another story. Whatever carved the lines had done so before the nodules began to grow, meaning the grid had been there for at least 5 million years. On the second dive, a small ROV was sent to follow one row. After nearly 3 hours, it encountered a raised platform, a square just like the others, but elevated. Carved into its surface was a shallow depression, circular, with 3 spiral notches converging at the center. The feed went black. When power returned, the ROV was intact, but no longer over the grid. It had drifted, or been moved, almost 2 kilometers east. Its orientation had shifted, its memory logs were corrupted, and in one corner of the footage, just before the blackout, was a flicker, not of light, but of reflection, as if something had looked back. The grid remains unmapped in full. Every drone sent to chart its edges returns incomplete, scrambled, or silent. The lines continue. No one knows who made them. No one knows what they form. But they are still down there, waiting to be solved. Off the coast of the Kuril Islands, a mid-sized commercial trawler lowered its deep-sea rig in search of lanternfish and krill. The night was cold, the sea mirror still, the crew moving with practiced silence beneath frost-glazed lights. The winch groaned, the cables stretched, unsathed Poseidons, and the net descended, disappearing into black. At 2,400 meters, they locked depth, waited, then reeled it back. What surfaced was not the weight of a full catch, but something else entirely. A net half consumed, steaming in the night air. Its nylon lines melted into clumps, like blackened wax. The metal rigging had warped. One hook was missing, its tether snapped clean, and the air around it, even above water, reeked of scorched salt and ozone, like lightning had struck the sea itself. The crew stood motionless. Nets don't burn underwater, not without heat, not without flame. And yet, here it was, fibers fused, threads seared shut, some crumbling at the touch. They doused it anyway. No fire, no smoke, just that smell, and silence. The sonar log from the descent showed no seismic spike, no volcanic vent, no hydrothermal plume, just a soft disturbance, a blip, at precisely 2,408 meters, a flutter in the water column. The shape, brief as it was, resembled a sphere. Later that week, the ship's medic began coughing. He hadn't touched the net, only passed near it. Wonder what to say. Nah. When they scanned him back at port, radiology flagged something odd in his lungs. Not cancer, not infection, but shadowed patterns, circular and evenly spaced, like something had mapped itself inside him and left. Samples of the net were sent to multiple labs. Most came back unreadable. One, unofficially, returned a phrase, scribbled in the margin of a handwritten report, not melted, rewritten. What did the net touch? What brushed it hard enough to change its shape? Without light, without pressure, without trace. And if it left something behind, was the net the only thing it rewrote? Beneath the Gulf of Mexico, at a depth where most life should dissolve in pressure and silence, lies a body of water inside another, a lake resting on the seafloor. Perfectly still, perfectly bordered, as though a mirror had been laid flat across the bottom of the world. They call it a brine pool, a hypersaline lake too dense to mix with the seawater around it. But names don't capture its strangeness. Its surface ripples with no wind. Its waves lap soundlessly against salt-encrusted shores. The boundary between sea and lake is so precise it looks artificial, like glass melted into water. A submersible once tried to enter. The pilot reported a shift in resistance, not temperature or pressure, but presence. The moment the vessel dipped beneath the brine's surface, its lights dimmed. The outside cameras blurred. One recorded a flicker, a distortion moving across the dome, like fingers dragging across thick glass. When the craft surfaced, the brine sloughed off in sheets. The pilot wouldn't speak for hours, just sat in silence, wet from sweat, whispering that the lake was awake. Inside the pool, life grows strangely. Mussels with gold-tinted shells, worms with no mouths, bacteria that thrive on methane, but none of them stray beyond the border, as if something holds them there, or feeds them. One diver dropped a sealed sensor into the center. It recorded audio. 20 minutes of shifting currents, then something else. A deep, slow vibration, repeating, measured, like breath or bellows. A rhythm that grew louder, the deeper the sensor sank. At 45 meters, the signal cut out completely. When retrieved, the casing had warped inward, as though pulled, not crushed. The lake is mapped now, catalogued, named. But that doesn't change what it is. A separate ocean, hidden inside the first closed, complete, and listening. The pilots who visit it say they dream differently afterward. They see reflections that don't match their bodies, feel warmth under their feet when they stand still too long, not haunting, just remembering. In 2021, a deep-sea surveyor, scanning a trench near the Scotia Sea, captured a brief anomaly on the imaging feed. Not a creature, not a shadow, but a silhouette. It hovered for a fraction of a second on the edge of the scan, standing against the seafloor, upright, tall, thin, geometrically wrong, like a tower made of memory. Then it was gone. The technician flagged the frame. A glitch, maybe. Feedback from overlapping signals. But when he enhanced the image, something in it shifted. The pixels formed a pattern, faint but deliberate, as though the shape was facing the camera. Not incidentally, intentionally. He called in a second analyst, then a third. Each described the same feeling, not fear, but dislocation. Like something had noticed them first. Like they were being watched from inside the screen. The trench had no name, no traffic. The seafloor was sterile, no wrecks, no cables, no vents, just mud, stone, and that single frame. The ROV was sent back down, slowly, carefully. Its lights scanned the same coordinates, and then it saw it again, not moving, not hiding, just standing. The footage wasn't corrupted, no anomalies. But when the team watched the recording later, the shape changed depending on who reviewed it. One described arms, another, antenna. One said it looked like it was leaning forward. One said it smiled. Whatever it was, it never approached. It never fled. It simply remained, just long enough to be seen, to be registered, before fading back into the folds of pressure and distance. After the third dive, the team stopped returning. The lead technician left the project without explanation. Months later, his personal log was leaked. A single line repeated across 30 pages. It knew I was watching. Some claim pareidolia, the brain seeking faces in static. Others suggest refraction, equipment fatigue. But those who've seen the footage don't argue anymore. The ocean is not empty, and sometimes it looks back. In the Philippine Sea, beneath a stretch of currentless dark where no sonar returns clean, a mineral hunting expedition made an unplanned discovery. Their equipment had snagged something, not rock, not wreckage. A single object, heavy and silent, dragged into daylight by accident, smooth, the size of a man's torso, jet black, with no seam, no fracture, no detail, except the faint suggestion of movement beneath its surface, as if something inside was breathing. The crew set it gently on deck. It was cold to the touch, colder than the surrounding air, and remained that way even under direct sun. Instruments recorded nothing at first. No vibration, no sound, no magnetism. But then the medic stepped closer, hand outstretched, and the object pulsed. Not a light, not a sound, just the subtlest expansion. Inward, then outward, like an inhalation. It repeated the motion every 7 seconds, then every 6, then 5, and after each pulse, the air grew denser, not warmer, just heavier. The crew stepped back. Some said they felt dizzy. Others heard a hum, not external, but inside their ears, like the pressure of descent echoing through the bones. The object was lowered into a containment tank. It floated. It didn't spin. It didn't sink. It hovered, untouched by the movement of water. One diver volunteered to observe it overnight. By morning, he was found asleep beside the tank, still seated, eyes open, not harmed. But when he woke, he spoke in a voice too calm, too quiet. "It dreams," he whispered, "and it's waking." They tried to move the object. It refused. Any attempt to shift or lift it caused the pulse to accelerate. 4 seconds. 3. The lights dimmed. One camera melted, not from heat, but data loss so complete the sensor fused. They let it sink, released it slowly back to the trench where it had come from. The pulse slowed, then vanished. But every 7 seconds, even now, the captain swears the radio clicks. Once, softly, as if the ocean remembers, as if it's still breathing. The listening buoy off Cape Hatteras had been silent for weeks, positioned to monitor whale migration and low-frequency seismic shifts. It usually picked up the murmur of distant finbacks, the slow churn of continental motion, or the occasional groan of passing ships. But on a windless night in late September, it recorded something that did not match any of those things. At exactly 1:07 a.m., just one sound, a gasp. It began with a low-pressure fluctuation, too quick for a wave, too smooth for rupture. Then came the noise itself, long, wet, drawn from somewhere deep, not mechanical, not marine. The waveform analysis showed no known pattern, only rising amplitude, followed by sudden collapse, like an exhale held too long. It lasted just under 5 seconds. Then silence returned. At first, they assumed a malfunction, a mic bubble. But when analysts reviewed the surrounding spectrogram, they noticed something stranger, a narrow band of silence before the gasp, nearly 12 full seconds of absolute stillness. No current, no life, no background noise, just a gap, as though something enormous had paused the sea to breathe. The buoy recorded nothing else that night. The audio was sent to marine biologists, then sound engineers, then linguists. One professor noted that the shape of the waveform resembled human speech, not in tone, but in timing. A long intake, a held pause, a strained release. Another called it the sound of surfacing. But from what? The location offered no clues, no volcanic activity, no wrecks, just empty ocean, until someone overlaid the audio with the sonar log from the same moment. A shape flickered across the bottom of the frame, not clear, not defined, just movement, slow, rising, then gone. Some say it was a whale unknown to science. Others claim it was the sea itself, reacting, remembering, returning breath to something that had held it too long. But every year since, at the same buoy, the same night, the gasp returns, and each time, it's a little louder. At 4:22 a.m. on August 17th, a satellite pass over the South Pacific logged something unexpected, a landmass, small but distinct, centered within a stretch of sea where no island should exist. It measured just under 3 kilometers across, ringed with white surf, its interior covered in dark green, and it cast a clean shadow across the water. Coordinates were sent to a geological survey team for verification. 12 hours later, it was gone. not submerged, not obscured by cloud. Gone. The images weren't disputed. Multiple satellites captured the same view. The surf, the shape, the unmistakable signature of vegetation. Some early reports even noted what looked like a structure, a geometric shadow near the western cliffside. But when a reconnaissance flight reached the coordinates, there was only sea, deep, uninterrupted sea, thousands of meters to the bottom. The nearest charts showed no history of reefs or volcanic domes, no shifting tectonic plates, no sandbar, and no record, official or local, of any landmass ever existing there. But it had been seen, not just from orbit. A yacht crossing the same region reported visual contact. The crew described it as quiet, not silent, just untouched. There were birds in the air, driftwood near shore. One crew member swore they saw light flicker once near the tree line, but as they approached, fog rolled in. Dense, oily, unnatural. Within minutes, visibility dropped to zero. They slowed to a crawl, horns blaring into the mist. Then, as quickly as it came, the fog lifted, and the island had vanished. No land in sight, no debris, no waves, just open ocean. The instruments showed nothing. The GPS had looped, repeating the same coordinates over and over, like a clock caught between ticks. The footage was corrupted. Only the audio survived. One voice whispering from the deck mic. It didn't want us to remember. For years afterward, vessels that passed near those waters reported flickers on the horizon. Flickers only visible in the corner of the eye. Not mirage, not memory, just a place that occasionally returns, until it realizes you're looking, and leaves again. The dive was routine, a test descent off the coast of Chile, part of a private deep-sea tech demo for a submersible's new high-resolution camera suite. The vessel, unmanned, was programmed to descend to 9,000 meters, sweep a trench wall, and return. No human eyes, watched in real time. The footage was reviewed later, 4 hours in, as the submersible passed a canyon ridge. The lights flickered once, just a hiccup, then steady, nothing unusual. The terrain rolled beneath, flat rock, fine silt, scattered debris. Then, at frame 214, it appeared, not a shadow, not a shape, an eye, perfectly round, pale grey, staring directly into the lens from a shallow indentation in the trench wall. No body, no head, just the eye, too large to be fish, too steady to be light distortion. For a single second, it blinked, then vanished as the sub drifted past. The engineers assumed a reflection, lens flare, compression, artifact. But the blink had layers, movement, depth, even refraction. When they enhanced the frame, the truth became harder to ignore. It wasn't just an eye, it was looking. They slowed the footage, watched the moment of contact over and over. One analyst began to shake halfway through review. She stood, left the room, and never returned to the project. Further into the dive, the submersible's navigation log looped for 3 frames, not drift, but repetition, like time had folded. In those repeated seconds, the seafloor shimmered slightly, like it was watching back. The footage ends normally. The sub ascends, all readings nominal. But when the memory bank was extracted, it contained 11 extra seconds, blank, dark, no audio. At the very end of that silence, a low resonance pulsed once, like breath drawn through a flute of stone. The eye has never reappeared in any other dive, but in hushed circles, researchers pass the frame around. No one agrees on what species it could belong to, only that it wasn't caught by chance. It was waiting, and it knew what a camera was. Near the southern ridge of the Galapagos Rift, where volcanic plumes stitch warmth into the ocean's deepest wounds, a dive team stumbled upon a shore that shouldn't exist. They were mapping vent formations, dropping markers along an outcrop of basalt, when their lights hit something strange below, a bed of sand, dark as ink, stretching like velvet across the ridge, smooth, unbroken, and shimmering. At first, they assumed it was obsidian debris, lava glass, but then it pulsed, not in reaction to light or current. It pulsed on its own, waves of dim blue and violet, rippling beneath the grains, rising like breath through fabric. One diver drifted closer. The sand wasn't loose. It held form beneath his gloves, cool and pliant, like ash, saturated with memory. When he touched it, the glow changed, sharpened, reacted. They tried to collect a sample, but as the probe closed, the light vanished, not faded, disappeared. The scoop brought back only dust, cold, lightless grains, now inert. Under the microscope, the grains were smooth, spherical, almost synthetic. No crystalline structure, no trace of bioluminescence. Yet the footage proved otherwise. The shimmer had been real, not light as reflection, light as presence. The team returned to the site. The sand was gone. In its place, a fine depression, as if something had lifted, slowly and entirely, leaving only outline behind. No wind stirs at those depths, no tide strong enough to move a field of weightless particles, and yet it had disappeared without scattering. Weeks later, one of the researchers noticed something odd in his own home. Black dust gathered near the vents in his laboratory's air filtration system. He hadn't brought any with him. None of it should have survived pressurization. But under dark light, the specks shimmered, the same cold violet as before. He swept it up and sealed it away. Some believe the sand was alive. Others think it was memory, fossilized sensation waiting to be felt again. But whatever it was, it never stayed in place. It responded, and now, it might not be down there anymore. Off the coast of Greenland, a sonar vessel charting submerged plateaus encountered a shelf that whispered. The formation extended like a ledge from an undersea cliff, wide and smooth, covered not in coral or sediment, but in a thin layer of translucent stone, as if glass had been melted flat across ancient rock. Beneath it, the sonar returned strange readings. Not void, not mass, movement, as if something flowed inside the stone itself, slow and deliberate. Divers were dispatched. The descent was quiet, the water unusually still. When they reached the shelf, all sound dropped, not muffled by depth, but silenced completely. No bubbles, no breathing, just pressure. Then came the murmur. It didn't come from below or around. It came through the shelf. A low rhythmic murmur like wind pressed into syllables, not clear enough to be words, not random enough to be noise. It rose in waves, timed to no current, pulsed through their suits, through their bones. Each diver heard it differently. One thought it was humming, another heard singing, a third sobbing. They tried to record it. The audio returned as static, but the file lengths matched the murmur's rhythm exactly, as though something had been captured. Not sound, but timing. One diver dared touch the glassy stone. It trembled, just slightly. A ripple passed across the shelf, subtle but precise. Beneath the surface, light bent the wrong way. Something shifted beneath the transparency. A shape, then another. They surfaced in silence. None spoke for hours. Weeks later, a geologist reviewing their depth footage noticed something hidden in the vibration pattern. A waveform repeating in the background, slow and deliberate. When translated into visual form, it resembled writing. Not human, not ancient, just ordered. The murmuring has not stopped. Vessels passing near the shelf report faint noises in their sonar arrays. Crews sleep poorly. Dreams come in fragments. Phrases wake on their tongues they never learned. No one knows what lies beneath the shelf. Only that it speaks, softly, and waits for someone who might finally listen back. Just east of the Azores, a remotely operated vehicle, surveying a sunken ridge, came across the skeletal remains of a vessel, with no registry, no flag, and no name etched into its steel. The ship rested perfectly upright on a barren stretch of seafloor, its hull largely intact, the outer shell layered in time-worn algae and barnacle crust. But inside, it was pristine. No decay, no collapse. And more impossibly, it was full of air. The ROV pushed gently through a jagged hole in the stern. Instruments flared. The internal pressure was lower than expected, not crushed, but held, as though the ship had created its own atmospheric bubble. Dust floated inside like motes in amber. Machinery untouched, windows unbroken, no water spilled through cracks or seams. They called it impossible, but the readings didn't lie. Inside the captain's quarters, objects sat exactly where they'd been left. A rusted pen, still resting across an open logbook. A compass, perfectly aligned to magnetic north. A teacup, half full with liquid that hadn't evaporated. The handwriting in the log was strangely preserved, the ink unblurred, the final line reading, descending now, light holding. But there was no date, no coordinates, just that final note, and an empty space where the last entry should have continued. The deeper the ROV moved through the ship, the more unnatural the silence became. The hull didn't groan, the wires didn't hum, it was too still, too complete, like time had stalled inside the vessel, refusing to resume. Near the bow, something floated, not a body, a coat, suspended mid-room, slowly drifting, as though waiting for its owner to return. When the ROV exited, a thin mist followed it, a soft vapor that dissolved instantly in seawater. But afterward, the pressure sensors aboard the survey ship recorded a 1-degree drop in cabin temperature and a smell like burnt ozone. They sealed the footage, marked the wreck as unstable, but that air, untouched by the ocean for who knows how long, still exists, waiting, a breath held, a room unclaimed, and a wreck that has never in all these years truly sunk. Near the Sulu Sea's twilight zone, where shipwrecks sleep beneath the pull of heat vents and slow tidal drift, marine archaeologists stumbled upon a vessel shrouded in something too alive to be debris. The hull had cracked in two, rusted through and folded open like an old book, and inside, moving, glowing, were lights, not artificial, not lamps, living lights. They pulsed along the broken beams, slid over bulkheads, nestled inside shattered instruments and curled into corners where wiring once sparked, not like bioluminescent algae, not like jellyfish. These were focused, deliberate, eyes perhaps, or thoughts made visible. The team's submersible kept a respectful distance. The lights reacted to its presence, not aggressively, curiously. They retreated, then returned. They spiraled slowly through the cabins, as if remembering how to walk through them. Each one glowed with its own hue, deep blue, soft amber, a flash of violet. Some blinked in patterns that almost resembled Morse, though no message repeated. The ship itself was old, wooden frame beneath layers of iron, no identifiable name, no obvious cause of sinking. It rested on a slope of black sand, half buried, its compass still fixed in place, though rusted beyond use. When the external scan finished, the research crew initiated a low pulse to track the light's behavior. They didn't scatter, they formed a ring. One by one the lights took position around the base of the mast, then rose in a slow spiral through the open wreck, climbing upward, passing through walls, as if boundaries didn't apply, as if the wreck remembered its shape, and so did they. The event lasted 7 minutes. Afterward, the lights vanished, not drifted, not dimmed, gone. The wreck hasn't been located since. Coordinates lead to open seabed. No trench nearby, no sign of collapse. It was there, and then it wasn't, as though the ship had come only to be seen, to be witnessed. Some believe those lights were life forms. Others say they were memories, fragments of consciousness left behind by something no longer human. But one diver days later claimed to still see a flicker when he closed his eyes, and he could hear it too, the low creak of a mast swaying in waters that no longer held it. Off the western flank of the Juan de Fuca Ridge, where volcanic heat rises through deep crust fractures, and the ocean breathes through hydrothermal vents, like lungs beneath the world, a drone passed over a field of chimneys. It was part of a mapping sweep, standard, familiar, until the fog appeared. Not mist, not smoke, but a heavy white plume, rising from a vent too wide to be natural. The steam curled upward in clean spirals, coiling through the black like a staircase made of breath, and inside it, shapes, not shadows, not fish, shapes, outlined in the steam like reflections in a fogged mirror, towers, arches, spires, brief, shimmering structures that seemed to flicker with depth before vanishing again into vapor. The drone hovered, zoomed in, recalibrated thermal lenses. No anomalies in temperature. No sign of chemical interference. But the vision remained. Through the fog, a skyline, faint, eroded, watching. One tower appeared and lingered, square at the base, with a dome like coiled stone. It hovered for 8 full seconds, then receded, as if pulled back behind a veil. The deeper the drone peered into the vent, the more the shapes revealed themselves. Pathways, courtyards, a geometry that suggested intention, not growth, not deposit, but design. Then came the hum. It vibrated through the audio feed, not loud, but constant, low, steady, like something turning deep inside the earth. The drone's systems dimmed, lights flickered. A soft red glow emerged from the vent, too steady for magma, too alive for rock. It rose once, then was gone. When the crew reviewed the footage, frame by frame, they found something hidden in the mist. Not structures, but movement between them. Tiny figures, tall, thin, walking in the steam like memory brought into shape. None looked up, none turned. They simply followed paths that no longer existed. No one speaks publicly about the city in the vent. The coordinates were erased from official maps, the footage stored offline. But those who've seen it know the truth. That city wasn't made of stone. It was made of heat, and it still walks. The coordinates came from a fisherman, a quiet man out of Incheon, who said something wasn't right about a shape he saw on sonar near the East China Sea. Not a reef, not a container, a structure, metal, maybe. He couldn't say, just that it had corners, where corners shouldn't be, too clean, too sharp. A research team followed up 2 weeks later. What they found at the bottom of the sea left more questions than answers. It was a shipwreck, intact, upright, fresh. The paint hadn't faded, the hull was unmarred by barnacles or rust. Its name was visible, stenciled in white across the bow, in a language none of the crew recognized. The letters resembled a modern script, sharp and mathematical, not naval, not maritime. Inside, it was silent. Control panels lined with buttons that glowed faintly, even with no power. Screens dark but undamaged. Not a trace of mold or sediment, as if the vessel had only just arrived. The most baffling detail was its structure. The alloys used in the frame were unknown, lightweight, but pressure-resistant far beyond current tech. And the design, angular, modular, too advanced for any known ocean vessel. One diver, a naval architect by training, said softly, "We haven't built this yet." The logbook they found was blank. Only one page had been touched, a set of coordinates scrawled hastily in the margin. Coordinates that pointed, here, like someone, or something, had tried to send it back. After surfacing, the crew was quiet, not frightened, just altered, as if something about the wreck had reoriented the idea of time. One technician later claimed to see parts of the ship's design repeated in a prototype blueprint submitted for approval the following year. No one could explain how the wreck reached the bottom, or how it aged backward, or how a vessel that shouldn't exist had already sunk. Some say the sea remembers futures we haven't lived, that wrecks don't always come from the past. Sometimes they wash in, from what we've yet to become. On a quiet evening aboard the research vessel, Orion's Edge, drifting near the mid-Atlantic ridge, a deep-sea camera meant to capture benthic scavengers caught something else. The feed was routine, slow footage of detritus fields, empty shells, crabs crawling in spirals, until a shape curled into view from the edge of the frame, an eel, or something close. Its body was long, impossibly thin, coiling with a grace that defied current or current-borne drag. Its skin shimmered black, not glossy, but absorbing light, a silhouette more than a form. Along its spine were bright points, not bioluminescence, but blinking intervals, slow and methodical. They pulsed in a sequence, and after 32 seconds, the pattern became clear. They were numbers, not in digital display, not in ink or symbol, but something deeper, a timing, a rhythm that felt readable, even without language. It started at 100, then 99, then 98. Each pulse dimmed slightly, each interval grew more deliberate. The crew dismissed it as pareidolia at first, the mind seeing intention in pattern. But when a marine cryptographer mapped the intervals into waveform beats, the sequence aligned too precisely to coincidence. The eel circled once, then again, always near the same patch of seafloor. As it passed a discarded sensor, the data recorder caught a temperature spike, not up or down, but inward, a compression of time. The video log lost 6 seconds, time simply skipped, and the eel kept counting. 57, 56, 55. Then it paused, turned to the camera, just briefly. Its mouth opened, no jaw, no teeth, just light, not bright, just pulsing. 54. Then nothing. The footage ends. The eel vanished. When the probe returned to the surface, the onboard clock was 4 minutes off. Resynced, reset, nothing recovered. No specimen, no trace. Only the feeling that something beneath the sea counts not forward, toward progress, toward life, but backward. A countdown not to beginning, but to return, to reset, to remembering what came before light. On a quiet dive off the Bay of Biscay, a research pod, scanning old net drop zones, came across a depression in the sediment. Wide, shallow, marked with clean curves. At first it looked like a feeding trail, maybe a stingray, maybe a sleeping shark. But as the light passed across it, the shape resolved into something stranger. A skeleton, long, arched, symmetrical, ribs fanned outward in perfect spacing, tapering into a central spine that curled slightly at the tail. Even a crude skull-like shape pressed into the silt. Eye hollows, a mouth, a cranium, but none of it was made of bone. There was nothing solid, no calcium, no shell, no cartilage, just the outline, the memory of structure, as though something had once lain there long enough to imprint its body into the seafloor itself, and then vanished, without leaving a trace behind. The team assumed a trick of current and shadow, but when they brushed the outline with a soft armature, the silt didn't lift. It clung, bound tight to something invisible, something that held shape, even when touched. The probe ran along a rib, and resisted. A form was still there, but not made of matter. The scanner mapped it in 3D. The silhouette matched no known marine life. 73 vertebrae. Lateral symmetry. No fins, no flukes. The proportions were too large for invertebrate life, too clean for decay. And yet, the space it occupied was wrong. Pressure dipped inside the outline. Light bent slightly at its edge. One researcher described it as a hole wearing skin. They tried to lift a sample from the depression. The net came back empty, but the water shimmered, not visually, emotionally, like something ancient had just exhaled. The depression remains, still perfect, still hollow, and divers say when you float just above it, not touching, not sinking, you feel it watching, not with eyes, but with the memory of shape, a body too old to remain, and too patient to fully disappear. A sonar sweep near the edge of the Perth Canyon revealed an anomaly that didn't match reef, wreck, or rock. The formation appeared too smooth, too symmetrical, a single raised silhouette beneath the seafloor, as if something long buried was beginning to surface. A dive team was sent down under calm waters, expecting to find debris. Instead, they uncovered a figure, kneeling, faceless, carved not in tribute, but in stillness, arms bent downward, back hunched slightly, like a being locked in thought or silence. No features, no eyes, only form. Every surface was smooth, almost polished, yet untouched by erosion. No barnacles clung to its limbs, no coral grew across its back. The silt curled gently around its base, parting as if it had always been there, or had just arrived. Light refused to settle on its surface. Even the sub's high-intensity beams dimmed against it, as though illumination bent inward, drawn down into stone. The surrounding seafloor showed no similar formations, no ruins, no scatter, just the figure, alone, as if intentionally set apart. Attempts to measure its composition failed, probes bounced. Laser rangefinders returned fractured distances. When one diver reached to touch the shoulder, her hand paused mid-motion, unshaken, but unwilling. She later said it felt like pressure in the water had shifted, as if something else had inhaled. A small change was noticed days later in the playback footage. A single angle of the sculpture had altered. One arm, bent just slightly more than before, not broken, not cracked, simply repositioned. No one saw it move. No further dives were made. Among the research crew, the object came to be known only as the listener, not because it heard anything, but because its presence made others fall silent, as if words didn't belong near it. No inscription marks the stone, no origin explains its presence, but it waits, kneeling in the dark, patient and unmoved, not because it was abandoned, but because something placed it there to be found. An acoustic array anchored along the Scotia Plate picked up the sound first, a low, rolling pressure wave that travelled beneath the ocean floor, not through it. The tone didn't spike like a quake, or ripple like a whale call. It crawled, a deep, rounded swell that rose in no hurry, swelled across multiple sensors, and faded, like thunder caught in slow motion. The origin point mapped somewhere near the South Sandwich Trench. No known volcanoes, no storm above, just the sea, flat and dark, resting beneath overcast skies. The crew aboard the research vessel Kepler's Wake replayed the signal dozens of times. Some thought it mechanical, a turbine, a hull rupture, a supercavitating shift. But the frequency kept shifting, not noise, voice. Hydrophones scattered across the sector registered the sound at different intervals, not all at once, as if whatever made the roar had passed between them, below the sensor net, hugging the mantle's skin. When layered into a composite, the waveform showed something unnatural, a steady escalation, peaking at 37 Hz, then stopping abruptly, not tapering, stopping. No seismic activity followed, no tremors, no plumes. But one technician noticed something unusual in the minutes after the final pulse, a trailing distortion, not another sound, but a pressure curve behind the roar, as if something massive had displaced the ocean's shape and left a vacuum in its wake. The closest comparison wasn't marine, it was planetary, the pressure wake left behind by atmospheric events on Saturn. But this didn't come from sky, it came from depth. Vessels in the region later reported strange tremors in their hulls, not mechanical vibration, but resonance. Chairs shook, walls pulsed once, like being tapped from outside. One sailor claimed to hear it through the steel, like something exhaling into the bones of the ship. No wrecks were found, no creature surfaced. But the roar remains archived, clipped and looped, in a file labeled with a single word, approach. And somewhere below, whatever made that sound is still moving, slow, deliberate, louder each time. Just before the barometric drop, when the air turns dense, and the sea surface flattens into unnatural stillness, captains along the Andaman coast speak of a light that moves beneath the waves. Not lightning, not phosphorescence. A slow, wide glow, pale green at first, then shifting to violet, then white, so soft it seems to breathe. One such sighting came hours before Cyclone Sanai made landfall. The crew of a supply vessel, moored near Nicobar, reported the water around them brightening without source. No wake, just light blooming from the depths, pulsing in rhythmic waves that extended for kilometers. Instruments failed to register any thermal shift. Sonar returned clean, and yet the glow deepened, climbing toward the surface like something being born through darkness. No creature appeared, no algae bloom was present. The radiance didn't flicker like bioluminescence. It pulsed in measured time, every 8 seconds, steady, as if responding to an unseen signal. When the wind returned, the glow vanished, as though snuffed out by breath. Satellite footage confirmed the light pattern. 3 concentric circles, expanding outward from a single central point. A geologist compared it to atmospheric rings, halos formed by ionized vapor. But this was water, this was heatless, and this was before the storm had fully formed. The theory arose that the ocean was reacting, warning, not predicting, but anticipating. Not science, memory. Elder fishermen tell the same story, that long ago, before great storms, the sea would whisper light, not always, not often, just enough for those who watched to understand that something bigger than wind was waking, something older than weather, something beneath the skin of the ocean, pulling itself tight. The ship that reported the glow suffered no damage. But for weeks after, the captain dreamed of white light flooding the bridge. No sound, no wind, just water glowing like bone in the dark. He called it a mercy, because whatever causes that glow, it arrives before destruction and vanishes before memory can follow. Off the southern tip of New Zealand's Challenger Plateau, a routine geological mapping expedition turned unsettling the moment the primary compass began to turn, not once, not abruptly, but slowly, endlessly, completing its first rotation over 13 minutes. Then again, then again. The ship had not shifted course. There was no current, no crosswind, no change in latitude, and yet, every magnetic instrument on board began to misbehave, not in chaos, but in unity. Needles spiraled, digital bearings looped. North dissolved into a drifting question. The crew attempted recalibration. Devices were power cycled. New tools brought above deck. But every one, even analog backups stored in sealed cases, responded the same way. They spun, not wildly, not broken, just slow, tireless turning as though pulled by something unseen, something circling just beneath the hull. After the second hour, strange pressure changes were noted, not depth-related, not seismic. Atmospheric pressure dropped inside the ship. Ears popped, skin prickled. The sensation was described not as movement, but as presence. A survey drone was lowered overboard. It made it only 60 meters before losing contact. No current pulled it. No interference jammed the signal. It simply stopped responding. The winch reeled in the tether, cable intact. Drone gone. On the surface, the crew began hearing it. Not a sound exactly, but a pattern. Pulses in the hull. 4 knocks. Pause. 3 more. Not mechanical, not organic, just aware. The compasses spun through the night. It wasn't until dawn that the needles began to slow. Gradually, then all at once, every device returning to stillness within minutes of sunrise. North returned. Wind shifted. Everything normalized. Except the crew. One sailor later reported waking every morning since that voyage at exactly 3:17 a.m., his hands already reaching for an invisible wheel. Some say it was magnetic interference from an uncharted vent. Others claim a natural anomaly, something buried, something waking. But deep below that stretch of sea, something moved in circles, not wandering, not lost, just waiting to be followed. Near the Solomon Trench, in the kind of black water where light doesn't travel, and even predators grow blind, a team deploying bioluminescence traps captured footage of something that never should have been seen. For 13 seconds, drifting just outside the outer lights, a shape passed, a Ternatu and Aussie, not massive, not monstrous, graceful, long fins, slow movement, body curved in elegant silence. But what drew every eye in the control room and froze the pilot mid-sentence were the scales. They weren't glowing, they were reflecting, not the light from the trap, not the glimmer from the sub, something else entirely. Each scale mirrored a pinpoint of brightness, perfectly still, perfectly cold, not ocean light, starlight. A pattern emerged as the creature turned. The scales didn't catch ambient shine, they aligned, shifted, reoriented themselves like mirrors set to distant coordinates, each one reflecting a star not visible from the ocean floor. Stars far above the clouds, above the surface, above the sky, and yet, there they were, mapped across its body, a celestial spine made of light. One astronomer reviewing the footage noticed the arrangement matched a partial sky chart from over 9,000 years ago, constellations that no longer sit in those positions. A different night sky, a different era. The footage shimmered, some of it corrupted, but the shape remained. Not a fish, not a trick of light, something old enough to remember the sky as it once was. When the team tried to follow, the creature rose, not fast, just upward, past their lights, past their reach, and at the edge of their vision, It tilted once, just enough for every mirrored scale to align for a single moment. The control room dimmed. No one spoke. One diver whispered, "It looked at us." Not with eyes, with history, with memory written in starlight. The creature was gone by morning. The footage, partially erased by unknown signal interference, exists only in fragments. But those who saw it still wake at night, eyes wide, sensing something vast above and below, as if the ocean once reflected the stars, and something within it still does. On a steep descent, near the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench, where the pressure folds silence into the very structure of the sea, a survey drone caught something strange tucked into the rock face, an opening low and narrow, exhaling clouds of pale sediment, like lungs in slow meditation. Not a vent, not thermal outflow, a breath. The cave had symmetry, not perfect, but natural enough to suggest erosion. Still, the spacing of its walls, the gentle curve, the tapering ceiling, felt intentional, designed, a corridor more than a cavern. Each exhalation lasted 9 seconds. Then stillness, then a slow intake, not of water, but of weight. The pressure dipped slightly each time, just enough to unsettle the drone's balance. Instruments swayed, lights flickered, and then the breath would release again, fogging the trench in a soft plume of suspended ash. The walls inside shimmered, not from heat or mineral, but something slick, like tissue hardened into stone. Light traveled strangely there, not refracted, but slowed. One frame at a time. The deeper the drone entered, the more footage began to lag. 9 meters in, the camera froze. The machine kept recording, but only in static pulses. When the drone reversed, clarity returned. Every meter away from the entrance restored a second of time. One biologist on board likened it to a feeding mechanism. The cave wasn't breathing in water, it was feeling, sensing what passed near it, drawing in awareness like scent. She suggested no coral, no sponge, no recognizable organism, just something older, deeper, built not of cells but of process. Breathing, always breathing. Attempts to relocate the cave failed. The trench maps shifted with every pass, as if the cliff face rearranged itself. Coordinates led to blank stone, or to ledges that hadn't existed the day before, and yet, the pulse returns each month, like clockwork. Sensors buried in the silt still record that same 9-second rhythm, rising from nowhere. A breath, then silence, then breath again. Some believe the cave is alive, others say it's just the mouth of something larger, something that dreams without waking, built into the crust of the earth. And what it inhales, it doesn't always exhale. South of the Mariana Trough, beneath waters so cold and deep, they hum with pressure, like a distant choir. A research station captured what first seemed like a tectonic event. No tremor, no quake, just a sound, soft, thin, almost polite, followed by the clean tearing of rock. The ocean floor had split, not shattered, not upheaved, opened. A single, narrow crack unfurled along the seafloor's skin, like a zipper drawn through silk. No explosion of silt, no smoke, no violent plume, just stillness, giving way to something deeper. The opening measured less than 2 meters across, at its widest, but no one could see the bottom. Lights dropped into it, vanished into a darkness that absorbed them completely. Not shadow, not depth, but absence. A hole into which even pressure refused to echo. Inside the crack, sonar returned nothing. No reflection, no bottom, only a pulsing distortion in the data, as though the signal itself were unsure where it had gone. A probe was lowered with care. The winch extended for nearly a kilometer before the cable jerked and went slack. Instruments remained online, but what they saw, or didn't, made little sense. The feed displayed textureless black, broken only once every few minutes, by flashes of something moving sideways, not falling, not rising, crossing, and then, without warning, the cable reeled back in on its own, slowly, quietly. When it surfaced, the probe was intact, completely dry, not wet, not corroded, dry. The crew sealed the equipment, logged the incident. No one volunteered to dive. Weeks later, the same crack closed on its own. Satellite imagery, confirmed it. The seafloor stitched itself shut like healing skin. No debris, no uplift, just gone. But one detail remained. The exact coordinates of the breach now appear blank in every navigation system. Not erased, but unreadable, as if the sea itself has decided no one should return. What cracked wasn't just rock, it was boundary, and something on the other side was listening. In the sheltered waters of an unnamed bay along the southern Chilean coast, a satellite imaging project revealed something strange below the current. Not a reef, not a wreck, a perfect semicircle, half submerged beneath sediment, framed by nothing but silence. No records marked the area. No history claimed it. Local fishers had long whispered of odd things in that bay. Nets torn without struggle, engines failing without cause, light seen beneath the surface that moved too slow for fish, too smooth for current. But nothing concrete. Just stories. Until the survey drone descended. Beneath 10 meters of clouded silt lay a dome, not stone, not coral, but a seamless arc of material that pulsed faintly under light. The surface didn't reflect. It absorbed, and it held warmth. A gentle, steady heat, as though something inside was still breathing. No barnacles clung to it. No life grew on its shell. The sea had not claimed it. When the probe made contact, the dome didn't react. But its pulse changed. One long rhythm, then two short, then stillness. Inside, sonar met resistance. Not solid, not hollow, just unreadable. A density that shouldn't exist in nature. Smooth on one scan, fragmented on the next. The dome's size remained constant, 12 meters across, 4 meters high. But the sensors kept returning variations, as though the object shifted while standing still. Then came the distortion. As the drone passed directly overhead, its camera feed flickered. The water above the dome bent upward, an impossible illusion, as if the bay itself had become a lens, stretching light into silence. And in that warped field, shapes began to appear. Not reflections, not shadows. Structures, arches, towers, walkways perhaps, all glimpsed through the shimmer for a breath, and then gone. The dome remains there, half buried, half seen, half known. Geologists call it a bubble of trapped gas. Military experts whisper of shielding tech. Myth chasers speak of the bay as a forgotten harbor, a place where something landed long ago and chose not to rise again. But to the villagers who still fish nearby, it is only ever called one thing: La Cupola Dormida, the sleeping dome, and the water above it never ripples, even when the wind blows. Just beyond the kelp forests of Vancouver Island, under skies that held their breath, and a sea as flat as oiled glass, a single wave rose. No breeze touched the water, no tremor rippled beneath, and yet the wave came, tall, smooth, perfectly formed, moving with grace, not speed, parting the stillness without sound. Aboard a small research catamaran, 2 oceanographers witnessed it from less than 100 meters away. They were taking surface samples. Instruments were idle, nothing forecast the event. But the wave appeared without warning, not pushed, not pulled but lifted. No other wave followed. No birds fled before it. No current drove behind it. Just that one rise. 4 meters tall, held like a breath at the height of its arc, then sliding forward in silence. The hull never touched it. The wave adjusted course, as if it saw them, as if it moved with awareness. The cameras caught it. The data didn't. Barometers remained steady. No water displacement registered. Satellite imaging captured a blank ocean surface. And yet, in frame after frame, the footage showed the swell gliding like a liquid spine, casting a long, narrow shadow across waters that refused to react. Minutes after the wave passed, the air thickened. One of the researchers said she could feel a charge, like the moment before a storm, but with no sky to explain it. Just light, pale silver light that had no source. Later, reviewing slowed video, they noticed something stranger still. The crest of the wave shimmered, not with spray or foam, with color. Brief flashes of amber, then indigo, like reflections from lights far below the surface. But there were no ships, no sun, no reason. Some say the wave was born of old pressure, a memory rising from the seafloor. Others believe it was no wave at all, but something passing just beneath the surface. Its back too broad to see, its wake mistaken for water. It has not been seen again. Yet sailors speak of it now, in hushed tones. A ripple without a cause, a wave with no wind. And when the ocean holds its breath again, at dawn along the Celtic shelf, under skies so calm they barely shifted, with breath, a seismic buoy pinged a single alert: sudden displacement, deep, vertical, fast. No quake, no fault line activity. Just a pressure shift, like something had exited the ocean floor. No one on the surface saw it happen, but 3 hours later, a cargo ship reported a strange stillness north of Rockall Bank. The sea had gone flat, not smooth, but tight, like fabric pulled taut. Currents failed, wind died. Not a breeze, not a wave, not even a lapping edge against the hull. And then 20 meters from starboard, the water opened, not violently, not with force. A slow parting, silent, clean, as though a curtain had been drawn upward through liquid. A perfect oval rose in the sea, tall as a man, but horizontal like a lens. No foam, no splash, just separation. And inside, nothing, no form, no creature, just black. A blackness too absolute to be shadow. The sea didn't reflect in it. Light didn't bend. The opening held for 17 seconds, then closed. Not collapsed, closed. Deliberate, smooth as breath sealing a mouth. When sonar logs were checked, the breach left no cavity. The pressure did not change. The sea above had remained perfectly still. No ripples radiated outward. No waves echoed back, as if water had been replaced with something that held its shape, and then surrendered it again. Divers sent to the area later reported headaches, nausea, disorientation, none consistent with nitrogen exposure. One refused to go below 10 meters, claiming the water felt too still to trust. A physicist reviewing the data suggested the sea had been displaced dimensionally, though she quickly retracted the phrase in her report. But those who stood near it said the same thing. It wasn't a hole in the water, it was a door, and whatever used it, left quietly. No one knows what passed through, only that the breach didn't ask permission, and the sea didn't resist. At dawn along the Celtic shelf, under skies so calm they barely shifted with breath, a seismic buoy pinged a single alert: sudden displacement, deep, vertical, fast. No quake, no fault line activity, just a pressure shift, like something had exited the ocean floor, upward. No one on the surface saw it happen, but 3 hours later, a cargo ship reported a strange stillness north of Rockall Bank. The sea had gone flat, not smooth, but tight, like fabric pulled taut. Currents failed, wind died, not a breeze, not a wave, not even a lapping edge against the hull. And then 20 meters from starboard, the water opened, not violently, not with force. A slow parting, silent, clean, as though a curtain had been drawn upward through liquid. A perfect oval rose in the sea, tall as a man, but horizontal like a lens. No foam, no splash, just separation. And inside, nothing, no form, no creature, just black. A blackness too absolute to be shadow. The sea didn't reflect in it. Light didn't bend. The opening held for 17 seconds, then closed. Not collapsed, closed. Deliberate, smooth as breath sealing a mouth. When sonar logs were checked, the breach left no cavity. The pressure did not change. The sea above had remained perfectly still. No ripples radiated outward. No waves echoed back, as if water had been replaced with something that held its shape, and then surrendered it again. Divers sent to the area later reported headaches, nausea, disorientation, none consistent with nitrogen exposure. One refused to go below 10 meters, claiming the water felt too still to trust. A physicist reviewing the data suggested the sea had been displaced dimensionally, though she quickly retracted the phrase in her report. But those who stood near it said the same thing. It wasn't a hole in the water, it was a door, and whatever used it, left quietly. No one knows what passed through, only that the breach didn't ask permission, and the sea didn't resist. Southwest of the Azores, under skies blank and blue, with no sign of rain, a surveillance drone from a fisheries patrol recorded something falling, not from the sky, not a meteor, not debris. A cloud whole and white, sinking straight into the sea like mist reversed. The footage showed it clearly, a single cumulus body, round and dense, descending in complete silence, no downdraft, no weather shift. It did not dissolve, it did not trail, it simply dropped, as if cooled downward by something waiting. The surface of the ocean never broke. The water accepted the cloud as if it belonged there, folding it in with no splash, no steam, no hiss of temperature colliding, just a perfect union between vapor and tide. Pilots in the region later reported seeing it from above, a bloom of pale fog drifting just beneath the surface, still shaped like a cloud, still moving in slow spirals like it hadn't realized it was underwater. Then it sank deeper. Satellite thermal scans showed a strange signature at 70 meters, not hot, not cold, just absent. A hollow where temperature should be. Ships that crossed the site found their radios whispering faint static, not sharp, but rhythmic, like distant breathing. One research vessel deployed a sensor buoy. Within minutes, the device began registering microscopic changes in pressure, like a pulse underwater, slow and massive. When they hauled the buoy back up, the underside was slick with a clear jelly, not biological, not synthetic. And when touched, it evaporated instantly into scentless vapor. The footage was reviewed. The drone's recordings were verified. Meteorologists dismissed it as an atmospheric illusion, but the visuals remain a fully formed cloud, drifting down like a feather into the ocean, and vanishing into depth without struggle. No one knows what pulled it down. Some believe it wasn't a cloud at all, but something mimicking one, something that rose once, and returned to where it came from. A breath exhaled by the sea, or an eye, closing, and somewhere deep below the waves, that softness still falls. In the dead of polar night, beneath the solid white sheet of the Weddell Sea, a glacial shelf, cracked just wide enough to let a submersible pass. The mission was routine: scan for microbial life, chart brine channels, listen for creaks in the old ice. But as the drone sank deeper into the cavity, a low sound began to emerge. A breath, not wind, not current. A slow, resonant inhale that pressed against the hull like warmth without heat. Then came the exhale, deep, steady, stretched across 10 full seconds. Ice didn't cause it. Pressure didn't explain it. The sound repeated, every 12 minutes. Microphones recorded the pulse across a 40-kilometer radius, echoing beneath the ice like lungs embedded in the continent. Seismic data ruled out fault shifts. Marine biologists found no signs of large mammals. And yet, the rhythm continued. So steady, so deliberate. It felt like a ritual. Below the shelf, the ice water turned strangely clear. Visibility opened to nearly 40 meters. Impossible, by known standards. The drone lights revealed long furrows carved into the under ice, winding slowly like channels, or ribs. Along these ridges, tiny bubbles clung in perfect alignment, suspended without rising, as if held in place by something that wanted them seen. Then came the third breath, closer now. The drone shook, slightly, lights dimmed, instruments held, but the silence afterward was louder than the sound. Crew aboard the research vessel described feeling watched, though nothing had appeared. No motion, no shadow. One technician later discovered a pressure discrepancy in the logs. The drone had dropped half a meter during the final breath, though no ballast had shifted. It had been pulled. By what? No one could say. The shelf sealed itself days later. The crack froze shut, as if it had never opened. But the breath still echoes, picked up by distant hydrophones. No creature found, no structure mapped, only that sound, inhaling, exhaling, thinking. And in that place beneath the ice, the ocean waits with lungs that never surface. Near the edge of the Norwegian Sea, in waters normally torn by wind and scattered drift ice, a weather satellite captured a swirl in the surface, a spiral motion too perfect to be storm-born, too fixed to belong to current. From orbit, it looked like a whirlpool, circular, clean, widening by the hour. But over the next 4 days, the shape never drifted. It remained locked in position, unmoved by tides, unshaken by storms. Ships that approached the coordinates were met with calm, not the lull before the tempest calm, but a dead stillness that muted sound and dulled sensation. Compass needles twitched, radio frequencies hissed gently, even when silent. The whirlpool wasn't spinning, the water rotated, yes, but the center held, like the axis of a turning world. Vessels that circled it reported unease. Instruments didn't fail, but they lagged. Coordinates became delayed by seconds. One ship's chronometer lost 7 minutes without explanation, as though time itself was being stretched across the spiral. A drone was flown overhead. The footage showed a mirror. The spiral moved, but the water in the center reflected perfectly still sky. Even clouds above that fixed center seemed frozen, unmoving, as if the air itself refused to ripple. Divers refused to descend, not from fear, from instinct. One veteran, who had braved volcanic plumes and shipwrecked trenches, described it simply: "That place doesn't want to be touched." On the 5th day, the spiral closed, not with a crash or collapse, but with a subtle shiver, as if the sea had exhaled and resumed breathing normally. No trace remained, only memory, and a few frames of satellite data showing a single unmoving center around which the world had briefly spun. Oceanographers labeled it a standing eddy, a perfect fluke of wind, water, and time. But the data says otherwise. The whirlpool did not move, the world around it did, as if something beneath the water had paused the surface, just long enough to look up. On a routine reef study, just off the coast of Papua New Guinea, a diver brushing through a bloom of staghorn coral struck metal. Not hard, not loud, just a delicate tap, the kind that doesn't echo, but rings. Curious, she swept the coral back. Beneath the branching spines, almost fully encased in living limestone, a circle glinted, brass, or something like it, dulled by decades of salt. At first she thought it was a compass, but as she cleared more silt, the details emerged. Not directional markers, but hands. A clock, perfectly round, sealed behind crystal that hadn't cracked. It sat embedded in the reef like a timepiece, waiting to be remembered. The coral had grown through its frame, but hadn't broken it. Instead, the branches seemed to curve with it, wrapping gently around the rim like fingers holding something sacred. It was ticking, not fast, not loud, but real, measured, steady. The diver, thinking it a hallucination caused by pressure, recorded it on video. Hours later, back aboard the research vessel, the sound remained. A tick every 1.47 seconds, slower than any mechanical movement should allow. No winding mechanism visible, no battery casing, no source. And yet it kept time, sort of. The hands moved in sequence, but not by hour or minute. They followed the tide, shifting forward at high water, retreating at ebb, in perfect sync with the lunar pull. When the moon rose, the second hand paused. As if listening, an expert horologist was brought in. He confirmed it wasn't built by any known manufacturer. The mechanism was impossible. The crystal wasn't glass, and the markings were symbols, not numbers, etched curves that resembled ancient Polynesian star maps. They left the clock in the coral. No one dared remove it. The reef somehow was still growing around it, not consuming, but preserving. A cradle of stone and salt, holding time not as a measure, but as a memory. Each tick echoes in footage. Each second feels older than the one before, and somewhere beneath the waves, that buried clock still counts, not toward midnight, but toward something else, something coming back. Near the mid-Atlantic ridge, where the seabed splits like a scar, and black smokers hiss in eternal exhale, a deep trawler cast its nets into silence, and drew up something strange. The haul was unremarkable at first. Shrimp, rockfish, silt-heavy bones, until one of the deckhands reached for a glimmer, lodged in the mesh. A fish, roughly the length of a forearm, unmoving, but not stiff. Its body glistened like brushed chrome, smooth and cold, dappled with pressure dents that didn't belong to flesh. It wasn't armor, it was skin, scaled metal, thin as foil, and warm to the touch. No one knew how it bled. A small incision at the base of the tail revealed no tissue, no muscle. Instead, a silvery blue liquid dripped out in rhythm, not like blood, like coolant, as if this thing had been alive once, but only partly so. The eyes were the most human part, rounded, soft, and deeply set, not cameras, not glass, biological, staring with the blank calm of something that had seen pressure no human vessel could survive. They froze it, tagged it, logged the coordinates, but 12 hours later, when the team returned to inspect the body, it was gone. The freezer remained sealed, no power failure, no breach, just one long smear of moisture across the steel floor, ending in a trail of glinting droplets that vanished near the aft deck. Reviewing footage showed nothing. The cameras glitched at exactly 2:11 a.m. 33 seconds of static, then an empty table. Later analysis of the trail found particles not found in Earth's oceanic sediment, microfragments of alloy, structured, not fused, built. One marine biologist, after running a DNA scan on the only surviving tissue scrap, quietly closed her laptop and refused to speak for the rest of the voyage. Her notes left behind held only one phrase, designed to survive something we haven't seen yet. And though no one saw it leave, the crew agreed on one thing. That fish hadn't been caught, it had let itself be found. Aboard the research vessel, Mistral, anchored above the depths of the South Sandwich Trench, a crew member cleaning a sensor dome caught his own reflection in the outer hull. Or so he thought. The surface had been polished to mirror finish by weeks of salt spray and wind, a trick of light meant to be ignored. But when he leaned in, cloth in hand, the face staring back didn't blink when he did. He froze, watched again, lifted a hand. The reflection lifted the opposite. At first it seemed like a delay, a glitch in angle, but then the figure smiled. He hadn't. He stepped back, and the reflection stepped closer. It lasted only 3 seconds. Then, as the surface trembled with a soft lurch from the tide, the mirror shattered into normalcy. His own face returned, pale, wide-eyed, dripping with seawater that hadn't touched him yet. The incident was dismissed, a trick of exhaustion perhaps, the mind playing games under pressure and monotony. But later that night, as the ship's lights dimmed for routine cycle, others began to report strange reflections, in windows, in the polished steel of equipment cases, even in the slick blackness of the sea itself. Each time, the reflections looked like them, but not quite. Details didn't match. A scar that never existed, eyes too dark, a mouth that moved before theirs did. In some cases the reflection turned toward them when they weren't facing it at all. The ship's mirrored dome camera recorded 2 seconds of static during one of these moments. Into Pulbum places. Into one of these moments. In the glitch, a row of faces stared directly into the lens. 12 of them, but only 8 people were on board. The sea that night remained calm, but no one slept. By morning the crew covered all reflective surfaces. Polished steel was dulled, windows were blacked out. Watch T Pulbum. Inti one Pulbum briso with ne brisenitchin. The camera domes removed, just in case. No one ever confirmed what was seen, but in the logbook, written with a shaky hand, someone added a quiet warning. Don't look if it looks first. Off the edge of the Sangi Arc, where the seabed falls into shadows too deep for maps, and the water pulses warm from unseen vents, a solo descent was scheduled for routine data collection. The diver, a seasoned veteran of trench work and long exposures, entered the capsule without hesitation. Cameras rolled, tethers secured. Descent began at 9:02. The dive was expected to last 40 minutes. At 31 minutes, contact was lost. Not severed, blurred. The signal didn't break. It just slowed, like time on the other end had begun to stretch. One moment the voice was clear, the next it lagged behind its own words, syllables stretching into static, as though echoing from further away than the depth allowed. Visual feed fuzzed to grayscale, then black, and then, at 10:17, the capsule breached the surface again, alone. The diver was seated inside, breathing, awake, but changed. Hair now grey, where it had been black. Skin weathered, creased. Eyes sunken with a look not of fear, but of distance, like someone who had spent decades looking inward. His first words, "How long was I gone?" They told him just over an hour. He wept. Medics ruled out chemical exposure. No radiation, no neurological trauma, but his blood work returned strange inconsistencies, cellular aging markers far beyond his previous baseline, scar tissue in places he'd never been injured, calcium buildup in his bones. He hadn't hallucinated. He had aged, physically, irrefutably. Asked what he'd seen, he said nothing for days. Then, late one night, he requested a pen and wrote a single page, a diagram. Impossible to decipher. Spirals within spirals, time codes, coordinates, and one phrase, repeated over and over down the margin. It watches forward. It remembers backward. He never dove again. No one has attempted that trench since. But to this day, his old capsule sits in a lab, its walls lightly scorched from the inside, as if brushed by time itself. And if you sit quietly in the dark beside it, some say you can still hear him breathing, from somewhere deeper than the ocean. Beneath the calm shallows of the Seychelles Plateau, where sunlight dapples the ocean floor like stained glass across cathedral stone, a team of marine ecologists notice strange lines in the sand, not natural, not random, sweeps and angles, repeated, deliberate, traced in green. The pattern wasn't carved, it was grown. Algae had formed along the seafloor, in precise formation, straight avenues, cross-sections, concentric arcs, where no tide or current could explain them. Aerial drone footage revealed more, the outlines of something vast, too symmetrical for nature, too complex for chance. A city, rendered in soft chlorophyll and silence. The structures weren't raised. There were no ruins, no rubble, only outlines, like blueprints left by the sea itself, inscribed in life rather than stone. Some shapes resembled temples, others, domes. At the center, a large circular hub, marked by a darker shade of green, where the algae grew twice as thick and pulsed gently under sunlight. Divers swam the length of it. Over 2 kilometers wide, the formation obeyed no known architectural style, yet felt intentional. When one diver hovered above a particular ring, their instruments began to loop, depth readings fluctuating, coordinates spinning, sound levels spiking in rhythms too clean to be random. Samples collected showed no mutations. The algae was native, ordinary, in every way, except that it refused to grow in a lab. In tanks, under perfect conditions, the samples withered. But the moment they were returned to seawater from the original site, they revived and rearranged themselves. On glass, in trays, even on metal, they began sketching new lines, continuing the city beyond what had been mapped. One biologist remarked that the algae wanted to be remembered. Some believe the pattern is a memory, the biological echo of a place long lost, preserved in photosynthesis. Others claim it's a language, one we haven't learned how to read. But when the sun passes overhead just right, the water glows green with order, and beneath the waves, the city seems to stir, not ruins, blueprints, and it's still building. At the base of a deep-sea cliff, near the Galapagos Rift, nestled within a crevice no sonar had previously mapped, a submersible stumbled upon a shape, not jagged, not broken. A building, intact, silent, ancient, framed in basalt and shadow, leaning gently into the wall of the trench, like it had always been there. The pilot, stunned, hovered at a respectful distance. The structure was rectangular, nearly 20 meters long, with what appeared to be buttressed corners and a sloped roof. Every line was smooth, every angle deliberate, and across its surface, carvings, not letters, not fish-spawned erosion, symbols, etched with a tool, not worn by water. Geometries that didn't match any known script, but repeated themselves in perfect intervals, like a language dreamed by pressure. What struck the team most was what wasn't there. No door, no hatch, no broken arch, no tunnel. The ruin had no entry. Cameras circled it twice. No opening, no crack, just an unbroken surface, carved with rhythm and time, as though built to be closed forever. One remote scanner attempted to measure internal space. The data returned suggested something hollow, but not quite air-filled, more like memory pressed into architecture. A resonance lingered along the walls, vibrating just beyond frequency. Instruments hummed, lights dimmed. A technician aboard the ship said it felt like standing next to someone thinking very loudly. Debate erupted. Was it a temple, a container, a monument buried so deep the ocean had forgotten it, but not erased it? A pressure change forced the submersible to surface. When the team returned 2 days later, the ruin was gone, not collapsed, not buried, gone. The trench face now showed only stone, raw, natural, undisturbed. But those who reviewed the footage saw the glyphs again, faint, like echoes burned into the light, patterns lingering not on rock, but in the memory of the lens itself. No one speaks of opening it now. Some things, they say, were built to be sealed, and others, to be found only once. In the vast blue emptiness, near the Chatham Rise, hydrophones were deployed to monitor the seasonal migration of humpback whales. The recordings were expected, long, echoing arias, stretched across the sea, full of the mournful weight of instinct. For the first week, all transmissions were normal, until something answered. It began subtly, a harmonic layered beneath the song. Not disruptive, not intrusive, just present. A low, precise frequency buried beneath the whale's melodic calls, holding perfect pitch for minutes at a time. At first it was mistaken for feedback, then a modulation, then a pattern. Unlike any known marine life, this new sound did not rise or fall. It did not waver with emotion. It pulsed, evenly, consistently, every 29 seconds. No whale ever recorded has held a frequency that still, no instrument deployed, had the depth to generate it. When the data was isolated and played back at higher speed, linguists leaned in. The signal carried syntax. 3 rising tones, 1 pause, 2 falling, 1 held, again and again, like a phrase, like punctuation in a language that isn't spoken, only sung. Then the whales began to respond, not with panic, with harmony. Their songs shifted, subtly mirroring the pattern, weaving the strange frequency into their own compositions. The scientists watched as pods changed their routes, converging near the origin point. No known migratory logic explained it. They were gathering. A diver sent to deploy closer hydrophones described the silence near the source as dense, as if the water itself held its breath. And when he surfaced, he said something he hadn't said before a dive in 20 years. It felt like we were being listened to. The signal stopped after 13 days. No warning, just silence. But the whale songs continued with the new phrase embedded, passed pod to pod, as though taught, as though remembered. To this day, those notes still echo across ocean basins. No source ever identified, no transmitter found. But if you listen to the whales now, you'll hear something not quite their own, a borrowed melody, or maybe a reply. Near the floor of the Puerto Rico Trench, where even titanium bends beneath the weight of the sea, a robotic arm retrieves something impossibly whole, a sphere, smooth and black, resting undisturbed among fractured basalt. No barnacles clung to it. No sediment obscured its curve. It sat perfectly centered in a hollow of stone, as if placed there. It measured just under 30 centimeters in diameter, and it was flawless. No seam, no dent, no scratch. A surface too dark to reflect, like obsidian, but warm to the touch. The submersible's instruments detected no radiation, no magnetic field, no chemical trace. But the pressure sensors told a different story. Everything at that depth, hulls, casings, steel joints, groaned under the crushing weight. But not the sphere. Readings inside its immediate radius showed nothing, zero pressure, as if a bubble of normal atmospheric condition clung to it, untouched by the ocean's depth. It didn't resist pressure, it denied it. Once brought to the surface, the anomaly held. Devices placed beside it recorded no atmospheric compression, even when taken aboard a plane, even in vacuum chambers. It never cracked, Never warmed, never cooled. It simply was. Attempts to cut or scratch its surface failed. Not because it was too hard, because tools wouldn't bite. They slipped, glided, recoiled, as if contact wasn't allowed. Then came the whispering. Researchers claimed to hear faint sounds when alone with the sphere. Not voices, tones. Faint harmonic pulses, rising and falling, just below perception, like distant chimes heard through fog. A kind of resonance that vibrated not in the air, but in the body. A geophysicist called it the sound of gravity folding. Weeks after recovery, the sphere vanished. One moment locked in a lab, the next, gone. Surveillance footage blanked for exactly 12 seconds. No breach, no alarm, no trace. What remains is the data. An object immune to pressure, unfazed by time, untouched by force. Not made for this ocean, maybe not made at all, just left, waiting to be found. Near the edge of the Coral Sea's abyssal plain, a team conducting salinity measurements captured something they didn't understand. A perfect sphere, drifting in the midwater column, not metal, not glass. A bubble but far too large, far too stable. Roughly 2 meters wide, it hovered 20 meters above the seafloor, neither rising nor falling. It pulsed. Not with current or tide, but with rhythm, a throb, a compression. Gentle, slow, measured, exactly 60 beats per minute, like a heart suspended in liquid. One diver described it as watching breath from the inside. No marine creature approached it, not even plankton. Sonar passed through it, but returned bent, warped like light through heat. Cameras showed its edge as translucent, shimmering faintly with soft prismatic hues, but the core remained dark, not solid, not empty, just unknowable. When touched with a probe, the bubble contracted slightly, then expanded again, never bursting. The surface flexed like membrane, but offered resistance, almost like muscle. Inside, something moved, slow spirals too structured to be convection, too fluid to be mechanical. Every time it pulsed, nearby instruments lagged by a fraction of a second. GPS drifted, lights dimmed. A soft vibration tickled fingertips, even through gloves, as if it were speaking in silence. The ship's medical officer, curious, synchronized the pulse to a human heart monitor. The match was perfect. Even the slight variability, tiny imperfections of beat-to-beat rhythm, mimicked a living pattern. But when played back as audio, the pulse wasn't just a thump, it carried undertones, subsonic frequencies woven into each beat, like coded language, buried in biology. The bubble vanished 3 days later. Not popped, gone. No trace, no residue, no change in temperature. Only the pressure log remained. A quiet dip and rise, as if something had exhaled. Some believe it was alive. Others think it was listening. But those who felt the pulse in their chest say one thing with certainty. Whatever it was, it had a heart. Along the edge of the Mozambique Channel, a research vessel tracking migratory sharks encountered an anomaly that defied explanation. A shadow, vast and dark, drifting beneath the surface, but without a body. No form, no shape, just absence. It moved slowly, slicing the water like a phantom prow, leaving behind a wake that rippled even in calm seas. Not waves, not foam. A disturbance in the water itself, as if something had pushed through a layer invisible to light, but felt by touch. The sonar operator first spotted it. A silent sweep along the hull returned a clean line of blankness, a gap in the noise where echoes should have bounced. Instruments shivered, compass needles wavered, and radios hummed softly. The crew watched, mesmerized and wary, as the shadow drifted beneath them for nearly an hour. No marine life scattered, no gulls wheeled above. Only the slow passage of something unseen. A diver was sent down to investigate. His camera followed the shadow's edge, a thin, shimmering line that bent and curved without mass. The water grew colder as he approached. The shadow didn't recede. It waited. Then just before contact, the water exploded in tiny bubbles, as if the sea itself exhaled. The diver's feed cut to static. He surfaced shaken. No injuries. No explanation. But when the footage was reviewed, a faint ripple could be seen trailing the shadow, like a tale made not of water, but of darkness folding itself into light. Days later, the channel's currents shifted unexpectedly. Fishermen reported nets torn without cause. Whales veered from their paths. The shadow's wake lingered long after its passage. Some say it's a creature, vast beyond measure, but too strange to be caught by sight. Others believe it's a force, an echo of something old, moving just beneath reality's skin. But all who have seen it agree on one truth: the shadow leaves a wake, not of water, but of silence. Far beyond the edge of mapped waters, where the abyssal plains fold into trenches too deep for light, the ocean seems to shift, not in tides or currents, but in memory, a vastness that breathes, pulses, and sometimes dreams. During a silent, moonless night, an array of sensors drifting above the Mariana Trench began to record fluctuations unlike any before. The instruments picked up ripples, not of water, but of sound and vibration, patterns too complex for marine life, too rhythmic for geology. The sea was dreaming. For hours, the waves hummed in low, undulating waves, signals twisted and folded like an ancient lullaby, folding over themselves in layered harmony. Some frequencies resembled whale song, others, the pulse of shifting plates, but none fit into any known pattern. One deep-diving submersible caught strange reflections on its hull, light bending and warping, as if the water itself was reshaping around it. Shadows appeared and disappeared, like fleeting faces pressed against invisible glass. The crew reported a sense of vertigo, not from depth, but from something heavier, something older, pressing against the mind. One diver whispered, "It's like the ocean is remembering me," and perhaps it was. The dream carried a voice, soft, melodic, repeating. No words, no language, but a feeling of home, of loss, of infinite vastness, folding into itself. The next day, currents shifted unpredictably. Temperatures changed subtly. Sensors flickered out, then returned, as if waking from slumber. Some say the sea dreams to survive. Others think it dreams to warn. And if the ocean remembers, then perhaps, in its depths, we all do too. Beneath the cold expanse of the Labrador Sea, where icy waters churn and currents weave slow patterns across the continental shelf, a strange flow has long puzzled oceanographers. Known to locals as the Black Current, it moves against the dominant tide, warm, dark, and silent, carrying with it an energy that defies explanation. Unlike the icy layers surrounding it, the Black Current slips through like a shadow, thick with warmth, heavy but fluid, carrying a heat signature that tests the limits of known geothermal sources. Instruments lowered into its path register a temperature spike, subtle yet persistent, rising as the current travels northward beneath ice shelves that should have frozen solid. Fishermen who have ventured into its reach speak of waters that burn with cold fire, warmth that doesn't comfort, but unsettles. Fish avoid the current's path, leaving a ghostly absence where life should flourish. Submersible crews report unusual readings, magnetic distortions, shifts in salinity that suggest the current carries minerals from deep vents or even something else. A pilot described feeling a tug in the water, not a pull forward, but a gentle, insistent pressure pressing inward, like the ocean itself breathing against the hull. The current flows quietly beneath layers of ice and stone, its path hidden from satellites, known only to those who dare to sail the frozen edges. Theories abound. Some suggest it is a conduit of ancient geothermal heat, leaking from the Earth's mantle. Others whisper it may be a channel of energy from unknown sources, a pulse of warmth in the cold heart of the sea. Whatever it is, the Black Current warms, not with light, not with life, but with something deeper, a heat that remembers. Along the jagged coast of the Faroe Islands, where waves crash against cliffs carved by millennia, fishermen have told stories for generations, tales of tides that carry voices, not the wind, not the gulls, but whispers rising from the sea itself. Words caught between foam and stone, spoken softly as the water laps the shore. Scientists first dismissed the stories as folklore, until a research team installed hydrophones near one of the most haunted coves. The equipment recorded low-frequency murmurs timed precisely with the ebb and flow of the tides, voices layered beneath the roar of surf, impossible to attribute to marine life or geology. The tide spoke. Recordings captured fragments of language, syllables with rhythm and tone, repeating like a chant. Not any known dialect, not song, not speech. A pattern, ancient and cryptic, woven into the rising water. Linguists analyzed the sounds, finding parallels to proto-languages, but nothing definitive. On the shore, locals swear the tide repeats warnings, words that change with the moon's phase, phrases that grow sharper with storm clouds. A fisherman recalled a night when the tide called his name, clear and urgent, pulling him toward the water's edge, before retreating like a breath held too long. Scientists sent divers to investigate. The underwater landscape showed unusual formations, smooth stones arranged in circles, depressions shaped like mouths frozen in silent song. Acoustic measurements suggested the sea floor itself might be amplifying vibrations, creating a living chamber beneath the waves. The tide's voice is not constant. It comes and goes, like a dream half remembered. But when it rises, those who listen hear not just the ocean, but something older, a story told in water and time. The tide speaks, and sometimes it listens back. On a calm morning near the Falkland Islands, a patrol boat spotted an impossible sight. A vessel drifting silently, hull above water, inverted like a ghostly shadow cast in reverse. No wake, no distress signals, just the slow, haunting drift of a ship, floating upside down. The crew approached cautiously, eyes wide as the massive silhouette turned slowly with the tide. The masts stretched down toward the sea, rigging swayed like tendrils beneath a dark canopy. The deck, hidden from view, seemed to hold secrets no light could reach. No flags flew, no signs of life, no sound. The air hung heavy, carrying a scent faintly metallic and cold. Radios crackled with static, voices distant, unreachable. Attempts to board were met with resistance. Not physical, but electrical. Communications equipment malfunctioned. Cameras flickered and shut off. The water around the ship rippled strangely, reflections bending as though reality itself were distorting. Divers were sent, tethered and wary, as they circled the submerged deck. A strange pressure gripped their chests. One diver reported a whisper, not through the radio, but inside her mind. Words she couldn't place, a name repeated like a mantra, Vespera. The hull bore no name, but etched near the prow was a symbol, a crescent moon cradling a star, carved deep and worn by salt and time. The ship's origin remains unknown. No records match the description, no distress calls ever logged. It was as if the vessel belonged to no era, a phantom trapped between tides. After days, the ship vanished. No trace remained, no wreckage, no debris, only the faint ripple of a shadow slipping beneath the waves. Those who saw it speak of it, rarely. Some claim it was a warning, others, a memory, but all agree on one truth. Some ships don't sail, they drift between worlds, and sometimes, they float upside down. In the cold waters off the coast of Nova Scotia, a weather buoy anchored for months began transmitting strange readings. Not spikes in temperature or pressure, but a steady, low-frequency hiss. Faint, rhythmic, almost like breath trapped beneath the waves. Technicians aboard the monitoring ship first dismissed it as interference. Yet the sound persisted, growing clearer with each passing day. Hydrophones submerged near the buoy picked up the hiss in startling detail. A pattern too deliberate for static, too soft for machinery. One diver descended to investigate. As he approached the buoy, the water thickened, slowing his movements. The hiss grew louder, not in volume, but in intensity, vibrating against his chest through the pressure of the sea. His instruments faltered, lights dimmed, the buoy's tether pulsed gently, as if alive. At 15 meters depth, the diver paused. The hiss shifted. No longer a continuous sound, it modulated, rising and falling in waves, punctuated by soft clicks and pulses. It was communication, not words, but language. He turned upward, signaling for ascent, but the water resisted. Not physically, but psychologically. A sensation of weight pressing down, not from above, but from within. The hiss continued, a lullaby, sung by the sea itself. When the diver surfaced, the buoy's instruments recorded a spike in ambient electromagnetic fields. The hiss stopped abruptly. Back aboard the ship, recordings revealed something more unsettling. Faint whispers woven beneath the hiss. Voices speaking in a tongue no one could understand. Echoing just beyond the edge of hearing. Scientists still debate the origin of the sound. Some claim it is geothermal activity. Others whisper of something else. A presence beneath the buoy, listening. And sometimes, when the sea is still, and the night is quiet, the hiss returns. In the pitch-black depths near the Kermadec Trench, oceanographers monitoring bioluminescent life recorded an unprecedented phenomenon. A sudden bloom of light unlike any before. Not fireflies or jellyfish, but waves of radiant color pulsing in rhythm, rising from the abyss, like an underwater aurora. The bloom spread rapidly, moving in undulating sheets that shimmered with hues of violet, emerald, and sapphire. Instruments detected a rise in temperature, but no corresponding tectonic or volcanic activity. No known biological catalyst could explain the intensity or scale. Submersibles dispatched to observe reported a surreal spectacle. Fields of glowing organisms, each emitting faint pulses that synchronized into a vast city-like pattern. The lights shifted, forming shapes resembling arches, corridors, even vague silhouettes of figures walking the deep. Crew members described a sensation of being watched, not by creatures, but by the ocean itself. The bloom seemed alive, aware, as if the sea were breathing light. As quickly as it appeared, the bloom receded, leaving behind an eerie silence and a trail of faint phosphorescence that lasted days. Water samples taken during the event contained unknown compounds, biochemicals that defied classification. Researchers remain baffled. Some theorize it was a mass spawning event, a biological crescendo. Others suspect a message, a signal, written in light, reaching out from the ocean's hidden depths. Whatever it was, the deep bloom event remains one of the ocean's most beautiful and haunting mysteries. And beneath its glow lies a question: is the sea awakening? Beneath the thick, ancient ice sheets of the Ross Sea, satellites first detected an anomaly, a localized warmth, a faint heat signature, pulsing beneath the frozen expanse. It was subtle, nearly imperceptible, but persistent, as if something below was breathing through the ice. Icebreakers dispatched to the region found the surface unbroken, a solid white desert of frozen water stretching endlessly. But beneath, sonar scans revealed a rising plume of warmer water, twisting like smoke caught under glass. The warmth did not come from volcanic vents or known geothermal sources. It hummed with irregular pulses, timed but not rhythmic, alive yet inscrutable. Diving remotely operated vehicles into the plume, scientists were met with strange readings. Water temperatures fluctuated unpredictably, sometimes rising by several degrees, then dropping sharply. Salinity shifted. Chemicals unknown to ocean chemistry appeared in trace amounts. The ice above shimmered faintly in response. One ROV captured images of a cavernous void beneath the ice, walls smooth and glistening, carved not by nature, but by purpose. Within the hollow, currents moved as if guided, swirling in slow, deliberate circles. The drone's lights caught glimpses of shapes, not creatures, but structures. Columns rising from the floor, arches spanning shadows, surfaces etched with patterns that seemed almost too regular to be random. The heat signature pulsed stronger during the long Antarctic night, when no sunlight warmed the surface. Scientists recorded subtle vibrations in the ice, faint creaks and groans that matched the warmth's rhythm, as if the ice and ocean were breathing together. Local researchers whispered of ancient legends of fire trapped beneath the ice, of guardians sleeping in the cold, and of a heart beating beneath the frozen sea. The heat remains unexplained, a whisper of warmth in a land of cold, a pulse beneath silence, waiting. Deep beneath the waves of the South Pacific, where currents swirl around forgotten seamounts, divers discovered a coral formation unlike any other. The colony stretched across an underwater ridge, its surface glinting faintly like forged steel. a shimmering tapestry woven not of flesh and bone, but of interlocking rings. The coral grew in perfect chains, each link looping through the next, with such precision it resembled ancient armor, crafted for giants, not brittle or broken, but flexible and strong. The colony shifted gently with the ocean's pulse, moving as one seamless living mesh. Scientists named it chainmail coral. Its origin remains a puzzle. No known species builds structures with such deliberate interlocking patterns. Genetic tests revealed no unusual markers, but the physical design defied biological norms. The links bore tiny grooves, delicate inscriptions only visible under magnification, patterns that resembled symbols rather than growth scars. When researchers touched the coral, a faint vibration passed through their gloves, not movement, but a low hum, almost like a heartbeat. The sound was too subtle to record, but felt unmistakable, as if the coral itself was alive in ways beyond flesh. The colony grew slowly, extending new links only during certain tidal phases, and as it did, the inscriptions appeared to shift, subtle rearrangements in pattern, as if the coral were rewriting itself. Attempts to transplant pieces to labs failed. Removed from their home currents, the chains fell apart, their links unraveling into dust. Locals in nearby villages tell of an ancient warrior who cast his armor into the sea, and that it grew into a shield that protects the ocean's depths. Whether legend or life, the chainmail coral stands as a testament, not just to nature's design, but to the possibility of life crafted by memory and purpose. A living armor, beneath the waves, far beneath the waves of the Bering Sea, where light dies quickly and the cold presses like stone. Explorers discovered a cavern that defied understanding. The walls weren't rock, not coral. They were something else. A brittle mosaic of ancient bone, fused and layered over centuries into an eerie cathedral of the deep. The cave stretched wide and tall, ribs arching overhead, like the skeleton of a colossal sea creature, long vanished. The floor was covered in shards, fragments of skulls, vertebrae and mandibles, woven into the sediment like fossilized carpet. The air inside the submersible felt heavier, charged with a presence no one could name. No living creature was seen, no current stirred, only the faintest echo of a pulse, rhythmic and slow, as if the cave itself had once breathed. Scientists sent probes to measure the cave's composition. Tests found traces of organic calcium, but no living tissue. The bones were ancient, far older than any recorded megafauna. Radiocarbon dating failed. The fragments existed outside time. A diver who briefly entered the cave reported strange visions, fleeting shadows moving between the pillars, whispers like water flowing over stone, and a sensation of being watched by eyes that no longer existed. Attempts to map the cave were thwarted by constant interference. Instruments malfunctioned near the walls. Samar returned impossible reflections. Lights flickered, as if touched by unseen fingers. Local lore spoke of the Bone Cathedral, a place where the ocean remembers its dead, where the bones of forgotten leviathans gather to sleep beneath the waves. The cave remains, a tomb, a sanctuary, and a mystery carved in bone. For months, an array of deep-sea hydrophones stationed in the South China Sea captured routine sounds, whale calls, tectonic murmurs, the distant hum of ships. Here's. Then without warning, a signal arrived. Sharp, deliberate, unlike anything recorded before. A pulse, rhythmic and unwavering, cutting through the static with clarity. At first, scientists believed it to be natural, perhaps an unknown species, or a geological phenomenon. But as days passed, the signal changed, not in frequency, but in direction. It shifted along the array, moving against the currents, defying logic and expectation. The source seemed to relocate, drifting backward through mapped waters. Attempts to triangulate the origin failed. The signal bent around obstacles, passed through dense thermal layers, and appeared to anticipate movement, arriving where no sensor was yet deployed. It wasn't just a sound, it was aware. Researchers dispatched an autonomous underwater vehicle to track the source. The AUV followed the signal's path, through twisting canyons, and over volcanic ridges, deeper and deeper, into zones thought lifeless. Yet the pulse persisted. At one point, the signal reversed suddenly, doubling back on itself. The AUV's instruments began to fail. Compass readings spun erratically. Power drained unexpectedly. The vehicle's cameras caught fleeting images, shadows moving in the periphery, shapes too large to be fish, too silent to be natural. The signal led the AUV to a submerged chasm, a black void in the seafloor, where sonar returned only silence. As the vehicle hovered, the pulse changed, slowing, softening, then ceasing entirely. And then, an unseen force gripped the AUV, pulling it downward into darkness. The AUV was never recovered. Back at the research station, the signal resumed weeks later, not from the chasm, but from a new direction, closer, higher, almost deliberate. The ocean listened, and the signal answered. On the edge of the Great Barrier Reef, a dive team returned to a well-mapped coral garden, only to find it changed, not in color, not in growth, but in shape. Paths once clear became tangled, structures shifted, as if the reef had rewritten its own map overnight. Survey notes from the previous year showed precise locations of large brain corals, sea fans, and sponges. But when the team descended, clusters were missing, others rearranged. One formation, a towering outcrop of staghorn, had shifted nearly 20 meters. Smaller colonies had fused, while others vanished entirely. The shifts defied natural explanation. No storm had passed, no seismic activity registered. Tides followed normal patterns, and yet the reef's architecture was transformed, rearranged like pieces of a puzzle, moved by unseen hands. Divers reported strange sensations near the shifting zones, a subtle vibration beneath their feet, like the pulse of a heartbeat in the rock and coral. Sonar scans showed faint echoes, shapes moving slowly beneath the reef, just beyond camera range. Instruments flickered unpredictably. Samples of coral taken from both old and new locations showed no genetic difference. The reef wasn't dying, it was alive in a way beyond biology. Marine biologists speculated about a sentient ecosystem, a coral consciousness capable of rearranging itself in response to stimuli we cannot understand. Others suggested alien intervention, or an ancient signal buried deep in the ocean bed. The reef continues to change, slowly, quietly, like a city that never stops building or forgetting. Each dawn reveals new paths, and the reef waits for someone to walk them. A research drone, sleek and silent, was deployed off the coast of the Mariana Trench to capture deep-sea thermal vents, programmed to descend to record geological activity and biological responses. Its mission was straightforward: dive, record, return. But what it found, or what found it, changed everything. Hours into its dive, communications began to falter. The drone's signal grew faint, blurred, as if passing through a veil. Sonar feeds showed nothing but empty blackness. Then, unexpectedly, a surge of energy, a pulse, sharp and rhythmic, emanated from beneath the trench floor. The drone's cameras captured strange forms, shadows that moved with purpose, shapes too large and fluid to be fish, but never fully in focus. Lights flickered on the drone's hull, sensors overheated. The signal began to warp, bending frequencies until the control room heard not static, but a soft, humming resonance. Commands sent to abort were ignored. The drone descended deeper, slipping beyond the reach of communication. Screens went dark. When the scheduled recovery window passed, the search began. AUVs and manned subs scoured the trench, but no sign of the drone was ever found. No wreckage, no debris, not even a faint echo. Weeks later, a faint signal was detected, not from the trench, but from the mid-water column, drifting aimlessly. The pattern matched the drone's last transmission, but it carried something new, a melody, an otherworldly song, haunting and ancient, layered beneath the tones. No one knows if the drone is lost or transformed. Some believe it crossed into a realm beyond understanding, taken by forces deep and unseen. But the melody lingers, a ghost in the waves, a reminder that some journeys never return. In the early dawn, off the coast of Newfoundland, a convoy of fishing vessels sailed beneath clear skies, their decks humming with routine and chatter. But as the sun rose, A fog rolled in, not gentle mist, but a heavy, suffocating blanket that swallowed light and sound alike. The fog had no edge. It pressed in silently, thickening with each passing minute until the fleet was swallowed whole. Visibility dropped to mere meters. Radio signals scrambled, compasses spun erratically. Panic whispered across crackling speakers. Within hours the fleet was scattered. Boats veered off course. Some collided in darkness. Others vanished completely. Those who remained spoke of a silence so complete it was terrifying. No waves, no birds, no engine hum, only the fog and the feeling of being watched. Rescue teams sent after the disaster found no trace of most vessels, no debris, no survivors, just eerie reports of strange sounds, distant bells ringing beneath the mist, and faint singing that seemed to echo from the fog itself. Local legends tell of a sea spirit, a harbinger cloaked in fog, drawn to gatherings of men, weaving illusions to lead ships to their doom. Sailors call it the Veil of Drowned Whispers. Modern scientists attribute the event to sudden weather phenomena or toxic gas releases, yet the exact cause remains unexplained. And to this day, fishermen speak in hushed tones about the fog, how it can descend without warning, swallowing whole fleets, leaving only mystery behind. Beneath the hull of an aging freighter anchored near the Solomon Islands, crew members began to notice an unusual vibration. Subtle at first, a low hum that seemed to pulse through the metal ribs of the ship. It wasn't mechanical, not the engine, not the tide, something else. Hiwe, the sound grew over days, a steady cadence weaving through bulkheads and cabins, not noise. Music, a haunting melody, carried not on air but through steel. The notes were low, drawn out, almost mournful, like a lullaby sung by the ocean itself. Attempts to locate the source baffled engineers. The hull creaked and moaned, but no fault lines or corrosion explained the persistent song. Sonar scans returned only silence beneath the keel, and no external factors accounted for the resonance. Crew members reported strange dreams, visions of underwater cathedrals, vast chambers where light danced on ancient walls. Many woke to find themselves humming the melody, its memory lingering like a whisper. One night, the ship's radio picked up a transmission, not human, but a pattern of tones matching the song through steel. The message was indecipherable, yet unmistakably intentional. When the radio cut, the hum shifted to a higher key, then faded to silence. The freighter sailed on, but the song remained. Passengers spoke in reverence, and some claimed the sound held them in a trance, calming storms of mind and sea alike. Scientists remained divided, a natural phenomenon, a manifestation of ocean acoustics, or a message sent across time from the depths. Whatever it was, the song travels not through waves, but through the bones of the ship, a resonance older than the sea. Off the coast of Papua New Guinea, divers encountered a coral formation unlike any other, a reef that seemed to weep. The surface shimmered with a constant sheen, not from water or light, but from droplets seeping steadily from within the coral itself. Tiny beads of liquid traced down branches and spines, pooling at the base before disappearing into the sand. The liquid wasn't seawater. Tests revealed it to be a complex organic compound, salty but enriched with minerals unknown to marine science. Its scent was faint, almost metallic, and stirred unease in those who inhaled it through their masks. The reef's growth was abnormal. It spread in tight clusters, with branches curling inward, resembling hands folded in grief. The coral pulsed gently, as if breathing, exhaling the mysterious fluid in slow waves. Local fishermen tell tales of a cursed reef, born from a tragedy so old it predates memory, a place where the ocean mourns losses buried deep beneath the waves. Some say the coral weeps for the drowned, others whisper it's the ocean's sorrow made visible. Scientists remain puzzled. Attempts to capture the liquid for further study are met with rapid chemical breakdown, as if the reef protects its secret. Cameras record fleeting shadows moving among the branches, shapes too fleeting to identify. Those who spend time near the weeping reef speak of a heavy sadness, a pull on the heart, as if the sea itself grieves. The reef does not sing, it does not roar, it weeps, and in its tears lie stories the ocean refuses to tell. Beneath the crushing depths of the Puerto Rico Trench, where light dies and pressure folds the sea into silence, explorers discovered something that defied expectation, a tunnel, not carved by geology, nor torn by tectonics, but a smooth arching passage stretching across the abyss like a bridge beneath the waves. The tunnel's entrance was framed by polished walls, dark but reflective, as though formed from stone and glass fused in molten silence. Its length extended for nearly a kilometer, cutting through layers of sediment and volcanic rock with precision that suggested purpose, a structure made, not born. Sonar scans failed to penetrate its depths. Signals vanished into an endless black, as if the tunnel led not into rock but into shadow itself. Lights from submersibles revealed a corridor that shimmered with an eerie glow, walls pulsing faintly, alive with the breath of unseen currents. Attempts to navigate the passage were met with disorientation. Instruments spun, navigation systems lost calibration. Time seemed to stretch and fold within its depths. Divers reported a sensation of movement, not of the body, but of the mind, as if the tunnel itself was watching, remembering. At the far end, the passage opened to a cavernous chamber, vast beyond measurement, filled with structures that resembled ancient ruins, pillars and arches carved from unknown stone, etched with glyphs that pulsed with faint light. The silence there was profound, a stillness that pressed on the soul. The explorers left with more questions than answers. The tunnel was sealed by shifting sediment days later, swallowed back into the earth as if it had never existed. But those who have seen it speak of a pathway, a bridge beneath the ocean's deepest wound, leading somewhere beyond understanding, a tunnel across the trench, and a threshold between worlds. Late one fog-shrouded night, off the coast of Nova Scotia, fishermen aboard a weathered trawler tuned their radios to Channel 9, the maritime distress frequency, expecting static or the usual crackle of distant ships. Instead a voice came through, clam, not spoken in any known language, but something else entirely. The voice wasn't human, yet it carried emotion, not anger or fear, but longing. It spoke in tones that rose and fell like ocean waves, syllables shaped not by tongue or throat but by something deeper, the sea itself. Calls were made to nearby vessels. None reported hearing the voice. The trawler's radios, however, continued to catch fragments, phrases woven with a rhythm too deliberate for chance, repeating in cycles, sometimes overlapping, sometimes fading into silence. Attempts to record and analyze the transmissions baffled linguists and cryptographers alike. Patterns emerged, resembling a code, a message perhaps, but one never fully understood. The voice seemed to respond to the crew's own calls, mimicking sounds made over the radio, but with added layers of complexity. Crew members reported strange dreams, after nights spent near Channel 9, waking to find the voice echoing in their minds. Some felt drawn to the sea in ways they couldn't explain, sensing a presence just beyond the horizon. Radio logs showed anomalies, unexplained static bursts synchronized perfectly with the tides, and signal interruptions that coincided with sudden shifts in local weather. When other ships passed through the same coordinates, the voice returned, always the same, always waiting. No one knows where it comes from, no one knows what it wants. But every night on Channel 9, the sea speaks, and sometimes, it listens back. In the depths off the coast of Madagascar, divers discovered a coral formation, unlike any they had ever seen. The coral's surface shimmered with an unnatural sheen, but what truly set it apart was its reaction to injury. When fragments broke off during sampling, the coral exuded a liquid, thick, viscous, and an intense shade of cobalt blue. The blue fluid seeped slowly, pooling among the branches like ink spilled into water. It wasn't waterborne, not mucus. Scientists analyzed the substance and found complex compounds never before recorded in marine biology, rich in copper and unknown proteins with luminescent properties. Local fishermen spoke of the blue tears, a reef that mourned those who harmed it, bleeding not blood, but the color of deep ocean shadows. They told stories of fish avoiding the coral, of sudden currents swirling around it, as if the reef itself repelled disturbance. During one dive, A researcher noted a subtle pulse beneath the coral, a rhythmic contraction, not of individual polyps, but of the reef itself, as if it breathed. The coral's glow intensified in response to external stimuli, particularly light and touch, shifting from deep blue to a soft violet hue. Attempts to cultivate the coral in tanks failed. Removed from its natural habitat, the coral lost its color and vitality, fading into pale gray within days. The bleeding coral remains one of the ocean's most haunting enigmas, a living entity that guards its own in a language of color and fluid. Some say the reef holds memory in its veins, stories of ancient seas carried in every drop of blue, and beneath the waves, the coral still bleeds. Along the jagged cliffs of the Faroe Islands, where the ocean crashes against stone carved by countless storms, explorers found a hollow, a cavern carved not by wind or wave, but by something else. A smooth indentation in the rock face, shaped like an eye staring silently into the sea. The hollow was impossibly deep. Divers entering the narrow opening found themselves swallowed by darkness, a tunnel stretching far beneath the cliff, curving downward and away from the world above. The water inside was unnervingly still, the usual sea currents absent, replaced by a silent pressure that seemed to weigh on the mind. Sonar scans showed nothing beyond a void. No creatures, no ledges, just an endless blackness that absorbed sound and light alike. Lights from the submersible flickered as they ventured deeper, revealing glimpses of walls slick and smooth, as though polished by unseen hands. The hollow seemed to breathe. Subtle shifts in water density suggested movement, slow, deliberate, and alive. Instruments recorded faint echoes, irregular but rhythmic, like a heartbeat transmitted through stone and water. Local legends spoke of a spirit that dwelled within the cliff, a guardian of the sea's secrets, whose gaze could pierce the waves and silence the boldest hearts. Some say the hollow is a passage to another realm, a portal swallowed by rock and tide. Divers who ventured too far reported visions, flickers of light, whispering voices, and an overwhelming sense of being watched by something ancient and patient. The hollow remains, a silent sentinel etched into the sea wall, waiting for those brave enough to listen. And when the tide turns just right, some swear they can hear it sigh. Far off the coast of the Outer Hebrides, where restless waters hide the bones of countless vessels lost to storm and shadow, a ship graveyard spreads like a silent necropolis. Wrecks lie scattered across the sea floor, rusted hulks, broken masts, shattered decks, remnants of centuries swallowed by the sea. Amidst this tangled graveyard, sonar operators detected something strange, a faint signal pulsing steadily from the depths, unlike any natural beacon or navigational aid. It came not from a buoy or submersible, but from within the graveyard itself, a light that never flickered, a pulse that never ceased. Divers sent to investigate found no active vessel, no functioning equipment, but at the heart of the graveyard, nestled inside the wreck of a schooner, lost in the 19th century, they discovered a lantern, not old or rusted, but pristine, glowing softly with an otherworldly light, casting shadows that seemed to dance against the broken timbers. The lantern emitted no heat, no sound, yet its glow penetrated the murky depths, visible for miles in all directions. Attempts to retrieve it failed. The moment divers reached for it, the light pulsed brighter, and currents swirled unexpectedly, pushing them back as if the beacon resisted disturbance. Local legends speak of a ghost light, a guide for souls lost at sea, a beacon summoned by the restless dead to warn or to call. Mariners speak in hushed tones of ships, steered away from the graveyard. By its eerie glow, vessels spared from the same fate. Scientists remain puzzled. No mechanism or power source can explain the lantern's light, and though the wrecks continue to decay, the beacon remains, timeless and undimmed. Some say it is a message, others say it is a warning, but all who sail near the ship graveyard know one thing for certain: some lights refuse to die. On the quiet shores of the Solomon Islands, a lone diver descended beneath turquoise waves to explore a coral cave whispered about by locals but seldom visited. The mission was simple: survey the cave's depths and document marine life. But what the diver encountered was anything but ordinary. As the light from his torch swept over the cave walls, a figure appeared, indistinct at first, but unmistakable. A tall silhouette standing perfectly still, partially obscured by shadow and water. The diver blinked, adjusted his mask, but the figure remained. No movement, no breath, just presence. Startled but compelled, the diver pressed forward, heart quickening. The figure did not move, nor did it fade. It seemed to watch. When the diver surfaced hours later, breath shallow, the footage showed no sign of the apparition. He chalked it up to fatigue or imagination. Days later, drawn back by curiosity and unease, the diver returned to the same cave. Descending once more, the torch illuminated the space. There it was again. The same figure, the same stillness, standing in the same spot. This time as he approached, the figure blinked. No face, no features, only the faintest shimmer, like heat rising off a desert road. The diver retreated, but the image burned into his mind. In the days that followed, he heard whispers in his sleep, echoes of water moving, voices calling, and the sensation of being watched even on land. The second dive was never fully explained. Instruments recorded a strange distortion, a loop in the data where the cave seemed to fold back on itself. Time stretched and folded in the underwater chamber. The diver never returned to the cave. Locals say the place is a mirror, reflecting more than just light, but memory and possibility, that some things beneath the waves are seen once, but truly understood only when seen twice. In the shadowed canyons of the Mariana Trench, where sunlight has long surrendered and silence reigns supreme, explorers uncovered a formation that sent chills through even the most seasoned crew. A vast, vertical wall stretching hundreds of meters, not carved from stone or coral, but from rows upon rows of sharp, glinting teeth. The teeth varied in size, some as small as human fingernails, others as large as diving helmets, embedded tightly side by side, forming a seamless, serrated surface that gleamed faintly in the submersible's beam. The wall curved gently, following the contours of the trench, as if guarding some ancient gateway. Sonar scans revealed an irregular density behind the wall. Not hollow, not solid. Something in between, a substance that absorbed sound and light, resisting all attempts to penetrate. The teeth were not arranged randomly. Patterns emerged, spirals, waves, and fractal designs that hinted at purpose, a language written in enamel and bone. Divers who approached reported an unsettling sensation, as if the wall was aware, watching. One recalled a faint clicking, like jaws softly closing and opening, echoing through the water. When a small robotic claw attempted to remove a single tooth, the wall recoiled, the teeth shifted minutely, tightening the surface like a living trap. No species is known to produce teeth arranged in such a fashion. No predator or reef builder comes close. Some theorize the wall is a vestige of a gargantuan creature, long extinct, its skeleton now repurposed by the ocean as fortress or monument. Others whisper it is something else, a sentinel made of teeth, standing watch over secrets best left undisturbed. Whatever it is, the wall of teeth remains, a barrier, a warning, a remnant of something far older than memory. At depths beyond 6,000 meters, where the ocean folds into eternal night, and pressure weighs like silence itself, a network of hydrophones captured a sound unlike any other, a lullaby, soft, slow, and haunting. It pulsed through the abyssal darkness with a rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the earth itself. The melody was not music as we know it, no notes or chords, instead a series of tones, deep, resonant, rising and falling like the breath of a sleeping giant. The sound carried across miles of empty water, wrapping around the abyss like a whispered secret. Scientists initially dismissed it as geological noise, the shifting of plates or the venting of gas, but further analysis revealed patterns too deliberate to be random, pauses and repeats, a tempo that slowed and sped, almost as if the ocean itself were singing a song meant to be heard only by those who listen deeply. Submersibles venturing near the source reported a strange calm. Creatures normally skittish lingered, drawn to the sound. Instruments recorded minor fluctuations in magnetic fields and temperature, as though the lullaby stirred something deep beneath the seabed. The sound ceased abruptly after 3 days. No change in conditions, no explanation. Those who heard the lullaby say it evokes a sense of ancient memory, a voice from the depths, a reminder that even in the ocean's darkest reaches, life and song persist. And when the abyss falls silent again, the lullaby waits. Far from shore, where the ocean's surface often calms into a glassy mirror, something stirs beneath the waves, a whirlpool, but unlike any known to sailors or scientists. This whirlpool doesn't spin outward from the depths, it rises, not downward into the abyss, but upward, a slow, deliberate spiral of water twisting against gravity. The vortex appears suddenly, a dark funnel swirling with impossible grace, lifting water from hundreds of meters below and pulling it toward the surface. Ships nearby report eerie calm before its appearance. No wind, no warning. The water seems to hold its breath. Then the whirlpool emerges, expanding with measured strength, but never growing violent. It moves against currents, defying the natural flow. Divers who have dared to approach speak of a heavy pressure in the air and water, a sensation of being watched by something vast and patient. Instruments fail, compasses spin, time seems to slow, minutes stretching into hours. The whirlpool ascends slowly, pulling objects, debris, plankton, even small fish, upward in a silent procession. Yet it leaves no trace on the surface when it fades, vanishing without splash or ripple. Oceanographers remain baffled. No known undersea currents or geothermal activity explain its existence. The whirlpool's origin and purpose remain unknown. Some say it's a portal, a spiral stair rising from the depths to somewhere beyond the sea. Others whisper it's the ocean's own breath, rising in measured rhythm. Whatever it is, the whirlpool rises, slowly, and endlessly. Far beneath the restless waves of the Philippine Sea lies the Eastern Trench, a yawning scar in the ocean floor, shrouded in crushing darkness and pressure that would rend any human-made vessel. Yet, for decades, a subtle rhythm has echoed from its depths, a pulse. Scientists first detected it through seismic arrays, a slow, steady beat pulsing through the crust and water alike. Unlike earthquakes or volcanic tremors, this pulse maintained a cadence, like the beating of a colossal heart buried beneath miles of rock and water. Hydrophones recorded the sound, faint but unmistakable, traveling vast distances beneath the ocean, threading through canyons and ridges like an underwater drum. The beat accelerated and slowed unpredictably, yet never ceased. Deep-sea explorers venturing near the trench spoke of strange sensations, a vibration in their bones, a whisper in the silence, a feeling of something alive watching from below. Instruments fluctuated, compasses swayed, and time itself seemed to ripple in the pulse's presence. Some theorized it was the tectonic plates themselves, groaning with ancient life. Others whispered of a creature vast beyond imagining, a leviathan sleeping beneath the crust, its heartbeat calling through the dark. The pulse has never been traced to a source. It remains a constant mystery, a rhythm beating in the heart of the sea, and in its steady throb, the ocean remembers its own breath. Off the coast of Nova Scotia, where the fog drapes the sea like a shroud, an old lighthouse stood guard, or so it seemed. Amidst the wreckage of ships and forgotten storms, a solitary beacon glowed steadily from a rusted skeletal tower, casting light not from bulbs or flame, but from something unseen. The light never flickered, never dimmed, and never required fuel or electricity. Instruments brought aboard ships nearby detected no energy source, no batteries, no generators. The beam cut through mist and darkness, with unwavering clarity, as if powered by the sea itself. Sailors spoke of the beacon in hushed tones, warning newcomers to steer clear. For those who approached, the light seemed to reach inside, stirring memories not their own, visions of long-lost vessels, voices carried on waves, and tides that pull beyond reason. Attempts to trace the beacon's origin failed. No maintenance crews visited, no records noted its installation. The tower's structure was ancient, yet the light burned as bright as ever. Scientists speculated on piezoelectric phenomena, natural luminescence, or unknown mineral reactions, but none could replicate or explain the phenomenon. One captain described the beacon's glow as a heartbeat made visible, steady and alive, pulsing with the rhythm of the ocean itself. The beacon never falters, never fails. It burns without power, and waits for those who dare to follow. On a remote stretch of the Great Barrier Reef, marine biologists stumbled upon a formation unlike any documented before, a perfect circle composed entirely of shells, not scattered by currents or predators, but deliberately placed, each shell positioned with precision along a ring, nearly 20 meters in diameter. The shells varied in size and species, their colors muted by time and salt, yet their arrangement formed a pattern that defied chance. Some lay overlapping, others touching tip to tip, creating a mosaic of natural art beneath the waves. Divers reported an unsettling stillness near the circle. Fish avoided the area, and currents seemed to part gently around the formation, as if respecting an invisible boundary. The circle emitted a faint vibration, too subtle for instruments to measure, but unmistakable to those who lingered. Samples collected showed no signs of recent disturbance, no footprints, no drag marks. The shells bore no damage, no signs of being moved forcibly. It was as if the circle had formed itself, a living monument shaped by unseen hands. Local lore speaks of the sea spirits gathering in circles to share secrets, and of shells as tokens of memory and passage. Some believe the formation marks an ancient ritual site, a place where the ocean whispers to those who listen. The circle remains, a silent enigma, etched in shells, an unbroken ring of mystery, waiting for the next tide to tell its story. In the early hours off the coast of the Azores, a cargo vessel was reported adrift. It surfaced suddenly, cutting through the morning mist like a ghost ship, but eerily silent. The hull was intact. The lights still burned faintly, yet the decks were empty. No crew, no passengers, no sign of struggle. Rescue teams boarded cautiously. The bridge was functional, instruments operating as if the crew had just stepped away. Charts were laid open, navigational data logged up to the last second. Meals sat untouched in the galley. Personal belongings remained scattered, as though the occupants had vanished mid-motion. No distress signals had been sent, no calls for help, only the hum of engines and the gentle sway of the sea. Search parties scoured nearby waters. No lifeboats, no bodies, no debris. The ship seemed to have been abandoned without trace. Investigations uncovered nothing unusual, no signs of piracy, no evidence of storms or mechanical failure. The ship's log ended abruptly, a single entry: "All is well." Crew members from other vessels spoke of similar stories, ships appearing on radar with no one aboard, fading back into the fog without explanation. Some say the ship was claimed by the sea itself, swallowed whole by an unseen force. Others believe it's a vessel caught between worlds, drifting where time and space blur. Whatever the truth, the ship that surfaced empty remains a haunting mystery, a silent reminder that sometimes the ocean takes more than it gives. Deep within the abyssal plains of the South Pacific, a research submersible's sonar detected an anomaly, a perfect circle etched into the otherwise featureless seafloor. Closer inspection revealed a hatch, not natural, not geological, a door embedded beneath layers of sediment and stone, its edges sharp and clean against the dark ocean bed. The hatch bore no markings, no signs of wear or corrosion. Its surface shimmered faintly under the submersible's lights, reflecting an unnatural sheen that resisted classification. Attempts to scan beneath it were thwarted. Signals bounced back distorted, as if the hatch led into a void. Divers sent to explore the site found the water around the hatch unnervingly still. No current stirred, no marine life ventured near. Instruments flickered, compasses spun erratically. The hatch seemed to hum with a silent energy, vibrating just below perception. Efforts to open it met resistance. Hydraulic tools jammed. Even the most powerful cutting lasers failed to breach the surface. Yet inexplicably, the hatch appeared to pulse, expanding and contracting subtly, as if breathing beneath the waves. Speculation ran wild. An ancient gateway, a sunken vessel's secret entrance, or something older, a relic from a civilization lost beneath the waves. The hatch remained sealed, a silent sentinel guarding secrets buried in the ocean's darkest depths, and beneath it, the unknown waits. Far from shore, in the restless depths of the Pacific, an oceanographic buoy recorded a phenomenon defying all understanding: a towering column of water, rising from the seafloor, like a pillar of glass, perfectly still amid the churning currents around it. The column stretched upwards for nearly 50 meters, cylindrical and clear, as if carved by an unseen hand, separating the surrounding waves without disturbance. Fish swam around it, avoiding its impossible presence, while plankton clustered just outside its smooth boundary. Submersibles dispatched to investigate found instruments malfunctioning near the column, sonar signals distorted and fragmented as they passed through it. Cameras captured its edges shimmering faintly, a ripple of light breaking the perfect stillness. Divers approaching the column reported a sensation unlike any other, a silence so deep it pressed against the mind, muffling thought and breath alike. The water inside the column did not flow or pulse, it simply held its shape, suspended in time and space. Attempts to penetrate or disturb the column failed. Mechanical arms recoiled, sensors flickered, and energy readings spiked unpredictably. The phenomenon remained unchanged, indifferent to human presence. Oceanographers theorize it may be a pocket of trapped water, isolated by unknown forces, or an interface between dimensions, a window into something beyond the physical sea. Whatever it is, the column stands, unmoving, unyielding, a silent sentinel beneath the waves, beneath the frozen expanse of the Arctic shelf, where ice presses thick and unyielding against shadowed waters. Explorers recorded a phenomenon that defied explanation. Lights dancing far beneath the surface, flickering like stars trapped in eternal night. The glow appeared sporadically, soft and ethereal, casting pale hues of blue and green across the seabed. It moved slowly, weaving through underwater canyons and crevices, pulsing in patterns that suggested purpose rather than chance. Submersibles sent to investigate reported eerie calmness in the water, a stillness that swallowed sound and motion alike. Cameras captured wisps of light, twisting like ribbons, shimmering against the dark, as if the ocean itself were breathing illumination. Scientists speculated the lights could be bioluminescent organisms, strange new species adapted to the harsh Arctic cold, but samples taken during the rare appearances revealed no known life forms. The lights weren't tied to movement or feeding, but seemed to communicate, pulsing in rhythms reminiscent of language. Locals who have hunted beneath the ice tell tales of ghost fires, spirits of the sea guiding lost travelers home, or warning of unseen dangers lurking beneath the frozen world. The lights continue to appear unpredictably, a haunting reminder that even beneath ice and shadow, the ocean holds secrets that glow softly in the dark. And when the Arctic night stretches long and cold, those lights shine brightest. Beneath the frozen expanse of the Arctic shelf, where ice presses thick and unyielding against shadowed waters, explorers recorded a phenomenon that defied explanation. Lights dancing far beneath the surface, flickering like stars trapped in eternal night. The glow appeared sporadically, soft and ethereal, casting pale hues of blue and green across the seabed. It moved slowly, weaving through underwater canyons and crevices, pulsing in patterns that suggested purpose rather than chance. Submersibles sent to investigate reported eerie calmness in the water, a stillness that swallowed sound and motion alike. Cameras captured wisps of light twisting like ribbons, shimmering against the dark, as if the ocean itself were breathing illumination. Scientists speculated the lights could be bioluminescent organisms, strange new species adapted to the harsh Arctic cold, but samples taken during the rare appearances revealed no known life forms. The lights weren't tied to movement or feeding, but seemed to communicate, pulsing in rhythms reminiscent of language. Locals who have hunted beneath the ice tell tales of ghost fires, spirits of the sea guiding lost travelers home, or warning of unseen dangers lurking beneath the frozen world. The lights continue to appear unpredictably, a haunting reminder that even beneath ice and shadow, the ocean holds secrets that glow softly in the dark. And when the Arctic night stretches long and cold, those lights shine brightest. Amid the fractured lactape of the mid-Atlantic ridge, where tectonic plates diverge and molten rock bleeds into the sea, explorers discovered a doorway, not carved or constructed, but a natural arch, vast, dark, and perfectly framed against the glowing lava fields beneath the waves. The doorway opened into a cavern, whose depths defied sonar. Light disappeared into its yawning mouth, swallowed whole by shadows thicker than the surrounding abyss. Water flowed through silently, carrying warmth and whispers of currents unseen. Submersibles that ventured inside reported disorienting sensations. Time stretched. Lights bent and fractured. Sounds echoed backward. Some spoke of a presence, not hostile, but ancient and patient, watching from the dark. The walls of the cavern bore strange markings, symbols etched in mineral deposits, glowing faintly with bioluminescence. They pulsed rhythmically, as if breathing, telling a story older than any human tongue. When explorers attempted to map the interior, instruments faltered, maps folded over themselves, coordinates shifted. The doorway seemed to close and open in tandem with the tides, sometimes accessible, sometimes sealed as if by will. Legends among local sailors speak of a gate to another world, a passage beneath the rift where the ocean's deepest secrets hide. The doorway waits, silent, patient, a threshold between fire and water, between known and unknown. In the uncharted waters of the South Atlantic, oceanographers tracking known currents encountered an anomaly, a flow moving steadily, with force and purpose, yet defying explanation. This current had no source, no recognizable origin feeding its endless push. Drifting instruments caught its path, a ribbon of water warmer than its surroundings, flowing against prevailing winds and tides. Sonar mapped its course over hundreds of kilometers, cutting through established patterns without disruption. The current pulled debris, plankton, and even small fish into its invisible river, as if guided by an unseen hand. Ships navigating the region reported sudden shifts in resistance, as though invisible waves pushed against their hulls. Submersibles sent to investigate found the water moving in steady, silent streams, with no trace of whirlpools or vents. Salinity and temperature readings conflicted. The current neither warmed nor cooled as expected, and minerals carried within it did not match known geological activity. Scientists puzzled. No river fed it, no wind drove it. The ocean refused to reveal its origin. Some speculate it's the breath of a submerged ecosystem, vast and hidden. Others whisper it's a wake left by creatures too large or ancient to comprehend. The current moves silently, endlessly, without a source, and in its steady flow lies a question waiting beneath the waves. Where does it begin? Deep beneath the Pacific, where light dies and silence reigns, a sonar array detected an impossible barrier, a wall, not built by hands, not formed by geology, but a presence that swallowed sound itself. As vessels approached, sonar pings vanished abruptly, swallowed whole by the unseen. The wall stretched for miles, a perfect vertical plane slicing through the ocean's depths, its edges undefined yet absolute. Sonar beams vanished against it, like whispers against stone. Attempts to penetrate the barrier yielded only silence. No echoes, no reflections, just absence. Submersibles sent to investigate experienced equipment failure near the wall. Cameras flickered, navigation systems spun wildly, and radio communications broke down. The water itself seemed charged, humming with an energy that made hair stand on end. Divers reported a sensation of disorientation, as if space bent and shifted near the barrier. Time seemed to stretch. One described seeing shadows move beyond the wall, fleeting and intangible. Theories ranged from underwater volcanic glass formations to previously unknown physical phenomena. Others suggested it was a defense, a sentinel guarding something buried beneath the seabed. No vessel has passed through the wall. None have returned with answers. The wall remains, silent, impenetrable, waiting. Within the tangled expanse of the Pacific Northwest's kelp forests, where sunlight filters through emerald canopies and shadows dance beneath the waves, a research dive uncovered something utterly unnatural. Among the swaying fronds, a structure, not organic, not natural, hummed softly, blending with the rustle of the sea. The machine was smooth and metallic, its surface etched with lines that caught the light like circuitry woven into steel. Its shape was alien, neither fish nor vessel, but something designed with precision and purpose beyond human comprehension. Fishermen nearby spoke of strange sounds, clicks and hums, heard when passing the forest at dusk. Some reported lights pulsing beneath the water, synchronized with the rhythm of the tide. Scientists sent cameras and drones, capturing images of the machine's panels, which glowed faintly with unknown energy. Attempts to touch or move the structure were met with resistance. Instruments malfunctioned, electronics died, and sensors detected an energy field that fluctuated unpredictably. Divers described a sense of being watched, of cold intelligence lurking within the metal. The kelp around the machine grew thick and fast, as if the forest itself sought to shield or contain it. No origin was known, no signal emitted that could be traced. The machine seemed dormant yet alive, a relic of something ancient or perhaps a visitor from beyond the waves. And in the quiet pulse beneath the kelp, the ocean holds its breath, waiting for the machine to awaken. Far beneath the continental shelf, where sunlight fades and pressure mounts like a silent weight, instruments stationed to monitor seismic activity picked up something unexpected. Whispers. Not voices, not sound waves in any conventional sense, but faint vibrations woven through the crushing silence. The whispers pulsed beneath the deep sea floor, rising and falling with no clear rhythm, as if the earth itself murmured secrets from its hidden depths. Hydrophones captured patterns too complex to be natural, harmonics layered like an ancient chant, repeating but never settling. Submersibles sent to investigate reported unsettling sensations, a low hum in their bones, lights dimming inexplicably, and instruments cycling through static without cause. Divers felt a presence, a soft pull on the mind, as if the pressure itself carried thoughts from somewhere else. Geologists speculated these whispers were the breath of the planet, tectonic plates groaning in their slow dance. Others believed the sound was alive, an intelligence deep within the earth, communicating in the language of pressure and stone. The whispers remain a mystery, heard only in the zone where silence itself bends. And if you listen closely beneath the crushing weight, the pressure speaks. In the shadowed depths off the coast of Tasmania, a vast coral colony lies dormant. Unlike vibrant reefs teeming with life, this colony sleeps, its polyps tightly closed, colors faded to muted grays and blues, as if the entire structure has exhaled a long ancient breath and settled into silence. Diving expeditions recorded no movement, no feeding, no growth, a reef frozen in time. Instruments detected faint pulses of bioluminescence deep within the colony, but these glows flickered like the last embers of a dying fire. Marine biologists puzzled. The surrounding waters teemed with life, yet this colony remained still, as if waiting. Samples revealed an unusual chemical signature, a compound that slowed metabolic processes, suggesting the colony had entered a state akin to hibernation. Locals speak of the sleeping colony as a living relic, a sanctuary preserved for times yet to come. Some believe it is a memory of an ancient sea, holding the ocean's secrets in its silent grasp. Occasionally, distant echoes ripple through the reef, faint signals or vibrations, unanswered questions sent across the currents. The colony waits, patient, silent, dreaming beneath the waves. Far beneath the restless waves off the southern coast of Tasmania, where the sun's reach grows faint, and the ocean deepens into muted twilight, a vast coral colony rests in a silence that feels older than the sea itself. Unlike the vibrant reefs alive with flashing colors and darting fish, this colony lies dormant, as though the ocean has exhaled one long breath and settled into a deep, patient sleep. The colony stretches across a steep, underwater slope, a sprawling architecture of stone and life folded into labyrinthine shapes. But instead of the usual buzz of activity, there is nothing but stillness. The polyps, tiny coral animals that normally pulse with life, are tightly closed, their tentacles withdrawn, cloaked in shades of grey and faded blue. Their brilliant colors, once shimmering under the filtered sunlight, have faded into ghostly whispers of their former selves. Diving expeditions return with strange reports. No feeding frenzy, no schools of fish weaving through, no swarms of plankton. The reef does not breathe or shift. It doesn't grow or erode. It is paused, a living monument frozen in the ocean's slow clockwork. Cameras catch only the barest shimmer of bioluminescent pulses deep within the colony's hidden chambers, faint flashes that flicker like dying embers in a forgotten hearth. Scientific instruments tell part of the story. Water chemistry around the colony hints at an unusual chemical signature, an organic compound unknown in other reefs, a substance that appears to slow metabolic processes in the coral and surrounding microfauna. It's as if the colony has entered a state akin to hibernation, where life's rhythms beat slower, almost imperceptibly. Marine biologists are puzzled. The surrounding ocean is alive, schools of fish, sponges, anemones, and drifting plankton flourish just beyond the colony's edge. Predators prowl the adjacent reefs. Currents flow strong, but inside this silent sanctuary time seems to fold differently. It is as if the colony exists in a pocket, suspended out of sync with the vibrant world around it. Local fishermen speak of the sleeping colony in hushed tones. Ipiares and Hiberniorgen, in hushed tones. To them it is a place where the ocean keeps its memories, a living archive of seas long vanished. Stories passed down through generations tell of a reef that once thrived, then closed itself away to survive centuries of change and loss. They say it waits, patient and unyielding, guarding secrets that the ocean isn't ready to share. Occasionally, distant echoes ripple through the colony. Not the chatter of animals but faint signals, subtle vibrations that ripple through stone and water like whispers carried on the current. These signals rise and fall in slow, deliberate waves, unanswered questions sent across the deep. Divers describe a sensation of presence, not hostile but watchful, as though the reef itself listens to the ocean's heartbeat. The coral polyps show traces of ancient genetic material, carrying mutations that suggest survival through ice ages, warming seas and mass extinctions. The colony is older than recorded history, a sentinel from an era when seas were colder and life was quieter. The sleeping colony stands as both monument and mystery, a paradox of life and stillness. It holds the ocean's secrets in its silent grasp, a fragile archive preserved beneath waves that have long forgotten the sunlight's warmth. What dreams stir beneath those closed polyps? What stories are etched into the skeletons hidden beneath layers of sediment? And when, if ever, will the colony awaken to sing its song once more? For now it waits, patient, silent, dreaming beneath the waves, far out in the shadowed depths of the South Pacific, where the ocean floor plunges into mysteries as deep and dark as the night sky. Explorers discovered something impossible, a mountain, towering, massive, majestic, rising from the abyssal plain. But it wasn't supposed to be there. Charts and satellite mapping had long surveyed this stretch of sea, a quiet corner of the ocean where tectonic movements are slow, and nothing was expected to rise beyond gentle undulations of sediment. Yet the mountain stood tall, a sudden, unmarked colossus, piercing the ocean's stillness. Its summit hovered nearly 2 kilometers below the surface, cloaked in eternal twilight, its slopes carpeted in strange corals and fields of bioluminescent creatures that glowed softly against the cold darkness. This underwater peak, like a lost island submerged in time, had escaped every known survey, as if hidden by an ocean that wanted it forgotten. The first signs came from an anomaly in seismic readings, a faint vibration out of place, as though the earth itself hummed softly beneath the waves. A research vessel diverted course to investigate, sending submersibles to explore the mountain's shadowed valleys and jagged ridges. What they found was breathtaking and strange. The mountain's base sprawled across a vast area, larger than many coastal islands. But unlike typical seamounts carved by volcanic fury, this one bore curious formations, walls and terraces that resembled ancient terraces, steps carved with uncanny precision, not by nature but by design. The stone was smooth in places, worn in ways that suggested human hands, or something beyond human, had shaped the rock. Petroglyph-like carvings dotted the surfaces, lines and spirals that glimmered faintly under the submersible's lights, telling stories long lost to time. Marine biologists catalogued bizarre life forms unique to the mountain, creatures with translucent skin, eyes that reflected the faintest glimmer, and symbiotic relationships never seen elsewhere. The ecosystem thrived in isolation, adapting to the mountain's ancient architecture and mystery. Attempts to map the mountain more precisely revealed strange data gaps, areas where sonar signals bent, warped or vanished entirely. Equipment glitches became common near certain terraces, as if electromagnetic forces pulsed from the rock itself. Legends whispered by islanders hundreds of kilometers away spoke of a sleeping giant beneath the sea, a mountain that held the memory of an ancient civilization swallowed by the ocean's embrace. Tales told of cities once built upon its summit, of gods who shaped the land and sea in their image. The mountain defied explanation, not simply a geological formation, not merely a lost peak. It was a relic of something older, something alive in memory. Scientists remain divided. Some call it a natural marvel, born of unknown tectonic fury. Others believe it a remnant of a civilization erased by the tides, a monument to secrets the sea still guards. The mountain waits, silent and colossal, its presence a question without answer. And beneath its shadow, the ocean breathes quietly, keeping watch over a mystery that refuses to be mapped. Far beyond the reach of sunlight, where the ocean plunges into perpetual darkness, lies the silent zone, a vast expanse beneath 5,000 meters of water, where pressure crushes and life retreats into shadows. In this abyss, sound is sparse, movement is slow, and the silence is so profound, it seems to press upon the mind itself. For years, oceanographers have deployed networks of hydrophones to listen in these remote depths, hoping to capture whispers of life, tectonic murmurs, or distant ship traffic. Most recordings returned only the static hiss of the deep sea, white noise stretched across the void. Then, unexpectedly, a signal emerged. Not random noise, not geological rumbling. A pulse, a rhythm, a message. The signal was faint but distinct, a series of repeating bursts, spaced evenly over minutes and hours, carrying a pattern too precise to be natural. It seemed designed, purposeful, a language encoded in sound waves, traveling through the crushing depths. Researchers scrambled to decode it. Frequencies shifted in sequences, intervals matched prime numbers. The pulses echoed as if responding to an unseen call, bouncing between sensors with an intelligence that baffled scientists. Attempts to trace the source led vessels into the heart of the silent zone, where even the hardiest submersibles risked collapse under the weight of water. Cameras revealed nothing, no creatures, no vents, no geological activity that could account for the signal. One pilot reported eerie sensations while descending, a tingling in the ears, a cold that seeped through the hull, and an overwhelming feeling of being observed by something vast and patient. Instruments flickered. Time seemed to distort. The signal continued without interruption for days, then ceased as suddenly as it began. Attempts to reignite it failed. The ocean fell back into silence. Speculation ran wild. Was the signal the call of a deep-sea intelligence, a relic from ancient tectonic activity, or a beacon sent from a hidden, unfathomable world beneath the waves? Scientists remain divided, their recordings a tantalizing mystery that lingers like a question written in sound. And in the depths of the silent zone, where silence reigns supreme, the ocean waits, listening. Far below the surface, where sunlight cannot reach and silence wraps the ocean floor in an eternal shroud, a discovery was made that defied all expectations. Amidst the dark sediment and scattered bones of long-dead sea creatures, scientists found a skeleton, not of flesh and bone, but carved entirely from stone. The figure stretched nearly 10 meters, lying half buried in the silt, like a sleeping giant fossilized in granite. Its form was humanoid, with limbs articulated in impossible precision, joints that mirrored those of living beings yet shaped from smooth, unyielding rock. Each bone gleamed faintly under submersible lights, its surface etched with intricate patterns that pulsed softly, as if alive. Initial theories suggested an ancient coral formation or mineral deposit shaped by currents, but the structure was too deliberate, each segment aligned with purpose, as if sculpted by a mind rather than chance. The skeleton's skull bore hollow eye sockets that seemed to watch silently, and a jaw fixed in a silent eternal whisper. Sonar readings revealed hollow cavities within the structure, spaces too precise to be natural caves. Instruments detected faint electromagnetic fields emanating from the skeleton, fluctuating in rhythms that matched none of Earth's known frequencies. Divers reported eerie sensations near the skeleton, a heaviness in the water, whispers that seemed to ripple across their minds, and a profound stillness that pressed against time itself. Some spoke of dreams where the skeleton moved, rose from its resting place, and walked beneath waves of stone and shadow. Local legends spoke of titans who once ruled the seas, beings forged from earth and ocean, whose bones became the very bedrock of the sea floor. This skeleton, they say, is a remnant of that forgotten age, a sentinel watching across eons. Scientists remain baffled. The skeleton made of stone challenges everything known about the ocean's history and the boundary between life and earth. Is it a relic, a warning, or something still waiting to awaken? The skeleton lies in silence, a monument carved by time itself, at depths nearing 900 fathoms, where sunlight fades into memory, and the ocean whispers secrets in hushed currents. Explorers discovered something utterly alien, a tree, not of wood or leaf, but forged from metal, its branches twisting upward, like iron veins beneath the waves. The metal tree rose from the seafloor in a haunting silhouette, its limbs branching wide and intricate, etched with patterns resembling circuitry in ancient runes. Its surface glistened faintly under the submersible's lights, a cold sheen untouched by rust or corrosion, as though preserved by forces beyond understanding. Scientists first spotted the formation on sonar scans, an anomaly standing stark against the muddy ocean bed, perfectly vertical and unmistakably artificial in shape. Dives revealed the tree's base anchored deep within rocky sediment, its roots disappearing into fissures unseen. The metal tree emitted a faint electromagnetic pulse, rhythmic and steady, almost like a heartbeat. Instruments detected low-frequency vibrations reverberating through the water, resonating with the pulse and suggesting a source of power humming within. Attempts to touch the tree were met with resistance. Submersible arms recoiled, sensors glitched, and strange distortions appeared in video feeds, blurring the edges of the tree's form as if reality itself hesitated to hold it. Nearby, marine life behaved oddly. Schools of fish circled the tree cautiously, but never entered its immediate radius. Bioluminescent creatures gathered along its limbs, their glow pulsing in time with the electromagnetic rhythm, as though the tree communicated in light and energy. Legends from coastal tribes speak of iron forests beneath the waves, places where the sea grows metal and ancient spirits dwell in branches of steel. The metal tree fits no known natural pattern, blurring the line between nature and machine. Researchers remain divided. Is the metal tree a relic of lost technology, a monument left by an unknown civilization, or something alive, a sentinel born from the ocean's depths? Whatever it is, the metal tree stands silent and eternal, a mystery forged in metal and mystery. Far beneath the tumultuous waves of the Pacific, where the ocean floor plunges into darkness and pressure crushes with silent force, lies a trench that breathes a secret at dawn, known to deep-sea explorers as the Whispering Abyss. This trench hums with a low, resonant vibration as the first light of day touches the distant horizon. The phenomenon was first noted by seismologists monitoring the region. Each morning, as the sun's rays pierced the ocean's surface, instruments recorded a rhythmic hum, a steady drone that rose and fell like the breath of the earth itself. Unlike earthquakes or volcanic tremors, the hum pulsed with a cadence almost musical in its precision. Scientists dispatched submersibles to investigate the source. As they descended into the abyss, the hum grew louder, reverberating through the hulls and stirring the water around them. The deeper they went, the more the sound seemed to envelop them, not just heard, but felt, vibrating through bones and metal alike. The trench walls appeared to pulse with energy. Strange bioluminescent creatures congregated near fissures, their glows flickering in time with the humming. Sonar scans revealed complex formations, caverns and tunnels carved with geometric precision, unlike anything forged by nature alone. Divers reported an eerie sensation. The hum seemed to speak, a language of vibrations echoing through the deep. Some claimed it was a call, others a warning. The water around them shimmered, as if the trench itself was alive, breathing slowly in the dawn's quiet. The hum ceased as abruptly as it began, fading with the rising sun, leaving behind a profound silence that lingered long after the submersibles returned to the surface. Local legends tell of the trench as a gate between worlds, a threshold where the ocean whispers ancient secrets at dawn, moments when the Earth's heartbeat can be heard beneath the waves. Scientists remain baffled by the humming trench, its purpose and origin unknown. Yet, for those who listen closely at daybreak, the trench hums still, a song of time, a pulse from the deep, a breath beneath the dawn. In the murky depths off the coast of the Canary Islands, a salvage crew came across a derelict ship, an uncharted vessel, resting silently on the ocean floor. But what drew their breath was not the ship itself, but the hull, covered not in rust or coral, but in countless eyes. Not human, not fish, but eyes. Hundreds, maybe thousands, round, glistening, watching. Each eye was embedded into the metal, unblinking and glossy, reflecting the dim light of the submersible like precious stones. Some were the size of marbles, others larger, staring outward, as if guarding the vessel's secrets. Attempts to touch the hull were met with an unsettling sensation. The eyes seemed to follow, tracking every movement, their gaze penetrating deeper than any lens. The ship's logs were missing, no records of the vessel's origin or mission remained. Electronics on board flickered and failed. The air within the submersible thickened, heavy with unease. Divers reported whispered voices, carried not through radio static, but through their minds. Murmurs in countless tongues, stories of lost crews and forgotten voyages. Some claimed the eyes were the souls of those lost, bound to the ship in eternal watch. Scientists analyzing samples found no biological tissue. The eyes were neither flesh nor machine, but something in between, a fusion of organic and inorganic, alive yet constructed. The hull remained a mystery, a sentinel of watchfulness, guarding memories beneath the waves. And as the submersible departed, the eyes did not blink. They never will. Between the layers of warm surface water and cold depths lies the thermocline, a fragile boundary where temperatures shift abruptly, currents twist, and light fades like a candle flickering in a vast cathedral. In this elusive zone, where water breathes in layers and the ocean's secrets blur, a presence lingers, the Watcher. For years, oceanographers monitoring temperature gradients near the Sargasso Sea noted anomalies within the thermocline. Shadows cast where none should be, movements too large to be fish, yet too silent to be machines. Equipment logged bursts of electromagnetic interference, sonar pulses scrambled unpredictably, and cameras caught fleeting shapes disappearing before focus. A research vessel, the Elysium, equipped with deep probing sensors and submersibles, began a series of dives into the thermocline. Each descent brought more questions. The water was thick with life, plankton drifting like cosmic dust, jellyfish pulsing with faint blue light, fish weaving in complex dances, yet a singular silhouette always appeared at the edge of vision. Divers described glimpsing an immense form, vast and slow-moving, blending seamlessly with the water. Eyes like molten glass reflected the scattered light, unblinking and ancient. It watched without hostility, a silent sentinel guarding the border between worlds. The Watcher's shape was unlike any known creature, neither fish nor mammal, but a shifting form that rippled with the currents, as if woven from the thermocline itself. It moved with the grace of a shadow, an echo of something primordial that has inhabited the ocean longer than memory. Sonar scans revealed the Watcher's massive size, longer than any blue whale, wider than a school of fish, but its body left no physical trace. Echoes bent and broke around it, and the thermocline shifted in response, as if alive and sentient. One dive ended in sudden disruption. The Elysium submersible passed through the thermocline, and the Watcher followed. Instruments failed. Communications fell silent. The pilot felt a pull, not physical, but mental, like a tide tugging at consciousness itself. When the submersible resurfaced, minutes later than expected, the pilot reported a sensation of timelessness, as if hours had passed in moments. Images from the dive showed warped light, shapes folding into themselves, and one frame captured a pair of eyes, vast reflecting stars. Scientists debated endlessly. Was the Watcher a creature, a manifestation of the thermocline's shifting energies, or something else entirely, a guardian of the ocean's threshold, observing the balance between surface and abyss. Local sailors speak of the sea's eye, a watcher that gazes from the water's edge, unseen yet ever present. Fishermen avoid certain stretches where compasses spin and radio signals fade, believing the watcher to be both protector and omen. The watcher remains elusive, always at the border, always watching, a silent guardian in the shifting water, between light and dark, between worlds, far beneath the churning surface, past the reach of light and life as we know it, lies a realm where sound becomes shadow and silence speaks louder than waves. Known to deep-sea researchers as the whispering depths, this zone hums with voices no human ear should hear, subtle murmurs drifting on currents, a chorus of echoes that seem to whisper secrets from the ocean's heart. Scientists first recorded the phenomenon while deploying hydrophones near the mid-Atlantic ridge. Amid the usual symphony of whale calls, tectonic rumbles, and thermal vent hiss, faint whispers emerged, not words, but a language of vibration, layered and shifting like waves within waves. The whispers moved with purpose, weaving through the dark waters in patterns that defied natural explanation. Some researchers believe the depths housed a communication network, a language older than any known species, carried not by flesh but by the sea itself. Submersibles venturing into the whispering depths reported unnerving sensations, low-frequency vibrations, thrumming in their bones, instruments cycling through unexplained static, and a pervasive sense of being watched by unseen eyes. Lights would flicker, and cameras sometimes caught shadows, shapes too fluid, too vast to be mere creatures. Local legends tell of voices beneath the waves, the ocean's memories passed in hushed tones from one current to the next, waiting for those patient enough to listen. The whispering depths remain a mystery, a place where the sea itself speaks, but refuses to be understood. And if you listen closely, you might hear the whispers too. Along the remote shores of the Aleutian Islands, where relentless winds carve the sky and the sea churns with a wild heart, sailors have long whispered of the phantom tide, a mysterious swell that rises without cause and fades without trace. This tide defies all known oceanography, appearing suddenly in the dead of night and leaving no evidence behind. The first documented sighting came from a weathered fishing vessel, caught in calm seas, where suddenly the water began to surge, rolling like a mountain wave without warning. The sky remained clear, the wind absent, and the usual signs of a storm were nowhere to be seen. Yet the water moved with power and intent, pulling ships out to sea before dissolving, as if it had never been. Scientists dispatched research teams to investigate the phantom tide's origins. Satellites recorded subtle shifts in sea surface height, but these signals were fleeting, like whispers lost on the wind. Tides in the region followed no predictable pattern during these events. Sonar scans detected underwater currents moving in defiance of surface forces, twisting and folding through hidden channels beneath the ocean floor. Divers who dared to approach the swell described a sensation of dislocation, a pulling between moments, as if the tide itself existed partially out of time. Instruments aboard their vessels glitched and faltered, compasses spun wildly, and electronic equipment emitted static bursts. Local folklore paints the phantom tide as the ocean's breath, a ghostly pulse of the sea, alive and aware, rising to remind those who listen of the ocean's untamed will. Some believe the tide is a boundary between worlds, where the water flickers between reality and dreams. The phantom tide remains a mystery, an unseen force that moves in silence, shaping the sea without sound or wind. And when it rises, the ocean holds its breath. In the darkest depths off the coast of the Maldives, where coral reefs give way to endless blue, divers discovered something so strange it defied explanation. A vast, perfectly smooth surface beneath the waves, reflecting the ocean above like glass. It was a mirror, but not of water or ice. Something else, something impossible. The mirror lay nearly 1,000 meters down, resting on the sandy ocean floor like a frozen lake in a forgotten world. Its surface was flawless, unbroken by ripple or wave, and it reflected the dim light of submersible lamps with a clarity that stunned those who approached. Sonar readings bounced off the mirror in unexpected ways. Signals returned distorted, as if the mirror bent space itself. Cameras captured not just the reflected ocean, but strange shadows behind the surface, shapes that moved independently from the water above. Scientists tried to touch the mirror, but their hands met resistance. Not solid, but a force like thick glass or a boundary between worlds. The mirror didn't break or ripple, but it felt alive, a silent guardian watching from beneath. Divers reported eerie sensations near the mirror. Some felt a sudden shift in perception, as if time slowed and space folded. Others saw fleeting images in its depths, faces not their own, landscapes impossible and vast, glimpses of places beyond the ocean. Local legends spoke of a water's eye, a portal where the ocean reflects not just the world above, but the unseen realms below and beyond. The mirror is said to hold memories of lost civilizations and ancient secrets, a boundary between the real and the imagined. The mirror remains untouched, a silent guardian beneath the waves, an ocean held in stillness, waiting to reveal what lies beyond. Far beneath the sunlit waves, past the reach of most divers and explorers, lies a realm both fragile and mesmerizing, a hidden garden woven from glass and light. Here the ocean breathes gently, and currents carry whispers of a world suspended between reality and dream. This is the Garden of Glass Eels, a place where shimmering creatures dance like living threads of crystal, and the sea itself seems to hold its breath. The story begins with a simple discovery: a scientific expedition investigating the mesopelagic zone, often called the Twilight Zone, off the coast of Japan's Ryukyu Islands. Their goal was to study deep-sea bioluminescence, to capture images of creatures that flicker in the dark and illuminate the ocean's hidden corners. What they found was far beyond expectation. As submersibles descended into the dim blue, cameras picked up an ethereal spectacle, thousands of glass eels weaving through the water like strands of light. Their translucent bodies caught and refracted every beam of artificial light, turning the dark into a shimmering forest of glistening forms. The eels moved with elegant grace, undulating in synchronized waves that seemed choreographed by an unseen conductor. But this was no ordinary eel population. What caught the scientists' attention was their behavior. The glass eels were building. Each eel carried tiny particles, bits of shell, sand, organic debris, assembling them meticulously into intricate structures. Over weeks, these delicate materials formed translucent lattices, spirals and domes that glittered softly in the submersible's glow. The eels moved in unison, weaving and shaping a sprawling garden that defied logic, both fragile and vast. The garden of glass eels grew day by day, sprawling across a deep underwater plateau, each part pulsing with faint bioluminescent light. The structures weren't simply nests or shelters. They resembled living architecture, designed with an intelligence that puzzled observers. The formations bent and shimmered with the currents, yet retained precise geometric shapes. Spirals following the Fibonacci sequence, hexagonal lattices echoing honeycomb patterns, arches curving with a mathematical elegance. Scientists hypothesized that this underwater garden served multiple purposes: shelter from predators, breeding grounds, and a living light source that attracted other marine life. Yet the complexity suggested something more profound: a collective consciousness guiding the creation, a delicate dance between nature and the unknown. Divers reported a feeling unlike any other when hovering near the garden. Time seemed to slow. The water grew warmer, though temperatures remained constant. There was a quiet hum, a resonance that vibrated through the hulls of their vessels and thrummed gently in their bones. Some described it as the ocean's heartbeat. The eels themselves seemed aware of the observers. They would pause their weaving, forming tight clusters, their glassy bodies reflecting light like a living mosaic. Occasionally, they would flicker in coordinated bursts of bioluminescence, sending pulses of light into the darkness, a silent communication perhaps, a greeting, or a warning. The garden was not without its dangers. Predators lurked in the shadows: giant squid, deep-sea fish with razor teeth, and cephalopods that moved like ghosts. Yet the garden protected its inhabitants with natural camouflage and the eerie beauty of its construction. To predators, the shimmering maze was a trap, a confusing web of reflections and light that disoriented and deterred. Over time, the garden became a nexus of life. Species unknown to science appeared, drawn to the shimmering sanctuary. Small crustaceans darted among the latticework. Bioluminescent jellyfish wove through the arches. Schools of tiny fish shimmered like liquid glass, their scales reflecting the garden's glow. The scientists attempted to sample pieces of the garden, but when removed from the deep ocean's embrace, the structures dissolved rapidly, fragile threads breaking apart, like spun sugar under the harsh light of the lab. The eels themselves refused captivity, fading away when removed from their habitat. This ephemeral nature deepened the mystery. Was the garden a living organism, a collective mind made manifest, or a natural wonder, shaped by evolutionary forces beyond human understanding? Local fishermen told tales of the glass forest, a place where the sea dreams in light and shadow, a sacred realm guarded by spirits who weave the ocean's secrets into fragile beauty. They warned outsiders not to disturb the garden, lest its delicate balance be shattered. As the sun sets over the Ryukyu Islands, the garden pulses softly in the ocean's depths, a place where glass and life entwine, where the sea breathes in light, and where mysteries shimmer just beyond reach. Beneath the restless tides of the Aegean Sea, off the coast of Crete, lies a mystery that stirs the imagination of every explorer, historian, and dreamer who hears its whispered name, the Sunken Library. It is said to be a place where knowledge, lost to time and tide, still pulses beneath the waves, its secrets etched not in paper, but in stone and shadow. The tale begins centuries ago, in a world where scholars gathered to preserve the wisdom of ages. Ancient texts, scrolls, and manuscripts filled vast halls, libraries that were temples of thought, firebrands of civilization. One such repository, believed to be unmatched in scope and grandeur, stood proud on a cliff, overlooking the sea, its walls shimmering with marble and gold. Then, as if swallowed by the ocean's own hand, the city and its great library vanished beneath a sudden violent flood, a tsunami, earthquake, or curse. No one could say for certain. All that remained was a whisper carried by currents and scattered fragments of stone across the seabed. For centuries, divers and archaeologists searched the submerged ruins for signs of the lost library. What they found was staggering, but not what they expected. Enormous stone blocks, arranged with architectural precision, inscribed with indecipherable glyphs. In the deeper waters, among the ruins, were chambers carved with shelves, not filled with books, but with slabs of stone etched with lines and symbols, as if the written word had been transmuted into stone itself. Sonar mapping revealed labyrinthine corridors and vast halls stretching beneath the sea, places where water flowed silently through what must once have been marble floors and vaulted ceilings. The structures held an eerie stillness, a suspended silence, as if time itself had folded into the ruins. But it was the sound that captured imaginations. Submerged hydrophones placed within the ruins recorded low-frequency echoes, soft pulses that seemed to ripple through the stone, like the breath of the library's long-lost custodians. The echoes carried patterns, rising and falling tones, rhythmic waves that some likened to chanting, others to the rustling of pages in an unseen wind. The divers who ventured into the chambers described sensations of presence, as though the library still breathed beneath the waves. Some spoke of ghostly figures glimpsed in the corner of their eyes, scholars frozen in the act of reading, shadows caught between worlds. Others heard whispered words, indecipherable, yet compelling, phrases in languages that have long been lost. Among the artifacts recovered were tablets carved from obsidian, smooth and dark as the midnight sea. Their surfaces were inscribed with intricate designs, not just symbols, but diagrams of stars, maps of the known world, and strange geometries hinting at knowledge far beyond human understanding. Researchers studying these relics found that their inscriptions shifted subtly under changing light, as if alive, rearranging themselves like a puzzle whose solution lies just out of reach. The idea spread that the sunken library was not merely a place of knowledge, but a living archive, a repository where wisdom breathes and reshapes itself, hidden beneath the ocean's embrace. Local legends tell of a curse protecting the library's secrets, that those who seek its knowledge without respect are swallowed by the sea, their voices joining the chorus of echoes in the ruins. Sailors speak of phantom lights flickering in the depths, guiding or warning divers, and of a deep hum that rises when the sea is calm and the moon is full. One expedition, equipped with the latest underwater technology, sent autonomous drones into the deepest chambers. The drones captured stunning images of vast halls lined with pillars, inscriptions glowing faintly with bioluminescence, and walls that seemed to ripple like the surface of water itself. Yet, signals from the drones often vanished without explanation, lost in the labyrinth of stone and shadow. Scientists remain divided. Some believe the sunken library to be an ancient temple of knowledge, built by a civilization far older than recorded history. Others argue it is a natural geological formation, sculpted by ocean currents and mineral deposits, its shapes mistaken for human design. But none can explain the echoes, the voices that ripple through the stone, calling out across centuries. The library stands as a testament to human curiosity and the ocean's power to both preserve and conceal. Its silent halls hold stories, secrets and songs, waiting patiently beneath the waves, in the depths where time folds and memory drifts. And as the currents flow through the ruins, the echoes linger, a haunting reminder that knowledge once written can never truly be lost. In the forgotten corners of the southern oceans, where the water grows cold and heavy with ancient secrets, tales circulate among mariners of a shadow so vast, so profound, that it blots out the sea itself. They call it the shadow of the Leviathan's eye, a presence both feared and revered, whispered about in storms and calm alike. The legend begins with sightings long ago, recorded in weathered logs and fading journal entries. Ships passing through certain latitudes reported a sudden darkness beneath their hulls, a shadow larger than any whale or known sea creature, vast enough to eclipse the ocean floor. Crews spoke of an eye staring upward from the depths, enormous, luminous, and filled with an intelligence older than the stars. Modern exploration has sought to understand these stories. Deep-sea drones and submersibles deployed in these shadowed waters captured strange phenomena, an enormous silhouette drifting silently in the dark, too large for any known creature, moving with grace and purpose. Its eye, a vast orb glowing with a cold blue light, seemed to observe without emotion, recording the world above in eternal watchfulness. Scientists attempted to measure the Leviathan's size, using sonar pings and light pulses, but the signals bent and refracted unpredictably around it, as if the creature occupied more than one place at once. The water surrounding the shadow shimmered with strange bioluminescence, patterns of light flickering in rhythm with its silent movements. Divers who approached the area reported a profound unease. The pressure seemed heavier, the darkness thicker, as if the ocean itself conspired to hide the Leviathan's secret. Instruments failed, compasses spun, and communications cut out unexpectedly. Those who peered into the abyss spoke of glimpsing the eye, vast and unblinking, and feeling the weight of its gaze deep in their souls. Mariners tell of encounters where the Leviathan's shadow blankets the water, calming storms and stilling winds. Ships caught in its presence are said to experience time dilation, moments stretching into hours, hours folding into dreams. Some speak of a protective force, others of an ancient judge weighing the deeds of those who sail the sea. The Leviathan's eye is not just a physical presence, but a symbol, a reminder of nature's vastness and mystery, of the thin line between life and legend. It embodies the ocean's duality, nurturing and terrifying, a cradle and a grave. Legends say that the Leviathan watches over the deep places, guardian of secrets buried beneath miles of water. Its shadow is a veil between worlds, between the known and the unknowable, a silence that speaks louder than any storm. In the darkness beneath the waves, the Leviathan's eye glows still, a silent witness to the eternal dance of sea and sky, and in its shadow, the ocean's deepest mysteries breathe. There exists, far beyond the bustling coasts and shipping lanes, a place where the ocean falls into a haunting stillness. Here the waves hold their breath, and the air itself seems woven with silence. It is said that in this quiet abyss, a siren sings, not with voice or melody, but with something far more elusive, a silent song. This is no ordinary call, no notes carried on the wind or water, no ethereal tones that lure sailors to their doom. The siren's silent song is felt, more than heard, a vibration deep within the soul, a resonance in the very fabric of being. It is a song that seeps into the marrow, turning thoughts into dreams and dreams into tides. The story began with the disappearance of a research vessel, the Astrea, lost without a trace near the edges of the Bermuda Triangle. In the wake of the incident, survivors of nearby ships reported strange sensations, moments where sound vanished entirely, where radio signals were replaced by an overwhelming stillness. Mariners spoke of a song that never reached ears but echoed in minds, pulling at the heart's rhythm. Oceanographers dispatched a fleet of submersibles to scour the depths. Their instruments captured anomalies, zones where sound waves faded into vacuum, where even sonar failed to penetrate. Within these soundless pockets, delicate pulses of bioluminescence shimmered, flickering in hypnotic patterns, an unspoken language of light. Divers entering these zones described an experience unlike any other. The water seemed to hold them, suspending motion and thought. The silence was absolute yet vibrant, filled with a presence that watched but never spoke. Some felt compelled to surrender, to float forever in the embrace of the silent song. Among the crew of one submersible was a young biologist, Elena, whose fascination grew into obsession. Each dive drew her deeper into the silent song's realm, where time unraveled and reality blurred. She recorded fragments of the song, patterns in light and pressure, rhythms that resonated with human heartbeats, but transcended comprehension. Elena's journals speak of visions, waves turning to glass, stars descending into the sea, and a figure half shadow, half light, whose eyes held the ocean's ancient sorrow. This figure sang without sound, weaving a song that pulled at the edges of existence. The siren's silent song seems a beacon, a reminder of the ocean's untamed soul. It is neither threat nor promise, but an invitation to listen, not with ears but with the heart. Legends across seafaring cultures speak of sirens, voices that enchant and ensnare. But this song is different, a silent hymn that calls not to the body, but to the spirit. It is the ocean's secret, whispered in the stillness beneath the waves. As long as the sea holds its breath, the siren's song endures, a silent melody echoing through the deep, waiting for those who dare to hear without sound. Beneath the restless surface of the Indian Ocean, a deep rift cuts through the seabed like a wound in the Earth's flesh, a scar where tectonic plates shift and grind in eternal dance. Known to oceanographers as the Rift of Forgotten Currents, this narrow canyon holds secrets older than recorded history, currents that flow unseen, whispers of ancient waters moving in defiance of time. Explorers first noted strange anomalies, while mapping the region's hydrothermal vents. Sonar and magnetic readings fluctuated unpredictably, as if unseen rivers carved paths beneath the ocean floor. Submersibles sent to investigate encountered currents that seemed to shift direction without warning, twisting through labyrinthine passages where no water should flow. The Rift of Forgotten Currents defies all known oceanographic laws. Its flows are erratic yet precise, weaving like ghostly serpents through underwater chasms and collapsed caves. Water at temperatures far colder than the surrounding sea surges through pockets of warmth, mixing layers in patterns no scientist has yet explained. Divers report a profound sensation when near the rift, a tugging at the mind, as if memories long submerged rise with the currents. Instruments often malfunction in the area, compasses spin wildly, communication signals distort, and time seems to slow and fold in impossible ways. Marine life adapts to the rift's strange energy. Creatures rare and elusive gather in its folds. Bioluminescent fish that flash in synchronized pulses, crustaceans with translucent shells shaped by the rift's shifting pressures. Anemones cling to rocky outcrops, their tentacles dancing with electric blue hues that illuminate the darkness. Legend speaks of the rift as a passage between worlds, a seam where the ocean's forgotten currents carry not just water, but stories, memories, and souls. Fishermen whisper of ships lost in the rift's maze, swallowed by tides that flow against reason. They speak of lights seen flickering in its depths, not stars, but something older, sentinels guarding the threshold. Scientists theorize that the rift may connect to deep-sea aquifers, or even subterranean oceans, vast reservoirs hidden beneath the planet's crust. Some suggest the currents carry remnants of ancient seas, trapped in time and space, flowing endlessly in their hidden corridors. Expeditions into the rift reveal landscapes both alien and haunting. Towering stone pillars carved by water and time, walls etched with mineral patterns that shift like living tattoos, and chambers filled with an otherworldly glow. The water here carries a strange scent, faintly metallic, mingled with the brine of ages past. One mission recounted encounters with enormous shadows moving beyond the reach of light, creatures too vast and slow for the mind to grasp, drifting through the forgotten currents like ancient gods. Their presence lingers as whispers in the water, echoes that ripple across the rift's labyrinth. The Rift of Forgotten Currents is a place where the ocean remembers, a realm where the flow of time bends, and the sea's deepest secrets remain locked beneath layers of water and stone. For those who venture close, the rift offers a choice to be lost in its currents, or to listen to the stories they carry. And in its depths, the forgotten flows eternal. Far beyond the reach of ordinary divers, nestled in the remote waters of the South Pacific, lies a coral formation unlike any other, a sprawling labyrinth carved by nature and time, a maze woven of living stone and shadow. This coral labyrinth is a place where light fractures into shards, currents twist into spirals, and the very sea seems to fold upon itself. The labyrinth's entrance is a narrow channel, guarded by towering coral walls, their surfaces etched with delicate patterns, spirals, waves, and geometric shapes that hint at ancient secrets. As explorers venture deeper, the passages multiply and twist, corridors branching endlessly like veins in the ocean's flesh. Mapping the labyrinth is a perilous endeavor. Sonar returns echo confusing signals, bouncing off overlapping layers and hidden chambers. Currents shift unpredictably, drawing divers toward dead ends or swirling pools where water stands still. The maze is alive, not with fish alone, but with an energy that pulses beneath the coral's surface. The coral labyrinth is home to creatures adapted to its intricate environment. Translucent shrimp that dart through narrow cracks, bioluminescent anemones that pulse softly in rhythmic patterns, and schools of fish that shimmer with iridescent scales, vanishing into the labyrinth's depths like living shadows. Divers report strange phenomena inside the maze. Time seems to slow, breaths lengthen, and senses sharpen. Some describe hearing faint whispers, voices carried on the currents, calling from unseen chambers. Others speak of flickering lights, not bioluminescence, but orbs of light that float silently through the passages, guiding or misleading those who follow. Legends tell of the labyrinth as a sacred place, a sanctuary for the ocean's mysteries. Ancient mariners whispered of a realm beneath the waves where spirits dwell, where the sea's memories are stored in coral and stone. To enter the maze is to step beyond the known world, to wander the folds of the ocean's dream. Expeditions have uncovered artifacts hidden within the labyrinth, fragments of pottery, carved stones and tools encrusted with coral. These relics suggest the maze was once a meeting place for lost civilizations, a place where the boundaries between sea and land blurred. Yet the labyrinth defies exploration. Many who enter do not return, swallowed by the maze's twisting passages or lost in its shifting currents. Search teams speak of ghostly figures glimpsed between coral columns, shapes that vanish when approached. The coral labyrinth remains a testament to the ocean's capacity for wonder and danger, a living puzzle crafted by nature and memory, an invitation and a warning. For those who brave its depths, the maze offers both discovery and oblivion, and beneath the waves the labyrinth waits, silent, endless, unforgiving. Beneath the inky veil of the world's darkest oceans where no sunlight dares to penetrate and pressure crushes with an almost tangible weight, lies the black abyss, a realm of eternal night and profound silence. Yet within this seemingly lifeless expanse, a pulse beats, a slow, steady rhythm that resonates through the depths, a heartbeat echoing from the ocean's most secret chambers. The pulse was first detected by deep-sea monitoring stations placed along the mid-Atlantic ridge, instruments designed to listen to the whispers of tectonic plates and the shifting crust beneath the sea floor. But what they found was unlike any geological activity. The rhythm was too regular, too deliberate. It wasn't the random groans of shifting stone, but the cadence of something alive. Scientists dubbed it the pulse of the black abyss, a phenomenon that confounded understanding and challenged the limits of human knowledge. The pulse traveled vast distances beneath the ocean, carried by water and rock alike, a signal both ancient and eternal. Submersibles dispatched to investigate the source encountered strange anomalies. The pulse seemed to vibrate through their hulls, a force that resonated not just with metal and glass, but with the very minds of those aboard. Divers reported sensations of calm and unease intertwined, as if the pulse touched a primal chord within their souls. Sonar imaging revealed a vast cavernous structure deep within the abyss, a hollow chamber carved by unknown forces. The walls shimmered faintly, as if lined with crystalline formations that pulsed in time with the heartbeat. Shadows moved within the chamber, too indistinct to identify, but unmistakably alive. The pulse altered the environment. Currents shifted rhythmically, drawing nutrients and life into the chamber's depths. Bioluminescent creatures congregated in spirals and patterns, their lights flickering like stars caught in the void. The ecosystem seemed to revolve around the pulse, a living testament to the ocean's hidden energy. Local legends passed down among island communities thousands of miles away speak of the Black Abyss as the ocean's heart, a place where the sea breathes and dreams. Stories tell of a giant creature sleeping beneath the waves, its heartbeat the pulse felt across oceans, guarding the balance of life and death. The pulse of the Black Abyss remains a mystery, a living rhythm that binds the ocean's deepest places. It is a reminder that beneath the silent surface life and motion persist in ways unseen, and that the ocean's soul still beats, steady, profound, eternal. And as long as the pulse continues, the abyss lives. Far beneath the roiling surface, in a place where light has long surrendered, and the ocean's weight presses down like a living shroud, lies the whispering depths, a realm cloaked in silence and mystery, where even sound seems hesitant to travel. It is a place where the sea itself seems to murmur secrets older than memory, a place where whispers rise like echoes from the ocean's ancient soul. The whispering depths earned their name from the strange phenomena recorded by deep-sea listening stations. Hydrophones placed in these remote trenches picked up soft murmurs, faint, elusive and impossible to locate with precision. Unlike the familiar songs of whales or the rhythmic pulses of tectonic shifts, these whispers wove together in patterns too complex to be random, yet too subtle to be deciphered. Scientists monitoring the data became obsessed with the whispers. Over months, patterns emerged, fractal and layered, rising and falling like the breath of a hidden giant. Linguists and cryptographers were called to decode the sounds, but no known language or code matched the pattern. Some hypothesized the whispers were a form of communication, perhaps between deep-sea creatures, or even from the ocean itself. Diving expeditions into the whispering depths told of eerie encounters. Divers spoke of an overwhelming quietness that filled their minds, a silence so profound it felt as though the ocean had sucked away every thought and sound. Instruments failed inexplicably, sonar returned ghostly echoes and lights flickered under unseen influence. One diver described the experience as standing inside a vast cathedral of water, where the walls themselves seemed to breathe and hum with a voice just beyond comprehension. In the dim light, shadows shifted at the edges of vision, shapes too fluid to be creatures, too deliberate to be tricks of the mind. The whispering depths are home to strange life. Bioluminescent jellyfish pulsing in unison, translucent crustaceans darting through columns of black water, and fish whose eyes reflect ancient stars, all seem to respond to the unseen voice that vibrates through their realm. Local folklore speaks of these depths as the ocean's memory, a place where the past lives in whispers and shadows. Tales tell of drowned sailors who vanished into the deep, their voices joining the murmurs, and of ancient guardians who protect the ocean's secrets by weaving silence into the waves. The whispers are not constant. They come and go like tides, rising during the darkest nights and fading with dawn's first light. To some, the whispering depths are a warning, to others an invitation, a call to listen beyond the surface, beyond sound itself. The ocean holds its breath here, and if you listen deeply, you might hear the whispers too, secrets carried on currents older than time. In the vast expanse of the Southern Ocean, where tempests rage and the sea is both cradle and crucible for life, sailors have long whispered of a phenomenon that defies reason, the phantom tide. It is a swell that rises without wind, a current that moves without cause, a ghostly force that appears and vanishes, as if summoned by the ocean's own will. The phantom tide is a secret known to those who navigate these perilous waters. It emerges suddenly, often during nights of stillness, when the moon hangs low and the stars glitter cold above the dark sea. Without warning, the ocean swells, lifting vessels gently yet inexorably, as if the waves themselves have taken breath. Witnesses describe the swell as both majestic and terrifying. It moves with a deliberate grace, rising high enough to bathe the decks in silver light, then receding just as mysteriously. No wind stirs its rise, no storms herald its approach. It leaves no wake, no churning foam, only an eerie calm broken by the soft lapping of water against hulls. Scientific expeditions sought to understand the phantom tide. Satellite imagery revealed fleeting changes in sea surface height, but these shifts were subtle, vanishing before data could be fully gathered. Sonar scans picked up deep underwater currents that seemed to defy the expected flow patterns, twisting and turning through submarine canyons and fissures with uncanny precision. Divers who ventured close spoke of disorientation and vertigo. The water seemed to pulse with an energy that blurred the boundary between time and space. Instruments malfunctioned, compasses spun unpredictably, and radio signals crackled with static. Those caught in the swell reported a sense of being carried not just through water, but through moments, memories folding and unfolding like waves upon the tide. Local legends paint the phantom tide as the ocean's breath, a living pulse that reminds the world of its ancient untamed spirit. Some say it is a gateway, a passage between realms, where the sea's surface and the depths below blur into one. Others whisper of guardians beneath the waves, entities that command the tide as a tool of protection or warning. The phantom tide challenges understanding. It is both presence and absence, a force seen and unseen, known yet unknowable. It reminds those who witness it that the ocean is a realm of mysteries far deeper than the eye can perceive. And as long as the phantom tide rises and falls, the sea keeps its secrets, waiting for those who dare to listen to the ghostly rhythm beneath the waves. The sea exhales, a gentle sigh that ripples across the vastness of water, soothing and soft. The tides retreat into silence, carrying with them the echoes of mysteries whispered in the deep, secrets the ocean holds close, shared only in the quietest moments. Beneath the surface, the ocean breathes slowly. Currents glide like soft fingers across the darkened reefs, brushing past coral and creatures unseen. The water moves with a rhythm older than time itself, a lullaby written in waves and whispered in currents. Close your eyes and listen. Feel the gentle pulse beneath the surface, the heartbeat of the ocean's soul, steady and slow. The pulse that has sung to the stars, that has cradled ancient creatures and borne the weight of forgotten worlds. Imagine the deep, a place where light fades into blue and black, where silence wraps you like a velvet cloak. The ocean floor stretches wide and mysterious, alive with shadows that dance just beyond your vision. Here, the secrets rest, not in noise or chaos, but in stillness and grace. The waves lap softly against the shore, a rhythm like the slow breathing of the earth. Each crest rises and falls, a gentle reminder that all things flow, that all things return. The ocean's voice is not harsh or loud. It is a whisper, a song, a quiet hymn to the endless cycle of life. Let the sound carry you. Drift with the currents as they move through ancient trenches and coral gardens, past glowing creatures that pulse with their own light. Feel the cool embrace of water, the gentle pressure that holds you safe and warm beneath the surface. Beneath the waves, time slows, the world above fades. Thoughts settle like sediment, floating down to rest in the soft sand. Your mind quiets, body lightens, and breath deepens. In the distance the ocean calls, a melody without words, without form, but full of meaning. It sings of journeys taken, of mysteries solved and unsolved, of the endless dance between sea and sky. The ocean is ancient, vast and alive. It holds your dreams as it holds its own, cradled in the deep blue. Let yourself drift, sink deeper, float free. The sea awaits, a timeless lullaby, and in its embrace, find peace. Sleep now, beneath the waves.